I think it's time to address our accusers.
Is this our response? Is the thumbnail going to be like some white text on black? Our response?
It is. Well, it's going to be a little more than that. It's going to have the black and the white text, and then it's going to have Jirard's face that's been through some kind of like an AI face filter to make him like crying. But then he's also like eating cash.
But also he's really mad, so he's got to be like kind of grimacing a little bit.
Yeah.
He's got that furrowed brow that he does when he's yelling at his accusers. And he's got devil horns too. He's got devil horns too.
Devil horns, a big sort of serpent's tail, and he's feeding on the cash. He's real fat with, like he's all stuffed.
He's eating the cash. He's eating the cash deliberately because he hates you.
So what we're getting at here is that we did a video, we cover YouTube stuff, we cover video game stuff. It was only natural that we were going to talk about the Jirard Khalil completionist charity fraud thing that happened. We had our friend Jason Graves on, who, like, we love Jason. I thought he was a great guest. I love his YouTube channel. And
we filmed it early, so he missed, like, there was another Carl Jobs video where he covers more detail, and then they, like, leaked the Discord call, so there was more details afterwards. But I think even without those details, I think we cover it pretty fair. I
thought it was a perfect phone call.
Perfect phone call.
When you have a wonderful meeting or you have a wonderful phone conversation, it was beautiful. It was just a perfect conversation.
The like ratio was 77%. Normally we're in the 93 to 98% likes to dislike. So it got disliked a lot. The comments that were common on the video were things like, normally I like you guys, but this was an atrocious take. Again, you know how much I love L take, an atrocious take. This sort of, is a bad opinion. You shouldn't express it,
Before we get more long-winded, because people tend to just click off these things, it's like, we think Jirard is lying. Like, we think he's being dishonest.
Which I said in the video many times.
It's right to be suspicious because, that doesn't square up.
That's not what he said on his call with those guys. Yeah. He lied. He lied to cover the fact that his brother and father incompetently failed to donate this money. Yeah, they fucked up, and he did lie.
He was selling something he knew was bogus, at least the last, 2 indie lands, and that's not okay.
He covered it up.
We try to get into things. We try to see it in many different angles, and people probably just didn't get to that part. But yeah, we know he's being dishonest about something. We're not exactly sure to what degree, because there's a lot of family drama involved. Yes, we think there's something sketchy involved. Obviously,
everybody was super pissed that there was anything generous said about him whatsoever. That there were any defenses about Jirard whatsoever in that video. I don't think I realized the extent to which people were pissed off at this guy. I know that what he did was very wrong, and I know that he's suffering consequences gravely for it. But I don't think I realized that, you better not try to be even-handed about this one iota, because we're going to come out. And so what I did was I went through the video and I wrote down, what did we say? Because I'm like, I don't even remember what the hell we said. All I know is people are pissed. Atrocious takes. You guys got this wrong. You don't know the details. You need to be better researched about these things in the future. Folks, just so we're all very clear, this is not like a documentary that we're making right now. We are not Carl. we are... This is a podcast. We're having a casual conversation. We're trying to see things, like EJ said, see things from different angles. We're pontificating. Some people are like, I don't like that Red Cow Arcade. They pontificate. I'm like, yes, it's a podcast.
A lot of times I try to go outside of my body and converse as if, I'm a neutral entity.
The last thing I'd want to do is just leap onto a bandwagon and start screaming the same thing everybody else is screaming, in order of defensiveness of Jirard. Yeah, I guess Jason he's a fan.
I sympathize because it probably wasn't his call to make. He's definitely the one who takes the biggest fall from this.
New videos with new information were coming out after we recorded it. And so by the time we released it, those had already been out in the public consciousness. It's hard to keep up with these things when they're moving. Probably would be better to just wait until everything's out, then comment on it, even though you can't really be part of the conversation.
It's a rapidly developing story. I'm sure Carl will get a new video out before we release a clip. And I think when more of the Discord call was released, I'm more firm in my belief that he talks like a cornered rat. Whether he's covering for his weird family situation or himself, it's hard to say, but he's definitely talking like somebody who's been found out in a bad situation.
I'm not trying to be like, do you guys want money to help me hide this? It's not what this is at all. I'm just asking from a humanity perspective of like, if I am the target of this, I have 20 mouths to feed. I have sponsors. I have a business. I'm trying to make video games. I'm trying to get out of content creation.
It made me much more disgusted with him when I heard the Discord call, where I was like, I wouldn't go so far as to say like he bribed, but he definitely asked those guys, what would I have to do to make you not go public with this and make this all go away silently?
Even if I survive this somehow, it's going to take the passion out of what I do. People aren't going to trust me ever again. I'm not going to trust myself ever again. I'm just going to stop. I'm just going to disappear and start over and never talk to anyone ever again. And that's the spiraling that I've been dealing with the last 3 days of talking to therapists and doctors. And
Carl and Muda, in their expose, exposed something that should have been exposed because Jirard was lying. And so somebody needed to tell the truth. The people who donated deserve to hear the truth. That's I think what it comes down to. On the other hand, I do think that those guys are drama YouTubers. What they did was they covered a story that I viewed it as investigative journalism. Well, Carl put out a tweet where he was like, I'm not a journalist. I'm just a guy trying to make money. And he said it. And he was like, but if along the way I take down bad guys, then great. I'm like, okay, well, even though like they are uncovering something that's important to uncover, like a liar, it still feels weird, cynical.
Yeah, they're still entertainers on YouTube, and you got to keep that in mind.
Actually, we weren't really critical of Carl at all. Except, we had said that like he made his career on Billy Mitchell, and there were I think there's some hero worship with these guys. I don't know them well enough, but I think people love them for one reason or another. When we were talking about how Muta was a blabber, they didn't like hearing that.
He is, which is funny because when on the leaked Discord call, he's like so direct in his questioning. I was like, I like this Muta.
Yeah, that's true. He came off way better in that call. I agree.
I don't think there's a lot of trouble personally. I think if you got the money there, it can be appropriated the right way. Because honestly, the audience, they want to see a good ending to everything. If you were buying Lamborghinis or mansions, like I said, whole different story. But I think if this money can be appropriated right, this can obviously end in a very good way with people being helped. That's it.
Somebody had joked that, Billy Mitchell was a major part of Carl's success.
He should send Billy Mitchell's flowers every Christmas because that man has built a career off talking about Billy Mitchell.
Somebody said that's a fucked up thing to say. That's a fucked up thing to say. Like, I'm sorry that I didn't know Jirard's last name. I probably should have learned that before going on the air. Hey, Jason, what's this dude's last name? Jirard
Khalil.
But again, I kind of look at the whole thing as like, oh, there's something going on. Can you guys tell me about it? That's kind of how I see the podcast, is like a kind of discovering things together a little bit, like having a little distance from these things. I mistakenly, I called Carl a little English guy when he's obviously Australian. Actually, I knew that when at the time, I don't know why I said English. High-pitched English guy. Oh, this is cool. Somebody in the comments pointed out that apparently Jirard cut the threats to sue them out of his response video. That's pretty funny.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so no more furrowed brow in the video.
I accidentally called G4 GTV, and yeah, we're watched by GTV Japan. Maybe it was a Freudian slip or something. I don't know.
We both corrected you, Jason and I.
He seems like the perfect guy for GTV or something.
And he was the main guy on the reboot of,
I had no idea.
G4.
But that led us to going back to that G4, that like feminist rant, the screaming about sexism. Like, I could give Jirard the same exact script and they would say, great, because you're a real gamer, and they're not going to say it to me. And then that guy is doing the clap. That's a ridiculous clip. I love that clip.
Adam will read a script written by the same writer that I will read the other half of the script for, but I'll be the one flamed. And yeah, it also happens to Jirard and TBH.
I love it because Jirard, it's so obvious that he manages his image so carefully. He really wants to have that squeaky clean thing. I think that's why he must be taking this so hard.
And I just know, because of my track record of things like G4 exploding, me being friends with John Tron when he was a racist, I've been a part of pro Jared. Like,
he doesn't want to go against her rant, right? That wouldn't look good. But he also really wishes the rant wasn't happening.
Sexism in gaming. In joining G4...
This is not where I thought we were going, but I'm here.
I had no idea.
I'm listening. Yeah.
There's one other man in history that's been through this exact same dilemma. That's Mike Myers when he was standing next to Kanye West. George Bush doesn't like black people. Mike Myers was like,
They've given them permission to go down and shoot us. And subtle, but in even many ways more profoundly devastating, is George Bush doesn't care about black people. Please call. In the past few days,
he's not going to be like, yeah, baby, yeah.
Yeah.
So I love any time that somebody's in just a total dilemma where they have to agree with the ranting lunatic, but they just wish the ranting wasn't happening. I just want to cover the things that we definitely said in that video that I think prove that we know that immorality took place, okay? He was clearly reading a lawyer's letter and how kind of like disconcerting that was. He was just staring at us reading a lawyer's letter. I found it kind of like uncanny valley, kind of like disconcerting to listen to him read a teleprompter that a lawyer wrote for him, but in that kind of completionist style of voice. It had to be a carefully written lawyer's letter because he was covering something up. Why not just talk right away? I mean, I know why he didn't just talk right away. It was because he really needed
to get their story straight.
I said that the restricted donations story showed up later because he didn't make that claim initially. I said that he should be honest, but he can't because something actually is awry somewhere in this whole thing. Do you think maybe you could speak from the heart a little bit? No, we can't speak from the heart because we actually did fuck up and we actually need to say to the T what our lawyers told us to say. We know that he lied about charity donations because he said, donate to us and we'll give it to charity. And then he didn't give it to charity. Right. So that's like fraudulent in some respect.
All bits, all donations, all super chats, all YouTube memberships, basically anything that's tied to donating or subscribing in a financial way to us is going to charity. We're not touching any of it.
Normally when you hear when you hear the term charity fraud, you imagine somebody who expressly lied about like, give me money, I'll give it to charity. And then they run off and they enrich themselves.
Eat the money.
Yeah, they eat the money. They enrich themselves with it. And the fact that there was $600,000 to donate relatively quickly after he was exposed shows that that's probably not what happened. But the question that's left open is, what the fuck did happen? No, but really, it's like, well, then why did $600,000 just sit there?
He said, we're not going to touch any of the subscription money, the bits, those things. But they did, because then later he's like, oh, we used it for production costs.
But were you saying that Open Hand was paying expenses for Indieland, though?
Only some years and no more than a couple $1,000s depending on the year.
There's weird inconsistencies. Yeah, he lied.
And the best explanation, I still think, we said it in that video, I'll say it again. I think that his family grossly mismanaged the money. But again, I don't think that they did it in the interest of stealing the money. Right? That's what we're talking. And people seem convinced that he was trying to steal money. And I haven't yet seen clear evidence of that. And by now, I mean, with the amount of hate the guy's getting, I would think by now somebody would be able to be like, he definitely stole the money, There, and we might find out still that is the case, but I'm not seeing unless if Carl puts out a video tomorrow, I'm sorry, but so far I have not seen. Have you guys not seen the Carl video where it has now been proven that he stole the money?
They ate the money?
That he ate the money and he chatted out? And then he donated it? Why did he shit it before he donated it?
What I know for sure is that he did lie. He didn't like the money wasn't donated like he said he would, didn't go to the right places that he said it would, and he used the money for production costs when he didn't say it would go there. So yes, there's definitely discrepancies and lies there.
We took some swipes at his content. We don't love his content, me and you. That beating his chest about suing everybody was ridiculous. Jason said, he was very careful to say he did nothing legally wrong because he clearly did do something wrong, something immoral.
He said he didn't do anything legally wrong, which is different from him not doing anything wrong at all.
I noted that he was quick to cover his ass with the clerical error statement. You said like he clearly wanted to look like cool, squeaky Mr. Charity Man because it makes him look good.
Like he's watching awesome games done quick and he sees all the charity and he wants to be like that. He wants to be seen as the wholesome, giving money ever. And so he was just blabbing.
Jason said he's been lying for at least several years and that's not okay. Jason, who was accused of being a Jirard meat rider.
He was selling something he knew was bogus, at least the last 2 indie lands, and that's That's not okay.
EJ said it's right to be suspicious because the details don't square up.
It's right to be suspicious because, that doesn't square up. Yeah.
He lied. EJ said he acknowledged that the public opinion is anti-Jirard. Jason acknowledged how disliked the response video is. And we acknowledged that the money depreciated by sitting. So we acknowledged all those things in this video where apparently we were sucking this dude off. I'm not seeing it. But I did note the times that we said defensive things, and we've covered a lot of them already. Jason said kind of early on in the video that he felt that the follow-up video, the one that came after the initial drops, this is the one where they were saying contact the IRS and stuff, that one was like more speculative and less kind of, it was more like armchair IRS agent, and people were pissed to hear that. And I think part of it was because by that point, more Carl videos had come out that were more damning. But fair enough, I suppose.
It's the one mostly about the golf tournament and speculating how much and doing some like back of the envelope math about how much the donators were donating, and it doesn't seem to show up in the filings, but I don't know. I'm not qualified enough to understand any of that.
I don't know, man. I'm not a scientist.
Wow. Do you think because of the charity aspect that's the reason why everyone's dogpiling? Because to be honest, I'm like a cynical person. So whenever I see rich people, I know that they have a bunch of charities just to put their relatives on payroll.
Yeah. And I think maybe people are reacting to this guy really presented himself as the Mr. Rogers of YouTube.
Basically Boogie.
we were cracking up because this term, the Mr. Rogers of YouTube, it was kind of initially used on Boogie, and it's been used for James Rolfe, and you could imagine it being used for Jirard. Jay from OSW, he was like, we don't really know anything about Mr. Rogers over here. Who is he? And I was like, oh, Mr. Rogers was this saint of a man. He educated children for 50 years. He was one of the first people really in public discourse to talk about how children need to feel their emotions, but they can manage their emotions. And really, he educated children for decades and many, many generations. And EJ goes, so basically Boogie.
Why do I have two beds? One for me and one for my hooker. One for me and one for my hooker. One for me and one for my hooker.
And we just started going on about there's that famous congressional hearing where Mr. Rogers is like, I think that children need good educational programming. And it brings the congressman to tears. It's like this really wholesome clip.
I end the program by saying, you've made this day a special day by just your being you. There's no person in the whole world like you. And I like you just the way you are.
Well, I'm supposed to be a pretty tough guy, and this is the first time I've had goosebumps for the last 2 days. I think it's wonderful.
Remember when Mr. Rogers went before Congress and bragged about taking the virginity of a 20-year-old broken girl?
Art girl for her age.
Strong,
I just
independent.
was just shocked.
How old is she? How old is she?
She will be able to legally drink soon.
Damn, you dog, dude.
Yeah, it was bad, man.
Not since that Congress video have I seen anything as wholesome as Boogie, naked in a bathtub, waggling a gun on his Ring camera with the Cheeto dust expelling from his mouth. People need to go easy on the Mr. Rogers of nobody's the Mr. Rogers of anything except for Mr. Rogers, okay?
That's how you can tell when you're grown up inside. You're sure that what you're planning and doing are things that can be a real help to you and your neighbor.
I think just people feel betrayed. Not so much. Obviously, if you're a donor, you would feel betrayed.
Oh,
but I think
absolutely.
anybody who's a fan also feels betrayed that this guy would be involved in something so potentially nefarious and certainly deeply incompetent and immoral. We talk about, it's a risk to tell people to go to the IRS. Jason said he would step down from the organization too because he doesn't have to. Jason said repeatedly, hey, he doesn't really have much to do with this organization anyway, so I kind of feel bad for him because he's kind of taking the fall for his family. I had said, I was like, well, it's his responsibility, ultimately as the front man, as the boss of this thing. Not everything's your fault when you're the boss, but everything's your responsibility.
But I'm trying to say is he's not even the boss of this though. He's just the guy in the face of it.
And Jason said, well, no, he this was an organization that was open in 2003 when he was a kid, and he kind of has like inherited it and become like the kind of the face of it. And we got a lot of shit in the comments that were like, no, it opened in like 2015 when the mom died or something. Well, I tried to corroborate that, and please somebody link me. Everything I'm finding says it opened in 2003. That's what it says on the website. Or maybe what they're talking about is they didn't start collecting donations like through everything that's in question here, like through the all the various events and stuff until 2015. I don't know.
From my understanding, it was opened in 2003, and then it didn't actually start accepting a lot of donations till like 10 years ago. So
if that's true, I guess Jason's pretty off on that then.
He is probably just going off the website saying it's 2003 or whatever.
He was giving them an open hand job. Waiting to tell that joke. You know, I ended up putting up a pinned comment just to be like, yo, take it easy. Like there's a video that came out and I said, but I still don't see the evidence that they stole it. And people were like, no, he definitely did. The truth is like, I think the guy sucks and I'm really not a fan. And I think he is wicked dumb. And so the idea that I have to like defend myself for defending him sucks because I don't want to defend him at all.
Defending him, quote unquote. Because we're just, we're fence sitters apparently.
I do wonder how it'll affect charity YouTubers overall. Like, is this kind of?
I do think.
Yeah, you wouldn't probably stand up like a Nintendo YouTube charity like after this, would you?
I mean, I'm skeptical of most charities. That's why I think if you want to be charitable, you should donate your time. Yeah, donate your time. Give directly to local things that are going to use it right.
That video, because it got a little more exposure, it had like 47% of the viewers were non-subscribers for us. So I think some of it was just showing up and being like, who are these cucks? I'm going to leave a pissed off comment. So I'm responding to not them because they're probably not watching this.
Yeah, all of our fans will see this video and be like, yeah, we agree.
Like, we know.
You guys are level ahead. Yeah, we know. So we're responding to people who will never see this video.
Actually, I kind of had to giggle when I realized that this channel was recommended for my anti-Jirard needs. Red Cow Arcade. Now, I'm actually familiar with this channel. Red Cow Arcade is a channel that really is kind of basically just dedicated to whip up drama and criticism and smashing anything connected to Cinemassacre. And now they decided to delve in, though, the completionist charity issues, and it did get you 8,000 views in 5 days. So I guess that's something. Can't necessarily put a lot of negative energy on them, but it's still just almost kind of depressing.
The one that really cracked me up, though, I was like, you got to be kidding me with this stupidity. Somebody said that they're disgusted with Jirard. Fair enough. And they're like, and after hearing this podcast clip of you guys, I'm equally disgusted listening to this. Timeout. Wait a minute. Equally disgusted. I did not steal any. I don't even know these people. Equally disgusted. I didn't do anything. I sat here and like pieced together some info I got from some YouTube videos and talked to my friends about it. Equally disgusted. I tepidly defended somebody who we don't have all the details about.
It's not even really a defense.
No. I called him a liar. I said he covered shit up. I said what he did was immoral. Oh my Lord. Pat the NES punk came out and made like a definitive statement about like, I'm not satisfied by his response and we shan't be friends no more.
No, we shan't work together again.
I'm like, well, I'm not Pat the NES punk. I'm not in this world. So like I don't need to like make like a hard statement. In that, like, nobody's waiting for my press release on this issue. There's been a few comments that are like, I think it's like maybe one guy kind of accusing Red Cow Arcade of being like at times non-committal or in our opinions and especially when we're doing like a detailed takedown or something. I try to make sure that like my opinions are stated. If I'm qualifying what I'm saying a lot, it's probably because I'm uncertain. Like, I haven't made up my mind or I'm still playing with it.
Again, we're not a documentary. We're just, we're talking between friends, extemporaneously without like a bunch of notes in front of us.
If they want a real L take, they should ask me what I think about Final Fantasy VI. We've been talking a lot about
I don't think we should go there. That'll give us
some other day. Some other day we'll lose some subscribers. I'll put on my
you can put your Luigi L take hat.
RGT released a video about the Jirard thing, and And you know, I gotta say, like, it was a lot better stated than either this video or the last video from us.
Jirard the Completionist is a YouTuber. He was also on G4 TV. Hope Adam Sessler's having a nice holiday. Just kidding. I don't like you, Adam.
It was very much just like, well, obviously he fucked up, and he talked about the nature of like relationships on YouTube and to what extent you should honor them, and to what extent you're allowed to have an opinion. It was pretty good. It was actually it was a good video from RGT. He doesn't always get it wrong over there.
Yeah, W take from RGT.
He rarely had planned to make this video, but
yeah, he didn't plan it.
So I wasn't gonna make this video.
I also just want to say, just in defense of Carl, when he called Jirard a pathetic bitch. That was just so funny. Like,
that was the best.
These allegations are slanderous, and we believe we're done with selfish intent.
What a pathetic bitch.
I agree, by the way. I think he is acting like, because they're in the Discord call, he was like starting to weep a little bit. He was starting to like get himself worked up. It kind of anything to get out. It was really like, I'm just, you know, and we were talking and they were like, well, what else would you do? Right. And I'm like, well, what you would do is you would face it like a man. And you would,
you would act with integrity and strength, right, and admit where you're wrong. And but it seemed like he was, receding into the darkness like a rat.
Which does color kind of all of his past behavior, where it's like, has he just been going out of his way to be Captain Wholesome all the time?
Before I let you guys go, I just want to reiterate, if you could just keep the family stuff to a minimum of like this topic, the dementia stuff, it's not that easy. It's never been easy, and it's very personal, and that's why this whole thing has been so
I'm
difficult.
keeping it to the charity.
Sea of Stars, I guess Jirard was, in it or something.
They replaced his cameo with like just a generic character named Bob. Yeah, they patched him out. And if you have a retail copy, that's going to be a collector's item.
He's been unpersoned, that pathetic bitch.
What a pathetic bitch.
One of the big questions here is, did he break the law? And a lot of people are like, yeah, I think he did. And we haven't yet heard evidence of like, we know it's kind of well, probably somebody has, but I haven't heard anything about like, hey, this law right here or whatever. I think that'll be determined, but I would say regardless of any of that, I personally would like to see a law that says like, hey, you got to donate the money within the tax year or something. Of when you receive it, or within 12 months of receipt, or if you cannot do it within 12 months of receipt, then it has to go to a restricted fund, or you have to file in a certain way. Maybe all this stuff is in place, but obviously all that should exist. Because I think like asking for money and then letting it sit and never telling anybody, I think that should be against the law. What he did should be against the law, whether it is or isn't.
Yeah, because my point was always like, I bet he could get a bunch of lawyers to square this up. Like it seems possible he could. But yeah, whether it should be illegal, maybe it should, yeah.
Because it really comes down to was it fraud or not? And it's like, well, it was fraudulent for sure.
Whether the IRS will take him down for it, maybe not.
All right, that's all I have to say about Jirard. I'm stepping down from the Jirard topic foundation, and this will be my last response.
And any donations will be promptly eaten.
No, but seriously, if something else comes out, if it turns out, there's a big law he commit, we will totally cover it again.
And if you want to eat healthier, tastier food without all the fuss, you need to try the money. What a pathetic bitch.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
What do you have here?
What's my map? How close we are to Disney World?
Oh, yeah. How close are we to Florida?
0.
Yeah, we haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah.
We're still in Boston.
This is us, and this is Florida. And it's my first trip to Disney World.
Flight number 2251 to Orlando. You're welcome to see.
This is Orlando.
That's where we're going. You got everything?
Yep.
Do you know that the plane is coming down into Florida right now? What's this?
Jet balloon. I got it when I was going to the bathroom. Right when I got out of the bathroom, they gave this to me. Yeah, we just got off of the airplane. This was the company.
You want to check out the Disney store in the airport? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, that's your favorite.
Look, you can get this.
They're selling stuff right off the bat.
I think I'll let you pick out one souvenir this trip, but I don't know if you should pick it out yet because we haven't even been to the parks.
Well, can we take a picture of this?
You're gonna be shocked at how huge it is. She thought we were staying in a guard shack. She said, "Oh, that's the little house we're staying in."
Wilderness Lodge, just up ahead.
Oh my God. It's enormous.
There's like a bunch upstairs.
You're looking for an entry?
I think I'm gonna ask. Oh, is that your elf on the shelf? She has an air tag in her hat, so we don't lose her. Oh, smart. What are you looking forward to most?
I don't know. It's my first time.
Happy first visit.
Wow.
Thank you.
And then you get a sticker, and I got one for your little elf on the shelf too, if you want to keep some extras.
Ones too. I got some of these. I got this. I got this. And I got this.
What do you have there, my love?
Mac and cheese. It's like beavers on chewing the log.
Yeah, the handle's like a beaver.
You got a map?
The Wilderness Hallway.
Finally, we're at the hotel.
A little chilly for Florida. Sweatshirt weather all the way.
I love it. We don't have to melt in the heat.
Oh, I think I had a crash landing.
The current weather is 56 degrees Fahrenheit with mostly cloudy skies. Today, you can expect thunderstorms with a high of 73 degrees and a low of 45 degrees.
And the weather report for Agrabah today is cloudy. Some folks might think it's gloomy, but for this genie, he thinks it's the
Bees, knees.
What kind of magic band do you have?
I have a light purple one. Mom has a dark purple one.
And mine is what, Star Wars?
Yeah, it's Star Warsy with Baby Yoda on it.
Check out this pool, kiddo. Look at this. Go ahead, Gloria. Use your magic wand to see what's inside the dumpsters.
I don't have...
Use your wand to pull it down.
The boat.
Run ahead. Good morning. Oh my God, you brought her?
Do you want me to put her in my backpack?
Yes.
She's gonna go on the sides too, right? Hold on to your ears.
Stay there. You walk to the Magic Kingdom. You see the castle right behind this little bridge, right?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Look at all those chickens.
Look at all those chickens.
Where are the Disney chickens? Did you know they have cats that run around the park at night and eat all the mice? There's wild cats?
Yes, but
Is that true?
wild cats.
Oh, that's called the Grand Floridian.
That's where we stayed when I came here. Does this look familiar? Because it's Disney World? Sure.
Come on.
It's just ahead.
Sounds like Toy Story.
It is Toy Story.
I know.
There's a line to take a picture in front of this thing.
If you try to do proposals and like impromptu like weddings here, they'll show you.
Really?
Yeah. There is a barber shop here if you want to get a haircut.
Oh my God, there it is.
On the side of that castle is what we want, right?
That's what we want.
Can you believe they just took over Florida, these people? Let's just make it a park.
Oh, that's Aladdin. That's Aladdin. That's Jasmine and Aladdin sneaking to the castle.
You're sneaking into the castle. Oh, there's a big zip line that
Look, Disney.
Look, Encanto.
The spinning teacups. I went to store there one time and that was scary with the spinning teacup. I don't know how fast it will be this time. No.
There's a mouse in that teapot.
No.
We'll just make it nice and gentle.
I had an hour's hand for this.
Do you like the ride?
No. Mouse. Try. I'm doing it. It's wiggly.
Come on.
This way.
This is like the only real memberberry that's flashing. I rode this over and over
Really?
and over.
They're all around me. No way out. Look at that
Rapunzel's tower, but it's actually a bathroom. There it is, but there's no access.
When ghosts are present, practicing their terror with ghoulish delight. Welcome, foolish mortals, to the haunted mansion. This chamber has no windows and no doors. Of course, there's always my way.
Serpents and spiders, tail of a rat, call in the spirits.
Time to shriek and harmonize, bring those fun to socialize.
Mr. Toad's in there? Is he dead?
I don't know.
They killed his ride.
They snuffed him out?
I hope not. Now can we go see a bird miner?
Now you want to go to Tom Sawyer Island?
Yes.
That's depressing.
Aww.
Well, Splash Mountain is going to be turning into
Who's the character from Princess and the Frog that you just saw? Oh yeah, Lewis, painted on that building.
We're heading for our next stop, Fantasyland, before carrying on to Main Street, USA. Everybody stay seated and keep your hands and arms, feet and legs safely inside the train. And as always, keep an eye on your little ones. Para su seguridad, permanezca sentado y mantenga las manos.
During our trip, we'd appreciate it if you'd remain seated and keep your arms and legs inside the train. Also, there's no smoking, no eating, no drinking, and no sleeping while you're on these here rings.
It's like the sword and the stone. You gotta be worthy enough to pick out the peanuts.
Then you can walk to the nearest section. See you soon.
Friends from near and far.
This really has been the best day ever.
Discovering new dreams.
That's an adventure for sure.
Trying something new.
What are you guys looking for?
The secret entrance to the Cinderella suite in the castle. They're gonna call our name.
That's the West Wing. I like how you made it look like the
Right?
Oh wow, look at that. How cute.
Yeah, you can use a different napkin.
Gloria, I ordered snails.
Best of luck to you.
They recommended it. Try the green stuff. It's delicious. I like these. How do you liking your grapes?
I tried a green apple before. They're pretty good.
Hey Gloria, do you want a snail?
No, that's not a single one.
What did I get? The short rib? What did you get, Gloria? The fries and mac?
What?
Trout. Look, little chip. Is that the gray stuff?
So this is actually the dark chocolate truffle macaron. The gray stuff, delicious. Don't believe me?
Wait a minute, not with your
delicious. She's good.
Oh, you can paint the cup?
You have.
I can.
Thank you so much.
You can eat it after you paint it.
Wait, but isn't paint not edible?
All right, let's try this gray stuff.
Yeah, it's like a cookies and cream pudding.
Yeah, it's pudding.
I'm not really liking the gray stuff, so you can eat it.
Yeah, you don't like it? It tastes like frosting.
No, it tastes like ice cream. Yeah, you taste it. You taste it.
I've been eating it right over here.
It's not the same. Yours is frosting, mine is ice cream.
It's the same stuff.
Really?
It is. You're gonna eat chip?
No, but that's not the real chip. The real chip is tucked away in his cabin. See? I told ya.
Snow. It's Prince Adam himself.
They're gonna have dinner in like his mutilated bed. On this side.
Are you entertained? Are you entertained?
I'm entertained. Where is Tom Sawyer? Really? Just like
You have arrived.
2 feet away?
That is
Toy Story Island? Oh, it's a mine. Come on.
That goes second.
This is where Injun Joe tried to kill Tom Sawyer.
You're Pap Finn's boy. Blueberry.
Huckleberry.
Dad's gonna have to read that to you next now that he's finished with the film.
Look, there's the Haunted Mansion.
Does anyone see me? I'm right here. I'm the little kid right here. On Tom Sawyer Island. Hello. I'm right here on Tom Sawyer Island. Hello. I got the most attention.
Trigger squeeze, right?
Keep getting stickers and all kinds of things like that.
Yeah.
I even got something on the airplane, baby.
Oh, wow. Text us your jokes.
I totally left like Tomorrowland out of my planet.
Did you really?
We do not have any lines. We are not travelers.
Somebody wants to get up and dance. See you again. Hello, humans. The proper human response is to throw your hands in the air and scream. So try with me. Hello, humans. But to start the show, shout, "Hey, Roz, let's get this going."
Hey, Roz, let's get this going.
We like to call Roz the face that launched 1,000 lunches. Hey, why did the chicken cross the road? Get away from Roz! She's up on the screen, isn't she? Wazowski! Mac and cheese! Hello, humans!
That's mac and cheese?
Hi, Boo. Can you play peekaboo? Can you play peekaboo?
An evil Sarah named Rundle. Da, da, da.
Come on, everybody. Here we go.
I bet you people drop their phones from here. Wendy! It's a photo frame, so you put your favorite picture in that.
I'm getting home.
Look, it's a giant cinnamon roll at Gaston's Tavern. It's enormous. Do you use antlers in all of your decorating?
No! God, who'd do
It's my birthday!
Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken macaroni, here in my home is. I'll try to make you awful.
The shtick is that they scream at you, and they throw straws at you. They're playing a game where they're all yelling at each other. They need to be cut. Look at that.
It says Disney, but it looks like the park.
What'd you find?
I found a hidden Mickey.
Look at that. Someone's got a scarf. Control it. Control it.
Stay seated until your magic carpet comes to a complete stop, then walk to the nearest exit. Hope you're at a
That was worth it.
That was quick.
You got this map, and you need to find this symbol and this map. Yes, of course.
Oh, thanks. Don's favorite cabinet.
That doesn't seem right. Oh, you're cold, so you gotta get in the sun? Look how cold you are. In Florida, it's 52 degrees. Hey, that is it.
We found the treasure, and we'll be taking it for our own once we escape this infernal curse.
That wind, which sounds as if the cursed Calypso herself is rising against me. But not to worry. We'll find Sparrow's crew soon enough. They must be searching their map for the mark of the cannon.
So we've got to go find the cannon, kind of near where that first shop was.
I know where that cannon is.
You saw it?
A cannon, but no mark of a cannon.
That was me.
Now be gone. Run along your pirate haven and enjoy life. Well done, crew.
Yeah, you did everything on this map.
Here you shall meet the cartoon president.
Do you want to be called Princess Gloria today?
Sure.
And are we celebrating any birthdays?
It's her father's birthday.
Oh, nice. Well, happy birthday to you.
But it's her first visit.
I think that we should pixie dust the elf too.
That's a good idea.
What's your elf's name?
Glorious.
She's Gloria and the elf is Glorious.
I love that. Hello, Princess Gloria. I'm Fairy Godmother Valerie, and I'm going to get you all dressed up today. Do you have a favorite princess?
I have two actually.
Oh, who?
I want to say Rapunzel, but it's not Rapunzel. It's Belle and Tiana.
Belle and Tiana. Well, I have Princess Belle and I have Princess Tiana's dress. You think you want to try them on?
Tiana, but can we not? I don't want to wear the thing that Tiana wears on top of her head.
Oh, her tiara?
Yeah, because that does not look good on me.
Okay, Princess.
I've tried it, but I'm imagining myself with it, and I can't really fit in my style with it. That looks good. That looks good.
That would be good for you?
This was the crown. But we don't have to wear it. It could just go in your
Yeah, let's do this one.
You like this one? Are we saying yes? Saying yes to this dress?
I'm not going to wear it today, but can we take it home?
Yeah. Are there any other princesses' crowns that you want? Because we could do any two accessories.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I think I would be good with this one.
You think you would be good with the enchanted?
So you'll get the tiara and the Mickey clip, okay?
Very cute.
Yeah.
So you have magic hair, like my friend Rapunzel. Sometimes I like to think I have magic hair, and when I sing to it, it grows.
But
Her hair is like 3 stories tall.
can I tell you how much I want it to be?
How?
I want it to be like so big that we can't even fit on the roof, and it just knocks us out of the roof.
You were so silly.
Not that.
Okay, do you know some magic words?
Bippity boppity.
You're so smart.
And abracadabra.
Those are Mickey's magic words. 1, 2, 3. Bibbidi bobbidi boo.
My dear, oh, you're growing as fast as a pumpkin. Now today is going to be a very special day for you. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. Your fairy godmother apprentice is waiting for you.
You're gorgeous. Wow.
Good. That looks good, actually. That looks good. Wait, what does this say?
It says, press for assistance.
Oh, so if you want her to come back, you could
Because we're ready.
I'm not gonna do that.
Dare me to do it?
You look beautiful.
It wasn't me who did it. It was.
I pressed the button.
And then I'm gonna cut your tag off at the register, okay? Did you bring your royal piggy bank today?
No.
No. Well, how are you gonna pay for this?
The king brought his, right?
Oh, the king.
I think the parents are the royal piggy bank.
Happy birthday.
Hey, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Do you like to bake a lot like Princess Tiana?
Yeah, but I want to be a ghost when I grow up. But I just want to be kind.
But you can bake for fun, right? Maybe that doesn't have to be your job, but it can be for fun.
I know. I bake for fun a lot with my mom. And my mom's a nurse. And my dad's mom is a nurse. My dad's mom is a nurse. And my mom is a nurse. And I want to become a nurse.
And then you want to be just like them, huh?
Yeah.
You're doing a great job.
I actually never used conditioner before, but I keep using conditioner at the Wilderness Lodge that I'm staying at for Disney.
Look at that beautiful hair.
Just like that. Any rides that you remember?
Oh yes, I did go on a ride today. I went on Aladdin's Magic Carpet ride twice. It's kind of like the Dumbo ride, except you're flying around on magic carpets.
Yeah. You loved it that much that you went on twice.
Well, you can control it, and my dad was controlling it, and I got a little bit sad. So we had to, but it was a really long line, so we got Genie Plus, and then just bing-a-bing-a-boom-boom, just went into it, and it was really good the second time. It's really short. They have the longest lines for the shortest things, but they do make it pretty cool in the end.
Are you peeking? No peeking.
What?
It's a surprise for the cameras.
That looks like the Anna, when Anna wakes up in the morning.
Right, on Coronation Day.
You got Gloria's mom?
You got Gloria's mom?
I got her. This is Elsa freeze spray so that your hair doesn't try and let it go later.
I'm gonna give Elsa a balloon because she'll let it go.
Oh my goodness.
But he told us a joke, and he told us that joke.
He told you that joke?
He said, why should you never give a balloon to Elsa? Because she'll let it go.
No peeking.
No peeking. Wow. Wow.
Oh, are you peeking?
Yeah.
How do I look?
Amazing.
Every single fingernail that I paint, you get to make a really big wish. You could wish to be a nurse.
Yeah, that's one of them. Everyone's on that I can be a better person and I can be kinder and everybody has a good day.
Are you having a good day so far?
Yeah, I'm having a really good day.
You are? That's wonderful.
And I caught some animatronic malfunction, but it's a smaller. Yeah, like a hippopotamus was like drinking like crazy. And then
right over here. Are you ticklish?
Yeah, I'm really ticklish.
Yeah. That one? Okay, go like this. Good. Grab your LP for me. We're going to pull this off. Now look, you get to wear a princess sash today.
A sash.
You get to take all of this stuff home. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great.
Bippity-boppity-boo. May all my Princess Gloria's wishes and dreams forever and always come true. Bippity-boppity-boo. Close your eyes, and when I say boo, you're going to open your eyes, okay? Bippity-boppity. Boom, open your eyes. What do you think? Say cheese. Do you love it? Yeah. For the very first time is Princess Gloria. Fantastic. Would you like yours up too?
Thank you.
Bippity, boppity, boo. Do you love it?
Now there's two necklaces from Disney.
How about I put this in your bag and look, all your goodies are inside for later, okay?
Oh, now you have your own little princess backpack.
Yeah. Have the best day ever, okay?
Have the best day ever. Let's go in the tavern and I kind of want to see.
You kind of want to see what?
A cinnamon roll.
Yeah, you want one? So we're going to get to meet Tiana.
Just a second.
Okay.
Your Highness.
Oh, there's all kinds of princesses to meet here.
Oh, you look amazing. And it's your first time here? Isn't that so special? Come with me. You ate a lot of popcorn? Did you see any alligators? No. All right, so Louis must be off doing something else.
Awesome. What did you guys talk about?
I talked about who's my favorite princesses, and it was really fun.
Can you do magic with your wand?
No, not really. There's a little game I like to do. Like when it gets to the top one, I want to like turn it off. So when I get to the top one, I try to.
Oh, that was perfect! And I love that everything is green. Pascal would approve. Okay, the next time I see you, princess, you have hair just as long as mine.
Who am I, Dick by God? So tell you what, you little sparrow, you'll never find the
All right, these are the cheeseburger spring rolls, supposedly really good, from the Adventureland spring roll cart. With some kind of a dipperoonie.
Yeah,
it tastes like cheeseburgers. I love that giant space painting. So how do you shoot?
There's a little trigger button right here.
Yeah. Whoa! It's Zerg! Look at this awesome view we have, huh?
And so our journey comes to an end. But yours continues on. Grab hold of your dreams and make them come true.
Carrying her butt out of here. Her tired, drunken prom girl butt out of here.
Oh, come on, don't matter. Come on. Hey Disney. Hey Disney. Hey Disney. Goodbye. I turned Hey Disney off.
You still want that book? That photo album? Yeah? Come on, get it for me.
Come on.
How you doing, EJ?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you, Frankie?
I'm okay. I still got a chapped ass from something that happened at the trampoline park. I didn't break my toe. I chapped my ass.
When? Where?
The trampoline park has become a big part of my life. Throughout Gloria's childhood, we kind of, like, I went to a Dave & Buster's with her when she was 3. Then we were like, oh, is Chuck E. Cheese still open these days? And then we started going to Chuck E. Cheese a lot. Or we go to this place called Ryan's Amusements. There's a children's museum in Fall River it's like a converted cathedral that became a children's museum. Of course, playgrounds. So that it just, you understand when you're, when you've got some time on a Sunday afternoon, you just need to like point their energy in a direction, right? I always saw these trampoline parks pop up. It reminded me of like cannabis centers, all this kind of 2020s trash. But then I actually went to one. I broke my toe, as is memorialized and documented through this podcast. But since then, almost every weekend, she's like, do you think maybe we could go to a trampoline park, perhaps? So we've been, I don't know, I'd say like probably once every other weekend we end up at one. And there's 3 in our area. There's one right across from church. So there have been times where Nina's had to stay after for a meeting or something. And so I take her. They have like a giant machine that if you feed it, you can make like mix and match cups of candy. So you can be like, for $6, give me like some peanut butter M&Ms and some Reese's Pieces. You can make one of those things. So that's one of the major features of that particular one.
Which one has the VR setup that you were talking about?
The New Bedford one. Yeah. And a VR system, much like you see at Dave & Buster's, where it's like almost like stadium seating and you pick a game. And what I didn't expect was like, I don't know, 7 out of the 10 are brutally violent. like brutal. Wow. Yeah. Like blood and guts. Like there's a Christmas one where like, let's do that. And then, you're killing like snowmen and they're bleeding. And there's one that's like it's kind of like an unlicensed Iron Man. You're flying around in like an Iron Man type suit. That one's pretty fucking sweet.
This reminds me of back in the day when you would go to a 90s arcade and it was filled with violence, like Mortal Kombat 2 or Battletoads. Like Battletoads is so fucking violent, the arcade version. And like, yeah, it's like you would just go in, your parents would let you go in there and you would play these games. You're like, am I supposed to be playing these?
On a couple occasions, she like took the thing off and was like, because we just didn't know. We didn't know. And then there are some that are quite boring. Like there's one that's like, you're just kind of farting around an amusement park. And so you're like phase 1 is like a slow roller coaster and phase 2, but there was one that was like, it was Dino Park. I was like, this will be interesting. And then the dinosaurs, these like low res dinosaurs walk into your field of vision. And then I was like, oh, like, are we just looking at the dinosaurs? And then I heard, one of the staff members be like, kill it, shoot it. and you're supposed to face it with your eyes and tap a button that's on the arm of the chair. And then you find you're like, oh, I'm killing the dinosaur. And the dinosaur had blood coming out of it all of a sudden.
Oh, geez.
Like, this is crazy. So that's the New Bedford one. That is her favorite one. It's the biggest one. It's got the most to do. And then there's one in Seekonk that's, I don't know, I'd say like somewhere in between the quality of those two. But New Bedford's the only one with the VR, interestingly. But something happened the last time. So all three of them have a dodgeball area. So imagine a netted off area. All of the floor is trampoline, segmented by padding. And then they have these kind of like steep inclines on the west and east ends of the dodgeball area that are also trampoline material. And then they put like a ton of really soft, spongy balls in the area. And then you just chuck balls at one another all the time. And you can even like, there's kind of like a landing area at the top of those inclines. So you can hide out up there. You can like make fort up there. It's fun. Gloria always kind of coaxes me into that room where I find myself like facilitating or mediating the play. Kids love chucking a ball at a grown-up. Especially if the grown-up looks down, they're like, oh, good. Like we can actually be kind of like rough on this guy. Or, they like ganging up, like, oh, we can all throw, it's kids versus grownups. Like they almost always do that. And on a number of occasions now, it's turned out that I'm kind of the one, there's like a parent outside of the area on a phone, and I'm the one kind of like suddenly parenting the whole group, accidentally. And, but always, every single time, the parent's like, oh, hey, thanks for that. Like, thanks for playing with our kids. Like he really had got a kick out of that. Cause me, like I'll inject like narrative into him, like get him. No, he's going that way. I'll sort of like rev him up a bit. One great thing about my kid is she does not allow me to be a bad parent. As soon as like I take out the phone and start kind of like, paying attention to Discord or something, she is like, dad, over here, dad. Like, she'll just figure out a way to get me off that phone. Like she has no tolerance for it. So it's good. There's a good control.
Yeah. Noah's been doing that. Like, I don't go on my phone even that often, but if I even look at it for a second, he'll be like, put away the phone, daddy.
Oh yeah. The times I pull up, if we're doing a movie night and I pull up the phone, she's like, no phones. Like, stare at the movie. We recently did Crudes 2, the caveman. Well, we did both, but Crudes 2 was the good one. I'm willing to say. It's like a caveman movie starring Nicolas Cage and Ryan Reynolds and Emma Stone.
Emma Stone. That sounds like a caveman name.
Yes, true. She plays a character named Eep. The second one was directed by the Puss in Boots in The Last Wish director.
Oh.
And it was quite good. It had Cloris Leachman in it. I think it might have been one of her last roles before she died.
Oh.
She's the one who says, when we get to Las Vegas, we're going to play with the sluts.
Yeah, we're going to go to Vegas and we're going to play with all the sluts.
I'm mostly going to be doing the sluts.
Yeah, I'm hoping to do some sluts too. Yeah.
So I go into this dodgeball area and there's this one little wiry kid, looks to be about 5. And he's throwing balls at me like, with that real kind of like athletic energy.
Yeah.
And I throw a few back at him real mild. Oh, but before I walked in, there was a guy on his phone in a white tee with I don't know what you call it. I always say a flat brim hat. Every time I say that though, people are like, what are you talking about? Flat brim?
The RGT 85 hat.
Well, this guy from afar looks a whole lot like RGT. He looked like if RGT put on about 15.
I think he's even lost weight, recently.
Yeah. He's always talking about those fatal illnesses, guys.
She said, your blood pressure is 240 over 190. And I was like, how is that high?
I might not make it. Thumbs up. Like, comment, and keep me alive. So
your comments will keep me alive. Literally.
If you want to keep RGT alive, simply comment and like and subscribe. Go on, comment, like, and subscribe. Comment, like, and subscribe. It's like clapping for Tinkerbell is what I'm going for here. You've done it. Now let's rescue Wendy.
Your engagement has made RGT alive.
Wherever you are, clap your hands and she'll hear you. Clap! Clap! Don't let T die! Clap!
Yeah, so this dude looks like RGT, and I'm like, I'm getting a kick out of that. I go in there, some kid's throwing balls at me. After I threw a few balls at the kid, I kind of turned my attention back to Gloria, and I got hit hard in the face by a ball. Like, these things are really squishy. You cannot hurt people with these unless it somehow just like whaps you in the cheek or eye. And that's what happened. I mean, it really hit me hard. And I turn around and it's that same kid, and he is just delighted. He loves it. He's like, this is great. I just hurt that guy.
Are you all right, man? I think so. How about now?
I gave him a smile and I chucked a few balls back at him and, you know, acted like it was all good because I didn't want to shame the kid. I didn't want to do like the mom thing of like, hey. You know, you can hurt a person. So yeah, I step out and RGT is like, he's 5 years old. Don't throw balls at him. And I was like, what? And he's like, he's 5 years old. If you don't want to get hit in the face in there, don't go in there. And then he like walks away. And I just was stunned. I was like, he thinks that I'm like, and he's like, that's my kid. Those are my sons. Mm-hmm. And I think he thought
I didn't want to make a video about this.
This is going to be a weird video because I didn't expect to actually make this video.
I really didn't want to tell you to stop throwing balls at my kid.
I really didn't want to tell you.
You know, I wasn't going to walk up to you and tell you this, but I don't know, guys. I think the Switch 2 is coming out.
Do you think it's got an 8-inch screen? Tell me in the comments below.
So I'm now like, this guy's put me on blast. He's basically accused me of like being abusive towards a child. He told me that like I have no place in the play area where I'm tending to my child. So I was like, I kind of want to fight this guy. And I stood there for a moment being like, where are you going to take this, Frankie? I mean, like, you might not want to continue. You might want to just like remove yourself from the situation because it's about to get...
RGT has a pretty big YouTube channel.
Yeah, you're really going to get sided with on this one? You want to try calling him unfuckable and see what happens? So here's how I handled it. I walked back up to him. I walked right up to him, right? Like not quite belly to belly, but we're getting there.
Something wrong, Huey?
No. No, I'm totally comfortable. Why would you ask that?
Well, your blood pressure is 150/90.
And I said quietly to him, looked him in the eye. I said, you know, it's a real shame that you think that I would ever try to hurt a kid in this place. And then I walked away. You don't get to, be the hall monitor here. Fuck you.
Yeah.
I just don't like being told what to do. You know, that's a big part of it.
No, I understand that completely.
Never wanted to be told what to do. Not by teachers, not by nobody. To this day, I mean, like in my employment, like if somebody, I mean, yeah, I guess I get it from my dad or something, but it's a little bit of the hot-headedness, but at least it's not quite as aggressive or bad as him, but it's definitely, my heart rate goes way up and I'm like, what am I going to do here?
No, I understand that.
I'm glad I didn't end up fighting with RGT, like in the Thunderdome of trampolines.
So he runs down the stairs. I'm chasing after him now with the butcher's knife. With my dick was probably falling because like the boxer hole and stuff.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
You want to talk about a guy who's acting like a real little bitch?
Okay, sure.
The gentleman's name is Linkara.
Oh, I know that guy.
He's the one who talks about Power Rangers and comic books. He is a major personality on Channel Awesome, but he was betrayed from Change the Channel.
I know he does this show atop the fourth wall. He reviews comic books. I've never seen it, but I, as a huge Power Rangers fan, he did the history of Power Rangers. He kind of, I would say he owns the, on YouTube, the historical look at Power Rangers. He did, I think like most or every season, or he continues to try to do every season, but I'm only watching up to space or whatever. When Zordon dies, I'm watching up until then. Spoilers.
Oh, wow. Zordon dies?
Yeah, he dies in Power Rangers in space. They have to kill him to release like the good energy and destroy all evil.
But no one's ever really gone. Does he come back?
He comes back like the Emperor. He's got like nasty fingernails, and he's like reading incantations and trying to bring together a ghost army of Zordons.
Did you know that I fucked? And I have kids.
Rangers, I have a child. And I left her on Jakku. Anyway, so I appreciate those videos. There's a pretty memorable moment, which is when Zordon dies. Linkara here, our good friend Linkara, cut together a little montage of like a highlight reel of Power Rangers set to Under Pressure by Queen. And it was memorable. It's nice stuff. So I don't know. And he was right up there with Cinema Snob and Nostalgia Critic, and he's like a pretty big personality on that site, right? But does he not also seem like the type to jump on a bandwagon of people bitching? Because that seems to be what he co-signed that Google Doc they all wrote that said like we weren't fed enough Fritos on the set of these dipshit movies. We covered that Channel Awesome, the website, closed and now just redirects to the YouTube page. And he weighed in. Big old tweet thread, If you haven't heard, apparently the site itself now just redirects to their YouTube page and doesn't exist as its own site anymore. Apparently this happened a couple of weeks ago and nobody noticed until now. So see the little dig? What's that little bitchy dig?
Yeah.
Nobody even cares. Well,
Nobody
that's why they closed it.
But I care, so I'm going to do a tweet thread.
What are you doing on Elon Musk's X, Linkara? So you know what actually gets to me now that Channel Awesome as a website is gone? It's the final erasure of us as a group, of being more than just Doug stuff. Oh, sure, we stopped being together back in 2018. We did our own things, made our own big crossover project without them. Check out A Voice from the Dark. And went our own ways. But something I noticed whenever I saw someone talking about Doug's more modern stuff, showed footage of their studio and the like, it was always decorated with just Nostalgia Critic stuff. All their big clipless reviews and big stuff that had nothing to do with the rest of us. This goes on a lot longer. May I continue? But how you feeling so far?
It feels like a scorned lover. It's like, what about me?
Oh, Nostalgia Critic. Settle down. Settle down.
It sounds like he wants like recognition for being on the website, but he's also like callous and like says like, oh, nobody even noticed it was gone, but what about us? I don't know. It's weird.
I guess like, in all fairness to him, if you or John like carried on with like Red Cow Entertainment without me or something and kind of like made it look like I never was there in the first place. And I would probably go on an unhinged tweet thread.
Well, that's different because it's like we're three owners of the company.
Right.
So that's different. This is like, it's like a multi-channel network. It would be more, maybe you would more be like, I don't know, Normal Boots or something, like where they had kind of like a thing going on.
Right.
Which they have their own drama apparently.
Sure, we're like in each other. We're in the same videos together over and over and over again. Like whereas Linkara would only cross over with them on occasion,
Yeah.
And this guy didn't have what I would call the most amount of charisma. Like, there's a guy like this. Is he successful in like today's YouTube landscape? Like if he, burst onto the scene. And this was all compounded by another thing, their store going down. And as far as I know, never going back up. And also when I tried to replace the embed codes of the anniversary movies. Yeah, I know most people hate them and mock them. I get it. But they were part of my own show's history. The Atop the Fourth Wall movie followed up on stuff from To Boldly Flee. And I wanted to preserve that history so anyone who truly wanted to see the full depth of everything I've done could see it. And they didn't have those movies up on their site anymore. Doug's originally DVD exclusive reviews of them were up on his site, but the actual anniversaries themselves were gone. You add on their lack of decoration for anything they did while they were a bigger group of people, they erased us.
They didn't want people to think of us ever being a part of them. They brush off the Google Doc and our complaints, being vague about, oh, we were just too big and there were communication issues, and not, we shared a website together for a decade doing numerous crossovers and movies.
We shared an apartment.
We smelled each other's stink.
Wasn't that important to you?
Did that hotel lobby mean nothing?
The fluorescent lighting.
We all showed up. Sure, we all showed up with our sweat-stained cameras. Oh, Lord, I don't think I can read the rest. It's too long. We're going to lose people. I don't know. Yada, yada, bitch, bitch, bitch. I wrote a Google Doc. You should read it. I'll just read the last one because holy moly, the melodrama. Farewell, CA's website. You may have tried to make everyone else forget, but I didn't. May flights of inexplicable bees that somehow made it into your shitty logo that you made extravagant promises to us about sing thee to thy rest. So that I remember that was a big theme, was they all felt like they were promised fame, fortune, and glory. And then like it didn't happen. And instead, most of the publicity and stuff went back to Doug and the Nostalgia Critic. It's kind of, I don't know, like obviously nobody should be lied to. Obviously nobody should, people should be, realistic expectations should be set and communicated when you're venturing into a business deal together. But I also understand like trying to excite somebody or be like, here's the opportunity, or here's the potential for this, or even just like drinking your own Kool-Aid and, I don't know, like it's,
I've been in so many creative situations where there's somebody with delusions of grandeur. That doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, I just kind of come to expect it, right?
Yeah, you have fun, and you're not going to bank your life on it.
Yeah. Well, I did.
Dylan the Night Owl did a review of like the book that he wrote when he was like 15. Linkara wrote when he was 15. It's pretty good. It's a little lengthy because like this tweet thread, you don't really want to hear that much of Linkara's writing, but it is funny because it's kind of funny to you don't want to mock a 15-year-old because it's kind of a it's an achievement to write it even if it is embarrassing and cringy. Yeah. But it's interesting. I found it very interesting that Dylan the Night Owl's book review of
I kind of want to bring Dylan on here and just read that link thread to him, see what he has to say about it.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
Hi, my name is EJ Massa. If you've been following me recently, you know I've been making a hobby of playing on, collecting, and repairing old CRT televisions and monitors. Well, since I have so many, and my old consoles are connected to some of the more bigger high-quality ones like my Sony PVM, this little 13-inch CRT hasn't gotten much love. This guy's special because it's been modded to include an RGB SCART input for higher quality retro gaming. It's always on my desk here, and I thought it would be nice if it was a one-stop shop for retro gaming and watching old movies. The obvious suggestion would be some sort of Mr. FPGA system for accurate hardware emulation. You can even get a VGA to SCART cable. But in my search for a solution, I came across this: the RGB Pi SCART cable, which can be used with a Raspberry Pi system. And I thought this would be perfect. Raspberry Pis are plentiful nowadays, so I thought I'd give it a try. When it came in, I thought the quality of the cable seemed sound. It's short to lessen the potential for interference. You have a handsome logo on the SCART connector, and on the other side is the connector that hooks up to the pinouts in the Raspberry Pi 4. Speaking of Pi, I got this random Raspberry Pi kit from Amazon, which comes with a ton of relevant goodies along with the Raspberry Pi I'll be using. To narrow it down, these are the necessary components for this project. You have heat sinks, which apply to the chips. Of course, you have the Raspberry Pi 4 itself. This is the 8GB RAM model. You have this clear case that has a window for us to connect our SCART cable. You have this USB power supply, which has a handy switch for quick powering on and off. And finally, you have a 64GB Samsung SD card, which will house our operating system. Samsung is a reputable brand. In fact, the same brand as this old CRT, so I'm assuming the memory card will work even better knowing it's working with its grandpa. As a demonstration, you connect the SCART cable to these pins like so. First things first, I put the heat sinks on, snapped on the clear case, which as you can see has that convenient cutout where we'll slide in our SCART cable, plugged in the USB-C power supply, and I like that the switch is pretty close to the unit itself. Now the companion to this cable is the RetroPi software, which is a custom RetroArch build stripped down and optimized for 240p output on a CRT. You'll find the most recent build of this operating system for the Raspberry Pi 4 on the RetroPi website, and you can basically name your price for the operating system, so feel free to throw them a few bucks for their hard work. And I should note that the RetroPi team is working on a version for the Raspberry Pi 5, and the current cable should be compatible with the new Raspberry Pi 5. Alright, time to flash the operating system to the SD card. I booted up Balena Etcher, clicked on Flash from File, selected the RetroPi image I downloaded, selected the Samsung SD card that's in my card reader, and then clicked Flash. After a few minutes, the flash is complete and the SD card is ready to be loaded into the card slot at the bottom of the Raspberry Pi. Plug the SCART cable into my television, and with a flick of the switch, we'll see if this works. There's an RetroPi logo. It gives me a message about the storage partition expanding, and once complete, the system will reboot. When it finally loads up, you get this awesome retro game style menu, where you'll first select your language, you'll configure your joypad. I'm using this cheap iBuffalo USB gamepad I got 10 years ago, and you'll see that we have no games and the Kodi Media Center. So I guess we have to add some games. To do that, we need to connect to the network. I pressed start to get to the menu and selected network. Selected configure Wi-Fi, searched for local Wi-Fi networks, changed my country to US and selected my router and inputted my password. Once connected, it'll give you an IP address. Back on my computer, I like to use a program like FileZilla to connect to the Pi. You'll type in the IP address, the username, which is Pi, and the password, which is RGBPi, and the port is 22. And there you go, you're connected. I clicked on SD because that's where I'll store my games, clicked on ROMs, and to start, I'll test by adding Mega Man 2 to the NES folder and Super Metroid to the SNES folder. You may be asking, EJ Massa, where do you get these ROMs that you're talking about? You know where to get them. Stop lying, you filthy, filthy beast. And when you go back to the option menu, you'll scroll down to the Scan Games option and select it. I selected USA Info because I'm in the US. So it scans, and when I go back out to the Systems menu, I have NES and SNES folders to select. Alright, let's test this out. I'll select NES and Mega Man 2, and then you get this screen with some actions you can do, and then boom, I'm playing some Mega Man. I mean, this looks just about as good as playing on my real system with a real game card. And I'm not really noticing any lag, at least in my casual play. I'd say it looks and plays as well as the real hardware, especially these 2D systems. Super Metroid plays pretty much how I remember it playing. Looks absolutely fantastic on this little screen. If you press start and select at the same time, you bring up the emulation menu, where you can save and load save states. You can tweak some video settings to your liking. For example, you can select your preferred palette for the NES, like the Virtual Console palette. I prefer the Sony CXA 2025 AS palette. Looks good to me. And then you just go to the core settings and save what you changed. I really didn't tweak much for the emulators because I felt the defaults mostly worked well. One of the main draws for me for setting this up was to play some arcade games on a CRT. And man, they look absolutely stunning. Finally, I can play The Simpsons Arcade the way I remember playing it at Interstate 91 with the phosphor glow of a CRT. Quickly, I'll go over a few options in the menu of interest to me. I won't cover all these options, just a sample. Under Display and then Adjustment, you can use this to calibrate your screen with the service menu of your CRT. You can also rotate the screen in case you want to use this for vertical shooters. Under Sound, you can have the Pi output sound out of the audio jack. This is great if you want to use headphones or an external sound system. One thing I want to point out in the controls menu is this operating system supports GunCon 2s. So if you want to play your favorite arcade shooters with this setup, it's super easy. Under the online option, you can set up retro achievements or even net play. Under storage, not only can you store games on the SD card, but you can also utilize the USB ports or NFS. In the emulation menu, you can customize the input lag reduction. I found standard to be more than adequate, so I haven't messed with it. You can either turn it off or do extreme, which is compatible with a few cores and adds even more auto frame delay. Then finally, there's kiosk mode, which might be good if you have kids. You basically set a password and then it locks out the menu settings until you input the password again. See, if I try to change the settings, it just says kiosk mode and stops me. I'm having a blast with this thing. Rondo of Blood looks and sounds amazing. Finally, I'm playing it on a CRT for the first time. You can play Game Boy Advance games on here and select between full screen and standard. Full screen I found looks too weird and flickery, and standard has severe black bars all around the image, but you know, it doesn't look half bad. I can see myself playing a lot of GBA games like this. The limit I would probably play on this device personally is the original PlayStation, which to my eyes looks very close to the original hardware. Even 3D games look exactly right, and if you were to quiz me if this was emulated or original hardware, I would have a tough time answering in a double-blind study. N64, on the other hand, it looks emulated to me. It's missing that sort of blurry, shitty charm that you'd get with original hardware. It's not really what I'm looking for when I'm playing on a CRT. Plus, the compatibility isn't 100% there on the Pi 4. Same goes for the Dreamcast. A lot of games technically work on it, but it feels emulated and lacks a certain je ne sais quoi. So for me, I'm going to use this mostly for 8-bit, 16-bit, and PlayStation gaming. Another main reason I'm setting this up is for the Kodi Media Player, which will allow me to play all my favorite 4:3 aspect ratio content. As a note, you may need a mouse to do the initial setup for your gamepad controls. First time I selected Kodi Media Player, I couldn't do anything until I plugged in a mouse and set up a controller specifically for the media player. Your controller settings from the emulation side don't port over automatically. You also have to point the video player to the folder you have your videos in. I have mine in the Kodi folder on the SD card. Now I have the complete 1997 series of Berserk, and everybody knows anime waifus belong on a CRT. This is just science. So my new Raspberry Pi will allow me to enjoy this anime waifu. How about this anime waifu? Or how about this anime waifu? Wait, that's not an anime waifu. That's YouTuber Jason Graves. But that's okay. His famous JRPG YouTube series is delivered in beautiful 4:3, perfect for CRT televisions. And you know what? Watching video game YouTuber B-roll on a CRT just seems right and just. And how about movies? I picked up these lovely full-screen versions of these beloved classics. All cinephiles know that the cropped 4:3 pan-scan versions of movies are the most desired way to watch all films.
Get real.
And Star Wars fans, they all agree that the full-screen version of the 2004 DVD release is the definitive version of Star Wars. Harmy despecialized version? Ew! Hashtag Greedo shoots slightly first. Look, my boomer dad always said, son, if the movie isn't filling up the whole screen, it's not a real movie. And who am I to argue with my boomer dad? Oh, holy shit, did they squish the frame so all these guys could fit on screen? I just looked it up. They totally did. That's awesome. I love full screen versions. Well, there you have it, folks. I have a Raspberry Pi filled to the brim with games, DVD full screen rips, and Jason Graves YouTube videos, all connected to a beautiful 13-inch CRT television. It used to be the most neglected TV in this house, but now I think I play it the most. Maybe I should throw all of my EverDrives into the river. If you have a CRT with a SCART input, I highly recommend the RGB Pi, the SCART cable, and the operating system. I think it works out great with very few tweaks, and I can't wait to see what they do with the Raspberry Pi 5. Until next time, bye!
BXM All BoxMac Wrestling, and here we go! Frankie Frayne here to address the BXM universe. His former partner, John Hunt, not in the building tonight.
Echo, living room and kitchen on.
Whoa! How'd he do that?
For 9 years, I have been making macaroni and cheese with John Hunt.
One of the best in the business.
And for all 9 years, I've stood in this very kitchen. Milk and butter on a skillet, playing number 2 to his number 1.
Oh, come on now.
And every week, every Sunday, I put that yellow trash in my mouth.
Trash?
And I pretended I liked it. No, I pretended I loved it.
Listen to that crowd, they don't like this one bit.
The fact of the matter is this: macaroni and cheese is a low-income food.
Well, I like it. It's a hearty meal.
Look at these clowns in the living room.
His wife and daughter are in that room.
Look at this guy. Boring Chuck. For 5 years they said, "Oh, bring back Boring Chuck." Look at this boring piece of crap. And then you got this guy who can knit and sew his way to an on-camera personality.
Oh my God! My God! John's cart has pulled up to the arena, and John Hunt is in the building! He's currently taking it to Frankie Frayne, and the arena has come unglued for the return of John Hunt!
He's back! Frankie, do you smell what the Junt is cooking? Today on BoxMac!
Wrestling. You ever watch it?
I was not ever a big watcher, but my friend Gary, who used to be a big watcher back in the day, so I got some kind of secondhand from him, and we'd occasionally watch it.
You know, during Attitude Era and stuff, I watched it every week. As a subscriber to Peacock, I'll catch their major pay-per-views.
You still tune in?
Nothing is more enjoyable than the Royal Rumble, for me. Do you know the Royal Rumble rules?
I don't really.
All right, so the idea is that every 3 minutes, a new contestant comes out to the ring, and in order to get thrown out of the match, you have to go over the topmost rope, and both feet have to touch the mat outside the ring.
Oh,
so you're throwing people around. And so if you were powerful enough to, like, every time a new person came out, throw that person out, then you can keep it managed. But as the ring crowds up,
yeah, it gets unmanageable.
And then maybe like contestant number 16 is one of the huge guys.
Yep.
And he does clear the whole ring. I've always said wrestling, the reason that it's been an enduring format, it's rock concert, just the entrances alone. It's circus, right, with acrobats, stand-up comedy, it's drama.
You got everything like together. It sounds like a cool package.
A smart man once said, when wrestling is terrible, it's very terrible. But when it's great, it is some of the finest entertainment you can find.
A lot of wrestling sucks, but when it's good, it's f***ing great.
It has become this pipeline for, like, you know, The Rock is the biggest thing ever. Like Batista is a big deal, and John Cena is like the biggest thing ever. So it is this like talent pipeline. Well, anyway, so Jay from OSW Reviews, big wrestling YouTube channel, a few months ago, he sent us this book. We've got WrestleMania coming up. Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns is the big match with The Rock playing a role. The Rock's back.
Yes.
The Rock owns some stake in the company now.
Okay.
You know The Rock sits at the board. You know The Rock owns it all, which means The Rock is your boss.
And he said, hey, there's a macaroni and cheese in this thing.
There is. It is the Bushwhacker Mac, and let me tell you, it is a heck of a recipe.
Yeah, what makes it unique?
It's got a lot of stuff in it. 18 ingredients going into this mac. And it's the first mac we've ever cooked that has peppers in it. Definitely do some peppers, some of the portobello.
Definitely can taste the peppers. You know, I think it's actually kind of nice.
The peppers overpower it a little too much for my liking anyway.
It's got chorizo, it's got ground beef. It's got jalapenos, it's got onions, so many different things.
So it's hot?
It is spicy. It's gonna be a spicy mac. One of the optional ingredients is jalapenos, right?
Yeah, I think you gotta do it. The Bushwhackers, I think they were just two kind of like mentally deficient guys who did this.
Yeah.
I love coming shopping for mother. Oh, look at this, Cousin Lucas in a bloody beaut.
Zach, was there any more to them than that?
No. Yeah, they were like a comedic tag team.
Luke and Butch. Cousin Luke. And they spoke out of the corners of their mouths.
You know what, cuz? I'll need me bloody teeth. How can I eat without me bloody teeth?
They like lick each other. Is there something?
Yeah, well, the tagline here is why lick someone's head when you could be licking a clean plate of this cheesy, spicy chili mac?
I think Luke would headlock Butch and like lick his head. He would like lick the head and then like use him as a battering ram.
The chicken too, eh?
Yeah, well, that's for a second dish we're gonna make during the Dead Bake.
So you telling me that there's another recipe that you found?
Yes, Bailey's chicken huggies.
Yes. Her shtick for a while was that she was spunky and she loves to hug and she's fun. Now she's gone goth.
I like this version better.
Yeah, everybody does.
That's a minor chord.
I would have given you my heart.
I think at the Royal Rumble, we may be getting hugs again.
Okay.
I know your true self.
No, I'm a troubled, twisted soul. You know nothing about me.
The oldest thing in the book is that people who don't know anything about wrestling think that the audience is deluded about the reality of the theater.
They're not.
You do know it's fake, right?
They are an inseparable part of the entire thing. If you do, for instance, a heel turn, the audience will tell you whether or not they accept the heel turn. You know, the company can't just do whatever the audience wants because it'll be democratic anarchy. They sort of have to innovate and surprise, but you can't stretch the audience too far before you start to lose them.
It kind of makes me want to watch some wrestling.
You should at least watch like a WrestleMania.
All right, well, we have a lot of cooking to do, Frankie.
It smells like onions in here.
I have done some prep because otherwise we'd be here all freaking day.
It'd be as long as the telecast, which is now 2 nights.
2 nights of how many hours per night?
I want to say it's like 6. My favorite wrestler of all time?
Yep.
Mick Foley.
Mick Foley.
I got the colors. If you ever thought you needed to be in like ripped shape to be a wrestler, you don't.
You don't.
If you need to be young, you don't. They have out of shape old guys wrestle all the time. In fact, maybe too much. No, I don't know. Mick Foley had that like I'm psychotic thing.
Yeah.
He's the only wrestler to be 3 entrants into the same Royal Rumble under 3 different gimmicks.
Yeah, he had 3 different personas. He had Mankind, Cactus Jack, and Dude Love.
That's funny.
So he kept losing and then coming out as a different guy. I think more often than not, you have to have the bad guy win. Because otherwise the good guys winning won't be exciting.
Yeah.
You have to blue ball the audience for many, many months for like, when's this gonna happen? There's these moments where it's like, this is the perfect time. This would be the time to give it to the good guy. And sometimes they're like, not just yet. You know, Triple H, the wrestler, he's in charge of the whole thing now. He'll be like, well, the story never stops. See, there's no like series finale here. So we have to keep the drama going and the conflict going. But you can go too far with it. You can have the bad guy win too many times.
Starting off here, a ½ pound of ground beef.
Of Huggies.
This is the first time I think we've ever used ground beef on BoxMac.
Ooh. My dad, when we were little, he would get bread torpedo rolls and ground hamburger meat, stick that in the thing, and then melt cheese all over the top. Oh my God. I've been trying to hint to Nina for like months. I'm like, I would really like to recreate that. One of the wrestling problems is when they do the high risk stuff.
Like what's high risk?
Well, I'll give you the most legendary one, the one you'll see all over Reddit. Mankind versus The Undertaker. As gingerly as you could. The part that wasn't planned was that Taker choke slammed him on the top and he went through.
Through the cage?
The ring mat was hard. It didn't have any give. It's not a bounce castle. And if you have an uncontrolled fall, which is what this was, see, at least the cage one was a controlled fall. This one was a completely uncontrolled fall. You can actually see him. He hits it hard, breaks more bones. He somehow stood up, barely. By this point, he had such a bad concussion, he doesn't remember any of it. He puts out tacks all over the ring, thumbtacks. Taker cushion. He had lost a tooth. The tooth was stuck in his nose. He's all messed up. I mean, it's a remarkable match. Some of it overplanned, some of it underplanned. We've never seen anything like that ever again in wrestling. You couldn't. People would be going to jail. They did things like, let's have Shane McMahon jump off the cage onto his butt, or jump off the Titantron. What do you got there?
I got some hot chorizo, but give it a sniff. Ooh. Doesn't that smell nice?
The Bushwhackers know what they're doing. I can't wait to lick somebody's forehead. Every time somebody does a big fan favorite injury, you set an unhealthy standard for like, oh, this is what it would take to entertain the audience. And you know, something I always liked that Bret Hart used to say was, he was like, if you and the other guy are getting hurt, You're not wrestling correctly. Like, we do this every night, basically. We shouldn't be hurting each other.
The fact that he broke bones, I mean, obviously for a 30-foot fall, you're going to break a bone. I mean,
no, he was a mess.
Yeah.
He was a total mess.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, so you want it to look aggressive and impactful without actually being aggressive.
Yeah.
That's the art of the thing. But yeah, I think that like anytime you're watching something where you're like, oh, somebody could die in front of me for my entertainment, you're like, okay, so then am I complicit in their pain? I don't want to be. It leads to people being addicted to pain medication and not being able to grow old. And it's been interesting, especially after the Chris Benoit thing. There was a real effort, I felt like maybe it was required. We're not gonna be all roided out. We're not gonna get concussions every night and become psychotic. Yeah, when you're expected to like leap off of tall things and land on your body every night. It's almost like the music scene.
The rock star kind of
you're traveling.
mentality.
Yeah.
So we actually need the fat for the next phase of the recipe. So I'm straining off the fat so we can utilize it. And we're gonna add the onions, 1 large sliced chopped up green bell pepper.
Is this all still for the mac?
This is all for the mac. Baby. Chopped jalapeno.
That's another fun thing you can do with the narrative. You can take people who are like untouchably baby faces, good guys, for a decade. And then the heel turn is that much more
dramatic.
Hulk Hogan was Hulkamania, eat your vitamins, say your prayers.
Yeah.
Finally, he comes out and says, I did it all for the money. That's a common heel turn. I did it all for the money. You know, like, how could you? Like, you were a hero to children. And it's like, I did it for the money. Now, I say that every member of the audience understands what's going on.
Yeah.
But I'd be lying. I know people who take it all just a little too seriously, who are like, but I want Cody to have what's coming to him. It's a fictional character.
Yeah.
Fictional characters.
They're talking about fictional characters. Fictional characters.
When did you start watching wrestling?
Yeah, it would have been 2000. I didn't have cable as a child. Raw was on USA. I didn't have that, so I just missed it on account of that.
Yeah.
Raw was their flagship show. Then they launched SmackDown in like 1999.
Yep.
And that was on UPN. That was Thursday nights on network television. And I think that was a big move for them. They were like, we're gonna get on network TV.
Yeah.
So I just caught it one night. I go to school. All my friends were like, yeah, we've been watching this for the last 5 years. We know.
Where you been?
I got an I Killed Kenny t-shirt. I got a PS1 t-shirt. And I got a WWF t-shirt. And then you do get caught up in the drama a little bit, what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
You also have to respect, the shows are structured to have your kind of main event people open the show and close the show.
Yeah.
And then you have all these mid-card people in between. And a lot of times you'll find that some of the mid-card people will become your favorites.
I'm adding 3 cloves of freshly squeezed garlic here.
I could just eat that. Onions, garlic, and peppers.
Yeah.
I got into wrestling in the early 90s. My cousin rented the 1992 Royal Rumble. I remember looking at the box in the rental store, and it had like Jake the Snake and stuff, and all those characters up front. It looked so appealing.
I remember Saturday afternoons had wrestling, and it would come on after the cartoons, and I would normally bow out, because I don't really know what this is. Then, when Austin became big, let me ask you this, did you watch Sunday Night Heat?
A little bit, but I mean, I was big into wrestling way back into the 80s. My dad would order pay-per-views, so like I got to watch WrestleMania 3 and 4.
Oh, wow.
You know, as a kid, you're really into it. You don't really know the shtick. So, like, when Hulk Hogan got attacked by Earthquake and was injured, they had, like, a thing you could send, like, a get well card to Hulk Hogan. And as a child, I did that. And we got a reply with a thank you card from Hulk Hogan.
Wow.
What's the exact extent of his injuries? Well, you know, he took that tremendous shot with that steel chair in the back, and it tore up that subscapularis area pretty well, and then...
Even when I was a fan in the Attitude Era, nobody in my family was going to buy a pay-per-view.
Back in the 80s, you had Royal Rumble, WrestleMania, Survivor Series, and SummerSlam. So there were only like 4 major pay-per-views, and it was like $30.
I've got a tablespoon of chili powder that I just put in.
He's got a secret ingredient. What secret ingredient? Chili powder.
2 tablespoons of flour, which is actually going to be the base of a roux.
Rudy Poo! Hey, don't do it.
It's a roux that involves all of these vegetables.
How have you enjoyed using a cookbook?
It's not a common experience for me.
Right.
I have not used it from an actual cookbook in many years.
Nina's been reading real paper books lately. It's been fun to watch her do it.
Yep.
Like, wow, look at you.
What kind of books is she into? Non-fictional?
A lot Jane Austen over and over again.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like me watching wrestling.
In the 90s, there would be VHS tapes everywhere. I remember there was one we caught, I think it was just Macho Man and Miss Sherry, is that her name? A VHS of their whole relationship. And my sister and I, like, eagerly watched it.
Almost pornographic. Oh, yeah.
All right, now the instruction is to undercook the pasta a little, which I've done, and then
lick a man's forehead.
We have to retain some juice, but I'm a little worried about balance. So could you give me a hand, Frank?
Sure. In wrestling, juicing is real terminology. It means to cut yourself in your forehead.
I want juice. I want juice. Real juice. It's insane.
You're gonna dump the pasta through this the thing that I'm gonna hold.
You know, you can just take like a cup, dip it in.
I should just do that. Zach's got the right idea.
Be a man, Hogan.
Can you smell that? It smells actually pretty good.
I don't know, I'll make tacos out.
Yeah.
I want to go swimming in that. One time, my old high school had a wrestling show. They had Spike Dudley wrestled, and my old middle school band teacher was in the main event.
Furtado?
No, his name was Guy. Do you know Guy?
Oh, Guy Medeiros.
Yes, he's a wrestler.
Is he really?
Yeah.
A night of celebration, a night of dance and a reunion between the fans and the guy.
I trained under him in the upfront percussion for several years.
Yeah, he taught me percussion.
They used to have midget wrestling at the high school too, and I remember my father.
It's not the preferred.
What? That's what they called it at the time. What's the proper term nowadays that I should use? At the time, they had little people wrestling. For some reason, my father and grandfather went together. My grandfather was actually a boxer back in the day, but my father,
couldn't care. In Fall River, actually, there is kind of a rich history of wrestling. A lot of house shows that a lot of famous guys have done in Fall River.
That night from Fall River, Massachusetts, because I was wrestling at a high school in Fall River, Massachusetts.
It was for the Cub Scouts, and I saw Hacksaw Jim Duggan and Coco Beware. I mean, the whole thing starts with the circus, right?
Yeah.
That actually is like fake wrestling and bodybuilders, and all their terms, like a work, a shoot, it's all circus terms.
Your couch crew is curious to know if any of the kitchen crew is also feeling a little nauseous by this strong onions.
The fumes of the onions.
No, we're in here having a nice time.
My eyes are watering.
It's wafting over there as mustard gas.
I'm sorry, Echo, living room fan, 100%. That's going to be your tool.
He's got the whisk! He's got the whisk! Oh, that's sick.
All right, Frankie, could you start whisking this ridiculous mixture? And we're actually making a roux from this.
This is quite something. Have we ever made a roux pre-junked?
Usually with vegetables, you want to get rid of most of the water because you don't want to add the water into the roux.
You got a favorite theme song in all of wrestling? I mean, there's HBK.
I kind of like Triple H's theme by Motorhead.
Yeah, very good. His like WrestleMania entrances, those are some for the books. Coming out looking like the Terminator. You know, the matches can be incredible. But at the end of the day, a lot of the times the matches are just people fake punching, fake dropping, fake jumping. I guess real jumping. It's like writing any fiction. You have to build up the meta narrative.
It's not a complicated business. Who are these two people? Why are they fighting? Why should I care enough to pay to see it?
The entrance music has to factor into the drama.
Even Hogan's old Real American theme was pretty darn good for the time.
I do love him coming out to Voodoo Child by Jimi Hendrix.
We're using the Sargento Jack Cheddar today. Surprisingly, only 8 ounces of cheese in the whole recipe. Gotta keep stirring.
There was also Fandangos. Doo-doo. Sadly, that killed his career because he was supposed to be a heel, but everyone ended up loving him because of his stupid theme song.
So I'm adding in our meat here. This is our ground beef and our hot chorizo.
This looks good. Don't you just want to eat that without the pasta? Yeah. Look at that, cousin EJ. We've got plenty of mac and cheese with ground hamburger.
I have to add in the pasta water that we retained.
If you had a wrestling gimmick, like what would you pitch? Maybe I'm the chef or something.
Yeah. Were there any characters that you know of that were like a chef?
But they had dentists and...
Most occupations.
Erwin R. Shyster with Ted DiBiase, the $1 Million Man.
So you could be the psychotic chef. Or the friendly chef.
Yeah, the friendly chef. That would be fun, and then they could make me into a heel. You're gonna dump it right in, Frankie.
Ready? Time to play the game.
You're missing the pot. You're missing the pot.
Are you baking it?
Yes.
I just had like an orphaned noodle,
Yeah.
and it had gotten a lot of pepper in it. I like that there's both hamburger and chorizo.
Yeah.
I'm critical. Would you like to hear my criticisms?
I have criticisms too.
It's not cheesy enough.
No, it just tastes like a nice meat casserole.
Yeah, it's like plain pasta with like meat and pepper. What you gonna do? What you gonna do, brother?
I think we need to jazz it up, Frankie. It's gonna taste exactly like this, but drier.
Why do the bushwhackers think we don't need any cheese in our mac and cheese?
8 ounces for a pound of pasta. And I've retained a little that they want you to put on top. But we're gonna have to fix this up.
Did you buy more cheese?
I have plenty of cheese. Do you know who you're talking to? How about this? This is in the spirit. Cabot Creamery.
Yeah, but now we're at the stage where all you can do is throw on top.
Well, we can mix in.
All right.
It'll be okay.
Okay.
A Mexican 4 cheese here. Just completely incidental. I know this is not gonna be totally honest to the recipe, but
I don't care.
We're gonna try to save the day for EJ.
Save the day for EJ. Look at that beautiful footage. No wonder we can still do BoxMac.
I bet it's better already.
BoxMac?
Yes. All right, we're going in the oven. I added like a good 6 or 7 ounces of cheese to it.
You doubled.
And now, BXM Rewind, presented by BXM No Noodles. Quip and cook your way through dozens of match types and show no noodles for your opponent. BXM No Noodles for the Nintendo 64. It doesn't get any fatter than this.
When on camera personality.
Oh my God! Back up! Jump's cart has pulled up to the arena, and John Hunt is in the building! He's currently taking it to Frankie Frayne, and the arena has come unglued for the return of John Hunt!
Back is back!
How's Bailey doing? How's Bailey doing?
Bailey. Oh, we're gonna start Bailey as soon as I put this in.
Look at her. It's fried chicken, eh?
It's fried chicken with a cool kind of sauce.
I like cool kind of sauces with my fried chicken.
They had here an 18-ounce jar of pineapple jam, which I don't think is something that exists. They didn't have it for the promotional photo. It's just the delicious looking chicken. So I had to become creative, and I selected a different jam to make it out of.
Yeah?
And I've selected guava jelly. Unusual, interesting. The sauce is made out of this jelly plus sriracha and mayonnaise.
Okay, okay.
Why don't I put you in charge of the sauce, Frankie? You think you could manage that? Here's some real Hellman's mayonnaise.
John's tagging me in.
Here's guava jelly.
Oh, you like jelly? Well, jelly's a good one.
I just wanted to point out that this is definitely a hard to open jar. It's possible. The slippiness. Ooh.
I could also run it under the hot.
I've never had that much of a problem.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, she's a toughie. I did it.
Oh, you did it.
Yeah.
You took those.
Yeah.
It was really the grip, wasn't it?
It was the grip. I am getting some corn oil into a frying pan here.
Frying butt.
This is generating so many dishes. I'm so sorry to whoever's cleaning the kitchen.
Thank you for cleaning the kitchen, and
That's a brand new container of sriracha, so I'm making an egg wash here. You could do it to taste, Frankie. This is your creation. This is just a guidance.
Some recipes are pretty simple, eh?
Yeah. I'm opening up the panko breadcrumbs.
You want to try this? It's more jelly than...
It looks like it needs more mayo.
Yeah.
Get more mayo in there, man.
And more sriracha, honestly.
We want that sauce to be fantastic.
There.
Yeah.
I don't want it to just be jelly with some stuff that contaminated it.
Squeeze all the jelly out. Squeeze all the jelly.
I'm adding some salt to my flour here and a little bit of pepper. Frankie, could you grab that thermometer and check the oil temp for me? Our target is 350.
305.
I'm dunking these in flour first, and then they're going into the egg. We're cooking, Frankie.
Do you want to try any of this? I wanted to make sure that you don't hate it.
It's got a thickness. I think it's good. I think I could use more sriracha.
Yeah. Don't you love fried chicken?
I do.
When do you ever make fried chicken?
Usually I do not fry it in oil now. I do it in the air fryer. For this dish, it's going to be delicious. I mean, it's just good chicken in a nice breading with a cool tasting sauce.
With a cool tasting sauce.
Yeah.
With a cool island song.
We have to warm his icy heart with a hot island song. It's a cool island song.
These aren't going to need very long in here. Let me tell
I think they're cute. I know they're sexy. They've got the looks that drive the Jun wild. They've got the moves that really move them. Sexy nuggets. That is the pinnacle of sexual attraction in a male. Somebody who comes out to a song like that.
Now, Frankie, we have an important decision upcoming. The Mac calls for breadcrumbs to be slathered on top.
No.
Maybe put it over half? No half measures.
Walter, a few years ago, I was answering an ABQ. Standard mac and cheese. They said, put panko breadcrumbs over the top of it. We said, why don't we do half? Some people say that they like panko breadcrumbs. Frankly, I don't believe them. You want to know what happened? The entire mac was dried out and tasted like no cheese. No half panko breadcrumbs, Walter. I keep adjusting my sauce.
You can keep fiddling with it all you like.
Well, it started with like, it's too jelly. And then I was like, let's just add the mayo and the sriracha more. Then I was like, it's not hot enough. So I poured sriracha into it, and that helped a lot, but it made it just a little too hot. So now I'm adding more mayo.
Sure, that's fine, Frankie. You're making a delicious sauce there. Now, one thing I always prescribe to, anything comes out of the fryer, you give it a little salt. The salt gets absorbed into the outside and makes it taste delicious.
We should have Zach and Matt Aroni and cheese come in here.
Okay, let's give it a try.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, delicious. The sauce is excellent. You did a great job, Frankie. And it's nice and crunchy on the outside.
Right?
You did the right amount of sriracha. That's why I like that. Sweetness and sriracha. Yeah.
It's delicious. Matt, try one.
Oh, yeah. That's really good.
The chicken is so good. It's like the best chicken I've ever had in my life.
If I ordered this at a restaurant, I would be like, this is awesome.
Right.
I would go back.
That drives a man wild.
I don't want to disappoint the room, but we got a Bushwhacker Mac. I want one more before I'm stopping. All right. We got a Bushwhacker Mac. This is the messiest the kitchen has ever been.
We'd like to announce to the people at home, the kitchen has a messiness record.
The recipe calls for panko on top of the mac. Should we just ditch it?
Veto.
I don't care either way.
Can't you do like half and half?
You're doing the half and half thing.
Maybe we should just listen to EJ.
I'm sick of this okay?
All right, hear it bubbling. It said to put a little extra cheese on top.
How about like the smallest amount, like almost like a dusting? Just in the interest of like having the texture all over it down.
All over it? Okay.
Well, yeah, and that's like the dense enough. Yeah.
Okay, we're done. Stop.
I think it's gonna be not that cheesy, even though we added extra cheese.
You're a little tight, my friend. Yeah.
I am.
Like there's like one eye that's like, you know.
Let's give it a try.
It's pepper and pasta.
What a disappointment. So little cheese flavor in it.
After chicken of that caliber, the Bushwhackers give me this.
It's not even that spicy.
I'm not even tasting the meat. I'm not even tasting the spice.
Just tasting green peppers.
This will overpower it. It makes it much more enjoyable for me. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it. I think that's tasty, and this is now a vessel for that tastiness.
It's actually something that's strong enough flavored to balance out the peppers. Yeah, I can't recommend this one. And I've got this massive honkin' pot of it. It just tastes like a pepper casserole. Yeah, there's all kinds of good stuff. That chorizo smelled delicious. It's got ground beef.
There's no cheese flavor.
Hello, cheese. Hello.
Like, if you just called this a casserole?
Yeah, it was a heck of a lot of work for a casserole. Well, there you have it.
Yeah, enjoy your WrestleMania. Go watch some old backlog of wrestling.
Yeah, it's so much. Check it out.
We'll see you next time.
Do you want to talk about X-Men?
Yes, I do. Does it seem like the consensus is that this is a wonderful show?
Yeah. So we're talking about X-Men 97. It's a show on Disney Plus. It's supposed to be a revival, a sequel to the original 90s show. Yeah, so everyone Twitter is like sharing gifs of Cyclops being a badass. They really are like, they're doing Cyclops justice. Look how badass he is. They're like, he's been a cuck boy for too long and now he's awesome.
When I work at the help desk, Kyle and I used to always go, Gene? Anytime something would startle us, we go, Gene.
Gene. Where's Gene? Gene. Gene, what's wrong? Gene.
Where's Gene?
Yes, Cyclops?
He's always so concerned about her. Gene?
So the action scenes, they did seem like they put a lot of effort into those scenes specifically.
Yeah, my first exposure to it was the new intro. It tries its best to just redo the original. It strikes me as like a student animation project that's like, for my project, I'm going to recreate the X-Men intro.
Yes. Yeah, it's like it would be like a fan YouTube video that you'd see. Like, oh, that's cool. They like did it in like a newer style. Okay.
Mike Matei redoes TMNT using Mario Paint, for instance.
So I do want to say I've never seen the 90s original.
Not one episode.
Not one episode. I was more of a DC Batman kind of person. I watched the original Batman show, and I watched Batman Superman Adventures and the Superman show. And for some reason, like the Marvel shows, I totally missed all of them.
I didn't watch Fantastic Four, Iron Man, or Spider-Man. I didn't watch any.
Well, because it would have been on like Fox Kids or something, right?
But so was Batman. And Superman.
It was
or Superman. Well, Batman went to WB Kids eventually, but it started on Fox.
I think that's where I saw the Batman stuff on WB, I think.
It's fun sometimes to think about, like, what are the major inspirations for what would become the massive superhero box office? You know, a lot of people point to X-Men 2000 as being a Genesis moment.
I did see those when they came into the theater. It was a big deal. And I was like, oh, these are neat.
Pretty good casting. Like Hugh Jackman was kind of a revelation, and, you know, Magneto and like Charles Xavier, it was almost like fan casting with Patrick Stewart. But I don't think that movie comes out and does well without this cartoon show, this
Absolutely.
90s X-Men cartoon show. So, you know, because comics, they have their fans, but they've never been a broad appeal where lots of millions of people are reading comic books. Like, you know, I don't think that's ever really been the case. It's always been like a movie or an adaptation that kind of gets people into it. This show is a Saturday morning show. And for those who don't know, Marvel wanted to do an X-Men cartoon show, and they did a pilot that you can see online called Pride of the X-Men, where Wolverine is Australian.
You left before I could properly welcome you. Welcome her? Wait, she's not joining the X-Men, is she? She's just a kid.
Stan Lee, you know, hello, Spider friends. He like opens the show.
This is Stan Lee of Marvel Comics warning you to look around you. Your classmates, your friends. You never know which one of them may be a mutant.
And the theme song is pretty sick. It's not anywhere near dun 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 dun. Dun. It's not like that, but it's like a X-Men, X-Men, lead the way, X-Men, X-Men, coming your way. X-Men, coming your way. Magneto's foes are on the way to pillage, burn, and plunder. But there's one team that will not yield, the team that strikes like thunder. One episode. And the animation is actually pretty great. Wolverine's in like his brown costume, you know? And yeah, he's like, oi! Oi, bub.
Get with it. The X-Men don't have room for whiny brats.
I actually have the making of X-Men, the animated series. This is a beautiful, you get to see like all this concept art, and every time they introduce new characters, it's like such a cool fucking book. Yeah, I would catch it on Saturday mornings, specifically season 1, because season 1 covered Night of the Sentinels, which was like a really very dramatic piece of children's entertainment. They decide to like raid a government building for like mutant classified documents, the Sentinel program. They want to understand or stop the Sentinel program, and they're ambushed by Sentinels who kills one of them. Very surprising. Of course, he's back. We all know these, or they are back. I think Morph comes back like in season 2 or something. It's this deeply dramatic thing where it kind of cuts away after the death, and then it smash cuts to they all arrive back at headquarters, and everybody is just silent and like not talking to each other. And Wolverine like punches Cyclops in the fucking stomach. He blames Cyclops for what happened, and he like rips apart Cyclops' car and like goes for a drive. He's like, tell Cyclops I made him a convertible.
Oh, cowards! All of them! Wolverine!
And then they did Days of Future Past as well, you know, later that season. And yeah, Beast is imprisoned for the first episode and like stays that way for like a season. They did the Phalanx storyline, which, you know, you see featured in X-Men 2, the Clone Wars Sega Genesis game. They did the Phoenix Saga. I remember them marketing the Phoenix Saga like many Saturdays in a row. That's when they went like very cosmic with the whole show. They had Captain America pop up. They did do crossovers with Spider-Man and Fantastic Four. Nightcrawler never really appeared in the show, but he did. There was like one episode where I think he convinces Wolverine to follow Jesus Christ. I'm dead serious, man. I'm not even like interpreting it.
My pain drove me to seek God. Yours drove you away. Don't tell me about God.
He's like a German Catholic. And Wolverine is like secular, and he shares the word with him.
There's a storyline they won't do anymore.
Now that I remember that, I gotta go back and watch that. I don't want to follow no Jesus, bub. So yeah, when I heard that they were gonna do like we're gonna just sequelize X-Men from the 90s, I guess in the vein of like when they revitalized Tiny Toons, Animaniacs, Beavis and Butthead, where the conceit is we're gonna kind of pretend the show never went off the air. Yeah, like some elements will be different. We'll have some different voice actors. Some people have passed, whatever. Of course, the animation style will be different because we do this all with computers now, but this is a continuation for the fans of the original. And of course, they're all kind of soft reboots in a sense where you have to expect that new generations will be finding it. So it's kind of its own thing, kind of not its own thing, you know?
My only exposure to the X-Men's, like I saw it was in the arcades, the fighting game too, and then there's Marvel versus Capcom. Then I saw the movies, and then that's about it.
And you know, the movies cover a lot of ground. I've always said, if you're going to watch the X-Men movies, my machete order, you know, because I think there's a lot of good X-Men content in those movies, but there's a lot of bad as well. So I would say start with X-Men First Class as like your opening because I think it's a better opening X-Men movie than X-Men 1, personally. I think X-Men 1 didn't really age that great. And then go to X2. So that would be your introduction to Wolverine and the Weapon X program. You don't need X-Men Origins Wolverine. It's all there in X2 and it's way better. I think that's like a very like full X-Men movie. And Magneto is introduced in X-Men First Class. So now he comes back as kind of like an ally, kind of a foe. Should work. And then I think you can jump over to Days of Future Past, which I think is awesome. I think it's a great movie. Actually, like one of my favorite X-Men movies. And then, because now you've tied the first two together. And then I think like finish it off with Logan.
Those are the good movies.
Yeah. And I don't think you miss anything. I think that tells a complete story.
But yeah, the cartoon, one thing that stuck out in my mind is just the inconsistency of the animation styles. Like it's a whiplash. I would say it's whiplash, where like a show like Invincible, it's kind of in the similar like vein. The style's consistent between the action scenes and the talking scenes, and it's not as disorienting, where like the action scenes look really good. Like some of the action scenes in this X-Men 97 look, it's like some of the best animation I've seen in a while.
Yeah.
And then when they get to the talking scenes, it's like jarring. It's like sometimes it's like low frame rate. Sometimes like some of the characters have low frame rate. Sometimes they do like like super close-ups of their faces all the time. And I think that's just to like make it easier to animate, because you don't have to show much of the background. You can just have their face like talking.
But you do need the lip sync to look halfway decent, and they don't even try.
For an old friend has challenged me to remember this.
I remember thinking when the henchmen were fighting the X-Men, like the bigots or whatever, and they were like, "Get out of here, mutant," or whatever, like that voice, whatever that voice is. I'm like, did they get the same extras from the original show? The same people to be like, "We don't want any mutants," or whatever. It's like, always the same guys. I was also wondering, like, if cost was an issue, like, what? Don't you think like a movie of this would have made more sense?
Yeah,
an animated, like call it X-Men 97, do like a streaming movie.
Yeah, like the WB movies and
exactly
the Mortal Kombat movies, something like that.
And then you don't have to carry around this conceit that like, oh no, like we're gonna keep this thing going for a while, with our fired showrunner who's been on.
Oh yes, there's so that controversy. But he was fired, and the only thing I found was like a Looper article that was like he was hard to work with, and also his OnlyFans was disturbing to Disney. So he has an OnlyFans account.
He was banned from set for disruptive wokeness.
Well, that's definitely not the case.
You know, the elderly actors are very distracting for me. Because like, you know, like take Rogue, for example, like she doesn't sound that different, but she sounds different. She sounds like, like, what's going on, sugar?
It is, yes.
We've rodeoed more sentinels than I care to count. And Storm and Bishop are made of sterner stuff than you think.
Or Wolverine, like, he's like, you know, the appeal of that voice was that it kind of was a high register and a low register. It was like, you know, I finally feel at peace, bub. And now it's like, hey, bub, stop tugging my ear.
At least I won't have to listen to your flapping mouth anymore. Jeez, Dad, keep buzzing in my ear.
It doesn't sound quite right.
I have no frame of reference for any of these, but
well, you probably remember Wolverine's voice from Marvel vs. Capcom, like claw, or whatever he says.
Rogue's voice definitely sounds off. Like even like just it sounds like a strange coming out of that style. Of like,
well, yeah, that's I agree. There's kind of like an incongruence between, you know, it's a little more anime-ish now, and it's, I think, like 30% more dramatic. And I know I already established like the original was pretty dramatic. This is like quite a bit more dramatic, I would say. Like they've leaned all the way in, and Now, like those cartoon voices, like the Wolverine voice and the Rogue voice and the Gambit voice, these are always like not the most naturalistic, performance driven voices on the original cartoon. And so to have them like in long-winded dialogue sequences with one another that go on quite a while because there's no commercials, because the Saturday morning cereal commercials and toy commercials used to break this thing up.
Keep it brisk, keep it moving. Yeah.
Now like Cyclops and Jean can like fuck around in a kitchen for like 10 minutes being like, the professor told us he would give the X-Men to us, but it is just not the same to not have the professor here. I know, Scott, but you are the leader that we always wanted you to be. Wolverine might not like you right now, but he'll like you eventually. Hey, what's going on, sugar? I thought I'd join you in the sugar kitchen. Sugar bear.
Sugar bear's after my golden crisp cereal.
Can't get enough of that golden crisp. There was some sequence like Wolverine's watching TV and Jean comes in. She's like, what's going on the TV? And he's like, well, bub, Magneto is being held and this, that, and the other. Like, they're just like shoe leathering like crazy. This thing used to have commercials. I think the commercials are necessary. Bring them back.
I mean, it's fine. Like, there's definitely worse things on Disney Plus, and were the action sequences, I think, are very worth it if you are a fan of X-Men and want to see them do cool, badass stuff and pretty good animation. This isn't really doing anything for me for story wise, but then again, I'm not a fan of the original, so I'm definitely not the target audience. So
in theory, you could like an X-Men show. X-Men's cool,
and like there are cool aspects to it, like the whole Magneto inheriting the school, and
that's a good hook. Xavier's gone. Magneto's the new guy. I think that's probably the most intriguing story element. There's a problem with it, which is you can tell that the writing staff are fans. I get the impression of violent militant activism, and Magneto fits the bill. And so maybe at one time he would have been an anti-hero or a sympathetic villain, maybe more accurately. Now he's just straight up. They just love this dude.
They make him really sexy. Sexy grandpa.
90-year-old. For all this talk of reducing the sex appeal on Rogue's butt, I think there's sex appeal all over this thing. I mean, Gambit can't put his abs away.
Yeah, everyone's naked. Yeah, Jean Grey's crying, and then there's this weird shot of Storm like eyeing her, and I was just like, whoa, are they sexing each other up? What's going on? It's like, oh no, they're just having a heart-to-heart, but it just seems so steamy for some reason.
Morph kind of looks like he has a little bit of that kind of like androgynous Pee Wee Herman sexuality.
You know what? And I'm actually fine with the horniness, because given like how like sterile like Star Wars was, when it's like Sabine and Ezra were like, our relationship is very brother and sister like.
Yeah, high five. These X-Men are not high fiving each other. They're getting each other wet. Living all in the same house.
Yeah, like Rogue likes Magneto apparently, and then Gambit like he's like overhears that, and he like drops his Queen of Hearts card. So there's it's kind of fun. It's a little clumsy and deviant art, like fan fiction. But
it strikes me as very deviant art. This is not just an X-Men adaptation. This is an adaptation of a children's Saturday morning cartoon from the 90s. And there's a lot of people who are like, it's just like it. It's picking up right where it left off. And I'm like, when in that show would there have been a scene where Wolverine has to rush Jean Grey to the hospital to have a baby, and they would have denied her health care, and so Rogue has to touch the surgeon to get surgeon powers so she can deliver the baby? This whole thing is like from the imagination of someone who didn't work on the original, maybe.
Again, I'm not a huge X-Men person. Can Rogue do that? I thought it was just like mutant powers that she could suck.
She's gonna like touch Magneto and like grow a dick and then fly at the screen.
Who cares? Let them be alone for a change.
Yeah, some of the animation reminded me of like CDI Zelda. A little bit. The close-ups and some of the frame drops.
It's so true. Like it's obviously not as bad as that. Like if you watch those Zelda CDI. As a quick aside, there's a new game. It's like RZ, the Jewel of Faramore. It's on Steam, I think, and it's a game that has the same style as those CDI Zeldas. It's really cool, but they make the game like more tolerable to actually play. Obviously, you don't want it to be a nightmare like those games. It's like the same exact kind of cutscenes, and you interact with people, it's the same kind of animation, and it plays it completely straight. I mean, it's obviously goofy because they're doing that animation, but it's like they don't lampshade it, so it's actually like they take it kind of seriously, like as if it was produced for like the CDI. It's check it out if you want to have a laugh, and it's actually kind of fun.
I showed Nina like maybe 5 minutes of the show because I kept almost telling her about X-Men 97. I was like, so X-Men 97. And I just wouldn't know where to start. I don't know how to, I'm like, it's kind of horny and kind of weird and Zelda CDI. Like, I don't know how to talk about it. And so I was like, can I just show you like 5 minutes of it real quick? And I showed her like the dance sequence where mocapped like Jubilee dancing.
Oh yeah, that's jarring and out of place.
She watched a little bit of it. And have you seen Chasing Amy? Kevin Smith's Chasing Amy?
Oh, you know what? I haven't.
So this won't make any sense to you, but it's a really funny thing she said. Joey Lauren Adams plays the lead in that. And she plays a lesbian who Ben Affleck falls in love with, and then she kind of goes for it. And it's all about like the sexual politics of that situation. And the premise is that they're both comic book writers. He's doing Dick and Fart, like Blunt Man and Chronic style comic books, and she is doing like a very mature sexual politics comic. It's kind of like very metropolitan art style. The book was called Idiosyncratic Routine, and Nina was like, this cartoon reminds me of Idiosyncratic Routine. Which that's exactly what it is. But hey, Rotten Tomatoes likes Idiosyncratic Routine. They can't tell the difference between that and a 90s kids cartoon. So I'm left wondering a couple things like, hey, why not just make a new show? Because you are kind of like, they obviously want to do something new, but they're tethered to these particular voice actors and this particular style, which is awkward to adapt, I think, with modern technology. And there's obviously things about it, like with Jubilee and with Morph that they didn't want to keep. The original Jean Grey's voice is in it. She plays that Dr. Cooper character.
You sound like Charles. He would have been proud today.
It's not your fault either.
But then they got a new, I don't know, younger sounding Jean Grey as the main Jean.
Just ever since I was in Gyric's mind, I can't shake this feeling that something terrible is coming.
So they obviously wanted to like adapt it further. So I'm just left wondering, like, why not? Because there are cool X-Men cartoons. Like, a lot of people like X-Men Evolution. I'm the only person in the world who liked Wolverine and the X-Men from like 2011 or so. I think it's a really cool fucking show. I think the animation is, you know, it is that 2D computer animation style. And I think, what are the main reasons people critique that show? I guess because it makes Wolverine the main character. It makes him the leader of the X-Men, which is antithetical to like the point of his character. But it opens with a very compelling reason, which is there's like an inciting incident where Xavier's mind goes crazy and he blows up the whole mansion, kind of like in Logan, like similar to what happened in Logan. So he blows up the whole mansion and all the X-Men disperse and Wolverine's on his own and he finds Hank McCoy, Beast, and they rebuild the X-Men together. And then you find out that I think like Xavier telepathically communicate with the past from the future, from the troubled future. So then they end up doing Days of Future Past. And then they end up doing the Sentinel program because they're like, the Sentinel program is here in the future. And then they end up doing Genosha with Magneto because like meanwhile, Magneto is trying to get mutants to this island of Genosha and they do the Brotherhood of Mutants and they do Wolverine versus the Hulk at one point. They figure out a way to do every major X-Men storyline except for Apocalypse, except for Age of Apocalypse in like one season of TV. They got Nightcrawler in there and they got Scarlet Witch in there and it's good. It's good. I thought it was super good. Like I watched it as an adult, whereas, you know, I have very fond memories of the original X-Men cartoon. I'd watched the ones that I'm most familiar with. Like there's one where Wolverine lives with the Inuit tribe. He's like trying to find himself and like Sabretooth keeps attacking him and he has to like save the village from Sabretooth. This is a good, really good episode, like a little Dancing with Wolves style episode. But if you dropped me in the middle of season 3, 4, or 5, or like watch a random X-Men episode from that time, you know, I wouldn't really love it. Whereas Wolverine and the X-Men, I watched the whole thing, like it was 26 episodes or something. I watched the whole thing as if it was a show I enjoyed watching. Since the Fox acquisition, this is the first Disney produced X-Men content.
Yeah, pretty shocking. This is it. Next is Deadpool, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose it's a good time to release it, right? Like get people talking, thinking about X-Men again. But is Deadpool the best way to get like the X-Men into this universe? I don't think so. Just do X-Men. Call it X-Men. Marvel's X-Men. Call it Marvel's X-Men.
One thing is the sound design is really good in this. The mixing of the music. I'm thinking about like the first episode where Storm comes in and she's turning the sand into glass with her lightning bolts and then that music comes in. I'm like, hell yeah.
Ancient sands, heed my
my command.
They definitely, in that original cartoon, they really established a good aesthetic and sound for what X-Men is. That franchise has been running off of those fumes since that cartoon show. I really think so. It would be really cool if they could adapt a lot of classic X-Men stories through this new cartoon show. I don't know. Should they have just recast the whole everybody at this rate?
Yeah, because some of them sound too old.
They sound old and they sound cartoony. And this is not a very cartoony cartoon.
It could take months, even years to develop a cure. And the virus is already spreading rapidly. There's no time.
Yeah, you can't do the Saturday morning cartoon thing with serious storylines.
There were times where I was watching, I actually felt uncomfortable. All the close-ups and the scenes that were going on too fucking long, and I was I felt weird. Beavis and Butthead remains king of the 90s cartoon revivals, by a long shot.
I love when YouTube feeds me clips from the new show, and I just watch them all.
There's been a bunch of them now where they think that they're experiencing something in a virtual world, but they're just in the real world. The one they put on sunglasses, they think it's VR goggles. There's a guy in the mall selling stuff and they think he's an NPC and they're asking for their mission or they're we don't know what to do in this game. We should just kill ourselves and then we can restart. And they're getting themselves hit by cars. It's oh, damn it. I didn't die yet. He's got to hit me again so I can restart.
Yeah, or when they go to the escape room, but then they just go into a bathroom. It's
yeah.
It looks just like a bathroom. Interesting. This mummy is trickier than I thought.
There's so many concepts like that where they I love when they're walking around the bathroom and Butthead goes, all right, let's see here.
Words. Let's see. Jason, it's balls. But what does it mean?
Anytime Butthead takes control of the situation, all right, let's see here. Or a girl passed Beavis a love note and he snatches the note away and goes, let's see here.
Let me see that, Beavis. Let's see here. A butt.
Butthead's gonna offer some understanding.
Gene. What's wrong, Gene? Gene. Gene.
Gene.
Gene. Gene. Gene. Gene. Gene.
Gene.
Gene.
Gene.
Gene. Gene. Gene. Gene. Gene. Gene. Gene.
Gene.
Gene. Gene. Gene. Where's Gene? Gene. 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 Gene.
Gene.
Gene.
Gene.
Gene. Gene.
Gene.
Gene. Gene.
Gene. Gene. Gene.
Gene. Where's Gene?
Gene.
Gene. Gene. Gene. Gene. Gene. Gene. Gene. Gene. Gene. Gene. Gene.
Just for the pleasure of burying your bones.
I was gonna open with a song, and the song goes like this. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. Because that was how X-Men ended. When the original X-Men movie came out, obviously everybody always talked about the yellow spandex and the why is it not comic book accurate and stuff. But I remember thinking what would really jazz this thing up as a memorable score, and why not just use that fucking theme song that everybody already loves? And I think they just figured that out, maybe 30 years late or something.
Like a mutation.
Because everybody knows how much that thing slaps, that intro theme.
Yeah, and the remix version is really, really good. Every time Disney Plus, it comes up with that button that says skip intro, I'm like, shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. I'm not gonna skip the intro.
And they kind of, that might be my favorite part of the whole experience. And they Game of Thrones-ized it, right? Where as the story develops, the intro develops. Everybody loves that. That's an enjoyable.
When Magneto goes missing, it's his intro is just the background without him in it or the words. It's great. That's really fun and really smart.
It's a good storytelling technique, I think,
with anything episodic to kind of like re-ground you, like Better Call Saul, Breaking Bad. They'll do it with like, they'll open an episode with a big flashback, a flashback to something you've never seen before, but some like a flashback that kind of like refocuses you on what this character is all about or what they want or what's in their mind. And this intro is another way of doing that. Or, you know, I don't know, I think of like opening Return of the King with Smeagol. Just these little ways of kind of being like, yeah, there's a lot of plot and there's a lot of crap and there's a lot of MacGuffins and there's a lot of superpowers, but yeah, it's nice to kind of, and in this finale, when it kind of opened with, once again, Magnus, once again, Xavier, you know, locked in the, because that's kind of like the fundamentals of X-Men is these two having a philosophical conversation that will never end, that will never get resolved. And I gotta say, I was pretty pleased. In the first few episodes, I was like, oh, you know, this is made by people who maybe like will never get around to admitting that like Magneto is in fact villainous.
Magneto was right.
It found its way there. It got there.
Yeah, because Xavier shatters their minds together or whatever, and they're like stuck in a bar in their mind, and he has to kind of rehabilitate Magneto. But as always, there's the good push and pull back between those two characters, which is always fun.
Yeah, and they kind of revealed a little bit. I don't think they ever addressed the Holocaust thing at all in the original version of the series. So, but maybe it was always kind of understood that that's what he went through. I'll have to go back. I don't think they ever referenced it in the cartoon show.
I think they did a little bit.
No, don't make me see. Xavier, I can't. No more!
But I think they reference it in a very Saturday morning cartoon way.
That reminds me of in the 1966 Batman, the Adam West Batman. I think they only mentioned the fact that his parents were killed once. It's in the first, it's in the first episode where he's like, well, as you know, Commissioner Gordon, ever since my parents were tragically killed, I vowed that Gotham City would never have to experience that again. And that's what I'll do. and that's it.
Don't mention it, Mr. Harris. Perhaps if there'd been anti-crime centers of the type you now propose when my own parents were murdered by dastardly criminals.
No, but there's a lot of great moments like just Magneto. He's like, I can't remember my parents' faces.
I can't see them. Where are their faces? Why can't I see their faces?
There's like some stuff that's like pretty heavy. And
yeah, that's very impactful. The thing that's traumatizing him the most is he can't remember his parents' faces. And that's one of the cool things you can do with Xavier as a character is like actually like get under the, like you can't hide from Xavier, you know? Magneto wears a helmet to do so. And it's really cool that like when Xavier's dead, quote unquote, Magneto doesn't have to wear his helmet anymore. It's like, it's like a big brother you're hiding from. It's like accountability that you're hiding from.
And there's something about Xavier too. He is this like, the secret bomb that he knows it. He, like when they're first coming out to each other in the bar that they're mutants. He's like, I could probably really do some damage with this, but I'm like choosing not to even like test those limits.
Be mindful not to sound like you actually are a mutant.
What if I were?
Run and hide before someone starts dreaming of camps.
At the end of the day, this whole thing was about these like android, half mutant, half sentinel, mutant genocide kind of thing, where they first started with Genosha and had like this horrible nuclear catastrophe, with sentinels that, spoilers, kills Gambit. And as far as we can tell, actually kills Gambit. And then, there was a subplot where Cyclops had a baby with Madeline Pryor and it got infected by a disease by Mr. Sinister. So they sent him to the future to get a cure, and that future baby becomes Cable. And now Cable's back to try to stop this kind of sentinel genocide. And all the X-Men have to team up and, they get in their old costumes and stuff. And it's kind of sweet. They rob Storm of her powers for a little while, so she has to kind of get her mojo back. Wolverine, in the penultimate episode, as he does in the comics, gets his adamantium stripped from him by Magneto. They don't pay that off. They don't really do anything in the finale with that, so I can't help but think that's like a season 2. Like, in the end, Asteroid M, Magneto's asteroid, comes hurtling at Earth, and they're able to stop it, but before they do, they all kind of like vanish with the asteroid, and it turns out they're in like the ancient Egyptian world, and they run into like an ancient Egyptian apocalypse.
Some of them were sent to the future.
It's very X-Men, so what do I want? But if you're going to tell a story that good, like, I do kind of want it to wrap up a little bit.
Yeah, it's very comic booky to be like, oh, to be continued. But I don't know. At the same time, it is an episodic television that you never know when it's going to get canceled. And so you kind of want to sure, you could have some open threads, but I'd rather a more definitive end.
Yeah, and ironically, that's exactly how Wolverine and the X-Men ended. They had this giant epic story. It concludes, and then like Apocalypse walks out, and it's like to be continued, and it never continued.
Well, this is, I think, getting a season 2.
It's got to. Come on.
Apparently already mostly written by the showrunner, who we've been calling the pervert, but maybe uncharitably. I have no idea what he did. Or
we don't know. It's probably fine.
It's probably fine. He's been on Twitter, commenting along with the show and providing insight. It's kind of fun.
It's gotta be so frustrating for a guy who must have been pretty damn proud of what he was able to accomplish with this, and then like he gets totally benched.
And he seems like he was completely involved because he's got writing credits on a ton of episodes, and I feel like he was the throbbing pervert behind all that. I don't know the story, but that's just my read.
Did you notice that there was a moment in this finale where like Rogue charged up to like go attack? Like she backed dad ass up right into the camera, and it's her big round juicy ass. And I was like, look at that. I was like, this show is genius. They tricked everybody into thinking like there's no more asses in this show. And you know, just like in real life, they made you earn the ass.
Made you earn the ass.
I'm just going to give you the ass in the pilot episode. You're going to have to earn. They must have gone back, and they were like, in the finale, let's give them some Rogue butt. But by that point, you know, it'll be great.
They did some extra frames of animation to put that ass in.
And how far we've come. I remember like in the first 2 episodes or whatever, you had like awkward Jubilee, like rotoscope dancing in the nightclub. And
yeah,
we were like, this show looks dumb and weird, and I don't get it. And it feels like American anime in a bad way and stuff. Like that's kind of how we were all feeling. And then I swear to God, like I don't know if I got used to it or if the animation actually improved over time. Remember, we were like, I'm sure it'll degrade if anything because of budget and everything. But I'm like now pretty damn impressed by the animation in the show overall.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it is I got used to it or it got better, but it does feel like it found its footing. And and maybe it's just because the story has been pulling us along and all the threads came together, and Bastion was a cool villain. And I thought Cyclops this is probably the best Cyclops we've had in a while.
Yeah, easily.
Because he's kind of a cuck boy in the movies and stuff like that. But
I think this is the right story to give him. Where the stake that he has is that he doesn't want to fail as a father, and he's kind of immediately forced to fail as a father. And I might feel like just a smidge like I'm overselling how good it is. And I feel like that because there's been so much junk lately that when you see something that you're looking forward to the next episode, normally I just like slog through this stuff for the podcast. Whereas this was something I was like, oh, no more X-Men. I was enjoying X-Men. I look forward to new X-Men. Like it's been a little while since I felt anything like that before. So I feel like maybe I'm overstating its quality. But all you got to do is come up with like, all right, what does this character want? Remember Paul Heyman said it about wrestling. He was like, we don't have a difficult industry. Who are these 2 people? Why are they fighting? Why should I pay to see it? Like that's That's storytelling, man.
It's not a complicated business. Who are these 2 people? Why are they fighting? Why should I care enough to pay to see it? If you answer those questions, you don't need 9 layers of a storyline. You need a simple one.
It's so true. It's so true. And I feel like that with most, the media nowadays, like they just released a trailer for like Rings of Power season 2. And I'm like, I see that trailer. I'm like, what am I supposed to get out of any of this? And then on the same day, I think probably on purpose, House of the Dragon released a trailer, and you watch that trailer and like, oh, I get exactly what this show is going to give me. Yeah. I know like who the players are, like what sides they're on, what they're trying to do, all from the trailer. And it's like, this isn't hard, people.
I see Rings of Power trailer and I go, who are these 30 people? Why aren't they fighting? Why should I pay to see it? There's way too many of them and they're all uninteresting.
And I know there's going to be some dumb mystery box, like, I don't know, how did Sauron get his armor? There's going to be something,
Like it'll be like 15 episodes leading up to seeing the white hand of Saruman on like a helmet or something, and you're like, oh, I know it.
Yeah, or it's like, this is how he builds the tower with the eye. And you're just like, oh.
Yeah. Did you see that Warner Brothers is in fact moving forward with, we reported on this years ago now, I feel like 2 years ago maybe. But, Warner Brothers wanted to develop more Peter Jackson, Lord of the Rings movies. It was like, yeah, they're doing it. Andy Serkis is directing. And therefore, the title of the movie, which we're all very excited about, is The Hunt for Gollum. I'm like, are you sure it's not a video game? It sounds like... It sounds so what they've done to Star Wars.
I don't know. What else can you tell with Gollum? Maybe they're going to surprise me. I don't know.
I mean, Rings of Power is junk, but it's got one thing right, which is you tell a story about 1,000 years before the events, or you world build and you create more than just like the War of the Ring. And to do a story about Gollum, what's he doing? He's wandering around. He's encountering characters we've seen before. And The Hobbit showed that Peter Jackson is not immune to this kind of storytelling stupidity. It's like, like cameo by Saruman, cameo by Cate Blanchett. Like, these characters from elsewhere. The J.J. Abrams effect, where they can't get away from like the core things about Lord of the Rings.
Andy Serkis will direct.
You know what? He directed Venom 2.
He did?
Yeah.
I know he did that like weird
Jungle
Book movie, right?
Yeah, I've not seen that, but I kind of want to.
It had like weirder faces than the other Jungle Book movie that happened around that time.
The actual Disney Jon Favreau one. That seems like a big fuck up. How did we make 2 Jungle Books around this? I mean, come on. Just talk around. It's not that big a town.
Yeah, I mean, that's famously, it always happens. There's always, 2 asteroid movies at the same time. 2 movies about invading the White House.
Gene.
I'll start by saying I had a dream. I don't know. I don't dream very often. My daughter is obsessed with dreams. Every single morning she wakes up and is like, can I tell you about the dream that I had? Or she started to fall asleep the other night. And she goes, as she's fading off, she goes, good night, Dad. I hope I have some sick dreams.
So I just waited there for her to come back. Then a dragon appeared and tried to eat me.
But I had one, and it was, the age-old dream of like, it's mid-semester.
Oh, yeah.
Right, and I haven't been I enrolled in the class, but I haven't been going to the class.
Yeah, I used to be in theater, so I did a lot of theater, and I was acting, and I had big parts, lots of lines, and yeah, that's the same dream I have. It's like, oh, you're in this play tomorrow, and I'm like, oh, I didn't memorize any of the lines, and I've got to do this play. What do I do?
The other one that I think everybody can relate to, the famous dream is that you're naked, right? That's not exactly my dream. My dream is that I decided to go out basically naked. I was like, it's fine. I'll just wear underwear and go to work or whatever. And it's like 1:00 p.m. and I'm like, I've been walking around in underwear in front of everybody all fucking day. And I'm like regretting it terribly. Like, why did I do this? This doesn't work in the office.
It seemed like such a good idea, go. You're cooler, get more ventilation.
Like one testicle has been popping out all day, and you start to like as the dream becomes more lucid, you're like, could I be in legal trouble? Like the practicality of it starts to set in.
Your behavior was unprofessional and uncalled for. But when it's done with this kind of wit and style, it's all in good fun. And you should lighten up, Toots.
Yeah, lighten.
Case dismissed.
So wait, do you have actually boxers on, or do you have like comical tighty whities?
No, I would have boxers, I think, in this situation, or I might be fully nude. Maybe like Winnie the Pooh style, or like a small red shirt and no pants. I'm just walking around free balling.
Oh, bother.
Oh, bother. I should probably go home and put some rumblies on my tumblies.
You mean put on pants?
On your junk?
I need to pull you into my office and have a very difficult conversation, Pooh.
Pooh, you're making the workplace very uncomfortable.
Well, if it's going to be free balling. Piglet, pull down my drawers. Well, I don't know if I should do that.
Unpin my tail.
It's not a very good tale, but I'm kind of attached to it.
Thanks. It's not much of a tale, but I'm sort of attached to it.
Speaking of sick dreams, we got a really weird comment from somebody named Lisa Markinko. This was on the Why Mate Quit video. Does anyone on here have reoccurring nightmares or scream and cry in their sleep, but enjoy it?
Did we talk about that in that video at all? Or is this
Not
just
a thing. There's no dream talk. She just was like, hey, while everybody's here, run something by you.
You know, that's what happens. You put something out on the internet and people are they're gonna respond back.
So I did have a dream anyway, and the dream was that I wasn't done making my first movie.
Wow.
It was a terrible feeling. I was like, oh shit, like I've been working on this for a long time. I was like, and I think what like the way it was playing on my anxieties in the dream was my first movie. It was called I Need to Lose 10 Pounds. It was a comedy, it was a musical. It was, like way too big of an idea, way too many locations, way too much everything for, what I was 16 and I finished it when I was 20. It was challenging for all kinds of reasons. Like for instance, I wrote it really young. I was finishing it really old, like in college, it did well at Trauma Dance. It won Trauma Dance and, it got distributed by them. And it was fun. Like, so, some people really liked it. We certainly cut our teeth in filmmaking and shot for like 4 years. But one of the biggest challenges of it, and I don't like to talk about it like too in detail because like there's, people involved and stuff, but basically the main actor was somebody who committed to the movie like at a really young age, just like I was committing to making a movie at a really young age. And as it went on, like for years, like into the first year, second year, he was like, he didn't want to be part of it anymore. It was making him wake up early on a lot of weekends, and the content was exploitative in some ways. It was like over the top comedy and a lot of like self-deprecating stuff. And, I think he just like didn't want to be an actor. He wasn't having fun with it. And it was disastrous because we were like a year or two in and he was like being kind of serious about quitting. Like at one point he did quit. It was like, we shot like an action sequence where he got like nicked in the chin and he was like, I'm going to quit. You do it. You be the main actor. And we had to like seriously consider like recasting mid movie, making a joke about it, but you can't even do it mid movie because we shot completely out of order. So it would have been like 2 years of footage down the drain. And at that age, all I cared about was making this movie, all I cared about was finishing it, making progress on it. I remember like as high school graduation was approaching, feeling like a sense of dread because I was like, oh, I should be much closer to finishing the movie. It got to be a point where people only knew me as like, oh, that's the guy who's trying to finish that movie. And it was like, and my advice to anybody who wants to do a big project is like, you got to finish it. You got to finish it. Because that's like the confidence you're going to carry to the next project. And if there's a finished project and it's halfway decent, that's the thing you'll be able to show people. That's the thing that you'll be able to use to excite people to the next one. Because on the first one, you got no credibility. You're just somebody who wants to do something. You're not somebody who's ever done anything before. And so like you have to grind. And I remember thinking like, oh, should we just cut these scenes? Should we just cut some corners? Should we like, I remember my dad too, because he was watching his son like kind of spiral hopelessly. he was like, what do you have to do to get this finished? And I remember I had like Home Depot lights in my trunk for like years, like those yellow like headlamp ones that were totally inappropriate for filming. They weren't soft in any way. They were just big lights.
Yep.
And I had a bag, like a Spencer's Gifts plastic bag full of plastic limbs. Cause often like there were gags in the movie where somebody would lose a limb or something. There's always limbs everywhere, like a foot, a bludgeoned hand. That's how I lived for a while. Matt from BoxMac was in it.
So in your dream, those were still in your trunk.
Yeah. I was like, wait, what do I still have to do to call it finished, to finish the movie? And I was like, well, I have most of the scenes, but I don't have the main actor's angles on them. So maybe if I can just convince him to like spend like one more day, we can get the angles. If we hit, that's where I was like problem solving that. And in the dream, I was like, well, really, probably the movie's done, right? Like, I don't think you need those angles. Like the audience will get it. And I was like, no. We've come this far. Let's get every angle we wanted to get. That's where it was so weird. And I woke up, like, this went on for like 2 hours. And from like 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. I was like trying to finish my first movie. And there were times during the dream where I was like, I'm 38. This is the movie I finished when I was 20. I was like, oh my God, I'm 38 and I'm still working on it. I told Nina about it later. Nina, who, was there for the whole thing originally. And she was like, yeah, I probably wouldn't support still working on the movie here at age 38. So anyway, that got me to thinking, when does a project get too complicated? Where like, you've got to kind of go back to the drawing board, or you've got to reel it in a bit. Often like you'll receive a piece of feedback or criticism about, some creative work that you did. And, a lot of times it's very valid, or, they'll see something in the movie. Like, oh, this is a little off center, or this is a little weird, or I didn't quite understand this, or I don't buy into the fiction because the location is strange or whatever. And I remember especially when I was younger, just thinking like, yeah, you're right. But it's kind of the difference between the movie existing and not existing. Yeah. I learned to not be a perfectionist pretty fast.
You feel better about yourself as soon as you get more and more projects under your belt, and you just have to finish them. Yeah. Even if they're like imperfect, even if, you just you gotta mark them done. You gotta put them out to the world and get your lessons, and then you can start the next one.
It's funny because I was just at this like another like leadership thing, and they did this. I'm sure a lot of people out there, they did it in our Scouts group too, Gloria's Scouts group. It's like almost the same exact exercise. It's that corny thing where like they break you up into groups. They give you 18 minutes, and they give you raw spaghetti, one full-size marshmallow, a little bit of rope, and a little bit of masking tape. And they go, whoever builds the tallest structure in the amount of time, in the allotted time. And it also, by the way, it has to be freestanding. So you can't hold it up, prop it up with your own hands. Tallest structure that has the marshmallow at the top wins. What you find is groups that overplanned and found themselves putting the marshmallow only in the last minute or 2 minutes, their structures almost always collapse. They almost always lose. And they can't, they don't end up not participating because they spent the first 5 to 10 minutes planning their structure, and then they can't put anything on the top. Whereas, and apparently like kindergartners were a group that does really well at this exercise. The people who don't plan, the people who just dive for spaghetti and just start trying to crap something together, they always win, or they have a much higher likelihood of winning. And the reason is this: nobody, statistically speaking, really understands how heavy the marshmallow is.
Yeah.
You don't know it until the end when you go, oh shit, like I built this beautiful thing and the marshmallow doesn't hold up. And the people who dive in quickly, they learn that the marshmallow is heavy much earlier in the process. And then they're able to kind of like scrap it and reiterate, try again, iterate again, right? And maybe they don't get that tall, but they get the marshmallow at the top. They finish it. They cross the finish line. And that got me thinking about like stories and story structure. Like I think during the Barbie talk, we said like, what are the 3 essential components of a screenplay? There's the story. That is to say, what's it about, right? What's the, not specifically the plot, like not, hey, we're looking for Infinity Stones, but what's this thing about? Why does this thing exist? What's it teaching us about ourselves and about the world? You know, Rocky's not about boxing, for example. And then there's story structure. So structure, I think, is about like pacing and rhythm. So that's like, if it's an hour and 40-minute movie, probably by minute 20, we should have the inciting incident. We should be, the status quo should be broken. We should be into our story. I can probably think of movies where like the story was really strong. There was a really good reason to tell that story. I think of the prequels, honestly. Where I'm like telling the story of Darth Vader's fall is a good story. It's a worthy thing to tell a story about. But I think the structure, pacing, order, chronology is kind of flawed, like quite flawed.
Be with me. Be with me.
These are your final steps, Rey. Rise and take them.
I don't like sand.
And then the third would be your character and dialogue work, learning who the characters are and relating to them. And I think like it's so common that you'll start writing, like you have to just start building the fucking spaghetti. You have to just start writing, and like you'll figure out like what is it I'm trying to support with what I'm writing. Because you probably go in not knowing, or you think And you realize, like, and the thing that has happened to me every time I've written a story or whenever I've collaborated with people, like I see other people do it. I see smart people do it. It's like a natural law or something. Like, I don't even know how you would avoid this. You always get bogged down by irrelevant, erroneous, strange plot details that you made up and you imposed on your own story accidentally. I remember we were writing Having Fun Up There together. We had Post-it notes and we were doing that whole thing. And we had this like conception of Mark, the main character, has like a roommate and the roommate's going to move out and the roommate's got a girlfriend and like it's going to like implicate his rent situation and maybe he's going to have to like live on a couch. Like we had this whole thing. And after after you dig in deep enough, you go past that and you kind of get to the end, you go back to the middle and you realize you're like, why is all this roommate shit in this movie? You're like, this has nothing to do with the story we're telling at all. But we probably didn't know what story we were telling when we were dreaming up all this shit. You might think like that's what an amateur writer might do, but a more experienced seasoned writer might not box themselves into that corner. I think that's probably not true. I think that seasoned writers box themselves into weird corners all the time and have to kind of like go back to the top or I think there's almost like most writers have some moment where they go, oh, what is all this shit? Tear this down, simplify this, simplify, because now I actually know where I'm going. Now I actually know, again, just to use the stupid spaghetti analogy, it's like maybe you build some ridiculous like inverted pyramid thing, but you're like, this doesn't help me support the marshmallow.
Yeah.
And I was watching Yester Worlds, right? YouTube channel that does stuff about behind the scenes of amusement parks, movies, TV shows, old studios, that kind of thing. It's a good, very good YouTube channel.
Ones that were shelved and never saw the light of day, such as those we've explored in previous episodes.
And I was watching one about original versions of Disney classics. So he covered Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, Frozen. Beauty and the Beast was a movie that was in production or it was in development for like 3 or 4 years before they finally did anything with it. If you look at in fact, they did a whole animatic of like the first act to present to the studio. And the studio said like, this ain't it. Like tear it apart. It was like, okay, Belle is the daughter of a merchant named Maurice. And they live in a mansion because he does very well. And she's got a sister and the mom dies and that, and somehow they're ruined and they have to move out of the mansion. And then they move in with like the evil aunt. And then the aunt wants Gaston to marry Belle. And it was just like all this shoe leather that, just didn't get you any closer to the Beast and Belle. Right. Which is like the heart of the thing. Like what the hell is all this shit? And you can tell what happened. They were like, no, how about she's just a weird girl in her town. She doesn't fit in. And her dad goes to the castle and like we get just strip it down.
Well, I feel like the problem with like Disney Plus shows is that they're just all shoe leather and they never get to the essential story.
That's so spot on because I was thinking that too. I was like, and I think I know the reason why that is. It's because they rush everything into production. They greenlight everything quickly. And if you don't sit with your story, you will not discover how fucked up and shoe leathery it is. You have to you have to stay with it for a while.
Too late, you'll find out the marshmallow's too heavy.
Yeah, you have to sleep on it. You got to play with it more. You got to have more people read it. You've got to break it. You've got to be like, oh, this thing I was attached to that I thought was integral to the story, it's not integral at all. You have to like meditate on it for like I think a while. You have to really like sit there with the content. And so if you're like rushing it into production because they want to get on that volume and start shooting. Not only that, but you have to write like multiple like episodes of this thing. That's how Secret Invasion happens.
Yeah. Well, it was funny, the tweet I showed you where somebody was like, oh, don't worry, the Acolyte isn't using the volume at all. And it's like, it's amazing how we've gone from like 4 years, we've gone to like this amazing new technology, the volume is going to change everything. And now they're just like embarrassed where it's like, we're not using that shit no more.
I mean, they were trying to make the Snow Queen at Disney for 50 years or something. Like Walt was trying to make it happen. And they kept not being able to figure it out. I think they were unable to figure out, like, is she a villain or not? And it wasn't until somebody was like, maybe they're sisters. And it was like, oh, we're telling a story about sisters. Aladdin, it was similar where they actually start with, like any good musical, they start with the music. So Alan Menken and Howard, whatever his name is, they like kind of like put together the all the musical numbers, and then they designed the story kind of around that.
Howard said if you can take a song and you can remove it from the script and the script still makes sense, you haven't done your job.
So like in the case of Frozen, for instance, like Bobby Lopez and Kristen Lopez are kind of like co-writers with the screenwriters, like a Broadway musical might be. Because then the songs are your major story beats. The other one that I was thinking of was, they give you, on Lord of the Rings, they gave so much insight about the process. And the one that you almost can't believe it. It seems so stupid. When Frodo is drawing closer to throwing the ring into the fire and Aragorn leads an army to march on Mordor, to kind of distract Mordor to give Frodo a chance. They not only did they write, but they shot Sauron coming out and fighting Aragorn with a fucking sword. When he was this kind of more ethereal threat, when in effect, he was the ring. They ruined that by being like, how about they get in a fist fight?
Yeah.
How about they get scrappy with each other? And yeah, they shot it, man. And they had to, they're like, what do we do with all this footage? And they replaced it with a troll, a CG troll. And so he's sword fighting a CG troll in the final movie. And, they, through the power of video editing and stuff, they've made it all kind of work. But you think like, if I wrote a screenplay and it's convoluted and doesn't get to the point and it doesn't find its own story or whatever, like I must be an idiot. I must be a bad screenwriter. It's like, you are not an idiot. Like everybody, the best filmmakers of all time, the people who won the most Oscars, of anybody, they sometimes have Aragorn fighting with Sauron with a sword.
Yes, that's right. Cry like Sauron when he lost his contact lens.
Nobody move. Does anybody see it? It might be stuck to a tree or a rock. Anyone? Oh, I am so grounded.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
Do you remember how on Black Friday we went to like Hobby Lobby and I picked up an arcade sign to put back there, and then it turned out that the arrow was pointing the wrong way?
Yeah, what a scandal.
Often I'm standing in front of it, but you can only imagine how many people have been frustrated. I got in the mail very unexpectedly a new sign that points in the right direction. It's not yet hung on the wall. It will be for future episodes. But this was from a fan. I had no idea this was coming. It was one of those like Amazon gifts, where you get the Amazon package and there's a little note inside. So it was not sure if this is a welcome gift since you seem to have made peace with your other sign, but it's nice to have choices. Thanks for all the entertainment. From great impression of a hot dog in Discord.
Thanks, Big Dog.
Thank you, Big Dog. And you know what I like? So the other one was flat. It was like almost 2-dimensional. And it had kind of like a hologram looking thing, but it had no electronics. This actually does have battery powered like little bulbs.
So it's a significant upgrade.
I think so too. But it's a little harder to mount, so I just need a mounting kit. And we can take this thing to the next level. Do you want to hear some more personal news?
Sure.
Every once in a while, maybe because I do a funny impression here and there, I'll hear from a fan that says like, "Hey, I'm working on a claymation. I'm working on a little flash animation or something. Would you do a voice for it?" And normally it's like low effort. Like I just come down here, I record something for somebody, and it's all good. Send it off. It's probably happened 10 times or something. And in the cases of like, for instance, Chrissy Felmuth years ago, who is like a professional animator, it's sometimes really cool stuff gets made out of it. So that happened to me recently. The guy was like, "Hey, I'm doing like a web comic. I think your voice would be good for it. It's only 193 words," was the way he pitched it. And he goes, I'll pay $100 if that, unless you think you're valued at more. And I was like, I know I do this for free for people for one reason or another. And, he's like, "Oh, are you sure you don't want money?" And I was like, no, I'll take $100. I'll take a free $100.
Yes, please.
But, so then he's like, "All right, could we connect?" So, I said, "Tell me about the script. Tell me about the characters, maybe send me the stuff." And, he describes like somebody who's like timid or something. I don't remember the character's name. And he sends me a webcomic, and I was busy with a lot of things. I kind of whipped through it. I said, "All right, it seems fine." And something in the very back of my mind thought, is this furry art? Are these horny rabbits or something? And I didn't see anything in it that was explicitly sexual. So I thought, well, maybe just furry art has kind of like propagated now. Maybe it's just like, maybe that aesthetic is part of the milieu.
Yeah, I don't think it has to be, this doesn't have to be boning, right? It could just be like, furries living their lives.
It seemed to be something about like a rabbit that was afraid of like being at a skate park or something. He was learning how to skate. We scheduled some time and I was low on it, not unlike James Rolfe. He wanted to direct me through it. And it turned out like he wanted to direct me very specifically. Like, okay, you're going to say like, and because, he's like, I'm going to do a mimic read. And, he basically was having me like impersonate him the whole time, which I'm fine. I'm fine with, I'm not offended. But real actors would be, they don't like those line reads. They're like, no, I need to interpret the emotion,
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, screw that. Whenever I acted, I didn't care what the director did. I liked hands-off directors. I liked hands-on ones. It really doesn't matter to me, but I could see why some people would. Maybe there's like that more free, like interpret the character themselves. Yeah.
It wouldn't work for a stage play because that's a living thing and it's spontaneous every night, or it's meant to feel spontaneous. When you do it with a film shoot, if you're the kind of person who's really shooting to edit, then maybe you just need, you're kind of constructing the visuals and sound in a very specific way, and it's maybe less offensive. I don't remember there was some director, some quote out there that was like, sometimes we're making art, whatever, and sometimes I just need a shot of you walking by the camera. So anyway, so he called it a mimic read. I knew it. The terminology I always use was line read. And so he had said something like, it might be the kind of thing that you don't like or that you don't approve of or something. He said something like that. I said, okay, well, I'm not seeing anything here that I disapprove of.
It's just secret demonic animal porn.
And then about halfway through, I don't remember what prompted it, but I eventually, I was like, is this a furry thing? Halfway through reading it. And he goes, yeah, sorry. And I was like, wow. He's like, do you not want to do it? And I'm like, we're in this far. But I'll finish it. Sure. And then, so we did. And then he needed me to re-record some stuff. And then he's like, all right, I'm going to send you like the final product. And then, that'll be your last chance to back out. I was like, oh man, he's like freaking me out that it's going to be something that I just don't want anything to do with. Yeah. So to be determined, I maybe the furry thing will come out great. And I'll be it'll be really proud work, and I'll put it on my portfolio on Vimeo.
On my reel. This is my demo reel.
I've never been part of such a thing before. I'll be honest with you. I understand that it's related in some way to sex with, like humanoid animals, but I'm not sure what else it is. Is there more to it?
I don't know. I don't run in those circles.
Right. Well, I do now.
I do. Yeah.
I have
permanently associated with them now, and
so I don't know. Maybe we'll have a live screening. Me and all the fans will put our feet up and finally see this thing. I don't know. I also was like, do you want me to do? Am I doing a character? Am I doing like a funny bunny? What am I doing? He's like, no, it's just your voice. And I was like, oh, it's my sexy bunny voice.
You've done some voices for me as well. The EJ comic.
It was different when I did it for you. I don't think anybody was getting off to those cartoons.
Well, yeah, maybe most people weren't. But those compilations of EJ comic are on. I've reposted them on Red Cow Entertainment, so you can find them.
Yeah. EJ, what EJ is referring to is very shortly before we started collaborating more officially. And like right after we got out of grad school, EJ was just to kind of like keep creative, keep putting stuff out. He was putting out like 30 seconds to minute long, kind of like squiggle vision animation, very much in the EJ style. And if you like EJ's humor and comedy, and you like my voice occasionally being in one, search for EJ comic.
And they were actually inspired by Vine at the time.
Oh, really? Did you put them on Vine?
No, because they were too long, but I was inspired kind of by like that short format joke thing.
Yeah.
And it was just, at the time, Vine didn't make it easy to like just upload your own videos. You had to actually record it in the app. And to put up my animations, I'd actually have to record like a screen or something like that. That it wouldn't be very elegant. But then I just did it on YouTube. And
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why do I like Vine more than TikTok?
I don't know. There's something about the extreme limitations I think is sort of appealing.
Like TikTok at this point has become, because it launched as 1 minute long videos, right? And YouTube Shorts has maintained that, but like Instagram Reels, Facebook Reels, and TikToks have all become like regularly people are watching 15-minute, 20-minute videos on these things, right? It's just become a portrait mode YouTube,
pretty much,
but with more of a kind of social media influence-y angle to it.
Yeah, I guess so.
I always felt that Vines, by and large, or at least the ones that became culturally significant, were like little works of art, like true, deliberately made. Some of them are just, they'll always get me. The woman going,
Oh,
or the boy in is covered in peanut butter. He's like, did you put your brother in peanut butter? Yeah.
Or, you know, the classics like Merry Chrysler and Merry
Chrysler.
Christmas.
Happy Christmas. It's Christmas. Merry Crisis. Merry Chrysler.
Whatever happened to the Merry Chrysler girl?
I don't
She's
know.
still out there?
She's probably on TikTok.
So I thought I would clear things up. I am a babysitter and dog walker. And that is what I do now. Dog sitter too. Sit on dogs, babies, whatever.
Have you ever seen the guy who does the, he does a series of the portrait videos on YouTube, and I assume on other platforms, the fuck around to find out relationship, like the diagram?
I know the structure, yes.
It's very funny. Like, you know, he's like, let's say that a man was fucking around, but at like a one fuck around. He just made a light joke about another man's wife. He's talking about Chris Rock and Will Smith. And he's like, and the find out actually rose to 10. And there is not a 1-to-1 relationship. And the reason is because that assumed constant of the 1-to-1 fuck around to find out ratio included if that same man is having his own issues with his wife, then there's, you know, like a conflation effect. And that man will get what is called jaded. Jaded. So getting jaded is when you're pissed off at Jada Pinkett Smith.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
Oil up and hit the gym with me.
We've talked about the gaming historian, Norm, the gaming historian, right?
Yeah, I just watched his Oregon Trail thing. I thought it was it's the same quality you expect from him. You know what I will, the one thing that always pulls me out of a gaming historian video, can you guess what it is?
Those like illustrations?
Yes, it's those webcomic ass illustrations.
Yeah, because they don't fit the style.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You would need something that would be more akin, like I don't know, like a Civil War reenactment photo or something. But yeah, they're just like, they really stick out to me as like, why is like a penny arcade cartoon in here for some reason?
Well, because everything else that you're watching, you would see on like WGBH documentaries or something, you know, and so all of a sudden, when like this like internet, this thing that's kind of like suited for Reddit or something comes up, you're like, this doesn't fit. Whereas I like when he went out like to that university and he got those like beautiful wide shots of the campus and stuff, that, you know, those nice tripod shots of the campus. I was like, this is kind of setting a nice stage. And this one, more than his past videos, it felt like he went on location and shot more.
Yeah, and the interviews are really good, I thought, too, and added a lot. So
yeah, and it's one of those really, one of those gaming curiosities where it's like that was in every school. Everybody has an experience with Oregon Trail.
Yeah, I didn't even realize it started off as like a text adventure thing for ancient S like teletype PCs or whatever.
Right after he released that, I don't know, 2 or 3 days later. And it was an hour and a half long movie. It was a full blown documentary. When YouTubers do that, when they make like they release maybe once a year, twice a year, they work their asses off on it. It's 7 hours, it's 2 hours, it's 14 hours, whatever. When they do that, I always think like, I mean, maybe not like there are certain creators like a Quentin Reviews or something where he makes a 7 hour thing. It's not that well produced. Like you can kind of understand how it got how 7 hours got slapped together the way that it did. But for Norm, it was pretty meticulously put together, researched, scripted, quite nice.
Yeah.
And
it had a narrative, yeah.
And I always think like, wouldn't it make some sense to try to put this behind a paywall, 90-minute movie? I mean, giving away 90-minute movies for free.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't know. I feel like this is it, man.
You think this is the best way to monetize that content? Is just get the ads?
So what I think what Norm did was right. You start off with like making a name for yourself, and then you can do that luxurious, bigger content.
Like,
and people will be bought in.
It's been up for 3 weeks. It has 612,000 views, but that's an hour and a half. And I imagine that it's pretty well viewed, probably. So, we all know that watch time is, so if you got 2 million views, but it was a 10-minute video, that is actually going to yield a lot less revenue than if 600,000 people watch all of your 90-minute movie, right? So sure, he probably got a big payday on this, but, and I think, how often, let's see how often he uploads per year. Let's see. So yeah, he did the first cartridge, the story of the first video game cartridge 10 months ago. And then 3 weeks ago, he made the story of Oregon Trail. So he does not upload often. Like when he did the story of Mario Kart, that got 2.3 million and that was a 50-minute video. So maybe that's interesting. I know Mario is more marketable than Oregon Trail, but.
So yeah, he has 2,235 members and he has 3 tiers, $1 tier, $3 tier, $7 tier. So he's doing pretty well.
What about his? Let's see. I think his ad revenue is not that great. Social Blade, which I found like the higher end estimate, it tends to be pretty accurate on this thing. Socialblade.com. They estimate $63,000 in just the YouTube ad revenue. So add that to what you just said. I think we're probably talking about $200,000 a year that go into his pocket. And so he's not the gaming historian doesn't have fuck you money.
No, it's like it's a well-paying like office job. You probably have gotten promoted a bunch of times.
Yeah, that's a really good way to put it. And it must enjoy doing it, right? So he gets to talk about cool video games, meet developers, and only has to put out 2 things a year. And well, so he put out this thing to his patrons or somebody. This went out. Hello, everyone. For the past 2 weeks, I've been on break, unwinding from finishing my latest documentary on Oregon Trail. I have to admit, it has been nice. I've been played video games for fun, not research. I worked on some tasks around the house. My air conditioner needed a cleaning real bad. I've gone on long walks with my wife, Kristen, and I picked up woodworking projects I had abandoned a few months ago. During this time, I've also been reflecting on my life and thinking about the future of Gaming Historian. While I still enjoy making the show, it consumes most of my life. Whenever I finish up a big project, the immediate thought in my head is, okay, next video. I'd like to get back to that feeling of wanting to make a video rather than having to make a video. There are also other things I'd like to pursue and accomplish, and I don't feel that it is possible while making a YouTube show full-time. So I've made the tough decision to permanently take a step back from Gaming Historian. Permanently, EJ. There's nothing sinister
What,
behind
really?
it. Yes. There's nothing sinister behind my decision. I just felt like it was the right time. Because I will no longer be producing the show full-time, I'll be shutting down my Patreon effective May 1st. I first launched the Patreon back in 2015 when I made Gaming Historian my full-time job. It was a huge help toward not only financial security, but elevating the production level of my content. But since YouTube will no longer be my full-time career, I'm not comfortable collecting donations anymore. If you'd like to continue supporting the show, the best way you can do that is simply watch videos on YouTube. I also plan to stream on Twitch from time to time, so I hope you'll pop in and say hello. So what will I do with my new free time? I'm going to keep improving my woodworking. I'm planning on visiting my family more often. I'd like to finish my master's degree. I'm also co-hosting a history/comedy podcast with Kristen, something we've wanted to do for a long time, an old-timey podcast coming soon. I do want to make one thing clear. Gaming Historian is not going away. It will simply go back to being what it was when I started the show 16 years ago, a hobby that I work on in my spare time. As always, thanks for watching, Norm.
Wow, you're telling me this for the first time.
You just died? Wow. I didn't know that. You're telling me now for the first time. He was a wonderful man. He did a great thing.
So Ellen John's playing in the background.
Oh, that killed me. I didn't expect that.
She led an amazing life. What else can you say? She was an amazing woman.
I'm like, I have to do the ear thing where he's like trying to listen intently.
I don't want to talk about Norm anymore. What's the Elton John song that they're playing in the back?
Just died? Wow. now for the first time. She led an amazing life. What else can you say? She was an amazing woman.
All right, let's say it about Norm. Let's give Norm a send-off that he deserves. What can you say? He was an amazing man. He was an amazing woman. When I first saw this for the first time, my first thought was, oh, I'm glad he's got money. Because, like, the young man, I think he's about my age or younger. And I don't think you can live off of the YouTube backlog for the rest of your life, right?
I wouldn't think so.
He's probably paid off his house. That's good.
He's got a master's degree he's working on.
Yeah, so he must be planning to rejoin the workforce. It's a wild thing.
Yeah. I don't know, man. He did it. I mean, if that's what he wants to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what he's going. He doesn't. Does he? Do you know what he is going for his master's for?
He didn't say.
Be interesting.
He's telling me this for the first time. He maybe he talked an awful lot about woodworking during that whole thing.
Yeah, he did. Maybe. Yeah.
Maybe he wants to work with his hands or something. I don't know. On the one hand, you read it and you relate to it. You know, because we've all been on the. If you make content, you're on this like content treadmill. Mike Matei has talked about that before. He's like, I just wanted to get out of the treadmill. You know, this next video thing. This whole like, I better go over to my computer and start editing thing. Which I get it. I get it more because it's not my job actually. So it's much more tempting to quit. But obviously there's the aside from the fact that there's a financial component to it for him, there's also kind of just like, once you gain an audience, you don't want to just ditch an audience. It's not easy to gain an audience. It's also not easy to make money. Making money is hard. And so walking away from money is obviously that's always something to be admired to some degree. But all I can think is like, are you sure? Do you really need to quit? Well, I guess he's not, right? He said like, no, I'll be doing be doing it whenever, you know?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe that's very healthy. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine, but, especially because like he's upping his game so much, and it's like he's so like you can tell that he's like the little animations he does with it, like when like the little like computer animations that you would do throughout and stuff like that, and it's like
he's quitting on top. What I do know is just quitting your job one day because you realize that your job sucks without like a backup plan or something is pretty ballsy. I mean, it's not something I would ever do personally. I've talked about one time when I was a busser when I was 16. I rage quit. But other than that, I think I would. No. Always got to kind of find the next thing before you. But maybe he's got a plan. When we were talking about it on Discord, our friend Anthony was like, good for him. He doesn't owe anybody an explanation. Do whatever you want. And like I relate to that. I understand that, this sense of like, hey, you don't owe anybody anything. It's your time. You can do whatever you want with your time. But I did have to push back a little bit on this idea of like you don't owe anybody anything, because it's like, well, we if you cultivate an audience, then you have a relationship with that audience, and you do owe them something. Be like you and I are friends. I wouldn't just stop taking your phone calls one day. Like, I don't, fuck you. I owe you no explanation. It is. Yeah. So the question is like, is the relationship with the audience akin to or similar enough to a friendship that it is a relationship at the very least, that you do owe them a statement like this at the very least, I think.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you have backers, you have collaborators, you have like an ecosystem that you're kind of in. So there is like, there is some damage that you're doing. Like, I mean, it's not damage-less, is what I'm saying.
I would think
it might be worth it. It might be worth it if you think it's like physically, like you'll be better off afterwards. If you think that damage is worth it, but you are doing some damage.
I would think by far the easiest thing to do would be to hire some slobs. This is very slobbable content. I think this is much.
I don't know anything about his process. I assumed he did have slobs or something.
He must. But if he feels like he's buried by work, then he must not be delegating it enough. Because you could decide like, all right, instead of quitting and just turning off the money spigot, I'll leave it on. I won't quit publicly or anything. Maybe, a la Scott Lawaz, maybe announced like, hey, I'm bringing on new researchers and like for content like this, you could totally do that. Like I'm bringing on new researchers, and nobody would care. Continue to be the narrator, right?
You think Ken Burns does every second of his documentaries? No, I bet I bet most of it is delegated and his name is on the top.
Whereas AVGN is quite different, where like the comedy has a voice. Now, granted, the documentaries have a voice, but even that voice in this particular case is kind of aping the Ken Burns PBS thing in the first place. So I think he could totally I think he could probably make easily like 6 of these that are 45 minutes per year and just have like several crews going and just oversee them. Get together as a team, come up with who's doing what, take a way smaller cut of the money, but at least the thing can keep living. And then if you ever want to go back to it, or you ever, you always have the option. That's just how I think.
That's how, but maybe that's not his personality.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not one to want to delegate. Maybe that sounds like misery to him to delegate that much. But he maybe does delegate. I don't know what he delegates. So
it just seems like it's just killing a. This is not like AVGM where it's like, oh my God, the joke is dead. Oh my God, there's nothing left to do here. He could do this forever. Just talk about he could talk about modern games. He could do this forever. You could do the N64. He could
a new retro game every day. I mean, like Xbox 360 is retro now, and the PlayStation 3 or the Wii is retro.
The history of LucasArts. The
history of the Wii Motion Plus. You could do anything.
Yeah. This could go on for years. So I don't know. Still, obviously, I thought the communication was pretty well managed, and he's a well liked entity generally. Pretty inoffensive guy.
And you want to see him make some tables in his garage or whatever.
Yeah,
the fuck.
yeah. You do, you do. It does. Startle me when somebody just quits their fucking job. Like what? When the thing could continue to be sustained, but hey, more power to him. A respectable decision. Another one bites the dust. Another YouTuber quitting.
Blue jean baby.
I didn't know that. I just you're telling me now for the first time.
Can I address some criticisms of us? Can I do it? Would that be all right?
Why not? Yeah, okay.
All right, well, there's a big one that I just feel like I got to clear the air on. We were talking about the gaming historian, Norm, and we were talking about like, wow, that's a lot of money to walk away from because you quit YouTube, you stopped his Patreon, and we did some quick napkin math, and we assumed that he's been pulling in something like $200,000 a year from his YouTube career, and pushing the stop button on that is a pretty big deal. It's a lot of money. And I was like, he must have a nest egg. He must have some savings. He must have a backup plan, something, because $200,000 a year is not fuck you money. And I got the sea of like, you're out of your mind. Those arcades must be really expensive. You must be living the rich man's life. You don't know what a gallon of milk costs anymore. Something along these lines. And I, read on to be like, wait, what's confusing about this? And they would say stuff like, what, are you crazy? $200,000 a year to make 2 videos? That's insane. I was like, yeah, I agree. I completely agree. It's a great salary for like what appears to be at least a fun job, if not like easier than the average job. Yeah. I completely agree. My point is that's a lot of money to walk away from. What I mean by it's not fuck you money is, first of all, let's define what fuck you money is. A lot of people were like, it's definitely fuck you money. Well, to me, fuck you money is I never have to worry about money ever again, and I'll never be accountable to anybody ever again as a result. Fuck you is the idea.
Yes. Just having like a couple, even a couple 100,000 squirreled away doesn't mean anything. Because one, like inflation keeps going, unless you invested the money wisely, which some people might have, but we can't assume he did. You can't just, it doesn't work like that. The world doesn't work. You can't retire off of a few 100,000 squirreled away.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to say was he can't retire on this. And so a lot of people are like, well, depending on the area of the country you live, cost of living, you live in Massachusetts, that's a lot more expensive. And it is true. I was like, I wonder what's the median income in the greater Boston area. It's $105,000 a year, household income, median household income. It's definitely an expensive place to live. And, and salaries are proportioned to the expense, right? Otherwise people won't live here. Mm-hmm. But even if you put aside the cost of living, what I'm saying is, let's say that Norm had been making $200,000 since the beginning, which he hasn't. I don't know when he started making 200K, but I don't know. My guess would be 7 years ago, maybe 6 years ago. I don't know, really.
Yeah, I don't know.
But let's say it's been 10 years of $200,000, and let's say he's been living off of 50,000, and let's say that his take home is 140, which is probably less than that because he's a freelancer. He'll get taxed out the ass.
Yeah,
because there's no withholdings, so the whole thing's taxed all in one lump sum. Probably, unless he plays it differently. And then let's say that he bought a $300,000 house, just for simple math's sake. And let's say he bought it outright. It's 10 years, you're living off of $50,000. That means that you saved $600,000. Now you can invest that, you can put that in a CD. Although if you're going to put it in a CD and try to accrue anything from it, like a big percentage of it has to go unspent, but he can do that. That's a lot of money. But let's say he's 35 and he's got $600,000 and he stops getting income and he plans to live till he's 80. That's $13,000 a year that he's got to live off of that. So yes, with investments, he can increase that, but he's going to spend it down. So that'll diminish over time. Plus you just mentioned inflation. Inflation will affect how much $600,000 is valued over time. So I think a lot of people are missing like money, like an annual salary is so often an indication of like the amount of money you're able to earn over time. Like it matters the most if you have many years in a row of $200,000. One really good year is great, but like, you gotta be able to keep it up because you have a whole life to plan. It's an overtime thing. And I saw just a lot of comments that were like, dude, I make 40,000, I make 50,000, whatever, 200,000 would be life-changing for me. I'm like, well, yeah, for 1 year, right? You could solve a bunch of problems, but again, like,
but then the philosopher said, "Mo money, mo problems." So,
yeah, it was a little confusing to me that there was that much. There were plenty of people that were like, I think some people here aren't getting it, aren't following. But quite strange. Yeah, maybe just money is that sensitive of a topic. You can't like express an opinion about it at all without people getting kind of uptight because it's just stressful for people. Maybe.
Yeah, it is. And people can live on little in some parts of. I was seeing some people being like, "Oh, a lot of people around here make 40,000. It's totally fine." It's like, yeah, I know, but. Yeah, we're both in Massachusetts, so it's a Texas.
Like, could you? The question is, what's fuck you money? Like, yes, people live on 40,000 here, and it's fine. It's like, okay, but obviously that's not fuck you money, right? So how many years would you need to save your 40,000 before it becomes fuck you money? It's like you need a lot of money. You need a lot of money before you can actually say like I'm accountable to nobody. I don't care. All my expenses are taken care of. Yeah. I found it entertaining. And then there, on that same video, there was because we were talking about his Oregon Trail documentary and stuff. And somebody said, wow, this is Fusion Space 175. I read this because I don't know that I've ever read an angrier comment about such minor things that nobody else cared about. Wow, I have never seen people in my life who belong on YouTube less. There's got to be people who belong on YouTube less. Come on, there's some. You ever watch one of those like Indian guys who tries to give you like some like how to do something in Windows and you can't hear him and it's bad advice and everybody downvotes it?
How to repair your Microsoft Office products, especially Microsoft Word, because most of the time people are using Microsoft Word and Microsoft Excel.
Yeah, I mean, the people who have bad audio are automatically worse than us. So
that's right. Just a shocking lack of information and knowledge about everything you're discussing. From not knowing the Oregon Trail was a text game to not knowing just how many tiny channels out there give away movies worth of effort videos for free as a general practice, some of them quite well produced and edited. He's referring to, we said, we were like, oh yeah, we watched Norm's documentary and I didn't know it originally started as a text game. That's number one. And number two, we said, hey, like he puts a lot of effort into these. He could probably put it behind a paywall. I wonder why he doesn't put it behind a paywall. Not confused at all. Fusion Space 175. That many people is very popular to put up big, long, high effort videos on YouTube regularly. Not confused about that. Was making a point about like, hey, Norm might have another revenue stream that he could do. But as far as like being that pissed, like you didn't fucking know that Oregon Trail was a text game.
So Frankie, when you're browsing, let's say you're browsing Netflix and you see a documentary, and you're like, oh, that's on a subject I vaguely know, and it's kind of interesting to me. Do you turn that on to maybe learn something?
Impossible.
or do you watch it and then people should be mad at you that you learned anything about any topic?
That's the scriptural for he who does not have wisdom, let him ask. You know, you're only supposed to be stupid once, and then you can like be like, oh, then I learned something new, and
I turned on the Norm documentary about the Oregon Trail because I played it on an Apple II in my school because we had ancient Apple IIs. Like all of us. That's the only time I ever thought about it until that documentary came along. Or maybe I thought about it when I saw a shirt that said you died of dysentery or something. And then I saw this documentary and I'm like, oh, it started off as a text adventure. That's pretty neat. Cool. That's normal. That's a normal thing to do. That's a human experience.
Yeah, but he's pissed. And to him, I think like a qualifying characteristic of being on YouTube is that you have like I guess we've run into this before, right? Like there's a podcast, I'm talking to my friend, we're like noodling around, we're saying, oh, I saw this thing. Did you see this thing? Oh, I didn't know that. It's a conversation. It's not a documentary that you're watching. Have you ever had a conversation, Fusion Space 175 before ever?
This is like a peek and two friends just talking off the cuff, a lot of times out of our ass, and that's fun.
But like, I guess I can understand, like occasionally maybe you run into like, oh, I'm really surprised those guys didn't know that. Or he's a film guy. He didn't know that. You know, you're going to run into this sort of thing. It's going to happen. Totally normal to have that reaction. But to be, this is like tweaking. This is like getting spazzy about the fact that somebody didn't know something you knew. This makes you weird. This makes you fucked up. This makes you a freak. Maybe you guys ought to go behind a paywall. Oh, he thinks we're valuable. Valuable enough to pay. In case you don't know.
We do have sort of a paywall. Please subscribe on Patreon. You can get the full podcast.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon.
You can hear us bitch about fans all the time. Well, he's not a fan. It looks like he's a fair weather. I don't think this guy watches us. In case you don't, though, I'll just leave myself because people with mental gaps like this are not worth my time to listen to. Jesus. Settle down, this.
I'm sorry. We're not as perfect as you, my friend. But, wow.
Wow. It's Gordon Ramsay. Wow.
Wow. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Wow. Wow.
I remember it was like a Kitchen Nightmares. I wish I'll never find the clip ever again. It was like one of those Kitchen Nightmares where he finally had inspired the kitchen staff to stand up to the management, like the oppressive management. And they were all like, you make us stay late and we don't have a clean kitchen and whatever. And Gordon was just witnessing it. And he had his palm over his mouth like this, like with his elbow crooked. And he just kind of lifted his palm from his mouth just for a moment to go, wow.
Just sneak it out.
Sometimes I'll see a comment and I'll go, wow.
Wow.
And there was just on YouTube news on that same topic. There was something I ran into the other day. You know, YouTube, fascinating platform, always improving. I think I haven't always been happy with YouTube, but it's one crazy platform, isn't it? I mean, what an incredible like miracle of media that this thing is, that you can somewhat fashion together an entertainment platform out of like terrible freakish randos uploading videos by the billions every second.
Wonderful.
But so they collect survey data every once in a while. They'll especially do this with like YouTube partners, people who earn from YouTube. You'll be uploading something and they'll be like, hey, by the way, hi, it's me, AI. Did you see a progress bar while it was uploading, or did you not see a progress bar? You know, the last stuff like that, qualitative little surveys. And this one just popped up. I've never seen anything like it before, and I found the options fascinating. I just wanted to take a moment and chat about them. Which of the following have you experienced on your YouTube homepage today? Too many racy videos.
Oh,
baby. Yeah, racy. Too many mixes and playlists. Too many videos from network television.
Oh, absolutely. Well, not recently, but in the past.
Yeah, but that tells you that they got a lot of feedback. They're like, get this fucking Jimmy Fallon shit out of my face.
Yeah, because it was like, you could tell they were like pushing it.
Yeah. It felt very like, we're like YouTube's going to become network television. And I think maybe it sounds like they took the feedback. And then finally, the last two are other problem or none not sure. But this final one was too few videos from new topics and channels. So they're trying to get away from this, like, we're always feeding, you watched one angry video game nerd video and now all you get is angry video game nerd videos. Show us some imposters.
So yeah, show us a little of a spin on that. Yeah.
But I fascinating. Like that, to me, that's actually like a really, I don't know, like it's not always the case you're given a survey and you know what tree they're barking up, but like every one of these has like, oh, okay, I know what you're trying to do with your platform. And it's kind of encouraging actually that they're like, yeah, we don't want to inundate you with like playlist music stuff. And probably that happens because if you have like a whole soundtrack or something,
right,
then that's a lot of videos and I don't know, maybe the SEO gets tilted in their favor accidentally.
I haven't really had a problem with racy videos lately anyway. Maybe in the past they
were showing you stuff that's like pornographic or what, like twerking.
I don't think so. I don't know, but I'm aggressively looking at the most nerdy stuff, so I don't know.
Yeah, I will say, like, if you watch like a couple of WWE clips, WWE is going to stick with you for a few years. There have been times, like long periods, where I'm getting no wrestling content at all, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I want to watch this one match. That's it. I'm a wrestling fan all over again because of the YouTube algorithm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at just my like homepage, and I'm seeing like retro game core. I'm seeing every Zelda game ranked based on story. I'm just a fucking nerd. What are you gonna do?
Video games.
Oh, and here's Baby Back Maniac. So there's some ribs. Okay.
that sounds like EJ's homepage. Honestly.
So solid YouTube. That's why YouTube wins, man. That's why YouTube wins.
They ID'd you accurately.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
Are we ready for this?
Yeah, let's quit edging our audience. Let's get right to the horse.
Let's have a date with the horse prince, shall we? I haven't been able to upload a video in recent weeks without people being like, yeah. Tell me about horse prince. We've talked about James many times. It's been like 8 months or something. It's been a long time. With a thing like this, he's going to bring us out of retirement, isn't he?
In the peak Screenwave era, obviously that was a disaster, but they did some things to like lessen the bleeding. Took out slobs from videos. They're gone. Drastically reduced all content. Sequestered Rex Viper content to its own dead channel.
Look what I did. I started a YouTube channel. Yeah, we have a long way to build this channel up. That's why I'm going to say subscribe.
So really all you get right now is like the occasional neighbor nerds or the occasional nerd video. And so it's definitely not my favorite content, but it definitely made things less interesting to talk about.
Yeah, he ushered in a new era of boring stability.
I guess the idea is that the forces of good and evil are battling over Jekyll's soul. I guess the idea is that the forces of good and evil are battling over Jekyll's soul.
Anything that was controversial, he basically purged the channel of.
This is likely like the second to last time I will be streaming.
I mean, he's really doing basically nothing besides AVGN and Neighbor Nerds. That's it. So he invites over a childhood friend, a guy who looks like he's never been on camera before. And
that's what I'm saying.
Seems like a plenty nice guy, a wedding photographer fella with a voice that's right in the bottom of right in the bottom of his throat. I can't impersonate him, but
The history of Overwatch is kind of interesting. The original Overwatch game.
he's got that laugh.
Really?
I like him. I like John, the neighbor nerd.
Yeah, seems like he's a nice guy.
But I don't think he's a natural born entertainer. And James looks significantly sleepier than he's ever looked. This is a sleepier character than we've ever had before. It's like, how many times are you going to talk about how checked out this dude is before there's just nothing left to talk about? And I do want to preface this with, we're recording this right now, like during a time when there's 2 wars going on. And there's like some shit happening in the world. Like there's some, we're in an election year. Like the political divide is as crazy as it's ever been in my lifetime. James is not the most serious topic in the world. So let's just all remember that. I remember one time James actually said, he was like, come to Cinemassacre to get away from the bad things of the world. Yeah. He said something like that.
There's tons of horrible stuff going on in the world, but this is where you come to talk trivial, fun stuff, whether it's discussing opinions on movies or the history of some obscure game console, and hopefully have a good laugh here and there.
And I feel the same way. I'm like, you know what? Come here. We'll have a laugh about how checked out this dude is. But like we don't hate him.
Yeah, we like him. We're just, it's interesting.
But I want to talk about, and I think that this video highlights something we all go through, which is aging. I think what we're looking at is a man who's aging. And the question is, what do you tell elderly people? This sounds terrible. What do you...
It's like we're like visiting our like grandfather in the home or something. Like, he might not always know where he is.
Like he's got to get up and he's got to walk around. You can't do everything for him. He's got to do it for himself. Don't feeding him the pudding. Make sure have him get up. Even if he just takes a walk outside for 10 minutes, that's better than most of the folks in this home that can't get up anymore. It's important they keep moving. No, but I sort of mean it where if you don't want, like I find, I heard something great recently. Okay. It was, I love this. To stay hungry, you got to keep eating. And the concept was, and you can apply this to anything that you kind of want to go after, maybe except for food itself. They get fat. But if you've ever been on a fast before, you go like 3, 4, 5 days without eating. I've never done anything like that before. But you've heard from people, I think I've gone 48 hours, it's probably max for me. But you'll hear from people that you stop being hungry at a certain point. Like you get through this cliff and then you're like, oh, I'm just not hungry anymore. But the moment you have a bite, like you're starving again. And so I think the same could be true of like, you and I have been like running hard creatively for like years. And don't you think that if you took 6 months off, it would be really hard to get back into the routine you've been in for all these years?
Yeah, absolutely. When I'm off the track, I'm not thinking about it at all. I'm not like thinking, oh, I could cook this, I could do this, I could...
You lose your appetite for it, actually.
Yeah.
The same is obviously true with exercise. It's like if you had a nice routine where you were getting the exercise in every day, you don't do that for 1 week. 1 week you don't do it. And you'll be like, am I the kind of guy that really exercises? And so we all know that with age and with undisciplined habits, we will atrophy naturally, all of us. And so I think as you get older, if you want to hang on to the parts of yourself that are valuable to you, whether it be your health or your level of engagement in a relationship, with your wife, let's say, or whatever, like your career or your creative discipline, like you do have to just sometimes like keep at it just so that you don't atrophy. So I feel like he has, maybe during the slob era, maybe during COVID, something, but like obviously he's atrophied to the point that like it's very hard to come back. This episode, he decided to make an episode about a mobile game called My Horse Prince. If there were categories of AVGN episodes, I would put this in the WTF category. Like when he did Big Rigs, or when he did Seaman, for the Dreamcast, or Hong Kong 97. These like what the fuck games. Like where did this thing come from? This is one of those games. It's like JonTron does this, or it did this much more often, which was like, I'm going to do Disney bootlegs from China. And strangely, like there's a clip of Simba, hanging himself when you die or whatever. There's all this like what the fuck media that's out there.
A talking cat! Exclamation point.
question mark, exclamation point.
And I don't know that ever really fit the AVGN thing all that well. Oh, but plumbers don't wear ties. That's another one. But I think that all of those episodes were fun novelties. And I think he knows it. Because they kind of did buck the trend in a cool, fun way. It's just one of those games. It's just like kind of instantly funny. Hong Kong 97, obviously insane. Seaman. But what Seaman has in common with this My Horse Prince game is that it knows that it's a what the fuck kind of a game. It's not The Room, where it doesn't know what it is.
Anyway, how is your sex life?
It's like a Sharknado where they make it ridiculous on purpose.
What would you call it? Like a dating sim meets Tamagotchi kind of a game. Everything about it is a non sequitur. It's got like incredibly different animation styles from character to character.
You're an anime girl and you're trying to woo the horse, and then there's like different scenarios, like the horse has to like work out on treadmills that keep breaking.
I think it's a fairly famous mobile game for being so ridiculous and absurd, and there's probably heaps of these sorts of things out there. I don't know, I feel like the last few AVGNs, like for the Indiana Jones one, it's like, oh, I'll shoot it like an old AVGN episode, which is kind of clever in that situation. Or for Halloween, I'll do this Exorcist one where I'll do special effects makeup, and I feel like he's trying to get back into like the, hey, like what's the thing that I can do that will make this different? And this one was pretty miscalculated. It was, I'll shoot it on a phone. Like I'll shoot it on I guess an iPhone. And so there's technical problems to start with, which is the iPhone obviously is a very sophisticated camera. It's a lovely camera, but there's something about it where if you shoot in HDR mode on your iPhone and you bring it into a Mac into Premiere, it overexposes it unless you apply a different color profile, like one of the different color profiles that's available. And even then, like I would apply a LUT to it to like tone it down a little bit. But I could tell right off the bat, I'm like, oh, so almost anytime I've ever had a technical hurdle and I've overcome it, James has not overcome it.
Yes. And the front camera, there was like sharpening on it. So you saw a lot more detail in his longer forehead. And so you could see those wrinkles.
Warping his big egg head. Like, I don't think he's a hideous guy, but like it made him hideous.
Especially when he's like opening his mouth and yeah, it accentuates his hairline up. It's not very flattering. And I understand the conceit because, yes, it's a mobile game and it's portrait, but I kind of was like, he should have gotten the whole thing and just made the portrait resolution for the whole video, you know? And maybe that was their plan, like, oh, and then we can, on social media, we can do these clips that will be in portrait mode. Maybe that's what they were thinking. I don't know.
They should have at least like cut out to like a wide camera that's showing him wandering around the place and get some comedy out of that, maybe.
Yeah, because there's a few things where he's like, we're going to the horse.
If I could pick only one to review, of course, go with the horse.
It kind of assumed that we knew what he was talking about to begin with. They obviously already did it on James and Mike Monday, but I feel like it would be more fun for the nerd character to discover the game.
When I think of this episode, and there, like the thumbnail too was really slapped together. It was just like a picture of the game on the left and like him on the right. There was kind of nothing designed about the thumbnail. So a lot of people on Cinemaster of Truth were like, I thought for sure this was one of us that made this. Another thing that, this is minor too, so forgive me. I have never liked when, and he did it, a long, long time ago. He introduced this idea that the nerd has not heard of any technology newer than 1995 or something.
This is after my time. I don't know anything about this here PlayStation 2 and Xbox shit.
I'm talking old school. None of this PS4 bullshit. What's that stand for? Piss on the floor?
A little bit out of date, so I decided it's about time. So I got myself a new phone. Yeah, I guess it's a phone because it's also a camera.
When I watched the first season of the show, I never thought like, oh, he's like literally stuck in the past. I thought that it was funnier. It was a funnier concept that he is a loser, a nerd.
Yeah.
Who is getting wasted and not psychologically getting past these games he's never beaten before.
Yes.
So he lives in the modern world. Yeah. Maybe he's aware of modern, maybe he's not as aware as the rest of us because he's kind of stuck in this loop. But just because he plays retro games doesn't mean he's only aware of retro games. That never made a ton of sense to me. And I think it nerfs the comedy, actually. Like, it kind of, now it makes it so that, like, you can't have him review a Wii game without him being like, what's a Wii? It's fucking stupid and it's annoying.
And you could talk to people by typing instead of using your voice. Wow.
And then at the end, he brings it back. He's like, he holds up like a 1930s like phone, like you'd see in It's a Wonderful Life or something. He's like, this is my phone now. It's like, joke. Okay, thank you.
Fuck these modern phones. I'm sticking with the old shit. This is my phone now.
Again, I just think like putting up this narrative boundary on the thing is very James. It's to be like, no, we have to acknowledge that he doesn't know what a cell phone is, and that'll be half the goddamn episode. I thought like the microtransaction joke was like, okay, or he's like, who would pay real money for this? Okay, let's see here.
What kind of idiot would spend real money on this game? All right, let's do it.
When he was texting with Bugs Bunny and it was playing the Crazy Castle theme, that felt kind of okay to me.
I like the duck you joke over and over, like duck you.
Oh yeah, duck you. It's very safe. You know,
yes.
It's not groundbreaking or anything to say. Like, it autocorrects you to duck.
The whole charging, like he has to charge the phone segment was so lame. So lame. Where he's like running over to the drawer and he has to like, he's like trying to find the charger. It's like,
oh, was that a callback to his busted drawer?
I think so.
Somebody brought up the busted drawer. And they're like, that's one of the dumbest videos. That's so James.
Take a look at this drawer right here. This thing that just, it's full of instruction manuals and all kinds of random stuff I have. And the weight bent and like broke through. All the manuals are just sliding down this hole. So I can't even open them, which makes it useless. And it's one of those things that you just don't have time to deal with. Compare it to this wood shelf I've had since the 80s. I just want to get those drawers out so I can do some repairs. Well, the problem is the shelves are blocking it. Yeah. So I get everything off of it. I move all the consoles away from the wall. And now I can remove the drawers. Yay. You can see I've repaired these things many times before. So a bunch of sawdust and sweat later, and I have all the shelves. Yay. Now all I got to do is reset everything to normal again.
It's pretty obvious that you should, like, if you can get that thing out of that room, like, remove it completely and buy a nicer drawer. And, but at the time, I wasn't critical at all. I didn't feel critical at all. I was like, this is kind of a funny, cute story about like, does anybody else have furniture that they've just been neglecting, and it's become a disaster in your room? And I was like, that was a kind of a funny, relatable, charming thing. But
I think everybody's had some kind of junk drawer where you just throw all kinds of random miscellaneous stuff in there.
Then you look back at it with the Bimmy mindset.
In the fullness of time with the taping to the ceiling and all the rest of it, watching him reinforce IKEA furniture with like planks of wood, it's curious. Because he has an opportunity to just get something that works this time.
He's already taking the stuff out of the drawers in the first place.
Right. Like, he did all the hard stuff and he's still like, nah, this is like this piece of furniture that I hate, that hasn't worked out for me, that I've overstuffed.
Oh, where did I get this cheap piece of shit? You ask? IKEA.
But no, it felt like a lame like bit that was just like stalling for time. Like, we had to get to 20 minutes. So it's
So when I think of this episode, I think of two things: his warped head, and I think of the fake laughter.
Dude, that's so funny because I have two notes. It says the fake laughing and lens distortion.
Yeah, it's like what defines this thing?
The horse's hoof almost went right through her fucking skull. The horse is shoving the fucking green onions down my fucking throat. Oh dear Lord.
Yeah, especially because of the lens distortion, and he's like doing the cracking up. It like, it like alters his mouth in a way that's like ghoulish.
Yeah, it creates this kind of like this like madness. So much so, you could almost make a case that he was going for something. Like somebody who was losing his fucking mind in this room that he can't manage. But I don't think so. I think he was like, I'll shoot it on a phone and that will be innovative. Like in other episodes, like in Big Rigs, in Hong Kong 97, he has these speechless, all I can do is crack up laughing moments that are kind of cute.
It's Jackie Chan playing Bruce Lee's relative shit.
And also, if you go back to the James and Mike Monday one, they do earnestly crack up while they're playing the game. And I think he wanted to recreate that sort of a feeling. And we all know that his like acting ability has just tanked for some reason. I mean, he was never Meryl Streep, but he now comes off very insincere. One of the least appealing things to watch when you're watching a piece of media is something that is like fake, like obviously fake, right? Like something that's obviously inauthentic. It's off-putting. You're like, okay, I kind of want to turn this off now, please.
And that was the charm of early Nerd, especially. He didn't overreact as much. The whole video is overreacting. It's exhausting.
For him and for us. He's extremely exhausted. Some of it was of a sexual nature, and he's made like sex jokes on the show in the past.
Link is like, getting a little of the old in out. He learns all these special moves like the down thrust, the up thrust. In there, he learns the cunt thrust. He's not going to get any from Zelda. Well, then again, she's in a sleeping spell. What was Link doing there in the first place? Oh, no. Link's a poon hound.
Obviously, he did the porn episode at one time, but took it down.
There's an Atari game, Custer's Revenge, where you fuck a naked chick up against a cactus.
But something has happened over time, maybe between becoming a dad, becoming a grown-up, losing all of the hair in the frontal hemisphere. Somehow, like, sex stuff feels like less at home with James than ever. Like, just keep anything sexual away from you. It's strange. I don't want it.
He's hitting that road pretty hard, but that's okay, right? It's not the only thing he's going to be hitting hard.
Because he tries to do it delicately, too, which feels even more strange.
Yeah. Well, you hear people call him, like, wholesome and stuff. I'm like, oh. I mean, this is the guy who would rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk. I'm like, it's pretty nasty. I don't know.
So I'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in my ear.
We've been talking about Kevin Smith a lot, right? He kind of maps onto Kevin Smith somewhat neatly, like a pioneer in his area. He had like a niche audience that was very loyal to him. He went through kind of like a mediocre patch, but still had loyalists. And now we're getting into that kind of late stage of like, all right, I think you've completely lost this thing. There were a lot of posts. This thing woke up Cinemassacre Truth, which had been pretty quiet. But there was one post from user El Protagonist.
Typically, this character is something called a protagonist.
The title was Rant AVGN officially shit the bed. So I've been hanging on to Cinemassacre for far too long, hoping for the faintest return of its former glory. It's been years of shit content excuses and terrible mismanagement. I watched every episode of that stupid podcast, hoping it would get better. Imagine being that person.
Oh, no.
I hope it gets better. I watched James make a Ghostbusters Afterlife review 3 months later with an afro to sell us Japanese steak knives.
When I heard the history of the Kamikoto knives, I gravitated towards them immediately. The knives all felt really well balanced in my hands and cut like a dream.
Like reviewing Afterlife months later, he's got that fucking like an afro for some reason. And yeah, I think he was selling knives.
Kamikoto forges amazing quality Japanese steel kitchen knives.
I guess I'm just kind of fascinated by, like, this is somebody who was hanging on for hope. Probably sometime around Pepsi Man, I would have given it up. But definitely the BTS video. Once you get to the BTS video, you're like, okay, he lost his fucking mind. I see.
Take a wild guess.
Remember, we would always say, like, how come he's not on Patreon? Wouldn't it just make sense to be on Patreon? Stop selling the Japanese knives. Apparently, he's using YouTube memberships now. YouTube's been pushing this, like they're really trying to get people to move away from Patreon and use memberships. $1.99 a month. And what do you get? Loyalty badges next time your name is in the comments and live chat. And the custom emojis are LJN. How is that legal, by the way? Shit Pickle, Mike, who left the channel, and a mini boss for $4.99. You get photos and status updates for community. So James will post a photo. You get the Mike Matei emoji. You're going to get the Mike Matei emoji. You're going to get the shit pickle emoji. And for $4.99, you're also going to get exclusive photos directly from James's drawers.
The Mike emoji, he helps. He just helps.
You could have someone help.
That's called teamwork.
So for $9.99, you better get something good, right? Any live streams in the future will have member-only chats. You know all those live streams that Cinemassacre's been doing lately. You're going to pay $9.99 to be part of those.
I went over to the Rex Viper channel. That's not really been updated really either, huh?
I can't say I subscribe.
The last video was 5 months ago. It was that like live video.
How many subs? 2.23. Wow. Wow. I have gotten more subscribers off of James's back than he could get off his own back. Damn. Damn. I've gotten more subscribers off his back than he has.
Well, was there any other tier? Wait, what was the other?
That was it, man.
So
$9.99.
That was it?
Yeah, you get nothing.
You get nothing for every tier.
You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
I mean, 1,000% of the stuff that I just read is not managed by him. I mean, he doesn't have to lift a finger. That goes straight to Screenwave. You're helping Big Ryan grow. What kind of shithead would give real money to this thing? Anyway, let's put in my credit card here. Yeah, this video did feel more like something like John Trum would have done. I've always suspected that he will produce videos and determine that they're not good enough to release and he won't produce them any further. You know, they'll experiment with something. Maybe they'll get together for a shoot. He'll react to something that he thought was funny. And then they're like, okay, there's not really any comedy here. And they'll ditch the video. This felt to me like that should have happened here. Where they should have been like, oh, it's not really working, actually. Producing and editing this video wouldn't take you more than 3 days, right?
But this is totally super scripted, so it's not the same.
Yeah, but wouldn't you still make the whole thing and throw it out?
like Batgirl.
Like Batgirl, wouldn't you Batgirl this thing?
All right, I'll do it.
Let's go.
You got to wonder what they thought of it before they released it.
If you wanted to do like a 30-second to 1 minute like mini AVGN, get together, make 1 million of them, put them out on TikTok, exclusive to TikTok. He's going to make fun of your shitty mobile game for 60 seconds. Kind of like when Gordon Ramsay will make fun of your food for 60 seconds, right?
It's a giant hot dog, for God's sake. That is not a Wellington. Stop it.
Something like that could maybe have worked in this format with this big egghead and stuff. It would be a little bit funny.
The problem I have with most nerd videos in general is they're too damn long. They get up to like 30 minutes. And I just feel like the brevity is the soul of wit. And you should just at least like 10 minutes, 12 minutes. Maybe that would be the top end. I think shorter episodes would do them wonders.
Brevity is the soul of shit.
There's nothing I could say, like, what would save AVGN? It's like, that, nothing.
Oh, yeah,
nothing?
people will ask me, sometimes they'll ask us that. They'll be like, well, like, if he offered you, $500,000 and said, like, come produce my content, I wouldn't do it. Like, no. It's over. It's over. It's like,
over.
It's like, hey, you want to make like an Austin Powers sequel? I'm like, it's over. No, I'm not interested.
Yeah. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
Oh dear Lord. Oh.
So did you see the End of Obesity South Park streaming special?
I did. I think this was kind of one of their weaker specials, to be honest.
I thought it was really funny.
I don't know. It felt like it should have been like just an episode of South Park.
Yeah, well, that's kind of an interesting question. Is like it feels like South Park has completely canned the idea of 22-minute seasons now. And they've moved to, it feels like they've almost said like, all right, like we're doing victory laps. We don't want to be doing the 6 day to air, breaking our balls, losing our health over this show anymore. We're going to take a little extra time and make, one thing I do like about this new streaming special model with South Park is it does feel like they get to flesh out their beginning, middle, and end a bit better than a standard episode. Feels like it ends up going someplace,
Yeah, obvious. Yeah, because especially, I mean, it was really an interesting, fun spectacle with the truck sequence at the end, which was very elaborate, which was able to stretch out and be as ridiculous as it could be, and it had the proper lead up to it. But I don't know. I kind of felt the length of this one. I felt like it could have been like 30 minutes.
Yeah. So for those interested in what it was about, it was, Cartman's fat, of course. He has been for 27 years now.
I'm just a poor fat kid. Poor little fat kid.
His doctor tells him about Ozempic, but he finds out that it's something like $1,200 a month. He can't afford it. Their answer is like, well, there's another option, which is you could take Lizzo every month, where you just give up on your standards and lower your standards and just don't care about being fat.
With Lizzo?
Guys, my worst fear has been actualized. I've been referenced in a South Park episode.
I've lowered my standards and my expectations.
That's the best joke of the whole thing.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And it turns out that all of the kind of, affluent MILFs of South Park have been kind of hoarding all the Ozempic, and they're using it to lose the last 5 pounds or something. And so they all have these like really skinny tummies, and they're like twisting and showing them off in every sequence.
And Randy, like, he's like wants to go like do drugs or like bring them drugs, and then he realizes that it's like this is Ozempic thing, and so he gets like hooked in with them, and like they start stealing the drugs because there's like a shortage, and they go on all these like heists and they start stealing from even like, because Kyle's trying to like make their own Ozempic because Cartman can't afford it, and so they even steal from them, and it's and then it comes to a head with that like hijacking the truck that they ordered.
Yeah, all the sugar cereal mascots. They want to run Ozempic out of town.
You think you can sell your drugs on our fucking turf? Only one drug is king in America, and that drug is sugar.
What I wanted to talk about is something I ran into a few months ago, and I've been wanting to talk about it on the podcast for a while. Is this Trey Parker and Matt Stone? They've had some crazy longevity in this town, and they've had a lot of success. Going from a small little cartoon and some indie movies to some of the most famous satirists of our time. With Book of Mormon, with Broadway, and Team America's an all-time classic. And I mean, they've really outdone themselves, and they've gone from young kind of like rebels to old men.
We who are the Broadway establishment.
It's still cultural viewing. I think it's like, hey, the new South Park is out to comment on what's been going on in all of our lives, and that's still like a part of being in the culture, is to watch a new South Park episode about it.
I mean, I still hear people saying put a chick in it, make it gay and stuff like that, and lame. And it's like they just distilled something that's in the zeitgeist. Yeah. And people will repeat that forever.
Put a chick in it, make her gay.
After I discovered South Park, I followed their early stuff, and I really love their early stuff. I love their Basketball, Cannibal, Orgasmo era. I almost some days wish that like there had been an alternate reality where they became like live action stars for a while. I think there could have been, because like they took a derpy comedy like Basketball, and just their presence in it, just their wit and their attitude, like pulls that movie way, way up.
Even after like when they got a lot of praise for Book of Mormon, I thought that might have been a pivot. Like they could have pivoted back to like movies and live action.
You can tell they love South Park. They love making South Park.
You finish Book of Mormon, you open it, and then you run right back to do the South Park season. Was there any part of you in your minds after all this where you thought, you know what, that?
Not really, because we love South Park. That's still our thing.
It's still so good. It's still so good.
I think they think that like this is just the perfect sandbox for us.
Yeah, it's true, and it's like you can tell the passion is still there. It's not like The Simpsons is made by completely different people now. It's like there's an ownership to it. There's a voice that's still there, and you can tell they still think about new ways to innovate it.
Yeah, so I had come across this video. There's a very short clip of it in that 6 Days to Air documentary, but somebody uploaded the whole thing to YouTube. As a matter of fact, they played it at some film festival or something, and somebody was filming the movie theater screen. And it's a video of Matt Stone and Jason McHugh, who I interviewed for Discount Film School. He was their producer and their classmate and their friend at CU Boulder. He was the producer of Cannibal the Musical and of Orgasmo, and I think he executive produced the pilot of South Park, but then he stopped being involved in South Park at some point kind of early on.
Learning to take care of business can pay big dividends. Senior Trey Parker just raised $100,000 to complete his first feature film.
What it all comes down to is budget. And now that we're trying to get this feature film done, it's the same thing, but on a much bigger scale.
And the video is like somebody from there, they were in Los Angeles at this point. I think they had left college, And somebody from their film program who like wanted to check in on like what some of our graduates have been up to was just asking them some questions about like, hey, like now that you're in Los Angeles, did you find that the CU Boulder film department, helped you prepare you for success or something? It's like, it's Matt, like he's got like a broken set of glasses that he put tape around and he's talking about how broke he is. And
he's got $9. I got $9.
He has $9 to his name. And
I have $9 to my name. I'm now officially about 1,200 miles away from my house, and I have $9.
There's deep in it after they talk a little bit about their college experience. And one thing that Jason mentioned was that they had gone to a shorts series, like a film festival for shorts, made by Columbia students, and they were like, it was just as good as anything that would have come out of CU Boulder. Like, I don't see what the big deal is with Columbia, And this would be a theme. This is an important theme.
I was just at the Sundance Film Festival, and we saw a shorts program, and it was like Columbia University Showcase, and every film in there was not a dime better than anything that's been done at CU or some stuff. It was total crap.
Matt says, he was like, hey, yeah, we were just recently at a screening of Cannibal, and Paramount, Touchstone, and Fox Television all came out to check it out. And he's like, and I think the reason they were there was partly for the movie, but mostly for Trey Parker.
Of importance, our LA screening, Paramount, Touchstone, and Fox Television were all there. Mostly halfway for new projects, halfway for the movie itself, and halfway for Trey Parker himself.
And the reason I think this is really fascinating is because Trey was not yet Trey.
Yeah.
But I think that it was evident even then that there was something there that Hollywood was starting to see dollar signs in their eyes. And his best friend, who would go on to make all the many hundreds of millions with him, had his fucking back.
Yeah.
Like, it's really, really striking. Because he was like, I have the guy with $9 in his pocket that has broken glasses. He's like, I think that Trey needs to get an agent. He says, I think that those studios meeting with Trey is like throwing meat to the dogs.
Oh, yeah.
He says, I think, he's got more to gain than anybody there. That's like a winner's mindset, right? To be like, don't feel like you're lucky that they're there. You've got the most to gain from being there. He goes, I have no doubt in my mind that if he wanted to do creative development at one of these studios or something, he could have the job tomorrow. So don't say yes right away.
I have no doubt in my mind that if he went to any of those three and offered himself as a creative development person or to write scripts, he would have a job today if he wanted to. And what he should do is get an agent, because for Trey Parker to be walking into those offices is like throwing meat to dogs. But for him, he's already gotten offers for script writing, and he will get many, many, many more. So he has the director, writer, and in this case, the real creative force behind the film has the most to gain out of what we did.
Yeah, he just was really like pushing his buddy, and that is so key to their success. Because over and over and over again, they got some of the most amazing deals in all of Hollywood. They own half of South Park. They didn't when they first sold it to Comedy Central, but years later they renegotiated. Or, Book of Mormon being what it is. And like they've repeatedly, I think they own all online rights to South Park, which is incredible. Yeah. But they always put themselves in that position of leverage, that position of like, no, you're the lucky one. I'm not the lucky one. You're the lucky one. They said at some point, they were like, yeah, a lot of what we're finding is that a lot of the people that are out here that seem like they've been out here for a long time, or studio execs or whatever, who act like they know everything, they don't know shit.
Yeah. It's like they knew Trey Parker was money. Yeah. And they like it's in that kind of confidence. I think it was tangible. Like they could feel it. Yep. Like there was just like endless potential coming out of Trey Parker. And these were the guys that were his like we're looking out for him, we're gonna propel him, and it was very insightful. And it's like, wow, it's like you could feel like destiny in this little clip.
Most of the times they don't know shit. Most of the people you think who know a lot more than you do, they don't know anything.
I don't think Trey could have asked for a better friend than the person who says, don't say yes. And the person who's reminding you, like, don't feel like you're at the bottom of the totem pole. You've got your unlimited potential. You hear people talk about imposter syndrome, and these guys didn't have imposter syndrome, right?
No.
Instead, they kind of like shat on imposter syndrome. They're like, everybody wants to give you imposter syndrome, but it's all bullshit. And by the way, it's not like they then went and had a traditional comedy career. They reinvented like adult animation. Pretty awesome that it turned out the way it did. It seems like there was no way they weren't going to be successful with their talent. But the fact that they were like, I'm not going to just settle for the next thing to make the next buck, to make sure I have rent or something. The fact they didn't do that is what made it so they were able to collect all the chips at the end of the night.
I mean, and it's just in everything they did in those early days where they're making VHS tapes and sending them to people, and they had it. They had the pizzazz, they had the drive, and they knew it. Matt knew what Trey had. And he was willing to go to bat.
They never devalued themselves. You hear people say, bet on yourself. It's like, these guys bet on themselves. I don't know if you probably didn't see the neighbor nerds that they did the South Park games.
No.
And, they mentioned like there should probably be a nerd episode about the South Park games. I was like, oh yeah, that seems like a really obvious choice. Because I would totally do the Chef's Love Shack, the kart racing one, the South Park Rally, the South Park N64 game. Totally. That would make great classic nerd fodder. Maybe it would be a good episode on. I could write it. Would you like me to write it, James?
Like, finally, you agreed to write one episode.
Yeah, actually, I would like to write the South Park one. That sounds great. I thought it was interesting when Matt was like, as an actor, because it seemed like he was like open to the idea of being like a comedy actor. And he was like, a lot of actors don't have any features on their reels. He's like, I only have a feature on my reel.
So many actors, they don't have a feature on their reel. I don't have anything but a feature. So
that's something that always struck me as kind of interesting was they, for all of their talent, for all of their insight, for all of their good business moves, Cannibal the musical, I love it. It's life-changing for me. It wasn't Clerks. You know what I mean? Like it didn't, I don't know if it had anything that you could really like sell it. It didn't get into Sundance. Because it didn't really have anything that like the 90s indie film scene wanted.
How scary is it working with Kevin Smith?
Is Jason there?
Yeah. Hey, dude, I don't know what he's talking about.
Who's Kevin Smith?
I don't know.
How did we work with him?
Never.
It was great working with Kevin Smith.
It's almost like those guys had to get to like a Comedy Central. They had to get to like an MTV or something. They had to get through like the indie film scene because that wasn't where they were going to fit in. I mean, they made a big musical, like a horror musical, like I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like a bigger movie than it needed to be in a lot of ways in order to like catch people's attention. You can imagine that like showing Clerks to investors might be like really interesting to them. Showing Cannibal the musical to investors might be like, this is interesting.
Let's build a snowman. We can make him our best friend.
I guess the lesson is, so like if you're confident in your talent, don't settle. If you have a friend who's talented, support them because they might need it. Tell them not to just take the next thing.
Or succumb to imposter syndrome. Just
right.
Be there. Bulk them up. Pump them up.
Don't feed their anxiety. I have always gotten the impression that Trey is a bit anxious, and that Matt has been, because there's this kind of open question, which is like, okay, Matt's funny and interesting and talented, but he's not Trey. Trey is making the show, and Matt is like appeasing him or something.
Even though we're a partnership. And I really do feel that way. Trey's the chef. I got calls for like, hey, you can direct. I got offers to direct studio comedies, like crap shit that I probably didn't want to do anyway. Yeah, maybe I could go fool people for a little bit, and maybe I might get lucky here or there with a scene or two, or I might pull off a little bit, but it's not in my DNA. So whatever I've got channels through him.
But I think, honestly, like Matt's therapeutic presence is probably a really big part of the success of the duo.
Yeah, I think he's a good foil.
Yeah. He's somebody that Trey just has like undying trust for, it would seem. Like there's just a lot of trust there.
You can sit there and be like, okay, well, it's all Eddie Van Halen. But as soon as David Lee Roth leaves, you're like, F that band.
I've seen like there's a clip in 6 Days to Air where they were doing a photo shoot for press, and the photographer was the videographer was trying to get them to do something unnatural. Like he wanted them to like be like having casual conversation with one another or something. And he was like, we don't do that.
Are we talking to each other?
You can talk to each other, or
that'd be really weird.
Looking into camera as well.
Yeah, it's not gonna feel right. I'll tell you. Us talking to each other is not. We don't talk to each other like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it was Matt who was fighting with the guy, and Trey just sat there silently. So like Matt's like an advocate. I think he's been like an advocate for the show and for Trey, their whole career, and he's gotten to be a billionaire too as a result.
Yeah,
which is fucking crazy.
He made $1 gazillion. How is that? That's all I'm asking for.
He did not make $1 gazillion.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
There is a new Star Wars show in town. What did Bob Iger tell us?
He said he was going to focus on quality over quantity, and then he said he was going to focus on telling stories, not messaging.
When I came back, what I've really tried to do is to return to our roots, which is, remember, we have to entertain first. It's not about messages. And I've worked hard since I've been back at reminding the creative community, who are our partners, in some cases our employees, that that's the objective. And I don't really want to tolerate the opposite. So if anyone has accused us of being political when it comes to that, they're just dead wrong.
Maybe this got greenlit before that.
Yeah, this definitely feels like, oh fuck, that thing is still in the production cycle.
It doesn't feel like the drug addict taking one last hit before they quit.
It does. It's like, we're going to stop being so woke. But first, we're going to take all the woke into the hotel and snort it.
As much as we possibly can, as fast as we can. So many criticisms to level against this production.
We should at least try to summarize what the show is about. So we've seen the first 3 episodes, right?
Yeah, the third one is a travesty of mankind. It's some sort of revenge type story, because there's a dark Jedi woman who is getting revenge on Jedi, hunting them down. So she kills Carrie-Anne Moss, spoilers, in the beginning of the show. So that's kind of like a Game of Thrones like thing, because she was in all the marketing materials, and you expect her to be a big character, and they kill her off right away. So then it turns out like they're trying to search for this assassin, and they find her twin sister, spoilers, but she's a twin sister, who's like the good one.
Ooh, twins. Which one is the evil one?
And she's a mechanic. So the Jedi and the Squid Games guy, he's like just learned English for this role. And he said he's basing his performance on Qui-Gon Jinn. I don't know if you've caught that. But yeah, he learned English for this role. It's crazy.
That's cool.
He's not bad. I actually don't think he's that bad.
No, he's the closest thing to an actor in this thing.
He and his Jedi friends like take in the good Jedi twin, or the good the twin of the assassin. Jeez, man, the plot is escaping me as I talk.
Yeah, I was trying to describe it to Nina, and I got like 10 seconds in. She was like, "This sounds terrible." I was like, "Wait, I haven't even described it yet."
The Jedi are like weird cops in this show. It's strange.
Yeah, and they're kind of like low IQ cops. Like it seems to me like the bar to be a Jedi is very low.
It's like the Law and Order shows or the NCIS or something.
The best comment I heard about this show is that it's Sith propaganda. I cannot wrap my head around how bad the writing is. It's incomprehensible to me. If I can sit down and do a pass on your writing and make it better, I am not a talented writer by any means. I could have punched up and fixed that writing. There's these great memes about like, May is dead, I saw her die. And then 3.5 minutes later, May is alive, I believe you. And later on, Jedi are good, Jedi are bad. Terrible, terrible writing.
What was the last Star Wars thing you've seen, John?
Mandalorian.
Okay, so you didn't watch Ahsoka or...
No.
Did you watch all 3 seasons of Mandalorian?
I watched 2 seasons of Mandalorian. I did watch Boba Fett. I did not watch Obi-Wan. I do have an interest in this universe, despite all the work they're trying to do to make it a miserable universe.
Yeah, I didn't know you were ever really a Star Wars... Like, would you call yourself a Star Wars fan?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm more of a Star Trek fan to rile up that old debate, but I do enjoy Star Wars.
Yeah, I mean, when I talk to people, they're often like, "Oh, I haven't watched it in a while. I'm sick of it. It sucks."
Yeah.
That's what the average person seems to think, and it's certainly not what they thought when Disney bought it.
So the other sister, the evil sister, she's trying to kill the Jedi. So she like kills the meditating Jedi. She like goes and tries to kill him, but he has like a force field. He's been like sleeping in a comatose state for 10 years or something. And then she like gets poison and then talks to him. Then he like drinks the poison and dies. I don't understand any of that. Anyway, so the Jedis and the good sister are trying to like track her down while she's doing all that. And it's like really embarrassing. Like, I don't know, there's like that obese Jedi too. And he's got that thick British Cockney accent or whatever.
Before the gatekeeper droids failed, they caught this little scandal messing about our portcullis.
It feels like, you know, those epic movie things because it's shot flat. And I expect Borat to come out any moment and go, nice. And then like he like chases the fat Jedi.
It feels cardboard for sure.
It feels weird. They're all standing around the frame awkwardly like those parody movies.
I will say, like, anytime Dave Filoni directed anything on his shows, it was similar. So I think he's part of this. And Dave Filoni has since become the creative head of Lucasfilm, and he should be quite embarrassed by putting this out, honestly. Like, I think this is the first thing he put out in his new role.
I think he should be ashamed of himself.
The Acolyte is very much an action-packed mystery in the world of Star Wars.
Leslie takes you on an adventure that lets you inside what she loves about Star Wars.
Yeah, the only redeeming quality I could find about this is I do think that some of the art direction was good. Some of the aliens and the costumes I think were fun and interesting. You know, good to see some variety back there, but that's really like the only bright spot.
Yeah, well, they said they didn't use the volume for this.
I believe them.
So they built all these sets and shot them so boringly.
And keep in mind, it's like 1.8 Godzillas per episode is what they're paying. $22.5 million an episode for this show.
I really don't know where the money goes, truly.
No.
Oh, I do want to say that Leslie Headland hired her wife to be a Jedi, and she is the worst actor in the show.
Leslie Headland is the showrunner, John, and her wife is the green Jedi that's bald.
The green bald one. And she's like so stiff. She's the stiffest thing. And people have to act like, especially the Korean guy. I feel bad for him. He's like acting opposite of her. And she's just like worse than a soap opera actor. She was just so stiff.
It feels like she won a raffle at like a college and she gets to be in the show.
She gets to be in Star Wars. So then we get to episode 3, which is a flashback.
Yeah, 40-minute flashback.
So the other ones are a half an hour. This is 36 minutes. And I have 6 minutes of credits, which amazes me that anyone would put their fucking name on this. So you see like the twins when they're younger, and you can tell they're the same people because they have the same Rick James haircut. They're in a coven of witches. They have a different name for the Force. They call it like the thread.
And by the way, they call witches, and they call it a coven.
You think you want something different than life in this coven? To protect the secrets of our coven, and to protect the secrets of our coven. I am Anastasia, mother of this coven.
We mean you and your coven no harm.
I told you this planet would be a safe haven for our coven.
That's how we become witches. I don't know if I want to be a witch.
Witches who have the abilities we do.
I don't want to be a witch. What's wrong with you?
And I'm pretty sure like Dothamir sisters had kind of already established witches in Star Wars.
So yeah, they're doing their own witchy thing down here. And it's revealed that the twins are conceived by witch magic between two women.
I carried them. I created them.
And then the Jedi come down and they're like hiding behind trees and shit. So stupid.
That's so dumb.
They're like watching the two girls and they're like, oh, I think we want to train them. So they like approach the witches. They have this like weird witch ceremony, which is the most embarrassing like musical thing I've ever seen in Star Wars.
Chant. Oh my God.
Do you want to sing it, John?
We are one. We are two. We are many. Yeah. Whee! Oh, I don't remember what it actually is. But
that's pretty close.
The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
It shocks me because it's so easy to improve that. Just make up an alien language and put subtitles. This is so easy. $22 million and nobody can tell you that?
Yeah, you could have just made like Dothraki language.
Yeah,
and probably like the scene would be better.
Yeah, it wouldn't be great, but it would be better than the power of one.
Well, again, it was shot in like this very I don't know, like what looked to be a warehouse with some smoke.
Cramped.
It looked like like sometimes in cities they have these like raves or whatever, and like they'll wear costumes. It was like that.
It definitely felt like a fine arts experimental stage production that, there's a lot of empty seats in the house and stuff.
And so the Jedi, they approach the girls and they're like, we're going to give you a test. And the witches are like, I don't want this. And
in a really awkward exchange, by the way. The dialogue doesn't flow to each other's roles. Like the Jedi was written by someone other than the witches. Like, very strange.
And so they give the test to the two girls, and the evil twin fakes the test, and then the good twin doesn't want to and does the test for real and wants to choose to be a Jedi. And then the evil sister gets mad and takes, was it like her journal, and lights it on fire and somehow throws it somewhere, and that explodes the whole mountain or whatever.
The entire stone building goes up in flames. Obviously they're leading us on, and there's something else that happened with these Jedi or something.
See, it's some mystery box shit.
Yeah, exactly. But still, the premise is still stupid. It's still like laughable.
In the episodes before, it seems like the Jedi feel guilty about something, and the sister is trying to murder them like out of revenge or something. But then when these things happen, it's like the Jedi didn't really do anything. They're acting like Child Protective Services. That was kind of weird. But yeah, there must be something else going on there. That was it. Torben, he kills himself for some reason, so he feels guilty about something. But nothing in the events of this flashback showed me anything that they would actually feel guilty about.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see this episode again from another perspective, is what I'm thinking.
Oh, I can't wait. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I don't appreciate being told that the demons who are using black magic to create life are the good guys, actually.
The two girls are just written so annoyingly the whole way through, continuously interrupting the flow of the show.
I won't let you leave. You can't go. We're stuck here now. It's not up to you. You can't stop me. Yes, I can. How? I'll kill you.
The other thing that really struck me as I was watching it is the twins have presumably lived with these witches their whole lives, and they don't seem to know anything about the way that this world works. Very shallowly written and doesn't make a lot of sense.
Did you ever watch Star Trek Discovery, John?
I did.
Didn't that have kind of like a overly modern, kind of cheap television vibe to it?
It both is expensive and cheap looking at the same time.
Yeah. People have been saying like it's like a CW show. I totally agree. It feels like
that's right.
Well, I'm finding it fascinating. There's a lot of people out there that don't want to hear you bitch about Star Wars. I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah, there is some Madam Webness to it, I guess.
The thing that's going to keep me coming back each and every time is when the audience resoundingly tells you, we don't want what you're giving us, and you keep giving it to them. I want to see how long that goes on for, and I want to see how long people continue to try to defend it. You remember like Stephen King was defending the Marvels, but he didn't even see it? This is kind of like that too. I'm seeing a bit of that. There's much ado about the showrunner's a lesbian, and so they were calling it the gayest Star Wars show ever. And I said, look, if you want to make the gayest Star Wars show, you're going to need Zero the Hutt. Do you know who Zero the Hutt is?
I do not.
He's an animated character from the Clone Wars. He's Jabba's uncle, and he has Truman Capote's voice. Oh, Jabba, you're going to be able to bring over to Tatooine.
I had no choice. Dooku said he'd kill me if I didn't help him kidnap Jabba's son. You have to believe me. I love that, Hutley.
Jabba's gay uncle. Give me the Zero the Hutt streaming series tomorrow. I will watch your gayest Star Wars.
I saw that interview, and it was really just the interview being like, this is the gayest Star Wars. Yeah, I remember just seeing the first 2 episodes and being like, you could go gayer. Everyone's just stiff and humorless. It's like, this isn't that gay.
I mean, you could tell a gay story in the Star Wars universe. Imagine that, rather than this crap they're pumping out.
Get the pervert who did X-Men 97 to do this, and we'll have some gay Star Wars, baby.
Him plus Zero the Hutt, I'm in. I am there.
Thanks, Mama. I got some important business on tap.
Capote the Hutt.
It would be more popular.
I'll leave you with this for now. I'm sure we'll return to the show as the news headlines continue to roll in.
As the critical drinker keeps making money.
Another day, another Star Wars.
Another day, another chance to witness the horrific spectacle of Disney prodding and kicking the bloated corpse of Star Wars.
If you were Disney, you might consider canning this show. You might consider not putting this on the air because all it does is hurt Star Wars. I don't know. Like, does it even bring in any money, this thing? Does this bring in one extra Disney Plus subscriber? Does it sell one toy? A single toy?
They are coming out with toys.
Really?
There was a quote from Leslie Headland, the showrunner. So again, this is about a year ago when she got the gig or when she was just starting shooting or something. So Leslie said, this is like what we understand to be Star Wars. The idea that that only came from George Lucas.
But that only George Lucas holds the key
for what we understand to be Star Wars is just untrue. And I think the prequels are an excellent example of that. I mean,
the idea that like when you are hiring a director, that everyone is sitting in there waiting for George Lucas
and not for the person who's going to know to hire Ralph McQuarrie, that's the problem. That's the misogyny and the problem with the auteur myth.
Because they're not thinking this is the person that will hire the right people, and this is the person that will be able to create the lookbooks and direct people to get them to that place.
They're just thinking, do you have all the answers? And the truth is that nobody does, and anybody that says they do is lying.
Oh my gosh.
Well, she definitely wrote the show, that's for sure.
Incomprehensible, it's barely understandable.
I think what she is getting at is kind of a little bit of a war on competence. What you need is somebody who can hire others. I'm more like an idea person.
Well, we're really more sort of idea people, you know?
Ideas. Yeah, ideas.
Ideas.
Good ones.
I'm just here to kind of push everything forward.
We'll all awkwardly gather on set and something will happen. Well, that's the thing is, like, what has Leslie Headland did before this? It was fun seeing, like, before the show came out, they were already calling the audience bigots for not rejecting it before it came out. So I knew that was a good sign.
Like, this thing's going to be a banger. She was a producer on The Bachelorette, a show called Sleeping with Other People, Almost Family, Russian Doll, Single Drunk Female.
Remember when you'd give these franchises to talented filmmakers?
Or why not just give it to a safe filmmaker? Like somebody who'll just make something that's like C+.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they used to do with Marvel. Remember they like gave Captain America to some journeyman. They don't do that anymore.
Why would any company want to make this? Is it because of the PR? Any PR is good PR?
This seems to me like Kathleen Kennedy had a friendship or a relationship with this person, and they had a common goal together, which was to try to turn this brand toward a different audience than it had ever had before, and they both disliked the current audience. That's what it looks like to me.
But the audience you're kind of hit with this, right, is so small. Why not try for a bigger audience?
Yeah, and that tiny audience isn't even going to watch this.
Why did they make the Marvels? Why did they make She-Hulk? Why, like, it goes on and on.
I don't understand. I've had it explained to me over and over again, and yes, I get that they're trying to be a cultural turning point in the way that media is made.
They thought that the audience was going to show up, or they thought that they could bait and switch it.
How many times are they going to think it? It's been years of them doing this, and still, for some reason, nobody's holding Disney accountable for making poor quality entertainment when they're an entertainment company.
Well, you might say, well, it's because the audience keeps watching. Well, obviously not. They're not watching the show, actually.
No.
But Disney Plus continues to be perfectly successful for Disney.
And their parks.
And so if you look at what people are watching, it's Grey's Anatomy, it's The Simpsons, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, Bluey. So they're bringing in a steady $8 billion a year from Disney Plus, and that gives them a lot of latitude to try things out. And I really do think it's their goal to culturalize a new audience and to try to kind of filter out the old audience. I think that's just part of like the company's mission. Probably they're going to course correct eventually, but I would have thought they would have started to do that about 3 years ago.
Yeah, but yeah, this just seems to be more buying in deeper. Of all the shows that I've seen or heard about, this is the most poor quality in multiple aspects.
If you're going to propagandize me, at least make it like good to look at.
And I think what adds insult to injury with there is that 2 years away from this thing getting made, you would know that this would be the worst possible project from a million miles away. And it's like, hey, let's invest in that.
I'm really interested in Star Wars from the perspective of the bad guys. Therefore, if we set something earlier in the timeline, something before the prequels, but a little bit after, end of a High Republic, I was like, then the Jedi become, because Star Wars is always about rebels versus institutional threat, right? Underdogs versus huge empire, right? So if we set it then the Jedi become the antagonists. Not the bad guys, but they become the bad guys to the bad guys. And I gotta say, Kathy really responded to that.
I mean, and the strange thing is, you can forward your agenda by just casting almost no white people, right? Which they did, right? There's almost no
but Black Panther did that, right? But it was actually a pretty good movie.
But you could have just done that and otherwise made a really kind of milquetoast Star Wars production, and you would have moved the needle in a better way than with this mess.
A lot of times they'll say, I don't think these things are bad because they're political or because they're ideological. Yeah. I think they're bad just because they had bad writing, and that the ideological aspects of it might be good in a different show or something.
I disagree, but
Yeah, it's like, well, first of all, like ideological propaganda is not the most artistic thing in the world in the first place. No. I'll concede that there are lots of shows and movies about a lot of political topics that are fantastic. So the presence of politics does not disqualify something from being good, obviously.
And obviously anybody who writes anything has a viewpoint, and it'll probably leak into what they're writing.
The problem is when your primary objective is we're going to advance a political agenda, then when you go and you hire somebody who's going to advance the political agenda, you're not hiring for talent. It was baked into the pie that the selection process for the creative people working on it wasn't going to be the most talented people. So they got somebody who wanted to subvert Star Wars. So you might say, what was her qualification? Her qualification was she wanted to subvert Star Wars. And I don't understand what's so thrilling about subverting like a fairy tale.
Yeah, subverting something you paid a lot of money for.
Yeah, that's the thing, is you paid a lot of money for this. Traditionally, Disney was considered a girl brand. It was Disney princesses. So they bought Marvel to solve that problem. They bought Star Wars. And then this is what you do with them? It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, with both of them.
I wonder too, like, could you have re-edited this thing and made it a little bit better? Probably not.
No.
You know, I think Ahsoka is not a very good show. I think it's a lot better than this. Like, a lot better.
Yeah, this is the rising tide that lifts all turds.
Yeah, people longing for episode 1 again.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, I was really hard on Solo.
Yeah.
This really is a problem, though, what you're describing, which is that, like, we throw standards out the window. Sometimes you end up in this existential mind trap where you're like, what even is a movie? And have I ever liked them?
Until a couple in recent years to kind of refresh me a little bit and get me back interested in movies again, I was like, whatever movies are, it's not for me.
For me, like, the Holdovers did wonders on me.
Me too. Even though, like, it's a good movie. It's a good, solid movie. Yeah. It's not an amazing film.
Like Godzilla -1.
Yeah.
It recalibrated me.
Everything Everywhere All at Once also did that for me.
X-Men was pretty good in that sense, too. Although, I did very much like it, but there's still something just a little incongruent.
I definitely enjoyed it, and it was interesting. But yeah, I get you. There's something
off. Driving Jean to the hospital to have a baby.
Yeah, I think some of the rushed plot lines where they're rushing through, like, I don't know, a decade of comics in one episode or whatever.
I did do a couple of like RPG campaigns during COVID with my friends on Zoom, and there are a couple of characters from those campaigns that may or may not be in the show.
We were on the brink of extinction.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
Well, we got to finish our discussion on The Acolyte.
Oh, yeah. I saw Red Letter Media. They came out with their, like, apology video, basically.
I have to apologize to Star Wars Man.
It sounded, based on the way they were talking, like they did receive a lot of more pushback than they're used to, right?
They got some comments of the asshole-ish variety.
Yeah, like, watch it, guys. You're going to have a Reddit made about you.
Of the asshole-ish variety.
But I mean, yeah, and they apologized to Star Wars Theory, although they called him Star Wars Man.
Star Wars Man.
The man on the internet, Star Wars Man.
Star Wars Theory put up a video responding to that, and he was very good-natured about it. He was like cracking up. He was like, they know my name, Star Wars Man.
Wait, what the fuck? Why am I Star Wars Man, bro? Why can't it be Star Wars Theory? I'm a Star Wars Man. He knows my name.
He's like, that's a cool name. And then finally Mike does go, I think it's Star Wars Theory. And Theory's like, he knew it. He knew it the whole time.
I publicly apologize to Star Wars Man. I think his name is Star Wars Theory Man.
He does know my name. He was capping the whole time. You knew my name, baby.
Then he said the Theory Sabers. He's like, oh, they plugged my brand. I'm good.
That. Yeah, he's like, yeah, Theory Sabers. I thought that was kind of charming.
Theory Sabers?
Oh, you fucking dude. You shout out the freaking Sabers, baby. This guy's getting the like.
Boy, do people hate that Star Wars Theory guy. My goodness. Especially Reddit. Holy shit. They don't like
that. I don't go on Reddit, so I don't know what people like and don't like about YouTubers.
Well, again, it's like he's the biggest Star Wars YouTube channel, right? So he's obviously very, very, very popular and very successful, and yet very maligned.
I don't know. He likes way more Star Wars than I do, so he's very generous to Star Wars.
Mike apologized for making fun of anybody for caring about the minute details of lore. And he's like, and the reason is because, like, I would do that with Star Trek. I get frustrated when Star Trek creators don't know what came before.
Star Wars fans love their details in canon. I love my details in canon in Star Trek. Not so much anymore. And I said, Jesus, don't get all bent out of shape out of this. There's starving people in the world to worry about.
I was like, yeah, of course. Like, you can't, are there more important things in the world than Ki-Adi-Mundi's birthday? Of course. But but if you're going to make a Star Wars show, like, one of the things that you're meant to be responsible for is that you're making something that's part of a bigger thing. It's not just your own little personal sandbox,
Well, it's not your Star Wars. It's everyone's Star Wars. It's George Lucas's Star Wars. And we need to understand that everything that came before has to be respected.
It's my story. That's why I'm the only one who's going to watch it.
I will be the most powerful Jedi ever.
So the ending of the Acolyte, spoiler alert, it didn't end good. It didn't pull it off in the end.
But I was right. I think that behind the scenes, Leslie Headland is laughing. And she's going, ha ha ha, they have no idea. They don't know that I'm going to draw a direct line to the Anakin thing. The dark magic that where you can birth kids with the Force came from the witches and Plagueis somehow. They're gonna somehow get this to Plagueis, I think. Remember I said, like, Plagueis is part of this? Given that the show did nothing, pulling Plagueis out at the last second feels like maybe they'll do it. Maybe the siblings come back together and become Dark Jedi, and then maybe they mentored Darth Plagueis. Now, she didn't do anything with it. She just had Darth Plagueis hiding behind a rock.
Yeah, he hides behind and he peers from this rock and he's looking at nothing. Like they even do they kind of show where he's looking and there's nothing.
Nothing.
What am I supposed to take from this? There's no. It's just key jangling. It's just there he is.
I took it further. I thought that his master was one of the moms or something.
They didn't do that.
What I'd like to do is go through just the events of the finale, because we do have a bunch of people who did not watch the show but do watch our videos. It's been revealed that Sol was responsible for killing the mom. When the episode starts, Osha is still with Smilo Ren and May is with Sol, and it culminates in a battle between Smilo Ren and Sol, and a fight between Osha and May, and it's a little Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I was watching the sisters fight, and I was like, I actually at this point, don't know why the sisters are fighting, I felt like.
And the confusing part is they change clothes, and they also have no personalities, so, like, it's doubly confusing, because they kind of switch it that, like, Osha is more aligned with the dark side at this point for some reason. Maybe because she saw Asian Ezra Miller's dick. And then May is like sort of good.
And the dialogue before ChatGPT, before the kind of new era of AI, do you remember those jokes that they were like, I had AI write a script, it's like a Hallmark Christmas movie or something, and it was very robotic and ridiculous. This reads like that to me. A lot of people are like, this sounds like it was written by AI. I was like, no, it sounds like those Hallmark memes wrote it.
Where are we?
Brandok.
Why?
I will contact Master Vanestra. The Jedi will meet us here.
Why?
There is a versions on this planet. Now that you and Osha are both alive, I can prove it.
Prove it? Prove what? That murdering our mother was justified? Oh, because you didn't want me to become a Jedi. I didn't do this. Sol lied to you. He blamed me. Sol never blamed you. He tried to teach me to accept that someone that I love could be capable of this level of destruction, and I failed. I could never learn to calm my negative emotions.
Smilo is probably the most interesting character in theory, much like Kylo was, actually. Seems like Disney Star Wars seems to find like halfway decent Sith and then doesn't quite know what to do with them.
Yeah, it's these like weaselly dark people, like
nerds who got made fun of in high school and became like very powerful Sith, and
they make them sexy for some reason, like sexy incels for some reason.
Yeah, they somehow coerce Sol into admitting that he was the one who killed the moms.
I want him to confess what he did.
I did the right thing.
You killed our mother.
Yes.
Is that true?
I was protecting you. It was the right thing to do.
And so Osha overhears that, and she starts force choking him. in this very dramatic way.
People on Twitter were saying that's like, this is the origin of the Force choke, but which would be even more cringe.
I heard that Jeremy Johns guy was like, I always just thought Force choke was just something any Jedi could do, but only Dark Jedi do it because it's kind of cheap.
That's the payoff to in the beginning where Smiler Ren's like, you shouldn't use a laser or a knife.
You have to kill the Wookiee without a weapon.
And I will kill one of them without a weapon and please the Master.
I always thought Jedi were kind of immune to Force choking because they could just use their like Force. Like you use Force choking on those admirals who are pieces of shit.
Yeah, I've never seen Darth Vader just start choking Obi-Wan Kenobi. You know, it's not going to work. Didn't Luke Force choke the pig guards in Return of the Jedi? That was Force choke, wasn't it?
I mean, it's just their neck. You just squeeze it. It should be an easy thing. It shouldn't be like an origin story for that.
Much the way we got to learn what Han Solo's last name is. We get to learn how Force choke was made.
What's your name, son?
Han.
What? Who are your people?
I don't have people. I'm alone.
Solo.
He's like supposed to be the bad guy at the end, it seems like. But I feel like when she kills him, you're supposed to be like, yeah, you get that Squid Game guy. And then to add insult to injury, Leslie Headland's wife there frames him for everything, which is totally like a weird thing for all the Jedi to do. Everything feels wrong. It feels so wrong.
So she turns to the dark side. There's also kind of the origin of the red lightsaber.
Oh yeah, because she bleeds on the lightsaber.
That's meant to explain what a red lightsaber is. Other people were like, well, how come Anakin Skywalker's?
And now people are like, it's because she physically bled on it because the crystal was exposed. Because this is...
Yeah, all right. And so, yeah, so they cover it up. They tamper with evidence. Leslie Headland's wife briefs Yoda, who theoretically has no questions at all and senses nothing. So it's just really very strong writing all around. And Osha becomes the new apprentice to the Sith Lord. And together they're very sexy and self-actualized. And she even gets to have like a really tender moment with her sister, and they kind of have reunited. And so ultimately the Sith are the good guys in this show, for sure.
Absolutely. It's not even a question. What are we talking about?
And they wipe May's memory, and then she's like with the Jedi, who she doesn't know who she is. And they establish this thing where they're supposed to be the same person, and it sounds like really important. Like, oh, there's one person with two bodies.
You and Osha are not twins. You're not even sisters. You're not twins. You and Osha are the same person. I don't know how your mother did it, but it has something to do with the virgins on this planet.
But that never pays off, and it never matters at all. Like, they just functionally act as, like, distinct twins.
They are independent of each other. Yeah, or do they just mean like biologically they're clones? But isn't that also true of regular twins anyhow? But here's my big thing. For many episodes now, I've been complaining about how this whole show is trying to do the subversive reframing of like, we don't even know what good and bad is. I called it postmodern at one point. I've called it political at others. These are words that people will be very... You can't call it what it is, actually. Like there's no terminology that will be accepted by some of the audience. I'm like, well, it's at least postmodern. So yeah, so this is like this morally relativistic thing. I think it would be one thing if it was like Tales from the Jedi, where Count Dooku has been failed to some degree by the Jedi. Because, the Jedi aren't perfect. They failed to mentor Anakin. They failed to prevent him from falling to the dark side.
I have failed you, Anakin. I have failed you.
But at the end of the day, their mission is on the side of truth and justice. Sith are people who use anger, hatred, fear, selfishness. Essentially, when the dark side takes you over, you allow a demon to possess you for immediate short-term power and gain. That's the point of it. It's not just some other different opinion.
Below the surface of consciousness are powerful emotions. Anger, fear, loss, desire.
That's the path to the dark side.
Semantics.
Just something that you can, just wear black and be a little cool and stronger.
So you can't be like, oh, these two Sith Lords are now self-actualized. No, they've given into evil. It's like if you had a Christian movie and you showed some failures of like Christian leadership or of church leadership, and then at the end of the movie they were like, so maybe Satanism is right for you. Because in Star Wars, like the Force and Jedi are meant to be a good thing, or at the very least the light side of the Force is meant to be a good thing, and the dark side is meant to be despair and hopelessness and selfishness. And like I always imagine, like the Emperor, after decades of toying with black magic, is just completely consumed by it. The same with Darth Vader. He can't even feel his own emotions anymore. They're putting themselves in a grave intentionally, and we're supposed to celebrate this and clap for this in the case of Osha.
It's bad. It's wrong.
I mean, you got the dark side, the light side. One is selfless, one is selfish. The pleasure
factor of greed and of selfishness is a short-lived experience. Therefore, you're constantly trying to replenish it. But of course, the more you replenish it, the harder it is to, so you have to keep upping the ante. The Sith are always unhappy because they never get enough of anything they want. Mostly their selfishness centers around power and control. And of course, that's the problem with Anakin ultimately is you're allowed to love people, but you're not allowed to possess them. So in order to not lose her, he made a pact with the devil to be able to become all-powerful. The dark side is pleasure, biological, and temporary, and easy to achieve. The light side is joy, everlasting, and difficult to achieve. Amen. Now let us pray.
The Count Dooku thing in the first 3 episodes of Tales from the Jedi, I thought did it beautifully. You totally understand where he's coming from. You understand why he feels disillusioned by the Jedi, but then he takes the easy, as Yoda calls it, the easy path, the quick and easy path.
If you choose the quick and easy path, as Vader did, you will become an agent of evil.
And he kills Yaddle. So his story ends with, you know, it's a bad ending for him. This story ends with it's a good ending, that she's on the dark side. It seems to me like the perspective of the show, the perspective of the narrator in the show is, this is good for her.
I'm so sorry, but the dark side is cooler.
It just is. I mean, that's why I was driven to write this story.
It's the kind of like, you know, screw it all. Like I love about the Sith part that I'm just like, you know what? Bring it all down.
And this flawed man's soul gets to die and get shit on and
die in disgrace.
Gets choked while he's like saying that he loves her. Like, oh god.
But and we're supposed to like celebrate this.
Because I love.
You know, again, like if this was about his redemption or this was about her coming to terms with it or whatever, but like the show is like, no, the just thing would be for her to choke him, kill him, embrace her sister, and go on her journey, go on her path to hell. It's hard to imagine a more fundamental misunderstanding of Star Wars than this.
I would be questioning the whole system of saying what is light and what is dark, not existing inside of either side.
Yeah, I saw some of the Nielsen ratings for this, just like the watch hours. It's low. Like, so at the end of the Red Letter Media video of this one, they harped on the hate watching thing again.
Going to watch it over and hate watch it just draws attention to it. Just bow out. Shut it off. Don't tell others to watch it because it's so terrible. Because it's a Chinese finger trap.
Nobody's watching this. Nobody's hate watching it.
I feel like we're all pretty happy to be standing in George's shadow, for sure.
People give me about Jar Jar Binks and say, oh, this is stupid. Well, you happy I'm gone now? You don't have Daddy to kick around anymore because this is what you get. Ready? At the very end, Star Wars dies.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
How you doing? What's your thoughts, Gloria, on Folding Ideas' new video?
Yeah. Did you think it was too pretentious? Everybody wants to know. There's a YouTuber that reviewed another YouTuber, and everybody cares.
Now we're going to review the YouTuber who's reviewing a YouTuber.
Gloria asked, she's been asking for months, can I be on the podcast, please? Did you tell me that?
I think I did.
Yeah?
I really wanted to be in the podcast.
Yeah, you think it's cool to be on a podcast? Well, so we do have a topic for you. So, you know, the summer's been busy for Gloria. She turned 7 last week.
Whoa, happy birthday, Gloria.
Thank you.
And she went camping with the Cub Scouts.
Uh-huh.
We went to a zoo where they had a mystical creatures exhibit. This is at Roger Williams Zoo in Providence. They have giraffes, they have elephants, they got a lot of cool stuff. They have a Komodo dragon that's like the size of a pony. But and I went for her. I was a chaperone at her school field trip. But they had animatronics this time, EJ, like a whole lineup of animatronics, and it was additional admission to see the animatronics. And then the school field trip wouldn't allow it. They were like, you're not going over. There was like an equity thing about like no buying them snacks, no going to the exhibit. But so Gloria said, can we go to Mystical Creatures sometime? And they had like Cthulhu. They had like Ugly Mermaids. What else did they have?
They had an abominable snowman, which was the Yeti from Rudolph. You can put a picture of that
which was.
So yeah.
You can put in a picture of the Yeti.
We can't put any pictures from the movie in though, because
Copyright?
it would be bad to like the movie theater. We can't like film or take any pictures in the movie theater.
You're worried about licensing? Yeah.
Yeah, we're not going to show the whole movie here.
This kid is a rule follower. Can I tell you something? She found out how the movies that are on Plex are on Plex. And she's been putting up a little bit of a boycott. Like, I'm not watching.
Or like Dad broke apart. We shouldn't talk about that.
Go ahead, tell him.
No, that's bad.
Go on, Gloria.
Tell the FBI.
Boom! Freeze! Michael Schoon, FBI. You know what you did. Yeah, you thought you could get away with your little ruse, didn't you? Didn't you?
I brought drinks into the movie theater, EJ. I did it. I broke the law?
The movie theater law.
They don't allow outside drinks into the movie. Well, that's stupid. That's the rule. Well, we'll just see if we can't get around that.
That front seat then?
And I let her ride in the front seat.
Louie, you'll have to sit in the front seat.
What? The front seat? Really? This is the best day of all my life.
In Massachusetts, you got to be 8. She's 7. Look at her. And she wrote.
Why did you do that? You're gonna get arrested.
Really?
Police officers, no. You don't think police officers watch your things?
I don't think so. Maybe, hey, if you're a cop out there, let us know.
Yeah, let us know.
I was dropping her off from school one day to let her ride in the front seat, and I was like, she was like, there actually is a cop that works at my school, and they're going to see this whole thing go down. And she was like, she was getting pretty nervous. And finally, we stopped at a convenience store, and she got in the back seat, and she was like, Dad, I'll do this when I'm 8. I'll do this when I'm 8. It's hard. It's hard to explain to a child why sometimes you can take it upon yourself to break the rules. I mean, how do you communicate a lesson like that?
I try not to.
Should we get to the inside out?
Yeah, let's get. She's the voice of the audience.
You pushing this thing along? Yeah. So we saw Inside Out 2. We saw it twice. I'm going to start by saying that there was some kind of some dumpy, trashy YouTube thing you were watching where the guy was like, I believe that there's going to be more emotions in Inside Out 2.
like Schadenfreude and all these other guys. And
like there's going to be Schadenfreude because there was a deleted scene in Inside Out 1. He kept going,
Yeah.
At least it's what I would love to happen in this new film, of which we hope there will be many. His pride was hurt. They would use the character. That's not a bad word.
Because he's going to be the hidden emotion. And he created this whole mystique of the hidden emotions. There's no hidden emotions.
There is no hidden emotions. Except for that white one that is like in there.
There was a hidden emotion?
Yeah. It wasn't really hidden. But remember like that white one that was like with the glass and she was like the old woman?
Remember when we all finally came up to headquarters? Nostalgia.
Oh, nostalgia. Nostalgia.
Nostalgia.
Yeah. Yeah. There's an old there was an emotion that won't show up in Riley's life yet called nostalgia. It was like a little old lady. Anyway, for those so a Pixar movie, for those who haven't seen Inside Out 1, do you remember what it was about?
That sadness can be good.
Yeah, bingo. The kids got it. Yeah, it's a movie about how you need to integrate sadness as a healthy emotion, and it's about like change. It features 5 anthropomorphic emotions. There's the meme that's like, what would it be like if toys had feelings? And then it was like, what would it be like if bugs had feelings? What would it be like if feelings had feelings?
Am I doing okay?
I saw the first Inside Out. I thought it was quite good.
Yeah. Yeah, they have to take all this abstract concepts and make it like... I think probably the harder thing about writing it is you have to make the story about the emotions themselves, those characters, and not about Riley, who they're piloting.
Right.
Like Riley's story is sort of small, their story is really large, and that's when it works best. So then this one I thought was better. And I like the first one.
Oh.
But this one I thought was even better.
Same. I thought it was so good. Like, Anxiety had like a computer, not like an Apple computer, but like a computer with like projections, like everything that could go wrong.
Oh.
And like I really like that for some reason.
Nice job.
Really like that.
Because we all have that computer in our head about our anxiety.
So it's about Riley, the 13-year-old. She's 13 now. She's going through puberty. Her big life event is that, friends are her whole life now. There's a new abstract concept in the movie called the belief system, EJ. Where, like, in the first movie, you had those islands that were like, there's Family Island and Goofball Island, all these, like, totems of the person's personality. And then in this one, it was like, now all those memories are starting to develop into beliefs. And you get your sense of self from beliefs. And so they visualized it as like almost like a dimension of little strings you could pluck. And when you pluck the strings, it says like, I'm a good person.
Yeah, like mom and dad are proud of me. That's actually one that was actually in there.
Yeah, mom and dad are proud of me. I'm good at hockey.
I'm a good friend.
I'm a good friend. Yeah. And they reveal that the emotions have been launching bad memories into oblivion. They've been getting rid of them. They're like, we don't need these, and the good memories will form good beliefs, and that's where we'll get our sense of self. I'm like, that's pretty ingenious.
That's it. That's very interesting.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's genius, and it's also not genius because at the end they get their old sense of self back, and they grow a new sense of self. That's like all the bad beliefs, all like good beliefs. Like it's okay. It's okay with all this stuff. You don't need to feel joy. You can hang on to anxiety. Anxiety is good. Like remember she said we had to study for a test. That's good.
Yeah, like you can like.
Envy is good. Envy. I don't really know what envy's for.
That's a great point, kiddo. She's because they introduce 4 new emotions. Puberty is like a demolition crew. They mess up the whole place. They leave before it's even finished, and 4 new emotions show up: anxiety, envy, embarrassment, and ennui. Are they all? Well, with the exception of anxiety, they're all E sounds, aren't they?
Huh.
Yeah.
So Gloria is saying like anxiety can be a healthy emotion if it's helping you foresee something.
Except for embarrassment too. That doesn't end with an E.
It begins with an E.
Oh really?
Yeah, embarrassment. Yeah, so anxiety kind of becomes the antagonist of the movie because the way she puts it is she's like fear, which is an existing emotion, is here to warn Riley about all the things it can see. And anxiety is here to warn her about all the things she can't see.
Oh, it's Maya Hawke. So she plays a character in Stranger Things. Yeah.
Okay. She was good.
It's Uma Thurman's daughter.
So, yeah, almost immediately, Riley goes to this hockey camp. She's going to be with older girls. She doesn't know how to fit in. She's there's like music she likes. She has to pretend she doesn't like that music to fit in. And so her sense of self is being challenged. And anxiety's whole thing is like, this sense of self thing is working against us. Throw that in the trash. We'll make a new sense of self. It doesn't matter who we are, whatever guards us from future dangers.
And I just thought that was evil.
It is, right?
I thought that was like just like plain evil. I think they like made her like a bad guy and then said, and they like tried to throw her in back as a good guy because they don't really want to make a bad guy. I think that you can't really have a bad emotion. I think, like, except for envy and embarrassment, I think, like, those
Never mind. Except for those ones.
I think those are, like, just, like, backup emotions. Except for embarrassment. Embarrassment helps you if, like, you're embarrassed that you're doing, like, an evil thing, and you
It's a warning, right?
Yeah.
It's like...
I don't really know what envy is good for, though.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's just to make like.
Or what if you were a bad person?
It's a part of being human.
Of good people, and so you became a good person.
Envy's something humans experience, so you have to mitigate it. Right. I mean, obviously, it's like it's why the commandments say like don't covet your neighbor's goods and stuff. It's because it's something you have to be aware of because it's something that happens in the human experience.
What I thought was really brilliant was anxiety decides we don't need any of all these other emotions are useless. They're all working against us. So that she kind of imprisons them for some of the movie. And she has all of the kind of the workers of Riley's brain just like endlessly drawing nightmares. Like there could be this nightmare. There could be this nightmare. What about this night? Just completely.
Like the drawing like every little possible thing that could go wrong.
Yeah. Do you ever feel that way? Do you ever feel like you're worried about like a million different things, like things that are probably never going to happen?
That like you have like a million things wrong? One time I actually have, I don't remember what, I think it was at my birthday, like too many things were going on, like
Oh, yeah.
there's like a mess in my treehouse, my picture got soggy, like
Your picture got soggy.
like I would have maybe got like a break, which would have made me selfish and would have like had me like getting time out or something.
You're worried if you took a break, it would look like you were being selfish somewhere?
No, but like I'd want to not go in. I'd get like a scolding, and
From
I'd
who?
probably like get like a punishment.
From me? I don't think so, Tim. Yeah, good. So, remember we talked about antagonists and protagonists? Do you remember what those are? Protagonist. Do you remember what those are?
So the antagonist is like the thing that stops the other antagonist.
Protagonist, yep.
Protagonist from getting what they want, and the protagonist makes it so that they don't get what they want and makes them stop because they're doing an evil thing.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying I think anxiety is the antagonist, but not necessarily a villain. It's not, it's not a bad person. She's doing what she thinks is best, but she is stopping joy from feeling joyful. In fact, there's a really nice part of the movie where she's like, look, maybe this is just about when you get older, you just feel less joy. You know? Do you feel like as you get older, you feel less joy, EJ?
I don't know. Not especially.
You feel like you have like spikes of joy like you did when you were a child?
I mean, yeah, you get more excited about things when you were a child, for sure. But I guess I'm not very super self-reflexive about it.
When they said it, I had to stop for a moment where I was like, do I feel less joy? Probably.
I don't know. Well, I think it's like anything, like especially when you have kids. I mean, I think you feel sometimes more joy than you've ever felt before.
That's really what
I think. Knows how that feels.
I do.
I kind of know how that feels with my dad, basically. I love it when we play together.
And sometimes, yeah, maybe the lows are lower and the highs are higher, but it's I don't particularly think that the joy is lower. Yeah.
Can I watch this video tomorrow?
Sure, you can watch this video tomorrow. So
like the things that bring you joy are different. That's the thing. So
yeah,
like I would get excited like I'm wearing a Chrono Trigger shirt. When I got Chrono Trigger for my birthday in the year 1996, I felt a lot of joy, but it's very different from the joy I feel now. We'll taste. Wow.
It's probably true that like my most joyous moments are like through her, for sure.
Yeah.
And that I wasn't feeling before I had a child. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Yeah, there's a great line. It's not about anxiety says it to Joy, I think. She says, it's not about who Riley is. It's about who she needs to be. You know, but she didn't mean it in an aspirational way. She meant it in like a ends justify the means kind of way. That was really smart. And really like a great way to talk to children about some like pretty complicated ideas. It's probably one of the most relatable movies you'll ever watch. Literally every single human being is going to go, oh yeah, puberty. Oh, and I thought it was great that they decided to, I thought puberty worked as a mechanism for this concept better than like being an 11-year-old moving, which is what the first one is.
Yeah, because it is like a natural disaster in a way. You have no control over it, but it's happening no matter who you are.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a nice prologue where they're like, you know, so Riley's getting better at hockey. She got really tall, really fast, and and so Sadness is crying because she outgrew all of her clothes. And they're like, they're still Family Island, but it's really teeny now, and Friendship Island is humongous. And like Disney, obviously, I got my problems with them because they don't do a good job with Marvel and Star Wars. I'm just going to tell you that right now.
They just did Lightyear, a few years ago or a couple of years ago.
Pixar hasn't made a lot of great movies. You like Turning Red, right? But Inside Out 2, I think, was their best in many years. I highly recommend it to all parents and all families. I think it's really strong. They didn't even they could have done like Riley has a crush, or they didn't even do that. It was just straight up like she's trying to fit in with an in-group, and it's all the emotions. You could critique the The third act is the exact same third act as the first movie, which is like, we need to get back to headquarters and we're stuck in some other part of the mind or whatever. But all right, kiddo, I think that's our discussion.
Okay.
Well done. Did you enjoy being on the podcast? Was it everything you thought it would be?
Bye.
Bye.
Did you enjoy Inside Out?
Did you enjoy Inside Out too?
Yeah, I did.
Do you recommend it?
Yes. What I really look forward to is editing it, because then we'll have like probably like pictures of like the first one, maybe. I don't know.
Oh yeah, are you gonna edit? Yeah. Are you gonna edit this, Gloria?
Yeah, you could edit this. Bye, love bug.
Bye.
Thanks for coming. You did a
Always
good job.
A pleasure.
All right. Well, that's a load off my leg.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
John, where are we?
We are at the warehouse of the Rhode Island Computer Museum. This is an incredible place. It is just a tremendous archive of all kinds of computing equipment dating back many, many years.
One of the best things about doing local content is that local fans will actually reach out and be like, I do a cool thing.
Yeah.
You want to introduce yourself, Dan?
Sure, I'm Dan Berman. I'm the director of the Rhode Island Computer Museum, and welcome to Area 51 here.
How many square feet are we talking?
We have 5,000 square feet, floor to ceiling, with just old computers. We started collecting in 96. We incorporated in 1999, and when we incorporated, every state agency, every government agency, every school found us and started donating computers.
Look at it, they're always busy.
That's his job.
And so Ray has been watching the channel for a few years now.
Yes.
So Ray, tell us a little bit about you.
Well, I've been in computers since 1969. I've worked on mainframes, PCs, all different kinds of stuff. And when I found this museum, I lend my expertise here to repair computers and demonstrate things to the various visitors that we have coming in there.
Did you tell me that in a past life you were a cinematographer or editor?
You worked for, I used to work in television broadcasting, 1960. I worked at a Channel 5 in New York City, and at 19 I was nominated for an Emmy for editing.
So we now have an Emmy-nominated crew member.
Official.
EJ, I don't know that we need you any longer. Now that the forklift's out of here, let's go see what the hell it is that they've gotten.
It looks incredible.
Got to strap a rope on because you get lost in there.
So we usually like to start our tour with the Harrier jet. So let's go down and see the Harrier jet first.
What that has to do with computers, I have no idea. So we're constantly getting donations from people, people that are just cleaning out their garages mostly. And they'll say, well, I have this, but it doesn't work. They say, I don't care, we need parts.
I look at Facebook Marketplace all the time, and I actually do see vintage computers going for pretty good money.
We don't usually sell our computers. We do loan them to the movie companies, and we've been in a lot of different movies, the latest of which is Severance. But just yesterday, I got a call from somebody up in Massachusetts, and they want to donate an Apple Lisa to us. And an Apple Lisa is a very rare computer, but they wanted it to go to a museum rather than to sell it.
I mean, those machines sell for thousands of dollars nowadays.
So this is the Harrier jet. There's another little museum, and they lost their space, so they have put their museum in storage, just as the Saratoga Museum, and that's the ones that own the Harrier jet. The car is a 1939 Ford, and that was at Pearl Harbor.
I was going to say, what does it have to do with the computer museum?
Well, we figured we could make a nice simulator out of that if we put a Raspberry Pi in it.
Make a hell of a home arcade out of this thing.
It's amazing to think that, you have over 1,000 pounds there and it's going to be lifted straight up when the engines are turned around.
Dan?
Yes?
Where are you?
Marco!
Send up a flare.
Anybody who's been watching the content for a while knows that EJ and I have adopted a little bit of a CRT obsession.
My name is EJ Massa, and I'm an addict, a CRT addict. Every day I go on eBay and Facebook Marketplace and look for CRT televisions for me to make detailed mod videos about.
And so whenever there are CRTs around, I think of my friend EJ. And I think, what could he do with these?
Just kind of walking by here, we're just on the fringes. Look at these hotel switchboards, very old technology, big IBM equipment that I don't even know what it is.
When we have the students come here, the students can't even figure out how to dial a rotary dial because, if you're under 15, you don't know what a rotary dial phone is. And their first question is, well, how do you dial 911 fast?
I remember when we got 911. Before that, we used to have the fire department, the police department, everything listed by our telephone.
Yeah, a little orange sticker right on the phone, which would tell you what numbers to call.
With the sheer quantity of stuff, how do you decide what goes in and out of the museum? Is it the kind of thing where you're rotating things in and out?
Yeah, I haven't figured out how to say no yet. We try to rotate our exhibits, but some of the stuff is big. We had one member that there was a jukebox on the side of the road. I must have gone past it 10 times, and I kept saying, I'm not going to take that, I'm not going to take that, I'm not going to take it. So I'm sitting over in the learning lab, and one of our members, Mike Lill, comes in, and he says, Dan, you'll never guess what I got. A jukebox, a Sebring jukebox. Now, this gentleman is 80 years old, and he has a pickup, and I asked him, well, how did you get that in your pickup? He says, well, I was standing on the side of the road looking at the jukebox, scratching my head, and two nice gentlemen came by and said, well, you want some help putting that in the truck? And they lifted it up and put it in the truck for me.
There was no escaping that jukebox.
There was no escaping that jukebox.
Look at this stack of 99 4A expansion boxes. Bunch of TRS-80s, it's just incredible. Boxes and boxes of TI-99 4As, Commodore 64s.
And they had all these Commodore 64s. I said, nobody's going to want these Commodore 64s. We only need a couple at the museum. And then I get a call from the show in Netflix, and it's called Halt and Catch Fire. Do you have any Commodore 64s? I said, how many? And I have 17 of them. And they said, all of them. And that's the first scene in Halt and Catch Fire. They have a house, and they have Commodore 64s up and down the stairs and all over the house. After that, I said, well, I better not throw anything away. And so now I have, all these Texas Instruments, and I'm just waiting for somebody to say, oh, we have a movie about Texas Instruments.
Do you ever find that you just have the box and not and then you hang on to the box because maybe a production would like that?
I've been doing that lately because I figured out, well, everybody wants a gateway box, it's got the cows on. Yeah. Some of these boxes, like one of the Texas Instrument boxes, is a French Texas Instrument, so I kept that box.
Yeah, there might not be any of those left.
Yeah.
You might have the only one.
So what we have over here is we got a call from Fairfield University. It's a PDP 1135, and they said that we're getting rid of this. It was given to them by Yale. It was a little hard to transport because usually the sections come apart, but in this one, they're bolted together, and we didn't want to take it apart, so we just moved the whole thing in a van. I was a much younger man when we moved that.
What year is that from?
So these are the 80s, and we hope to restore this one. We're going to bring this one back over to the learning lab. But I told Mike, if we bring this one over, we have to take something else back. That never seems to work out, but that's what I always
gentleman
tell
at the
him.
lab you'll meet, his name is Mike. He's our PDP expert. He has many, many PDPs on the wall that are working. The PDP-9 that he has is probably the only one in existence that's working.
Yeah, it's one of 12 in the world, and it's the only one that's working. Wow. So. But the nice part about renting them to the movie companies is that we send them out all dirty, and they come back cleaned and wrapped.
They get kind of laundered through the movie company.
Yeah.
Is that for like audio mag tape?
That's audio mag tape.
Yeah, that's audio.
This is digital. This is for
that's a computer one.
Somebody had donated 2 9-track tape drives, so people have a lot of data still on tapes, and we'll convert them back to USB sticks or something.
Oh wow, you'll do that?
This size is only about 175 megabytes of data, so we can convert this. Very easy to put it on.
Right. Yeah, but at the time, that was a ton of data.
Correct. Correct. Well, it's actually you had unlimited storage because you kept changing tapes. So
Yeah.
A data file may have 20 tapes to it, and it just keeps growing and growing.
Yeah, I remember seeing photos of like office buildings where they just have a tape room. They just had tons of tapes hung on racks.
For the same era, what did the average computer store for hard drive space?
Oh, I mean, computers of that era might not even had hard drives, or big industrial ones would have had 5 or 10 megabytes.
So this was mega storage.
Yeah, this is huge storage. This is like corporate storage, and you'd work right off the tapes. The tapes were a real-time system.
Yes. So linear punch cards is what they are.
Yeah.
You know what I'll always remember? There's like a big documentary about when they first started the production of Lord of the Rings.
Right.
We're gonna go to New Zealand. It's this huge thing, and they're wheeling in tons of servers and sand storage and everything. And they go, "We're prepared to store 1 terabyte of storage for our production.
We're getting Avid storage. We're getting 1.5 terabytes of storage set up and 6 Avids hooked together. Okay. Just gearing up for the biggest thing any of us have ever seen.
These 2 tapes in the later years, taking the tapes out of these tape bands were a process. You had to take the tapes out, right, to use them. That was too slow. So now they used automatic, which if you see a pin in the back, you just throw it in the computer and the machine would unlock it, and it would stay in
Do it all
and it would spin, and the tape would come out all by itself, and it would grab it by vacuum. So now the operator just had to take it and just slap it on the tape drive.
So one of the things that we do is we have projects with schools, and we do project-based learning. This is one of the kits. We import the kits from England. They're $6,000, and they're a little race car, and then we host a race down in Ninigrit Park. This is part of it. Our mission is to help inspire the workforce of the future. Electric cars will be the future. They have to learn how to put them together, but they also need to learn how to program them and to do things in electronics with them. This one came from Hasbro. This is an AS400. You know, I don't know what's going on with Hasbro. Hasbro says, oh, we would like to donate our computer to you, but don't tell anybody. Well,
Except for EJ.
This is between me and you.
Do you ever have to be concerned about, I mean, you must, about climate control, temperature control in here?
Well, yeah, we are, but we don't do anything.
But there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, the options are limited, right?
Yeah, I mean, the wintertime's fine because cold is great,
right,
you know?
Right.
We can even turn them on in the cold. It's moisture in the summer. If we're not careful in here, it builds up moisture and the floor gets damp.
Try to keep stuff elevated. And,
yeah. That's why we have all the pallet racking and the shelving and try to put everything up. Some of it's a little heavy to put up.
I mean, the scariest things are the disk drives because you can't get any dust in them. You got to be very careful if you turn those on.
Our members think that everything should be able to be turned on, and you know, I don't have another 1,000 years, so I'm not going to be able to turn everything on. But we do get calls all the time. I got a call from somebody that wanted to save a computer, and they had heard that up in Arlington, Massachusetts, in Boston area, the Arlington Coal and Lumber Yard was throwing out their computer. It's the IBM System 3. Now, you don't see many IBM System 3s around. This was at a lumber yard. They were using it for their inventory. And I called them and they said, well, this is going in a dumpster. And I said, well, can you wait a day? And they get their forklift out and they put it on I rented a truck up there and they put it on the truck. And I'm saying, oh no, how am I going to get it back off the truck now? You know. But we have neighbors with a forklift. This is 900 pounds. So the IBM 360, the mainframe computer, most people would lease it. They wouldn't even buy it because it's so expensive. And then IBM came out with other series and smaller series, and this is the IBM Systems 3.
This is all business technology. You'd never see one of these in the home. And that stuff is the stuff that really disappeared. Because businesses didn't care at all. It didn't go into an attic. It got thrown in a dumpster.
So a mainframe computer in a business. It was not unlike the idea behind a data center or a series of servers that run your business applications today. The idea was just that your primary business application, like your primary record system or your primary sales system or whatever, normally multiple functions would all be on one mainframe and everybody would connect to it. Really, in terms of design, it's not all that unlike a server cluster or a server farm, but there's one.
Doing just a single task, like we're talking about inventory, you know, that's like, and that was revolutionary enough for businesses that the extreme cost was justified.
So what's old is new. It wasn't really the cloud, but you started with a mainframe computer that everybody connected into. Everything went to micros and standalone systems, and now we're all going back to the cloud.
Check this out, Personal Computing Magazine. You bet I bought a second computer. Using your computer to learn foreign languages, printer accessories, composing music on a computer.
This should be the new Peter Smith motto.
You bet I bought a second computer. John bought a few.
You bet. My room upstairs is filled floor to floor with monitors.
Look at these CRTs.
Sharp. Those are nice. Look at that. An old school web conferencing.
20 years of just like every corner has, you know, collections and amazing items. You know, I see a TRS business computer up there. I see, you know, PS2 monitors way up high.
All the ones that are wrapped up over here are rainbows. Deck rainbows.
Deck rainbows, yeah.
And those deck rainbows were in the show Pose. This is the Model 1 Radio Shack. What's interesting is this is actually the Radio Shack table, too. So it has the real table. And when Radio Shack first put this out, they forgot to do one thing, to insulate the terminals for EMF, the monitors for EMF. So when people would take these home, they take them home, turn them on, and everybody's television in the neighborhood would go fuzzy. So they had a big recall on these. shield them on the inside.
That was one of the computers that started the home computer revolution.
And here are the connectors. Radio Shack had these little joysticks and everything.
Look, Halloween computing.
From 1982.
What do we have here? This little Konica.
It's like a slide scanner, probably.
This right here, that's one of my favorite monitors. That's another version of that one you were talking about, EJ, the Commodore 1084. Beautiful monitor.
We have a bunch of British computers because we decided that we wanted to collect British computers since we had British cars. And up above, you're going to see an apricot. So you had Apple, and over in England they named it apricot, and then some crazy people over in England named one after squirrels, and they called it the acorn.
This Commodore 1084, this one has the text control panel on it, which definitely means it was part of a video editing setup using an Amiga. And they would use these monitors. These monitors were good enough to use as production preview monitors for high schools or small businesses that did that stuff. So its main benefit was that it could output NTSC video as its main video output.
The IBM Data Masters. Now, of course, IBM had to have everything heavy, so these are very heavy.
Yeah.
Everybody named their computer. So this one's called Baby, and it says, "Do not leave baby unattended."
You ever encounter a FireWire 400 cable and think, times are a-changing?
I've got a pile of those at my house.
I know. I haven't had the heart to throw them out completely.
Yeah.
I've got a camera or two.
Yes, that still have it.
I still have a few.
This behind you is a Sphero Univac. They were using this for their cookie inventories.
Is this a green terminal?
It's actually amber.
I always love the amber ones.
And this is a mag card typewriter.
Oh, wow.
And this is about 1 page of information. So what you would do is you type on your typewriter and you put it in the bottom body, and that would copy it. You could copy it on here. Now, you couldn't see it, but you could reprint it.
I have never seen this technology before.
It's very rare.
I'm not familiar with it at all.
It didn't last very long.
Yeah, it's cut in the same way as a punch card.
Yep.
Interesting transitional moment in computing.
Yep.
If I only had a cigarette.
Have you ever seen something like this before?
So one person sits there, and the other person sits here, and they look through this little screen, and it's a split screen. So you're going to see half the monitor, and the other person's going to see half the monitor, and they're going to key punch all day. How do you think your neck would feel on that one?
Right? Oh, what, you have to like...
The side.
So you need to be short like me. No, the space bar feels so strange.
And right here is a missile guidance system from a missile silo from Canada.
It's just a Lisa hanging out here. Lisa is kind of interesting because when I was 12, my computer teacher in the middle school, Westport Middle School, bought me a book about the Lisa. And ever since then, I've always kind of wanted one, but they're so expensive that even like over all the years, I've never wanted to spend, $1,500, $2,000 for a system.
And I see it has the same Super Nintendo discoloration problem.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
As everything did, those old plastics that aren't painted, A lot of computers are actually painted, like all of IBM stuff was painted Commodore. This is a painted monitor.
This is a compact portable computer. They call them lovable luggables. And you can pick this up. This is like 35 to 45 pounds. That's what those things are.
Yep.
Jaunty.
Bring that on the plane.
Well, my job, I was a civil engineer, and we used to carry these around in the airports when you go to visit other projects and things. The computer companies decided that, well, that's a lot of work. We'll put wheels on it. The suitcase industry saw that and said, that's a good idea. So that's why all the suitcases now have wheels on them.
It's led by computers.
It started led by computers. So 1986 is the year that they were going to make Toy Story, and Pixar decided that they didn't have a computer fast enough to make the Toy Story videos. So what they were going to do is build their own computer. So this is a Pixar computer. It's actually two of them. There's a unit in the top and a unit in the bottom here. It's very similar to a Silicon Graphics. So this is the IBM 5100, and it has cartridges, and so this runs the IBM OS. This is right before the PC came out.
One of the things that I'm like most struck by as I walk through all the different models is how many different form factors there are for PCs. Here we have like mostly keyboard, teeny monitor, and some other bullshit. Like over here, monitor, etc. to the right.
Personal electronic translator from Commodore. So before Apple went into the schools, Commodore tried to go into schools, but their computers were too expensive for people to buy at the time. What Commodore decided to do was they wanted to put their tape deck. So the tape deck is how you would get information in and out. They decided to put it into a computer. And that's exactly what they did. they cut a hole in the top of it and they put it in their computer. So that's all they did. Once they put that in the top of the computer, they said, "Oh, the keyboard doesn't fit.
We better make it impractically small."
Well, yeah, I know.
Look at this.
We'll put a chiclet keyboard on from our calculators, and nobody has fingers that small. You want to test it?
Yeah.
See
If anybody would.
So that was not a good idea, and they went back to the full-size keyboard.
I love it. It's one of my favorite things about early technology is trying to figure out what will work and getting it wicked wrong several times. What kind of tape are we talking? Are we talking
cassette tape?
Like
just a home cassette. Audio.
Home cassette, like an audio cassette tape.
Yeah, your Teddy Ruxpin.
And you write data to it.
So if you were a student, a computer student in the 70s and 80s.
I was not.
I wasn't a computer student. I was there. But you'd have one of these. This is the Texas Instrument 990. This is the board that you would learn on. So they give this to the students, and they teach them how to program with this board. It's kind of
It's the Raspberry Pi of its day, kind of.
Yeah.
So the idea was that it was like just a standard computer board. Today we're gonna learn how to program this calculator.
It wasn't a calculator. It was a mainframe computer.
Okay.
The calculator was just the interface to talk.
It was the keyboard. That was just the keyboard to talk to.
Oh, got it. It's just interface.
There's a little show that's on Apple TV right now. It's called Severance. This is a Ben Stiller show, and he's very precise about what he wants. He didn't come himself. He said his set designers. And they saw this, and they said, this is fantastic. This is a Data General Dasher terminal. And we loaned him that, and he said, do you have 5 more of those? Well, nobody has 5 more of those. And he says, oh, can we take them apart and make 5 of our own? I said, sure. So they took it apart, and they 3D printed the face and everything of that, and they put TVs in them. And when you see the show, those are the ones that they made to look like ours. So ours is in it too, but they made 5 other ones. And they took the keyboard, and they made that, and then they put a tractor ball on because they love that keyboard.
That is kind of awesome.
This is the system that was running in the New York City Fire Department during 9/11. It has a System A and a System B.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but there's like an existential crisis happening here. Who are you? It says on D.
What?
Web surfing.
Read your internet by the minute.
Insert $1.
Oh, it was paid to use the internet?
This is a Chinese version of the Apple II. It's a clone. It's a Golden II, a knockoff, and that's an Apple III.
The Apple III is the notorious failure for Apple.
Yes.
They really mispredicted what the market was about and actually went back to the Apple II and developed that line for many more years.
This is Z series, that's the 890. So it went the 360, 370, 390, and we'll have a 390 over at the other place, you'll see that, and the 890, which is the biggest one. We had a 390, but I got a call from England, and I get a call from this gentleman, he's a broker, and he says, do you want to sell your 390? No, I don't want to sell it. And the next day, a guy calls from England, and he's from EDF, which is the nuclear energy department in England. They run 9 nuclear power stations with these old computers, and they needed ours for parts. So they said, can we buy your computers? And I said, all right, who am I to stand in the way? I'll sell you the old computers. How much do you want? And I'm thinking, I have 2 of these, and I'm thinking, well, maybe 15,000. And I was thinking for both of them. And he says, oh, okay, that means 30,000 for 2? And I said, sure. So that works. About a week later, I get a call. Our accounting system won't take U.S. dollars. Is it okay if I give you 30,000 pounds instead of U.S. dollars? Now, the exchange rate for a pound is $1.50 per dollar. So I said, sure, that works out for me. And I get another call, and he says, there's no boards. Where are the boards? And he sends me a picture. He shows me the back of the computer. I asked him, well, how old are you? And he tells me his age. And I said, well, have you looked in the front of the computers? Because these boards were in the front of that computer, not in the back.
Like this one right here, I'm just amazed by the aesthetics of it. This was a machine that was meant to be seen as an incredible piece of technology. Wow. I mean, this is just like industrial beauty.
You never got fired for buying IBM? That was the slogan.
This is the back of the machine. A machine like this could virtualize 4,000 of those machines. Why would you want the maintenance of 4,000 computers when you could just buy 1 box?
Right.
Yeah.
And people will say, well, if the box, I said, get another one. It's 2 chassis, right?
Yep.
Figure the room you would need to house 4,000 servers.
But what you're describing in modern terms is ESX and virtualization.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
What would happen is you could check your email on the Cape in the early 2000s, and it was very expensive because it was very slow. We liked it so much that we took the guts out and we put a laptop in here and we played Doom on it.
That is the sign of a nerd.
Yeah.
I remember when I first started working for my company, we made printers, not for this particular one, but the printers that would go in these. You could browse the webpage, and then for an extra fee, you could print out on thermal paper a copy of your MapQuest directions or your email to take
That's
with
what
you.
you would have done, yeah. I thought you were going to say, and we figured out a way to print out Doom.
Oh, let's RGB mod this.
Branded TVs. That was like a thing for a little while for kids' rooms and in wealthy homes.
Oh, in particular, EJ found one that was a Batman one.
They had so many. They had Hot Wheels. They had like My Little Pony.
So this whole wall is beautiful to me.
It started out we were throwing TVs away, and then a show came to us and said, "Oh, don't throw any TVs away. We want your TVs. We use them in our television shows." So the show was Joy, and it was about the mop lady, and it starred Jennifer Lawrence. It was filmed up in Boston, and that was the TV that was in it. So we built this wall of TVs. There was a show about the good nurse, and they wanted a TV in the hospital room, and so we actually have a hospital TV.
A piece of technology that I've been fascinated by for the past few months is that very, very short window of time when CRTs, and I think we're looking at one, that 2007 one maybe, were HDMI compatible and widescreen.
Well, that's LCD up
That's
there.
LCD? Shoot.
We were in another movie called King Kong Skull Island, and they had a whole setup of a computer room, and we did that.
Those are iconic. That's what people remember interacting with. They don't remember the machines in the server room. They interacted with these terminals that are basically just made to connect.
There was another show called Hidden Figures. They called us and said, "Oh, do you have a 701, an IBM 701?" Well, nobody has an IBM 701. But we did have some books with the plans for them. So we gave them the floor plans, the layout, and they built their own. We loaned them our oscilloscopes here. So when you see the show, you see the woman moving the oscilloscope, and that's our oscilloscope. These are analog computers. They're really pretty patch panels.
My first computer was a mainframe.
What year are we talking?
69.
I didn't really grow up with computers, but I used them in college. So I graduated high school in 1970 and went down to a school in Texas. I was in civil engineering. And of course, when you're in civil engineering, you need to use computers back then. The first time I probably owned one was when my daughter was born. I decided to buy her a Texas Instrument TI 99-4A. Of course, she was like 1 year old, so she wasn't really going to use it, but I was going to use it.
The TI 99-4A was also my very first computer, though mine came from a yard sale in 1992.
Mine was, I guess it was that Tandy 486 that ran Decimate.
When you were programming on a mainframe, mainframes were rented back then, so time was very important. So you as a programmer, you had to schedule time on the machine, and they could only give it to you when the machine was down, which is usually 3 o'clock in the morning. And even when you programmed, you had to write on coding sheets. Then you had to submit it to a key punch department, and they got paid by the keystroke. So then you get your cards back, and they had to verify to see if they typed it right.
What were they, metering the keystrokes somehow?
Yeah, so if you're a very quick typist, you got paid a lot. So when you would write code, you would have to tell the key punch operator, is this a 0 or is this an O? Is this a 1 or is this an L? Is this a 5? Yeah, so you had to put like a coding scheme at the top. It's exactly what you did. And then you get that back, you got errors, and they say, sorry, you can't have any more time. So now you're at your desk on figuring out how you fixed it.
It's an RJE, and as you can see, it's Y2K ready. So your punch cards would be Y2K ready, and there's your floppy disk.
Get in there, Johnny.
Free cleaning job. This is hard drives. This is the drive part, right? This actually has the platters in it.
That has the platters
and the heads.
So each one of these is 240 megabytes. And so what happens is you'd need like 5 of them to make a gig.
Yep.
And that's why the computer rooms had so many of them.
If you had a head crash, you couldn't see it. So as an operator, you would load a pack on, lock it up, run your job, and halfway through the job you get a data error on the disk pack. You wouldn't know what was wrong. You would assume that the disk pack went bad, so you would take the disk pack off and move it to another drive. So since the disk pack itself is now scored and scratched, the heads are not flying above it, so you crash that drive. You would take them off like this. The pin would go in here, and then this cover, you would just unlock, you just unwind it, and it would lock itself onto the drive.
8-inch floppy, storage 60K. So maybe you could get, you could get a few Word documents on here, but they cannot have media in them.
Wow, that's an old tube tester.
That's an old tube tester. But tube technology, they would burn out quite often. I think it may be
maybe
40s or
yeah.
50s, yeah.
What is a tube tester?
It tests vacuum tubes.
Yeah, so everything, radios and TVs used to have vacuum tubes. It was like the dominant technology before transistors. And if you were servicing those systems, you needed a way to test those tubes. So you have all your different sockets, you'd set it up according to the chart, and it would test it out for you and tell you if it was good or not. They were a replaceable commodity item. You could go to any corner store and you'd have a tube section where you could buy tubes for your device.
They actually would have television repairmen that would come to your house, just like a doctor, and they'd repair your TVs. Later on, they started getting the tube testers in the drugstores, and you could take the tubes out yourself if you're brave, and take them to the store and test them, and then get new tubes for your TVs.
So there's the Gateway 2000.
That's a big home computer from our era.
We're halfway there, guys. So for Ice Age, Blue Sky Studios was contracted over in Connecticut, and Blue Sky Studios used these little Silicon Graphic O2s, and they had 14 of them, and they gave us this one.
Silicon Graphics is kind of forgotten about now in terms of computing, but they had a line of computers that did CAD back in business in the 90s and 80s.
They were very fast.
Incredible graphics machines, but a lot of those capabilities now have been rolled into desktop computers like everything else.
Everybody named their computers, and this one is named SID. System is down.
A very old piece of paper right there.
This was a business computer, and this one cost $10,000 when it was new in '82. That was as much as 2 cars back then.
I don't know. Maybe just a disembodied number pad.
Bunch of
Just a bunch
stereos.
of audio equipment, VHS tapes, Betamax. This is a Burroughs computer.
The competitors to IBM that you really don't hear about anymore, because IBM kind of dominated that market eventually. Oh wow, Burroughs adding machine, huh? Is this the system that later they took that CPU and made the 99.4A?
Here's the face panel for it.
I always thought that was incredibly cool that the 99.4A had a mainframe CPU that had just been taken down from these big boxes made into a single chip, and eventually Texas Instruments didn't know what to do with them anymore and just put them in home computers because they scaled down that much at that point. Look at this, again with the beautiful blue aesthetic of Data General. Look at the space age design here.
Yes. So we got a call from Harvard, and Harvard said they were getting rid of their CAT scan machine, and we go up to Harvard, and they're all out there in white bunny suits with Geiger counters. Oh, you can have this piece. Oh, you can't have that piece. It's too hot. So they gave us the console. We decided not to take the laboratory table that they had, that they were putting the bodies on. And this is what they were taking the pictures with. It was this little screen, and these are the computers.
So this thing that looks like it's like a space age computer, I was over here going, what does it do? And he was like, well, it's a mini computer. And for those who couldn't afford big mainframes, you'd buy this. And I'm thinking to myself, would it have been worth it to not just do things manually and raise, like, if you have 2,400 employees, they're all on payroll, and you got to process payroll. Like, this is like...
Yeah, you don't want to do that by hand.
Yeah,
you need a room full of clerks.
The employees are still doing whatever your business puts out, but you have to.
This is a room full of clerks.
Yeah, between microcomputers, which is what we have now, and we have the mini stage, which is largely forgotten.
Those cabinets are filled with software.
Ooh, accounting software.
Sports Illustrated.
Ooh, digital Beethoven.
Oh.
Ocean's 8 job lot, $4.99.
To this day, when I see blank floppy disks, blank VHS tapes, blank CDs, I'm like, do I need any? That's how you know when technology is ancient, is when there's like Thomas Edison light bulbs on it.
Those are tubes, regular tubes.
This is the other side of that. That's where the vacuum tubes go to.
Just stacks and stacks of them, color coded.
Nina, does this still appeal to you, this sort of thing?
Totally. I can take that into the kitchen. I can take that into the dining room.
Shelves filled with IBM information that probably there's not many copies of left.
This is a 1975 ECRM document scanner. So this is the very first document scanners that were made.
So this would scan those documents and, fill in the dots.
Oh, they got a standardized test almost.
Standardized testing.
Right. You got to fill in the whole bubble.
Yeah.
With a number 2
Don't
pencil.
go outside the bubble.
Yeah.
Number 2 pencil demonstrating to you a properly filled in bubble versus a not.
You're going to look like a real idiot to the machine if you do this wrong.
That's a heavy duty power coupling.
4 to 50, yep. Incredible.
So
that's what would power these kind of machines.
This is a very rare one. This is an Olivetti. That's a PC, but you just don't see Olivetti PCs. There's very few of them made.
These were mainframes, very powerful mainframes. This was from 97. This is kind of like late mainframe era, but mainframes are still around today. Cray still makes mainframes for certain specialty applications. So
look at the burning on this guy. Computer Dash.
America Online for Dummies.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever wanted to make your own movie on a computer? Have you ever?
If we haven't been doing it for 20 years.
Make highlight videotapes automatically. So this is some early AI. Oh, WordPerfect, of course, the dollar store word processor.
Hey, WordPerfect was a serious business tool.
So of course younger people won't know this, but this is what was called a porta potty. The way it would work is it has no electronic components. It's got no really plumbing to speak of. What you do is you drop these off at an event and people can go ahead and go to the bathroom. This one doesn't flush. None of them flush. A man would come at the end of the day, take away all the poop and pee, and dump it off someplace else. And he'd bring it back and everybody can go to the bathroom in it. So we got one of those.
They always ask for this on movies.
All right, so we've seen the warehouse, but this isn't the only space the Rhode Island Computer Museum has. They also have a space that they call the Learning Lab, where people can come visit every weekend.
So the curated stuff.
Not
the stuff that they dump onto a shelf and say, we'll have this just in case.
Yes, exactly.
Let's go check it out.
So we're in front of the Rhode Island Computer Museum in Warwick, Rhode Island. We used to come out to Warwick, Rhode Island to go to the big computer shows that used to be over at Rhode Island College over here.
Yeah, when I found out that there was this Warwick Computer Museum, I was like, oh, we gotta go, because the ultimate dunce cart, which cannot happen, would be to go back to those computer conventions.
Yes.
I believe those to be foundational to our relationship. The routine was go to that, buy $250 worth of normally monitors for every always needed a monitor, and then we would hit a Boston Market that is now a Chick-fil-A. Yep. And what would we eat? Macaroni
and cheese.
Look, right next door is a computer
just
museum.
Down the road.
We already have seen the warehouse of incredible things. Now we get to see what does it look like when it's curated.
Yeah, let's see it.
These cars have 2 speeds, on and off.
Right as we walk in, I see like a history of computers and a little video game station here. Are they mostly mini consoles?
It all works.
Yeah.
Oh, look, and there's the hack games.
This really does have just about everything you'd want in a Genesis. It's like all the really best games of a Genesis.
It comes with 2 wireless controllers.
That's a great deal.
Yeah, there you go. And then get to the S's.
If you do it like anywhere above pointing it directly at the system, it stops. It stops responding.
Go to Sonic 2. We all know what that sounds like. Such a piece of garbage.
This is an MSX machine that's been built into an Apple II case. So MSX had a lot of games never really made it to the US.
Is there like a game you like on MSX?
Not really.
Yeah.
I haven't really explored the catalog.
Famously, Metal Gear, I think, was on it.
Yeah, started on there.
There's a nice informational sign about how the internet came about through the Cold War. Oh, it's an acorn.
That's an acorn. It's a little old. It needs some servicing. So if you hold the shift, it looks like some of the keys on the keyboard are non.
No, they are. It's just I gotta get it into the right mode.
There it goes.
Oh, please stop tape. Please stop tape.
Please stop the tape.
It's a little arcade game. So how does one play? How many players?
Just one.
Just you.
Get ready, player 1. Okay, the spacebar jumps.
Arrows up in the corner there.
Oh, I pressed the brake button, then everything went kapooey.
The Boston Computer Society, a defunct computing organization in Boston, and I won their programming contest in 1992 and went up to Boston, Massachusetts with my mother.
No way!
I received an award for a program I had written for an Apple II.
What did it do?
Little programs to make computing easier. There was one that let you draw little pictures, file organization. They stopped existing around 98 or so. Early Intel development machines, and then this is the main room in there.
Now this is a computer.
That is great, actually.
That's the classic background.
Oh, some Oregon Trail or Oregon Trail. You may be a banker from Boston. Yeah.
I was always a banker from Boston. You got more money?
EJ, Nana, Franca, Glow.
Glow dies of dysentery. I'm
going to be bereft. I once worked for an executive. She had a G3, a white border G3. Computers had moved on from the G3.
Yes.
I think we were at like G5. And she was like, it looks really good in my office, and I don't want to upgrade it. I was like, do you use it? She's like, not really, no.
It's just about the aesthetics. And this is my favorite Commodore, the 128D. I do have one of these at home. Most of the best games have been made in the past 5 to 10 years.
Really?
Now that people have had tons of years with the machines, they can figure out all kinds of, special tweaks to make incredible things.
There's a Rocky Horror Picture Show game for the Commodore.
Is there?
Yeah.
These are all TI-99 games. And I had that model right there. I didn't have a cassette drive for it, and I didn't have a disk drive, and I didn't have any games. So the only thing I could do is type in programs and hope it didn't get turned off.
I love the manual.
The story so far. You're a Marine, one of Earth's toughest, hardened in combat and trained for action. 3 years ago, you assaulted a superior officer for ordering his soldiers to fire upon civilians. He and his body cast were shipped to Pearl Harbor, while you were transferred to Mars, home of the Union Aerospace Corporation.
Yeah, all games would have like huge stories because you couldn't tell it in the game.
Yeah, so you had to just be like, look, you're part of something huge. Oh, I love it. I haven't played it on a PC in a long time. I've played it on crappy consoles. That's all I played it on. Nina's been playing Oregon Trail over there for a while.
Am I dead yet from dysentery?
This is a really cool thing, and you won't be able to represent it with video, but you put the glasses on, and it's eye tracking. So you can like pick things up and move them in multiple dimensions. Oh yeah, these are the tracking glasses.
Okay, cool. And so once you're actually sitting at it.
So that's your mouse.
Whoa!
Now pull it toward you.
Yeah, pull it out of the screen.
And rotate it. So you can take that and drop it in the crystal. And there's a camera here that you can... It's really cool.
That is really
You can
cool.
grab the camera and look inside. It'll show up on the top right screen. And you can grab the camera. Mike Thompson. I'm on the board of directors, and I fix the ancient machines. Real typewriters are complete mysteries to the younger people. They just don't understand.
No idea.
How do you change the fonts?
Yeah. This is an Atari, a late Atari computer. The only computer at the time that had built-in MIDI ports. Lots had option cards where you could get it. But that made it really popular with musicians. And they've got a nice little setup here so that you can try out MIDI on the actual Atari. They use the Rock Band keyboard here to get it done. This is later Atari, though. So Jack Trammell, who ran Commodore and had great success with the Commodore machines, left after a conflict. And he went over and picked up the rest of Atari's computing business and released this line of computers, the STs.
I'm making great progress.
The Mac SE. Isn't it funny how the OS hasn't changed all that much?
Well, you know, they really nailed it.
They're like, I think we got it. It's files, it's folders. Oh, did you see the Lisa, John?
So a lot of them that are in the Lisa case are actually been converted to Mac XLs. So real Lisas are unusual.
We were over at the Quonset warehouse and we saw one.
The Lisa is kind of interesting because when I was 12, my computer teacher in the middle school, Westport Middle School, bought me a book about the Lisa. And ever since that, I've always kind of wanted one, but they're so expensive that even like over all the years, I've never wanted to spend, $1,500, $2,000 for a system.
There's one over there that the battery's leaked. It's got 4 giant NiCads. Everything inside of the case, including the plastic, has got green stuff all over it.
And that was the fate of a lot of these. Those NiCads leaked down and they ruined the backboard and on the plane too.
Well, that one, the whole inside of the case is even coated with green.
Just recently, somebody has started to make replacement boards, replacement backplanes, so that you could transfer all the components over and use it. I've never been able to actually use a Lisa before. Like, I know it's based on the Mac OS.
Some behavior that's almost like what you would expect, but not quite. It's not exactly fast either.
Come on, let's go.
It has a very slow hard drive.
You ever get really young people in here? What do they think of all this?
They love it.
Do they? Yeah.
They play on all the games.
Jeez.
They don't care about that stuff. They don't care about the old stuff. They care about all these games.
Yeah, well, fair enough. I mean, look at Nina. She's addicted. The Apple II predates me by quite a few years, but
it was still there.
Still was the lab.
Yeah. It wasn't until I was in 8th grade that they got rid of all the Apple IIs, which would have been 1990, like 2 and 3. They had made such a huge investment in those apples, they didn't want to do anything like throw them away.
There's a game called Turtle that we used to play.
Oh, Logo. You'd program the turtle to do things. That was my first introduction to programming in the Westport Elementary School. It was developed specifically to teach children about programming concepts.
I have cholera.
No.
No. Frankie, you found Mario 3.
Yeah. A Hyperkin, yeah. So I see they have a Pi 5, first of all. That's what they should do, is they should have the RGB Pi on an actual CRT, and then they don't have to swap games or anything.
We were just talking about how some of the early ICs that are in some of these machines have moisture intrusion into them, and that's causing failures now. None of this stuff was designed to last forever, and it's amazing that it still worked as long as it has.
And you can get a new old stock part that's bad.
Nina got pretty far, and then it said switch discs, and she doesn't know what to do.
There's a disc emulator on the side of it.
That's from a hobbyist. He runs the company called Big Mess of Wires, and it is the very best Apple disc emulator for Apples and Macintoshes that exists. It has all the features. It can emulate hard drives. It can emulate floppy disks for Mac and for Apple.
I might have cholera, but I'm alive.
You're still alive.
Ray spins it, and I push buttons. And then you can generate a little bit of energy.
It gives you an idea of the mechanical resistance on when you're cranking it to the amount of light you're actually making out of it.
I remember one day I had to go to work with my dad, and he was fixing a boat. That was what he did. He was a hydraulic mechanic. And the captain had a PC up in the captain's area, and it played Duke Nukem. And I was like, wait, I can just go in there and play Duke Nukem all day, which was completely against the plan. And it was great. Who is shooting at me? And how do I look up and down?
Oh, now EJ has a broken arm.
EJ has a broken arm.
With a broken arm.
Not gonna be able to film. I see you have 170 pounds of food on that wagon. What us young boys would always do is overhunt, and the wagon would just be carrying tons of bludgeoned carcasses.
I haven't yet stopped to hunt. I just keep buying little amounts of food along the way.
Nice. We were trying to turn it into an action game at all times.
Yeah, so just murder animals until we were satisfied.
Now you're down to 100 pounds of food. Inadequate grass, inadequate grass, inadequate grass.
We're almost at the fort. We're almost at the fort.
This is one of my favorite machines, the Amiga 2000. I wonder if I can turn them on. How do you power it on?
I have no idea.
Got it on?
Yes. And this particular one happens to be a former video editing machine. This is the video toaster card right here. I think they're getting ready to set up. You had 4 channels of video that you could switch between. It's basically a real-time video switcher. To have that in a computer that was this size in that era was unbelievable. That changed the way that video production was done. This is normal NTSC video like you could put on a television, and that is really what made these computers so adaptable into the video industry. This had stereo sound that it could play back in real time in the 80s, in the mid-80s. You can get this machine to not only run Amiga software, but because it's got a 68K processor, they made Macintosh emulation boards where you can run a Macintosh on it, and they also made PC emulation boards. So you could run a Mac, a PC, and an Amiga on a single platform. That's something I would really like to set up and get running. I think it would be just super cool to be able to just freely switch between those 3 environments.
So this came from an old mill. This is what they used to control the looms. So this is all data storage on cards. And then we went to punch cards, which has holes in them. These were only 80 characters on a card. On the smaller systems, the IBM 34s and stuff, they used 96 column cards.
In other words, used to
store data or run a program you could run from cards.
So like the hex of a file would be
correct.
Yeah, right.
We have a small manual key punch machine here. So we went from cards to all different types of storage mediums. Paper tape. You all heard of things called core memory. This is a magnified example of core memory, and this is the memory itself. This is the size of the memory that went to the moon. That's how dense it was, and this was woven by hand. So then that was too big, so we got smaller
and denser.
A lot denser. This is obviously manufactured by a machine, and then we went to smaller. So this is core memory, same as this.
And now it's starting to look more like a RAM card.
Correct.
Yeah.
That wasn't dense enough. So we started to do chips on silicone, but it's a slice, like a slice of bologna. So this would be about 6 or 8 feet tall. And they would just slice it. They would dope components in here photographically. So they would expose this to light, which would have the chemicals on it, and then they would etch it. They would go back and forth, building up the different layers. So they went under a microscope and they looked at it. Each one of these black squares are things that they rejected. So that's where you get the term chip. It's a chip of silicone. Today's stuff, this is a big piece of silicone. But if you look at the chips on here, they're a lot denser. This is a microprocessor on a chip. So this has got memory, it's got logic units and all kinds of things.
Yeah, that's a really helpful timeline. First and foremost, we have to store data. A series of 1s and 0s that have unique hexes that would define what the data is.
Yes.
And then we need more data. We need more data.
More data. Well, then we talk about like auxiliary storage. This is a 3.5-inch floppy, which is inside. That's why they call it a floppy, because it's like this. 5.25-inch floppies. This is bigger than this, but this held more than this.
Right,
so we got smaller, but we stored more. Then we went to hard disks. So these were made up of many platters. These were the heads that they used inside the mechanism. So these heads would expand and float on a cushion of air on these disks. The cushion of air is like 1/5 of the size of a human hair. So it flew very close to the disk. And these heads, you can feel them, so very light, because they have to move very, very fast.
Right.
So when the disk pack got scored, the heads would actually crash and slam down onto the disk.
That's kind of an important distinction, too, is that like for a long time, computers are manufactured to have a lot of mechanical components.
Yes.
Now they really have very few mechanical components.
Well, they still operate the same way. The technology that we went from a disk pack with heads that stayed in the drive, they went to disk packs with heads in the drive.
This is kind of like a proto spinning disk drive.
Yes, this would spin, and there's the head mechanism is right there. And then we went to drives like this.
Yes.
And then we went to drives like this, which are in a laptop, but you still see the same type of technology. Devices like this is a module, and there's 3 tubes in there. So there's two components inside the tube. So there's basically two circuits in that tube. So a computer would have thousands of these modules. Look, these things get warm.
Right.
So we went from this type of computing module to transistors. A transistor can either amplify or it can act as a switch on and off. Now inside these chips are what was in that piece of silicone I showed you. Those little tiny chips, those are logic circuits. So you need a lot of these cards to make up a computer. And as I showed you before on the other piece of silicone, you now have a computer on a chip.
Take up less space, store more storage.
Exactly.
Take up less space, store more storage.
These are the early days of tape, believe it or not. Storing stuff on magnetic tape, as you saw also in the warehouse.
Heavy.
That's heavy, it's metal.
Yeah.
So the tape itself is not tape, it's metal. All this miniaturization enabled us to get to things like this. How many functions did this calculator do? 4. Multiply, divide, add, subtract. That's what this thing did. This is the first calculator made by Wang. It's an electronic calculator. He's over there by one now.
This is from the early 1960s? 65. It does your basic math operations. The NixieTube display, if you want to do like 256 times 128, you put it in. You got it right there, but because it does its mathematics and logarithms, it's off by just a little bit. So you got to know how to round it in your head to get your result. Over here, it's got a punch card reader inside. It'll actually read a key sequence off of this punch card and can run it. And very cool to see working. These NixieTube displays and all these very old memory boards like actually operating.
Is NixieTube right now?
So back in the day when you connected to America Online, you would dial a computer, you would hear a tone,
right,
and you would rest it in here. This is called an acoustic coupler, so it's linked by sound.
The way it used to work, AOL used to dial up, the computer would do the dialing and everything. But before that, you would pick up the phone dial yourself, and then you'd have to wait to hear the tone, then put it on so that the rest of the process.
And now the modem is connected to...
Yeah, now the modem is listening in and talking.
This device here would transfer digital energy to audio sounds.
No, I'd never seen that.
Yeah, it's the predecessor to what we had is just the dial-up modems.
How's Oregon Trail going?
I forgot how important rest was. EJ, Nina, and Frankie were all dead.
Just Glow and John?
It's just Glow and John.
And John has typhoid?
John has typhoid. Glow got lost for a day, but now she's back.
Oh, good. Continue on the trail? All right, Nina's back there still playing Oregon Trail. Everybody's dead except for John and Glow. And he has typhoid.
I have typhoid.
Did you enjoy your time?
Oh, yeah. I love coming to this place. It's very cool. I think that calculator is pretty incredible. I love the Atari. I love so many different things.
I'm really glad you were able to get us into the warehouse, too.
Yeah.
Because that provides a tremendous amount of context
Yeah.
for what can come in and out of here. Yeah, I really want to thank Ray. Ray has been...
Absolutely.
He set up an awesome thing for us to be able to do this.
No problem. It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
All right.
Anytime.
Pewter Smith. In 2021, austere YouTubeologist Dan Olson, known best for his association with inspired and sincere artists such as Adam Conover and Lindsay Ellis, released Comfortably Doug, which functions both as media critique and demonstration of his acumen as it relates to meta-narrative film reviews of the early aughts. Unsatisfied with the thing bad methodology of the typical internet review, the verisimilitude of Dan's Doug dissection and bespoke analysis was perfectly suited for the thinking YouTube audience, first providing an earnest assessment of Pink Floyd's The Wall, before unpacking Doug Walker's lazy yet arrogant and prima facie puerile recreation of the 1979 musical breakthrough piece. And that's when James Rolfe taped Lights to the Ceiling. The Lindsays, the Sarah Z's, the H-Bomber guys, it's got, this is getting pretty cliche at this point to always start with like the AIDS epidemics of the 1980s.
The first cases of AIDS in the United States were reported in 1981. So, yeah, anyway, today we're going to talk about rent.
I think that's supposed to be the joke. What's supposed to be the joke is going to be a theme here.
I mean, I think I get the joke. I think. So we're talking about the Unfolding Ideas video.
Folding Ideas.
Unfolding. What is it?
Yeah, the channel is called Folding Ideas.
Ideas.
It's a channel that's dedicated to media criticism by host and filmmaker Dan Olson. Very popular channel. It's got, I think, like 1 million subs or something. His biggest videos have millions of views. He is, as they are known on YouTube, a bread tuber, I would say. He's of that intelligentsia YouTube essayist thing.
Okay, so I've heard the term bread tube. What is that?
It's got something to do with bread lines and communism.
I really didn't know. Really?
Yeah, I think I'm just making either that or I'm making it up. Let's see. The term bread tube derives from The Conquest of Bread, a book explaining how to achieve anarcho-communism.
Oh, wow. You're right.
I'm right.
I've heard the term, but I thought there would be like some other like meme but no, it's just communist.
No, they're just being called communists.
Commies are brilliant. You have to hand it to them.
So the only video I've seen of his was the wall.
Okay, you saw that.
I saw that one when he talked about Doug Walker. I mean, I liked it. It is fun to clown on that video. It did I think it doesn't sit very well with me if I start thinking about it, but I had a fine time with it.
He did a dissection of the video editing in Suicide Squad, the 2017 Suicide Squad movie, or 2016. Or he, the one that I was very familiar with was Comfortably Doug, making fun of his bad review of The Wall. Very in depth, taking Doug very seriously as if he's like an associate professor of YouTube and
yes.
Is doing a thesis on Doug. Which again, I think is maybe there's some baked in irony to that, that Doug.
I think so.
Doug doesn't deserve this level of critique, probably.
He is YouTube's own homegrown Tommy Wiseau or Neil Breen, complete with the same unwillingness to learn how a camera works.
So this one, people have been screaming at us to review it or to comment on it. I watched it. I actually didn't have a horrible time with it. I thought there was a lot of. So it's very very intentionally pretentious.
Yeah.
Where stark camera angles. He does the playing a tape recorder or recording, a screen of a screen or things like that. To some point, but to me, actually, I as pretentious as it was, I found it kind of refreshing because I've been watching so many people just talking into a webcam that I was like, this is at least something different.
Yeah, it's cool to pull out your camera and do something creative. I'll take it.
Yeah, I think it is commenting on film schooly stuff. That's kind of the joke
because they talk about the movie Wavelength, which is James' film school movie that he hated, and this guy's a film snob. I don't even think I'm insulting him. I think he brands himself as a film snob.
Yeah, I'm sure he's read Boardwell and all that stuff. So, so this video painstakingly goes through, especially it seems inspired by all of our videos. I mean, he's inspired by
and all the same shit we said.
It's a great summary of our videos.
Yeah. A lot more. Well, I still think that the creative choice to snap on a pair of short shorts and sit at the arcades was more inspired. Bespoke.
Bespoke inefficiencies. Bespoke inefficiencies that you just live with. A bespoke inefficiency that I can stare directly at.
Here's the long and short of it, if you haven't seen it, because it is 90 minutes, right? Or an hour or something.
Which is actually short. With Dylan the Night Owl was 6-hour videos. It's sometimes nice to have an hour video.
Yeah, although I wouldn't call it tight.
No, it's not. If you watch it on 1.75 speed, it's tight.
I feel a certain amount of kinship with James Rolfe.
He is overanalyzing James Rolfe's behind-the-scene video. Have you ever seen any videos about that, folks? When we came out with that video, it was very, very, we were really hated. I mean, I was just getting assaulted by negative comments.
Yeah, we were we had to hide the video temporarily. Yeah.
Yeah. And like, is it just perfectly safe now to clown on James, and that's why he did it? He calls Mike Matei. He pronounces Mike Matei Mike Matai.
No, yeah, it's very funny.
University buddy Mike Matei. Can you imagine Mike Matei? Mike Matei.
Again, he's a film snob. He's a film production snob. So he knows his way around equipment, and so much like us, he snobs out about all of James's really clownish decisions.
This right here, I mean, look at this thing. Look how cute this is. This is a GoPro.
He kind of mentions that, like, he remembers being in college. He remembers watching AVGN because friends pointed it out, but he himself never was a fan or a follower. I can tell that, like, James's comedy is not this dude's bag.
In my universe, it's not Berenstein or Berenstain. It's Bloodstain.
You know, I don't want to, because there's a high probability you may even see this, so I'm not going to, like, say he disdains or looks down on James, but it kind of feels like he does.
Oh yeah,
I don't want to put emotions into his head, but
he definitely does Doug. Holy shit! Like I don't think he gives a fuck about Doug. And he has buddies with Lindsay Ellis. Lindsay Ellis, of course, is embattled with Doug. This is what I'm like offended by this video on several layers. The first one being, it seems to me like this dude goes after people when there's license to go after people. I know we've made a lot of videos about James, but I don't feel any. I mean, I like him. I think he's cool, and I really like what I followed him. I didn't miss a video. I watched every Turtle Tuesday and Monster Madness. I went to the website and refreshed it. I was a fan.
Yeah, we might clown on him. We might clown on him, but
totally clown on him.
I really do attribute a lot of my thoughts or like my interest in going to film school to him because, that was during like 2008 was when I was watching a lot of his videos, and then I started applying to grad school and then I went to Emerson after that. So, he's definitely an inspiration. So, it comes from the place from a fan.
What inspired the discussions in the first place for me was, first of all, the broader topic of like, what does it look like to lose your passion for, like, because he's a very passionate person for his creativity. What does it look like to lose that passion? Is it okay to mourn the fact that he's losing that passion? That's part of it. Because a lot of people right away are like, oh, you just grow out of shit and you just quit things you used to do. And, and I'm like, well, much like Inside Out 2, I'm like, there was a lot of James Rolfe wrapped up in that creative identity. And I don't think children and, I think children and family are the most important things in the world, but I don't think they're reasons to lose yourself. And so that was one of the first reasons I felt like talking to him about him all those years ago. And the other reason was because of the mismanagement, just the basic mismanagement of the company was really compelling. It seems to me like his hook is like, I thought this guy was a filmmaker. I thought this guy prided himself on his DIY techniques, and how come they're so incompetent, and how come he hasn't developed as a person very much? That's kind of where it starts, right?
He starts off with that behind the scenes video. You watch that and it ignites your imagination, and I can see that it similarly ignites his imagination. There's you took a video of us and like John and I reacting to it live, which is kind of a fun relic.
Especially for the movie reviews. That way I can look directly at the camera while reading the script. It's the speed of the text scroll with a mouse and keyboard. It's a little tricky because to a mirror, which is a one-way glass.
He's like solving a bunch of like really stupid problems with really stupid solutions. Like just light the room then.
Dan went to film school as well, so I think he sees some sort of kinship to James Rolfe. So seeing like, how did he go wrong? But it's also framed in a way, the video, because he uses all these kind of film schooly type gimmicks throughout. I think he's doing a critical eye to himself, like because he even like projects James's face on him while he's doing like a fake angry rant. He's projecting something onto James and projecting that back to himself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it rings a little hollow to me because first of all, they're nothing alike.
James expresses a desire to keep things out of his way, tripods, light stands, and such.
Hey, we're both wearing blue shirts today. When does that ever happen?
I don't know.
One of them is like a kind of lowbrow DIY doofus, and who's also has a huge fan base and is very successful. And the other guy is like a big time snob. So,
it is a wrong thing, a kludged together, precarious mess whose wrongness is intuitively apparent even to those who have little familiarity with the equipment of filmmaking.
somebody actually, I had mentioned on Reddit, like somebody was asking, I was like, well, I hadn't seen it yet. And I was like, his other stuff is pretty pretentious. And they're like, how, and I mean, no disrespect, but how is it pretentious? And I'm like, if this isn't pretentious, then we need new words. I don't, like, if you asked me, like, can you show me something pretentious? I'd show you this. And they were like, but people have called you pretentious. I was like, I didn't take a projector of James Rolfe and put him on my face and make art out of it and shoot myself profile in silhouette while like constructing James Rolfe's original like tripod mount.
This thing is very strange to build, physically confounding at times.
I make fun, but generally speaking, I thought it was coherent and followable. But I have some major issues. You and I asked the same question when the video hit, and everybody was telling us, we were like, are we in it?
Yeah. It's like, did Senpai mention us?
There's not like a 10-minute segment, right? Where he's like, and these two fucking assholes.
It's like, oh no, gotta lock our comment section.
Whoa, here they come. The bread tuber is over the horizon. Every time like I said earlier, every time the guy talks about one of these doofy YouTubers, I'm kind of like, is this below you? Is this above you? Like, what is the, like, why would a super genius like yourself feel the need to like talk about these like kind of doofy guys that are, stumbling in the dark sometimes?
He projects onto James because he read a lot of the book, and he said he comes away that he thinks James thinks that he's a failed filmmaker because he barely talks about the nerd.
I don't think that at all, by the way. I think that's totally a wrong interpretation.
Yeah, I don't think James thinks of himself as a failed filmmaker at all. I think he doesn't even think about it 1 second.
Believe it or not, I kind of know the feeling because there was a time, believe it or not, when I thought my future with the school was over and that my career was over.
What he's projecting onto James is actually something he's projecting onto himself, which I think he's coming to terms with himself as a YouTuber. That's what I think the video's about.
I don't know what he's made for like feature. I know he's worked on stuff for years and years, but the reason I know that is because the very first time I ever saw Dan, he was co-hosting a video with Lindsay Ellis because I was subbed to her channel, and it was called Should You Go to Film School? And they, it's a fine video and whatever, but they give off I rewatched it today in preparation. They give off this energy. Do you remember being in like 5th grade and like you were going to go to middle school the next year and like the 6th graders would come and visit and they would talk to you like they were, grizzled, old, like just worn by experience, and they would talk to you like children and stuff. They come off like very above it all, very like we have a lot of experience and we're weathered by it.
But here's the thing, like, it's so much harder.
Yeah.
It's like just, I can't.
And, they talk about, they're like, we don't like, students who think that media crit is a waste of time. Media interpretation, media literacy.
I'm a huge fan.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in media literacy.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that media literacy has become the new, like, you can't throw a rock without hitting somebody that mentions media literacy. It's kind of becoming a shortcut to invalidating somebody else's opinion.
The little gatekeeping, that's their gatekeeping action.
This review is not media literate.
Mm.
I didn't you didn't read it.
James isn't media literate for this guy.
James is media illiterate, but that's okay. I like it. It's charming. Based on his pronunciations, I'd say he's just plain old illiterate. But...
No, I won't stand it.
I won't stand for it.
How about we'll pronounce our words however we want? Everybody's different. Talk the way you talk. Anybody who objects, shut the hell up, suck our cocks in.
There was a bit that I was like, fuck you, Dan. Fuck you, Dan. There was a bit where he gave James shit for self-publishing. Self-publish!
And I need your help.
Self-publish!
No.
Never.
Self-published.
No.
You just go to lulu.com.
Makes perfect fucking sense.
Because he felt that to self-publish means that the whole thing is self-serving. I was like, well, of course it's self-serving. It's a fucking therapy journal about the time he trashed a fan. How would you suggest that a YouTuber put out a memoir to their fans? Like, you shouldn't have to go through Penguin Putnam to do that, you know?
And you don't think like Screenwave didn't ship this around to every single thing
totally
in the world?
They totally did. And I think it's stupid, you know? He referred to the six SNCS flicks as the SNCS sextology, which I thought was very funny.
The SNCS sextology, getting suspended for an academic year.
I thought the whole thing with the camera mount was really like you could solve this with just one bolt, and he showed that, and I thought that was pretty funny. And I liked the miniature that he made of the little room, and it really gives a scale of how small that space actually is.
Yeah, that was really good. I was very that was by far my favorite part of the video, was just seeing a little dollhouse in James's room. I just loved it.
Overall, I did enjoy the video. Like it may seem like we are being overly negative, and maybe we are, and we do have our grief.
So I actually don't like the video. I think it sucks.
I don't know. I have complicated feelings, but I do. I liked a lot of things about it. I think for most people that would be his audience, it's probably a fine. Just like overview of James Rolfe's weirdness. If you don't want to, get in the mud with us, if you don't want to
listen to Lady Emily go on, and because essentially she provides the same content. There are things that I like about the video. The reason that I dislike the video is not so much. It's more the sum of its parts that the more than the sum of its parts that I don't like. I think that the video lacks integrity. Because it mischaracterizes several arguments, which I don't like. It takes license to make fun of somebody who is now popular to make fun of. Almost all of this material you mine from Cinemassacre Truth. And then but then you have to add it. You're like, yeah, I've been reading Cinemassacre Truth like a madman for the past month in preparation for this video, but they're all monsters. Anyway, it's called having your cake and eating it too.
I watched these two things actually on the same day as the Red Letter Media Acolyte review, and they do a similar thing where they spend like an hour trying to distance themselves from people who would criticize a certain piece of media or a certain thing, but then go on to make the same criticisms or similar criticisms. It's like
if I don't distance myself, then I'm going to get accused of being something that I'm not. And I feel like Hank Schrader from Breaking Bad. I'm like, you're the smartest person I ever met. You're too stupid to see. They made up their mind 10 minutes ago.
You gotta tell them now that we can work this out. Please. Please. You're too stupid to see. He made up his mind 10 minutes ago.
I liked when he talked about how James never took accountability for the roomgoer incident with the vandalism.
Yes.
That's really big because it's a theme. He doesn't mention the plagiarism once, which I think is fascinating. I don't know how you don't.
Oh, yeah, he didn't. Wow,
yeah,
you're right.
Even mention it. It's a huge part of the story. And the fact that James did the whole, even though I didn't do it, James definitely has an accountability problem.
So my apologies. Even though I'm not the one who did it, it was me who trusted that person.
Some of the things he says about James in general, it comes from somebody who doesn't get it in the first place. Mm-hmm. And you might say, well, what's there to get? It's talking about buffalo diarrhea on an NES game. It's like, well, because AVGN existed at a time and a place. That's media generally. It tends to exist in a time and a place. And that accounts for most of your connection to it. And so if you never really experienced that, I'm not sure you're the best person to rip him apart, If you were a casual AVGN fan, or let's say that you haven't watched AVGN in 5 years, but you maybe used to dabble in it, I think this video would be kind of incoherent, or it would be very challenging to follow, especially with all the pretension.
Well, the thing is, I think that's his audience. His audience expects some sort of, I don't know, some pinky lifting, I think they expect that, and he's serving what they expect or what they want.
So let's get into it. So mischaracterization number one. He says that like James detractors, of which he is one. He's been making a very fancy video about what a dipshit James is.
Yeah.
But the James detractors like primarily want him to not commit to his family and instead like make more content for them. And it's like that. I'm like, look, I'm not an expert at much in life. The one thing I'm an expert at is what people are saying about James Rolfe, because I get notifications all day, every day for years.
Yes.
They tend to be like, I can give you categories. Like one of the categories of things people say is, fuck you, you're jealous. He can do what he wants. It's free. That's with decreasing frequency. I don't see it as much now, actually.
Yeah.
But that used to be very popular. The other thing that people enjoy about James' detraction is the memes. There's so many of them. I mean, the catchphrase, the 540s and the...
Oh, yeah. He was putting down the in-jokes.
Yeah, if you ever want a guide to those, Brown Electrons just put up a video that people should check out. Friend of ours and a real shit poster.
Yeah, he's an excellent shit poster, excellent human.
I would say probably the most common kind of comment we get are like long-winded like diatribes about James. Like big multi-paragraph, like, I just think that Mike really played a role in, and then when Mike went away, it just tends to be like really thought out stuff. He was like, this is just a bunch of haters that do in fact want to see him suffer, that do in fact want to see him toil, that want to relegate him as a lolcow, and they think that he'd still be great if it weren't for his bitch wife. That's what he says in the video.
Now is as good a time as any to mention the odd conflict that swirls around James. He has attracted a not insubstantial audience of cankerous hate watchers, self-styled truthers who have made a hobby of disseminating what they see to be the truth of James Rolfe, a cuckolded visionary who could have had it all if he hadn't been laid low by his bitch wife.
It's like, do people suggest on the Cinemaster Truth subreddit that April is the cause of all this? Yes. If you went to Cinemaster Truth right now, EJ, and you posted something along the lines of like, April is a bitch and she ruined AVGN, what would happen to that post?
It'd probably be downvoted, and maybe there'd be a couple comments being like, shut up.
Yeah, they'd be like, keep his wife, I see it all the time. They're like, keep his wife out of it. I don't really see what that has to do with anything. There'd be a few memes. They'd be like, yes, certainly, as if I'm not aware.
Yeah, because even when he mentions those things, he puts like comments up, but they only have like 2 upvotes maybe. They're like, there's no traction to the comments that he puts up. It's like he's, yeah.
And honestly, like if it was just straight up like April sucks or whatever, the mods would take it down. So you can't, as usual, it's like you can't characterize what amounts to literally thousands of people.
And like the thing about fans want him to suffer, it's like we just posted a video about the school he went to, the college he went to closing, and people commented like what I like about this is it's good to see James just talking about something he's passionate about. Like people, that's what people are missing, I think, and they tell us that. So it's just, it's totally not true that they want him to just ignore his family and spoil away.
Like we said it years ago. I hear it all the time, which is like, I wouldn't mind if he only uploaded twice a year, if there were things he wanted to do. And I get like what he wants to do is Rex Viper, and nobody wants that either. But what they mean is like, if he were to actually have a project that would be consumable in some way. Again, I think it's just like, it's a cowardly, like very easy thing to do, to just be like, oh, like this internet community full of people is, they're this, they're that, and the other thing. You know, so that he was my very, after Are We In It? My very second question was, at what time code does he start calling everybody a bunch of like bigots?
Yeah, he goes through the whole list.
It's all just a vehicle for ableism, fat phobia, sexism, transphobia, and they're Chan trolls. It's not that deep.
And what I keep seeing people, they're like, how come transphobic? And what a lot of people don't know is that there was like kind of a brief period where like Ryan appeared, in what seemed to be female clothing on, or feminine clothing on the last episode of Talk About Games. And it was unclear, like, hey, is he transitioning or whatever? And some people were
posting
about that. And guess what? Like the transphobic ones got blocked like immediately.
Yeah.
even if it is like a lot of transphobes on there, like the mods know that you get blocked for transphobia. Now, fat phobia, you got a point. I mean, you got a point. Like, I'm not going to take fat phobia from you. Although phobia, I have of course, it's a nomenclature problem. I think I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, no. Fat phobia is what my dad has, which is like if he's around like a John or like a really fat person, he'll get like anxious, like as if he's going to catch it or something. It makes him feel unhealthy to be like around fat people. It actually is kind of like a weird phobia. Dude, I've told this story before, but it was Christmas time when I was a little kid and we got the Santa Claus with Tim Allen, and Tim Allen involuntarily gets fat for the entire year. And my dad was like exhaling in stress. And he had to he went for a run at 7:00 at night on Christmas Day. Oh. No, I think what they're doing is they're bullying people for their looks. That is true.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, the slob thing, it's true.
Somebody tried to make, they were like, well, slob isn't necessarily fat. And I'm like, it's a factor. You know, the guy, Dan, he's no comedian. So he ends the video by doing like a parody of AVGN, and I really don't know what the point of that was.
It's not a very good like representation of what like an AVGN episode is. It's more like a Jeremy Parrish review than a AVGN review. Because I don't think he can get into that space. He can't. He's
not a funny person. And anyway, I appreciated during his whole projection moment. I appreciated that he was like, hey, like getting mad on command is hard. Performing is hard. Like he gave it up for James in that regard.
Do you have any idea how hard it is to get mad on camera? There's a whole instinct of embarrassment, of self-preservation that you need to bury.
All right, here's the big kahuna. This motherfucker, Dan Olsen, has the gall to suggest that AVGN has in no way declined over the years, and that it's the same as it ever was, like the Talking Heads song, the same as it ever was, and that and he uses the term fans who think it's declined are spooked by their own shadow. They're actually just getting old. They have amnesia. They're misremembering. They've grown out of it. It's still the same. Let me tell you what I'm sick of. That fucking argument.
The truthers claiming that the show is bad now are getting spooked by their own shadows. The show is what it's always been. It isn't bad now, but good in the past. You're just getting older.
Yeah, it's probably the most popular argument on Twitter. Like, it's like it's always been bad. What are you talking about?
You're like, hey, this sucks. Old. And they're like, don't say it sucks. I'm like, but it does. And they're like, well, it's always sucked.
Because no, obviously his earlier stuff has more like passion, more interest, like more character, more everything. It'd be like saying The Simpsons. It's always the same. It's like before. It's like no, it didn't.
And like just because you can demonstrate like they made a joke in 2024, they made a joke in 1997. What? You know, that tends to be the argument. Like again, like I remember, I'm old enough to remember prequel hate. and people would say like, but the dialogue is terrible in the prequels, and they'd be like, the dialogue was terrible in the original one. So basically they're the same, and you've changed. It's so fucking tiresome. It's cringe is what it is.
Whatever. Let he who is without cringe throw the first stone.
But I think that comes from him never being a fan to begin with, too.
Yes. So we have a friend who had never seen AVGN. So he just binged all of them. Imagine watching all 200 episodes of that, 200 plus episodes of that thing, like just in a row. Yeah, you wouldn't see any distinction between one episode and the other, and you'd be like, I don't get it, and I don't think there's been a decline. But again, it's like you like time and place, novelty. The games he was doing back then were like not overdone now. He had more of that Jersey accent. They were shorter. They were structured significantly differently. He enjoyed doing them, and you could tell. So I think that's kind of all I wanted to say about it.
Yeah. I mean, just watch our videos. You probably already do.
I'm still okay here. Like, it feels like he wanted to trash on James, but he didn't feel comfortable trashing all the way because of the existence of TCT. And
yes,
whereas, and this is one of the things that offends me, he seemed to feel perfectly comfortable shitting on Doug Walker. Like, full speed ahead.
Yeah, it's because there was already an anchor for hate on his team.
But no, mostly I just think that some of the arguments are really weak, and maybe I'm extra frustrated for the same reason people get frustrated with me, because I tend to speak with like confidence. Watching somebody speak confidently about something that they're like clearly mischaracterizing, it's frustrating. It's frustrating to watch. Yeah. So I would never watch it again, but I would totally look at that diorama again and have a chuckle, because I did like the diorama. He's obviously crafty, talented. He's cool. I think Dan's kind of cool.
Yeah, I didn't really like some of his arguments, but I think I did enjoy the video, and you should check it out.
I wonder if he's a little autistic phobic, making fun of Doug Walker like that.
Oh, wait, do you think, is Doug Walker autistic? I didn't read his memoir.
First of all, yes. Second of all, if to whatever extent he's not, boy is he adjacent. I mean, boy is he's a hotbed. He's a petri dish of like autistic stuff. His brother obviously is.
Oh yeah, something like that. Yeah.
His dad seems to be. His entire film crew appears to be. Everybody that comes within, a mile radius of him appears to be.
Doug wants to be a filmmaker. He wants to make art, but he can't, because he's a fundamentally incurious person who isn't much interested in what other people think or feel.
I mean, what that guy was saying sounded very intelligent. It sounded like he knew, had a real passion for it, enjoyed talking about a review of a review. Can also be its own work of art.
It's a deeply cynical product made by a fundamentally untalented man, bored by the idea of personal growth, building so many layers of self-protective irony that it becomes unintentionally revealing.
But no, you want people to look at and like it and enjoy your work, and you want to try and spread ideas and joy and stuff. And that one obviously got really taken in a direction that I was not intending, but that's part of putting yourself out there.
When I was watching that film school video, actually, I believe that predated Change the Channel. And so the first time I saw it many, many years ago, I didn't catch that they took a swipe at Doug in that video. They were talking about film sets, and hey, if you've never been on a film set before, they operate very differently than you think. So I mean, you have to know about safety. They were like overstating like the gatekeeping, and then they were like, and not gonna name any names, but I've been on a film set where, and then Dan's like, how were craft services on that film set? And she was like, oh, don't get me started on Doug Walker's inadequate craft services. Oh my God, pull your head out of your ass.
The way you think film sets work, if you've never worked on one or never been taught how they work, you're wrong. Yeah. Holy God, are you wrong? Like, I'm not gonna name any names here, but I've been on some sets by people who have never been on a real set that are just a total shit show.
How were craft services on those sets?
Yeah. When it comes to YouTube, everybody wants to accuse everybody else of grifting. And I've never felt like I could possibly be accused of such a thing, because we just don't make nearly enough money.
In some cases, we deliberately anti-grift. So
yeah, like I'm not grifting. And so initially, I like my instinct, I think yours too, was like, let's not make anything, because it then just becomes like I did a commentary video. Now you commented on Mike. You never like just let somebody have their commentary video. It feels a little bit unfair. I don't think we've ever once, like not once, have we noticed a trend on YouTube or like something that was trending or something that would like do well and be like, oh, we should do something on that because like it'll do well. What we have done many, many times, sometimes against our own desires, is our current subscribers asked for something and then we feel obligated to give it to them. But I guess it was fun to talk to you about Dan Olson. Sure. Why not?
I think there was enough here that obviously we had enough to talk about. And also, like, at a certain point, you get enough comments, you want them to go away.
That's pretty much it. It's pretty much it. A lot of like, around like, is this person fucking with me? Like, or it's we're on like week 2, and somebody would be like, hey, not sure if anybody shared this with you, but Dan Olson from Folding Ideas made a video. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. But thank you for sending me that link. Please subscribe to our Patreon.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
Well, if it isn't these 3 legends.
Hello, you absolute legends.
Is that two AI? We posted the Carl versus Mooney clip, and I was listening back to it, and I like only one time did I do a halfway decent impression of Carl. The rest of the time it was bullshit. But I think one time it was like, why does he talk like this sing-songy way of speaking? Yeah, that's pretty good. I bet Dan can do it. Can you do Carl? Carl Jobst.
Oh, he's Australian. Just do an Australian accent.
Here is the 74,000th Billy Mitchell video again.
I like that. I like the way you dipped.
Yeah, it's like a newscaster. It's almost news. It's like the yin to Lee Decades Yang, you know?
Yeah.
It's the same kind of...
Welcome to the Dick O'Clock News. Wouldn't that just be the most magical YouTube video of all, those two? Back to you in the studio. Thank you so much, Carl.
I'm hooked on the brothers myself.
Back to you, Carl Jobst, who's hooked on the brothers. All right, so we got slobs in the house tonight. You know Jason, you know Dan, they've been on the show before, but they have not been on the show since they started. Well, what do you do when you need help? You get help.
Do these people not want me to have any help? Do they want me to suffer?
So they've actually been editing some of these clips that you have been downvoting.
They've only upvoted mine.
They only have, okay.
I'm not the insufferable third guy. I'm the third guy everybody loves.
Aren't you that guy everybody hates?
No, man, no. Yeah, this is the first time we've had 4 people, and we were on thin ice about it. We're like, should we? Is it going to be too much crosstalk? It's been a pretty decent show in terms of crosstalk, although the editors now know that sometimes it does get kind of obnoxious.
It's either going to go one of two ways. It'll be, we hate those two guys, or it'll be, we hate one of these guys.
Let them guess.
And I can't wait to see.
I liked was it you, Dan, who said recently, you're like, the internet is just filled with hating guests.
Yes.
Like it's a shock anyone would dare to guest on a show.
And yet, you know, here we are.
Here we are.
Yeah, so we were just having a chat in Discord as one does about Nintendo 64. And who here has an N64 EverDrive? Me, EJ. No. Do you guys have EverDrives?
I don't.
I've got one.
Nice.
Nice.
What do you find when you pop in the EverDrive, Dan? What do you find yourself playing?
Well, I mean, usually for me, it's just kind of like stuff that's on the shelf that
yeah, that
I'm not willing to change out cards for.
That makes sense.
But yeah, no, there's some odd stuff on there. You know, I mean, like I've played a lot more of the South Park game than I ever thought I would.
Really? Did you get past the first level?
How far have you gotten into the South Park game?
Level 2, which as a kid I didn't realize existed.
Whoa.
But yeah, that's like 7 hours in.
Well, it feels like it.
Yeah. I remember being like, you know, obviously I was a South Park fan. I was excited that they had made a game. I remember being excited that it was a 3D first-person shooter game. So I was like, that's cool. That's completely outside of what you could do in the show. And first-person shooters were great. And so it felt like it was getting the premium N64 treatment. It wasn't going to be, I don't know, something lesser. Although you knew that they actually did develop a, what do you call it? A Game Boy Color game. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, they developed a South Park Game Boy Color game, and then somebody at the last minute, I heard Trey and Matt were involved in this decision, but they decided that it was to release like a child's puzzle platformer with South Park characters was kind of dishonest and shitty. So they turned it into the Maya the Bee Game Boy Color game, and that's what that was South Park. And apparently somebody leaked the original game, so you can play the South Park Game Boy Color game.
I think it's awesome that naturally the first thing we bring up in an N64 video is South Park, the legacy of South Park video games on the N64, unparalleled.
Well, okay, so let me establish the premise of the discussion. What we were talking about was, even though N64 is this kind of awkward pubescent console with 3D graphics that do not hold up, that you have to find, you know, the right CRT to play it on for it to look halfway decent.
Yeah, the right floor model right there.
Because it would be easy to say, like, all right, just wait one more generation and then GameCube will kick into gear and you can play these games for real. But as we were talking through it, starting with Star Fox, we were like, there are still some franchise installments on the N64 that are the definitive version of that, or at least like a top one, 1, 2, or 3 in that franchise's history on the N64. The reason that we even started talking about N64 in the first place on Discord was because Dan had recommended the GameCube Star Fox games, specifically, what was it, Assault, right?
Yeah.
And you know what? I played it for like a good long hour and I was loving it. I was like, I will play the rest of this game. This is great.
It's all right, isn't it? I mean, one of the big things with like the Star Fox games is you can kind of just barrel, pardon the pun, you can kind of like barrel through them in like an hour or like like a couple of hours. They're like an old arcade game.
And that's kind of what I'm looking for, if you haven't noticed.
Oh yeah.
I got through like 2 fighter pilot levels that played really nicely. And then there was some kind of like tank level. There was they call it the land speeder, right? No. Do I have that? Yeah. How do you like the land stalker, Fox?
How's the landmaster, Fox?
And if it blew up, you were on foot.
Yes.
And so being on foot is like the big controversy in those GameCube games, but you'll remember that there was an on foot mode in multiplayer Star Fox 64.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, they have the little bazookas, right? Or little...
Yeah, they look weird. Did you guys ever play the 4-player like multiplayer dogfights on I would with friends, but to be honest with you, it never worked quite right. All you were ever doing was U-turning.
Yeah, you would always be circling each other. It wasn't very fun. But I mean, the N64 was kind of that fun time where you with the four-way split screen. So you tried to have a lot of fun with it.
You know, my favorite part of Star Fox is when you beat the game and they're all walking down that like it's like the Star Wars ending where they all get medals, but they're all just jankily walking up the church aisle to get married.
And then they immediately have to go back to work.
Yeah. Well, I only got a little bit of time off to get these medals.
That was the definitive version. Because after that, like, what do you do? And then they, did the tactical thing with Star Fox Command, which I actually kind of enjoyed, but it's repetitive and it's a different thing. And
that's a DS one, right?
The DS one, yeah.
Yeah, I downloaded that for the Wii U in that year that the eShop was going to be closing. And I was like, I turned it on and it was like, I don't know what the fuck is happening here. So I just had to stop.
Yeah, it's got a tactical element to it, just because that's what they do. They take the like Star Fox 64 and they just like tack shit onto it. Like the Wii U game had like something with the second screen that you could do, which was confusing.
I once heard a wise man say the N64 is not that good, but like all of its top games are like some of the best games ever. Something like that.
Maybe.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
I'm gonna need the name of the wise man because I feel like the twist ending is going to be that it was one of us.
That man was me just now.
Oh, okay.
No, I have no idea. I don't remember. It might have been back when. Remember when the SNES and NES classic minis came out and everybody thought that an N64 one was on the way and people were picking out like what would you put on it, and if you pick 20 titles or something, you're like, wow, that's 20 strong ass titles.
It's funny though, isn't it? Because when you go back to the NES and the Super Nintendo, you got all these videos coming out, but it was like titles that didn't make it that really should be on there. But when you look at the list of N64 games, there's just kind of a general feeling of like, 20 will do.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to go much further, I suppose.
But yeah, the idea of a N64 mini would be appealing, but I feel like the Switch came out and they were just like, those mini consoles were just a stopgap to get them to the Switch, which was popular, and so there was no incentive to like buy up, I don't know, like a bunch of chips to do it.
I mean, there's also the factor that like emulation for N64 has always been this tricky, untouchable thing, kind of.
Yeah.
But Nintendo have also been getting worse at it since like the Wii, and then the Wii U, and then the Switch, and they've kind of lifted it up a little now. But like the guys who made the console, you think would be able to make the emulation machine, but apparently not.
That's always the assumption. That's what makes rubes like me buy their first party stuff, where I'm like, yeah, this is going to be some sweet emulation. And it's, wasn't it like proven or demonstrated that they used like the open source emulators to make some of this stuff?
No, I think it was proven that they like found ROMs, but I think they made the emulators themselves. That they just like downloaded the games though.
But their emulators did get worse. There was side-by-side comparisons to like the Wii and this, and yeah, somehow they didn't nail it. And then the Analog's going to come out with their own N64, like their overpriced FPGA systems.
Oh yeah, isn't it many hundreds of dollars, EJ?
I'm sure. It will
You know what? It's a testament to my love of the N64 that these analog pockets will come out and I'll go like, I'm not buying that for the Game Boy. What a waste of money. And then they announce an N64 one, and suddenly that money's already gone.
That quick as those sell out immediately.
Okay, so the question might be, it sounds like Dan has a horse in this race. So like, why tag meat riding Jason along for the ride? And we call him a meat rider because he got, man, did he catch shit for tepidly defending Jirard.
That can be my nickname. That's fine. Every time I'm on, I can just be the meat rider.
The meat rider. I thought was ironic was then you went on to make this cool hour and 40-minute long tier list of retro YouTubers, and by somewhere around the hour 10 mark, in the drunken haze that was that video, you come across the completionist and you're like, I don't think he's that good, and you kind of like demoted him. I was like, wow, he caught so much shit for something he didn't even feel that strongly about.
Next we got Jirard the Lard. He's a C. I mean, fucking C for charity fraud.
So why Jason? Well, because as we're chatting about this, a theme amongst our friendship is that Dan will really go to bat for some nostalgic classic N64 games, and Jason's got no time for it. It's he won't push back on everything, but this is an area where he's like, I won't hear it. And I thought we could just kind of let the drama play out. So
let's name the name. Castlevania. Dan fucking loves Castlevania N64. I never played it. It looked like dog shit, so I tried it for like half an hour, like 40 minutes. No.
No. Can I tell you when I've played it one time as well? I was chatting with you guys while I played it, and this was my state of mind. A lady comes over the house and massages my wife and I. Once
Wait, is this Castlevania?
And Jason hates it.
Oh shit, that's not Castlevania 64. I'm sorry, I'm off on a different tangent. Simon Belmont comes to my house and lays my wife out, and I watch whatever it is he does. No, it was look real quick. Nina's mom gifted us 6 one-hour massages. Like, you gift massages to people as a gift, but the catch was that they got to come here, and it's a little strange. Like, lady comes into your living room, sets up a table, and is like, get on it, and she kind of treats your bathroom like it's like the spa's bathroom. I don't know. The whole thing was odd the first time.
Yeah, you just kind of turn the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade on its side and lie down.
The way you talked about it the first time, I didn't think there would be follow-up appointments, but you're just into it now. It's just a thing. I'm
super into it. I'm not just into it. Nina is like a very, I don't know if either you gentlemen are like this, but she's very like sensitive to the touch. She's like ticklish. And
oh yeah.
So she can't enjoy a massage from a stranger. Like, it's not going to happen. She endures it. And it goes on like that for an hour. And when she finally, arrives afterwards, she's looking at me with wide eyes. Like, I'm so glad it's over with. So I was like, why don't you next time give me the second hour? Let me tell you, 2 hours is too long for a massage. Okay.
Oh.
it starts to like your nerves start to dull. It's just too much. But while I was in this kind of hazy, hair sticking up state, I wandered into the bedroom and started playing Castlevania 64. And I played it, very loose. So I was like ready for anything. I wasn't ready to quit on this game. But it played to me like a game from the 90s that I would have put up with and can't now, you know?
Yeah. There's a lot of like states of mind. You know, people will argue that, you know, like people have like the nostalgia glasses, and the post-massage glasses are new one to me.
There's nostalgia, there's post-massage, and there's post-Malone. And neither of the twain shall meet. So you're probably going to make a full-blown video about it someday, but what do you like about Castlevania?
It's one of those things. You find yourself as a kid, you know, you play the games you've got. We all know this.
Yeah.
But like I can remember myself making maps of little areas, and I don't know, I was just very drawn into the characters and like the atmosphere of it.
Did you have both or just the one? There's two of them, right?
Oh yeah. I've got both. That's all this will be explored in October, God willing.
Oh, you're gonna do it for a Halloween thing. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I mean, now you've made it onto the tier list and on Jason Graves' channel, so you're a real channel. There's expectations.
You grilled me about not including you guys, but like, despite this video, which is allegedly N64 focused and not massage focused,
Jason's like, the only time you talk about retro games is when you have me on.
That's my impression.
Yeah.
That's me.
Does it sound like him, fellas?
Fucking grateful, Jason. It could be much worse.
The only time you review games is with. I got a comment today, Jason, on our video from last year, the Sega one, from somebody who was really disappointed that we skipped right over Comic Zone because it was too difficult. They were like, if you learn how to play Comic Zone.
Sorry, none of us have.
We've all played for about 5 minutes and we don't understand.
Yeah. He just goes like, oh, lame. And then he dies and you're just like, nah.
It doesn't take long for me to bitch out of a game. Let's just start with the heavy hitter. Is Mario 64 the definitive 3D Mario game?
No.
Well, because
but then what is?
Right.
Because Super Mario 3D World kind of reinvented the Mario in the 2D.
I think it's distinct enough. I don't know if like you're gonna pick one game, that's the one you pick, but it's distinct enough to be like its own thing. Like it hasn't been replaced.
Right.
I think Mario 3D World is kind of like that's always felt to me like that's the 3D Mario that they could have made if they just wanted to adapt straight from the 2D games.
It's the less creative option for going to 3D. But interestingly enough, it probably like the early 3D probably wouldn't have been able to do it as well. They were like, well, if we could just make some 3D environments you can run around in and touch stuff, like that would be better.
The worst parts of Mario 64 are the parts where you actually have to platform. So
yeah, it's true.
And like they had to invent a character with a camera to teach you how to use a camera.
Oh, that's adorable. Yeah.
I mean, if Mario 64 was replaced by anything, in my opinion, it would be Odyssey. Odyssey is the obvious.
Yeah, I think when I was playing Odyssey, when you get to the end and you're in like the Mario 64 room and like you've got the costume and stuff, it wasn't until that moment that I realized that it's kind of like, oh no, there really hasn't been a Mario 64 game since Mario 64.
Yeah.
Because Sunshine, isn't it? And Galaxy's kind of, it's very like linear.
Yeah. Well, when they were revealing Odyssey, there was some Nintendo presentation that was like, all right, we put 3D World and the two Galaxies in one category, and we put Odyssey, Sunshine, and 64 in a second category. But because Sunshine was kind of a miss, I feel like Odyssey really is like the closest thing to and yet I'm not prepared. It's a great game. I love Odyssey, but I'm not prepared to call it oh, you don't need Mario 64. Just go with Odyssey because I think the infinite number of moons detracts.
Yeah, but then you also have the Galaxy games, which are not quite, they're not quite the same thing, but they're evolution and doing its own thing. So I would hesitate to say Mario 64 is a definitive version.
What do your kids think about Mario 64? Because they seem like the kind of kids that would just shit all over it if it didn't hold up.
EJ, your kids sound like scumbags is what Jason's trying to say.
They like it. They actually really liked it. So they were introduced to it after like Mario 3D World. So they were already.
I think case closed then. If they like it, it's the definitive game.
Yeah, my son always said he said that Mario 64 feels good in his bones. That's something he actually said.
Fair enough, man.
I think because it's got a good vibe. I think with the music, and it's just a joy to control Mario. And I think, I don't know, maybe you're right. Maybe it is the definitive version.
I sort of don't think that there is a 3D Mario game that's like another 3D Mario game.
Yeah, they're all distinct flavors, aren't they?
Yeah. Because even Sunshine, I mean, like, you can make a very good argument that Sunshine sucks, but there's nothing else like it, really.
But yeah, are you saying that the two galaxies are basically the same game?
I don't think they are. I really do think 2 is its own flavor from 1, but like at the same time, they're definitely like the most similar out of here to put 2 next to each other.
Diddy Kong Racing for me is like, honestly, that game might be like a top 10, top 15 of all time for me. I fucking love Diddy Kong Racing.
Really?
Yeah.
Of like every game ever?
Yeah, look, I'm not nearly the connoisseur of video games that you are, Jason. Diddy Kong Racing ranks high.
Oh, you know what? I had a joke lined up in my notes that was going to be essentially talking about Mario Kart 64 for a while, and then concluding it with the statement that the best Mario Kart on N64 is Diddy Kong Racing.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Know. Anyway, that was the joke that could have been.
Well, it still could be. That does sound like.
I'm not saying it again.
You could edit it for time.
Fuck that. This is all going in.
I found out about Diddy Kong Racing because did you guys? Well, no, not the guys that are in their 20s. They won't know what I'm talking about. Cover your ears, gentlemen. If you were a Nintendo Power subscriber, I think that they would prioritize Nintendo Power subscribers for this, but they all I was not one, and they sent a fucking VHS to my house. Nintendo sent a VHS tape to my house, and I was like, what? And my mom kind of tossed it to me. She's like, I guess this is for you. And I was like, this says Nintendo on it. What? What did they send me? And it was a 20-minute promotion for Diddy Kong Racing with fake newscasters, of the Carl Jobs variety. The joke is that they're doing a newscast about all the crazy happenings that are going on in Diddy, and then as the news story develops, they're like, unlike those other kart games, now he has a hoverboard.
We have just obtained this ultra super secret press release from Nintendo. It appears that Diddy Kong will also be racing new and different vehicles in this adventure, specifically hovercraft.
Which we all know the hoverboard levels were the ones that you actually kind of dreaded, but playing in car, you were there every day.
I was in the kitchen. I had just made a banana coconut casserole. It was his favorite. He said he was going out to look at a hovercraft, and he never came back. I think he felt like he needed something more action, more thrills, more horsepower. I miss my monkey!
Yeah, I remember they used to send those VHSs, and I got one for Star Fox 64.
Yes.
And there was some weird plot. They had a Mario doll hooked up to electricity, and they were torturing it. I'm not really sure why.
It was they were from Sony. They were PlayStation guys. They were disguised as UPS drivers.
Right.
And they kidnapped one of the game developers from Nintendo. And I remember, I don't know why, me and my friend Keith would always say it's from this fucking tape. The PlayStation guys would go, pizza for Bob, Bob? And then the Nintendo guy goes,
yeah, but I didn't order any pizza.
And then they open the pizza hauntingly, and green gas comes out, and it makes him pass out. And then they were able to hook him and Mario up to electrodes, and it was all to advertise the Rumble Pack ultimately.
Check this out.
I remember being charmed, and I probably watched it a few times, being like, I can't believe I got this for free.
I know. I still feel that way. I'm like, this is a good deal. Well, all right, let's get to it so that Dan can maybe do his joke. Mario Kart 64, is it in any way the definitive Mario Kart?
My stance would be that it's not, but I think it still stands as it still has an identity. I don't think it has been erased by the later games. Whereas if you're
walking it back because we played it last night and it sucked.
No, I will admit nothing. Look, I would still rather play that game than the Wii one.
I would never play the Super Nintendo one.
That's not a game, EJ. That's like Star Fox 2. That shit didn't happen. Let's just forget about that.
I agree. Interesting you bring up the Wii one, because don't a lot of people like the Wii one?
I like the Wii. What's wrong with the Wii one? What do you got against the Wii one?
I think
it sold it was the most sold game on that platform. I think
it's on its way to something I can enjoy, but you know, the having the gimmick there at all. Now we're talking about maybe using the classic controller to play Mario Kart. Go fuck yourself. So there's that element. Look, I have an automatic bias against the Wii, the DS, and the 3DS, and the Wii U. I have bias against all four of them because none of them can be easily emulated onto a generic console, and that makes me feel like they're kind of fake video games.
They're fake toys for babies.
Yeah, that's a baby's toy.
That's like a baby's toy.
But those are the best, like, Mario Kart games. You missed when Mario Kart got good, so...
No, I didn't. Because I believe that Double Dash is personally the best Mario Kart game.
I don't know. There's something wrong about it. There's something wrong about the Double Dash.
It feels too busy and hectic. I don't know. There's no...
Not unlike this podcast. This is the Double Dash of podcasts. I have a question. Do you distinguish, as I do, racing games from kart racing games? Are they kind of two distinct ideas? Or is a racer a racer?
I mean, they can be different.
Yeah.
I guess I wouldn't lump in Mario Kart with, like, Cruising USA.
No.
That's kind of what I'm saying. It's like Diddy Kong and even like in Lego Racing, it's got items, right?
Yeah.
Mario Kart. I think that's very much its own thing. And then Cruising USA, Beetle Adventure Racing, which a lot of people, I've played it a bit. It's not quite as good as people say it is. It's just driving the fuck around. But for me, for my money, the best racing game, you know, because I'm not going to dethrone Diddy Kong anytime soon, but the best nuts and bolts racing game would be Episode 1 Racer for sure.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, like it's not even close. Like Cruising USA, San Francisco Rush, they got nothing on Episode 1.
Welcome to Watto's shop, huh? Take a look around.
I kind of think, I don't know if I'd put that in the same kind of league.
Yeah, I almost feel like that's closer to Mario Kart.
Yeah, because it's
There's no items.
It's too interesting.
I
fucking F1 racer and shit like that.
I think Dan hit the nail on the head. There's boring racers and then there's interesting racers. That's the
There's your
definitive
genres.
line, not if there's items.
Well, I would put Episode 1 in the same category at least as Extreme G. You ever play Extreme G?
Oh, hang on a minute. Is this the F-Zero game? Or?
Well, there is an F-Zero game.
Well, yeah, F-Zero is very similar. It's, you know, these the whole point is like we're going really fast, you know?
Yeah, so yeah, I'd be inclined to put that F-Zero and Episode 1 together. That's fine.
All right, so we've got three distinct categories. We've got like fast kind of space racers, right? Episode 1, Extreme G, F-Zero X. We got boring arcade racers, San Francisco Rush, Beetle Adventure Racing, Cruising USA, Cruising World. Fuck yourself, Cruising World. And then kart racing games.
Yeah. There's nothing really like Gran Turismo on N64 where it's like a simulation.
Right. Or Daytona. Daytona!
Let's go away.
You know what shows up in everybody's lists is Battle Core or Battle Corps. How do you pronounce it?
Blast? Wait.
Are you thinking of Blast Corps?
Blast Corps?
Not Battle. I'm sorry. Blast.
Yeah, okay.
Blast Corps. I tried to play it recently and I was like, this sucks balls. I don't want to play this.
That's a rare game, right? That's a rare game?
Yeah. It was supposed to be, it had a sense of humor about itself too, which I was resenting while I played it.
There's a game on the N64 online called Winback. And that thing is unplayable. I don't know what it's doing on there. Like, it's just crap. It's like a third-person shooter, but it's just so janky and.
Oh yeah, I know this game.
I love the NSO because like you'll have all the standard Nintendo gems, and then you'll have whatever third-party horse shit that they can get the license to.
Yeah. You load it up and it says there's something new to play.
The car turns around, it's just a turd.
Wasn't there was some, what was that game that was from Japan that is on NSO that everybody loves?
Sin and Punishment?
That's the one. Yep. Sin and Punishment. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh man, I played that for like 5 minutes one time.
Yeah, I remember there was so much hype because it was like it's a forbidden fruit game. It wasn't.
It's like Space Harrier, but newer. I don't freaking know. Who cares?
Yeah. And so I downloaded it when it was on the Wii Virtual Console, and I played. That was because I bought into the hype. It's an imported game. I played it for 5 minutes, and I was like, "This fucking sucks."
All right, what about Duke Nukem, Doom 64, Quake? I'll throw the Turoks in there too. That's all part of the same thing, isn't it? The shitty first-person shooters on that.
I messed with some Doom 64. That's a pretty good game.
Yeah, Doom 64 is cool. It's just like if you like Doom, it's more Doom.
It's more Doom.
GoldenEye obviously is a big game on the N64, but it didn't really. I mean, there was a GoldenEye for a GameCube, was there not?
Yeah. So there's the Wii game, which is a remake, which is bizarre. They did it with Daniel Craig instead of Pierce Brosnan, and it was like if it was a Daniel Craig film, this would be the game of that.
Hey, James. For England? For England, Alec. Always for England.
So there's a theme here, which is that like they make a great game for N64, everybody loves, everybody anticipates a follow-up. And then they're like, I got nothing. All I can do is remake the game with Daniel Craig. Whether it's Mario 64 or Star Fox or whatever. All I can do is remake it with Daniel Craig.
It's like Star Wars The Force Awakens. You might not realize Daniel Craig's in it, but he's in there.
He's in there.
What did you say?
And like, what are we talking about with GoldenEye? Like GoldenEye is a place in time. Are we talking about there's no good James Bond games after that? Are we talking about...
If you think about like the type of game, it's kind of improved upon on the N64 with Perfect Dark. And then from there you go to like Time Splitters 2. It's like, I don't know, it's strange because it's like you're not really talking about James Bond games, are you? You're talking about the genre.
Yeah, what they did, like the mission-based kind of first-person shooter.
Yeah.
You either grew up with GoldenEye or it's awful. I think it's awful. I didn't grow up with it, so.
Yeah, well, I actually didn't own it, so I also agree. It's awful.
Like, it's not even, like, passably okay. It's just why was this popular awful? That's
because you could shoot stuff and it looked pretty good at the time.
Yeah. I don't know. I think some stuff is still playable. Some stuff kind of just doesn't age the same. Like, you know, you wouldn't catch EJ's kids saying that GoldenEye feels good in his bones.
No, they won't.
I was gonna say earlier, South Park is somewhat like some of the games that I Googled most popular N64 games, and it's similar to some of these where it's like it was really big on the console and nobody gives a fuck about it now, or even actively dislikes it. Actually, I mean, people are of course fond for GoldenEye, but I just don't really think people are like jonesing to play it necessarily.
People fucking defend it to the death, though.
What about Perfect Dark? They like that too?
There's this one girl that really likes it.
Jason really likes that one girl. So.
Who is she?
Forrestler? F-O? I don't know how to pronounce the name. There's an autistic, obsessed Perfect Dark girl.
Oh, it sounds awesome.
Yeah, for some reason, Perfect Dark just doesn't stick with me. I had them both, but GoldenEye was, I don't know, it's simpler. You know, it's got the James Bond music, which always, it gets you going for a shooting fight. And then the dynamic with like choosing your character for the 4-way fighting and people fighting over Odd Job.
Yeah, you had all like the secrets and like the big head mode cheats and all that kind of. You know, there was a lot of stuff that kind of came from that. It still plays well if you play it on the Rare Replay collection when they added it to that.
Oh yeah.
And they've kind of fixed up the controls. Yeah, it's still good. It's just I don't know. It's tricky because of the console it was on.
Also not easily emulatable. Not with those C buttons. More bullshit from N64.
You know what is good, though? That's, like, not a first-person shooter, but you shoot things plenty. Conker's Bad Fur Day is pretty good.
It's great. I played it on Rare Replay as well, and I was having a good old time. I am the great mighty Pooh.
I am the great mighty Pooh, and I'm going to throw my shit at you.
Is it good?
Yeah, come on.
I don't know. I mean, like, it's got the humor, and I like the tone that it goes for. It's got a lot of variety in it. I think all that's great. But because it tries to do so much, so like when you've got an army level, the controls are all over the place, and then you get in a tank in the same stage, and it changes completely.
Yeah, it's a very gimmicky game.
Do you think it's worse than Banjo-Kazooie? I think it's like the same shit as Banjo-Kazooie.
Oh, no. I think Banjo-Kazooie is much like tighter in the controls.
Dang, where were the Simpsons games on N64? They just skipped it.
Oh my god, so true.
Oh yeah.
I would love a janky N64 Simpsons game.
Dude, that would be awesome.
But then if you look at the Simpsons games that showed up to PS1,
there weren't any PlayStation's games at all, were there?
There's like the wrestling game, right?
Yeah.
For Simpsons?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a wrestling game, yeah.
Wrestling?
Yes, It's weird. It's as weird as it sounds.
Howdy ho! You think the Simpsons were like Square Enix and they were just like, man.
Simpsons were Square Enix. Could you imagine?
They were like, yeah, they don't have a disc, so we think we can tell our stories better over on the PlayStation.
Speaking of wrestling,
yeah,
I played the N64 wrestling games today.
Oh my god. Can you talk to me about them?
I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm you with RPGs.
Which one did you play? Because to me, there's only
I played. I don't remember the name. It was a WWF game, and the title screen was like dick.
Oh yeah. Dick diggity dog.
Diggity dog.
Yeah, that's the one I've tried. I wanted to play as China, but she wasn't in like the ladies, and I was just scrolling through all the characters. They treated her as a man in that game.
Yeah, which is actually how it worked in the wrestling roster, to be honest with you. She didn't really.
She would wrestle men?
Yeah, she like would win like the Intercontinental Championship. She was like a real like
I've seen her. She looks like she could beat up half the wrestlers. So
yeah. Well, I could show you how to play that game, and then I think you get into the swing of it. It's quite fun.
all right, let's all take 5. Frankie's going to run Jason through them.
Yeah, I'll show you how to play as mankind. They have a good story mode too that follows like a year of wrestling, wrestling storylines. Yeah, it's great. But I think the WCW NWO one, I think that's the one. It's the same exact game. It was made by THQ, right? And
I thought that one was bad. I thought people hated that one.
Maybe that one. There's another there's a WCW one that is the same exact game as the WWF one. Like how the licensing worked out on that, I have no idea.
Yeah, it's because they use the same engine.
Yeah, they probably just hired the same company to make the game. So.
Yeah. But I just don't understand how I guess the wrestling companies just didn't give a shit to be like, hey, that's
they're just like, hey, get a video game out.
People like the other one.
One of them paid for that engine. You know?
Honestly, if you're WCW, like that's probably smart. Just be like, hey, same company that made WWF game, just do the same thing with our guys.
True.
Like people will buy it.
WCW always had more money too, though, because they were backed by Ted Turner.
Right.
Well, anyway, okay. So back on topic, because we've just gone way off topic, and that's okay. I don't give a shit.
Were we ever on topic this time?
No. Yeah. We can just. Yeah. This will be the time that we don't care about.
Back to the massage.
She's very cautious with me. She's very like.
Yeah, talk more about the massage. No, I'm not even kidding. Like, this is good.
She handles my analog stick very well.
Who's making the box art for Frankie Massage 64?
Massage 64.
You should just have her like put the rumble pack on your back, and then like during like a really intense cutscene, it's like,
she's like, did anything? You want to change anything up? Do we want to do anything different than last time? I'm like, I stick a rumble pack in her palm, and I'm like, do you feel that? And she's like, no, you need to connect it to a controller. So EJ had Resident Evil 2 on his TV a couple of podcasts ago, and it got a lot of love in the comments. People love that game, huh? That particular version.
Well, that particular version is kind of like a miracle because the PlayStation one is 2 discs with full motion video and lots of pre-rendered backgrounds and voice samples. So porting it to the N64 seems kind of impossible. And there's a Modern Vintage Gamer video where he like breaks down all the way they compress things to get everything onto the cart. And it still looks good. Like you play it and it's not bad.
Hang in there, Ben.
Is it both routes?
Yeah, it's the whole game.
I'm impressed now.
Even bonus content, yeah. All the voice samples. I mean, everything's compressed, and it's some of the textures are compressed, but it's like I don't know. It looks good. Like if you're playing on a dumb CRT of the '90s, you wouldn't even be. You'd be like, oh, I have it. You have it on the PlayStation. I have it on the N64. No big deal. And yeah, it was great.
So, it's finally over. Sherry, you look terrible. No worse than you, Claire.
You know, we got to talk about the Zeldas. I kind of want to like almost skip right to Majora's Mask because I'm like, there's no other Zelda game like Majora's Mask, right?
Yeah.
Curious. That's a great example of like, what do we do with this? And it's like you get real creative.
So the thing that I would say is like Ocarina of Time. There's an epicness to that game that like they've just been trying to copy since. Which, I mean, like everyone knows, but it's like that game will show up on all these lists of the best game of all time, yada yada. But it actually, when you go back to it and play it, there's something in there that like it is like unique. They haven't got that again.
Yeah. There's like a confidence to it. And yeah, like when you break down like, oh, what's actually epic about it, you can't really put your finger because it's like there's only like a few cutscenes here and there, and they're if you like dissect the cutscenes, they're kind of janky, but I think it's the music it brings you into that place. It's just the way they did the animation. Like you look at the animation in that game, it's just like the way Link all the motion of his frames as he's like speeding up and slowing down, and he's trying to grab things. It looks very natural. And playful in ways that I think even the 3DS version kind of ruined, I would say.
Do you think that having a much more contained world map could actually enhance the epic feeling where you're like, I kind of lord over this space and, I'm like intimately involved in the story as opposed to having like way too much ground to traverse, even Wind Waker with the sailboat stuff.
See, I would kind of, this is where I would take it to Majora's Mask because Majora's Mask is the smaller game. But because you've got the running clock and the 3 days going round and round, it's like everyone is always doing something, all the characters. So it's like, it's a smaller world, but it feels much more alive. I think that's what sets that one apart from all the others. So I don't know, that kind of always made Majora's Mask feel bigger to me. Whereas in Ocarina of Time, you're on a bigger adventure.
Yep.
But you're not stopping to talk to anyone. That's the difference, I think.
The dichotomy. And it does feel like Nintendo was chasing Ocarina of Time like afterwards with, Twilight Princess is basically the same structure, and then all those other ones. Wind Waker is pretty much the same structure, but like kind of ocean and
it's really just those two. I mean, because after that, like what have you got? The Skyward Sword, which kind of takes some half steps towards what Breath of the Wild ends up being, and then Breath of the Wild is completely its own thing. So I don't know, but yeah, no, I don't think that there has been a Zelda quite like Ocarina of Time since.
No. But Majora's isn't that much more unique in your view?
I think Majora is much more unique.
Well, yeah, they're almost two different sides of a coin.
They're the greatest duology in like games ever, I think.
Yeah.
The Ocarina of Time is like a big adventure, and then Majora's Mask is like you slow it down, and then it's more contained and introspective. Like that's just the way it is. They got extrospective and then introspective. Those are
I mean, you can decide to follow the fucking postman, and he's doing something different every day. It's
Majora's Mask's moodier. It kind of has that Link's Awakening feel, where it's a little Twin Peaksy. You got the quirky characters you interact with, and you get to know real well. I
like Snowboard Kids more than I like 1080.
I like 1080.
Who's with me? Any other Snowboard Kids around here?
Nobody's gonna fight you. I'm a Cool Borders guy. Come on, Cool Borders too.
I have no horse in this race. So
in the waterboarding race.
Waterboarding.
I'll tell you this. I think
get the information faster.
Okay, I got it. Ready? Here's a definitive franchise installment. Pokemon Snap for N64.
Well, there's a new one now.
In the Pokemon Snap franchise, there's only two, and one of them blows, and one of them's the N64 one.
You know what? I agree. The new one does kind of blow. They make you replay the levels too many times, and it's not like a puzzle game like the original. It's more just like you didn't get enough, so go back.
And the characters talk so much in between things.
Lord.
It's like you're slamming that A button over and over and over.
I feel like anytime the Switch tries to revive something like old and pure, it just comes out.
You got Jason cracking up at old and pure.
You're calling Pokemon Snap old and pure. That's
what? I've never played it. I'm just trying to,
They've resurrected something old and pure. Pokemon Snap. Do any of the Mario parties? I mean, people love 2, right?
Oh yeah, they're all the definitive ones.
Oh,
like they didn't get better.
Wow.
What do you mean? I'm not kidding. They didn't. Like 2 and 3 are the best ones.
There's like fucking 15 of those games on the GameCube alone. I don't know.
I've played
How
very few
do
of
you
them.
measure amount?
Yeah, I can't even tell you which ones
You were
I
an
played.
N64 kid, but you didn't have like a lot of Mario parties. You didn't.
No,
play that?
I had a friend who had, like, I remember I went to a New Year's Eve 2000 party.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and we played a little bit of Party, and I was like, this is fine and all, but Wave Race is right there. Star
You were
Fox
just getting
is
your
right
asses. You were just getting your ass kicked. And you just didn't want to play anymore.
Well, it's better than a regular board game, I'll grant you, but it's a board game.
I do kind of feel like since they brought out Mario Party Superstars, they've sort of that covers all the bases for like.
No,
the
I
old
mean,
ones.
like it brings back the mini games, but like the boards are still, they're much better. There's more going on in the N64 ones, so it's just
yeah. No. I mean, to be fair, there weren't lawsuits because kids were giving themselves stigmata.
That's just the first one. The first one is kind of nonsense. The mini games, there's a lot of mashing mini games. There's a lot of rotate the stick mini games. They learned their lesson. They lightened them up in 2 and 3.
Yeah, they sent out a glove, didn't they? They sent out a glove to people who
If
wanted
you
it.
complained about your hand, they would send out a glove. Yeah.
If you permanently scarred your hand from playing Mario Party, Nintendo sent you a special glove.
Does Star Wars have any special distinctions on the N64? I certainly think so.
I really enjoy. What one is it? Is it Shadows of the Empire?
Yes.
Shadows of the Empire is the launch window one. Yeah.
Launch window.
Yeah, that one's really good.
The creators of that also did Rogue Squadron, and they're like, we basically were trying to figure out how to develop on this thing, and we really like Rogue Squadron better. Like we liked what we did with the flight simulation stuff in Shadows, and we decided to just make a whole game of that. It's like they didn't really want to stand behind their first person levels, but I really like the first person shooter levels in Shadows. You know what I really like? The Hoth level where you're walking around the hallways, you're killing Wampas. You have to shoot the Wampa 1 billion times. And then when you come out to like this landing area at the end of the hallway, and there's a little snowtrooper way up in the distance on a little ledge, and you just pew him, and he gives you a Wilhelm scream if you're lucky.
But that Shadows of the Empire thing was just so cool. Just like when the looped Star Wars music just is playing, and you're just like, oh yeah, I'm in the movie.
And anything that wasn't John Williams music was the worst music ever. Do you remember the main menu music? It was like bum 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 bum.
And like it was during the time where they're releasing all of the toys for a movie that didn't exist.
It's a fascinating thing. Never before or since can I think of an example of like, what if we launched a project that was basically a movie premiere, but like there's never a movie. Like, but you get the video game, you get the comic book, you get the action figures, you get a book, but there's just no movie. That's all.
Yeah, they were at the time. It was still that kind of like Dark Forces Jedi Knight bubble, wasn't it?
Yeah. But I would put Shadows of the Empire kind of alongside those. It's of that era.
Even now, when I'm watching the original trilogy, I'll hear music from that film and be like, "Oh, that's the music from Jedi Knight."
No, I agree. For a long time, especially the Empire. A lot of the Empire music, I internalized as video game music. You know, I do find it fascinating. Dan you're like 10 years younger than me, right? Or like 9 years?
It's something like that.
That's like I would think that would make you really young for JK. Because I was in 7th grade when I was playing it, which was like perfect.
Probably about, I don't know, 5 or 6. I was playing that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess that makes sense. But that must mean that when you were 5 or 6, that was like your introduction to computers, basically. Yeah, like PC gaming.
Oh yeah, no, there was that. There was Batman Activity Center.
Game of the year.
And there was Noddy, Let's Get Ready for School.
Here it comes, everybody!
Why is it that for Switch, like Dark Forces Remastered, Jedi Outcast, like we're getting every game that doesn't matter? Nobody can get up the cojones to give me a JK?
This one eludes me. It must be important.
I remember the online scene was pretty robust. There was a lot of people online playing that game. And it was a complete revelation that I could, like, at nighttime, pop on the computer and play multiplayer. Like, because I had an older sister. She couldn't be fucked to play couch co-op with me, and then she actually moved out when I was like 11. And so I was like an only kid. I loved having a friend over to play I loved multiplayer games, and we just never could. But suddenly I was able to connect over TCP/IP to a friend. And, like when you're that age, you always want to be hanging out with your friends. So like you're either on the phone all the time or whatever, because you can't always like just be sleeping over each other's houses on the weekdays. But we would play the shit out of JK, and that felt so novel. It felt like a cheat. Like, this is a way we can all hang out and play video games together with it. And now, of course, that's just baked into the culture. But back then, it felt like we were getting around something. There was a multiplayer stage for that game that, like, I feel like every time I played, I was in that thing. It was called Canyon Oasis. Do you remember Canyon Oasis from when you were 5?
No.
Dude, I'm going to send you links after this. We spent all of our time in this one stupid level. It's like, I don't know, just the worst textures ever. All of them repeating.
Fucking beautiful.
But you had that like missile launcher. You just ran around with that because they littered the stage with like the guns that you couldn't get until like the 7th or 8th stage in single player. And you just blew each other away. Oh, I want to play right now. I never really cared for Dark Forces though, the first one.
It's okay.
It
doesn't.
Just Doom, right? It's just
Doom.
Yeah, pretty much. Is that the first one where you can jump or something? I know it's got something going for it.
Maybe. In Shadows of the Empire, there's too much animation on the jump. It's like highly animated, and he makes a little like a little sexual noise. He goes, so you just keep jumping in place. You just keep getting.
Frankie's masseuse knows that noise well.
Oh, Francis. That's the jumping sound effect from Shadows of the Empire.
When you get that nod out, you release a ha.
I know I've done a good job when he goes, ha.
As an outsider to the Star Wars games, I'm going to guess that they all fail the EJ Kid test.
Yeah, they don't even know what Star Wars is, basically. I haven't showed them yet.
I mean, the thing about kids is they're very much like adults, which is like if you're like unfamiliar with it, they're like, ugh, I don't want it then. I mean, that's definitely how Gloria is. Like, I have to wait sometimes for her to become interested in something. You were talking earlier about EJ's kids liking Mario 64. I remember being a kid and I just enjoyed running around the castle. I just enjoyed doing the moveset, basically. And I kind of feel the same way about Shadows of the Empire. I just kind of liked moving around as those characters.
Yeah, it's a funny thing when you look back, because a lot of the nostalgia is just for kind of not even playing the game.
Right.
Like, if you look at Mario Kart on Royal Raceway, you can just, like, fuck off to the side and drive around by the castle.
Gloria loves it. Most notably when, is it Princess's course there? Where you can steer off into the castle and just have a good time over by the castle.
Yeah, that's what I was just talking about.
Yeah, right, exactly. There's very few modern games where I pop them on just to fuck around and not care about the consequences whatsoever. And N64 is filthy with those kinds of games. Like, as we talk through it, I'm like, I really want to plop down with some No Mercy and just like bounce off the ropes, punch a guy, run all the way up the ramp to the Titantron, run all the way back, jump off the top rope, get knocked off the top rope, steal a board from the audience. You can try to bust somebody open, get them bleeding. It's a great game.
Yeah, my son's been playing a lot of Tears of the Kingdom, and I think it has a lot of that like playfulness that like I've lost because I'm an adult, and so like he just like grabs torches and like lights all the ones that are around like Lookout Landing after it rains, and he just like waits for it to rain, like lights them all again or whatever, and sees like
at this point it sounds like he's a straight up gamer. Like
he definitely likes gaming.
Yeah.
But it's fun to see him play the game and be like, I don't care about any objectives. And and especially now as an adult, I'm so objective based and I want to clear out every objective.
Yeah, there's definitely like a time when you're just excited to be the guy on the screen and stuff, and you're running around from that, and it's like, well, it does disappear pretty quick.
Unless you podcast, then you really enjoy being the guy on the screen. No way that Smash is a definitive version. That that's the prototype Smash. I think you could argue. I mean, it would be easy to argue that Ultimate is the ultimate, but I think Melee is kind of the quintessential. Although somebody, Jason, I believe, said Brawl, and I've been hearing that. That's
I
more.
love Brawl. I mean, if you ignore the competitive stuff, whatever. Like, none of us play competitive. I know that, but like, I think it just has more stuff. Like, the game is like game demos and like the trophies and like the coin game, and it's just chock full of so much like bonus features that Melee doesn't have a finger on it with that.
With the subspace emissary. Or
not even to mention the single player. Yeah, there's a whole ass single player campaign with cutscenes and
it was like the Final Fantasy guy like wrote the story. Or whatever.
Wasn't there a
story? Quote unquote.
Wasn't there some online shit that you could get from Brawl, like in drips and drabs?
The hell are you talking about?
Every few weeks they would release something for it.
You're thinking of before the game came out, they would release an image every day, I think. Like a new image of the game.
Let's just move on from that senior moment. Dan, do you have any titles you'd like to discuss with us?
Well, what I thought would be a fun thing to kind of think about. What about games that went to the N64 to die?
Oh, the opposite of the discussion.
Pretty good.
That's it. Okay, do you have some?
So if you look at like the Mystical Ninjas, they have the fans and stuff, and they seem like all right games, but they do just they appear on the N64, they're never heard from again.
Were they on any other system ever?
Yeah, the Super Nintendo. Oh, then after that,
no, they just kind of stopped. I mean, like you've got other ones, you know, like Donkey Kong. That shows up in 3D once and then retreats very slowly back to 2D about 2 decades later, something like that.
That's an excellent point. They've never had the confidence to do another collect-a-thon Donkey Kong game.
Yeah. And I mean, if not for that game, what music would EJ's Donkey Kong Arcade play when it starts up?
Exactly.
Here we go.
Earthworm Jim died on the N64, and that was it for him.
Oh, that's a great point. Did he have 1 or 2 on the N64?
Just one. Only took one.
Yeah, to kill him. Good.
That was it.
Did you like the 2D Earthworm Jim games?
They're okay.
Yeah, because there's a lot of the same team that did like Aladdin or whatever, and they came over to Shiny to make those games, and they look great, but I think they play kind of like ass.
Exactly what you just said.
I'm trying to think if there's any other games we didn't talk about. I mean, there's of course.
There's tons.
Well, we're not going to name every single game, but I just don't want any shit from some pedantic cunt in the comments.
Right, I'll give you one. We didn't talk about Bomberman at all, and there's some pretty unique Bomberman games on the 64. There's 3 of them. There's Bomberman 64 and Bomberman 64 Second Attack, which are kind of like top-down, like overhead, like sort of more what you associate with Bomberman, but they're also like adventure games.
Oh, that sounds fun.
But then there's Bomberman Hero, which is like a legitimate 3D platformer with Bomberman. So,
What about Mega Man?
That's good. I mean, Mega Man 64. I mean, it's Mega Man Legends. It's the same game, but it controls better on 64. So obviously, like, the voices aren't as good, and I mean, it's not seen as like the definitive version of the game, but I like how it controls more. I mean, Mega Man Legends, if you've never played it, is like a dumpy 3D action adventure game. It's pre-Ocarina of Time, so it's very much still in the growing pains. It's kind of like a shittier version of that, I guess. Like, the dungeons in Mega Man Legends are straight up like 2D hallways. I mean, they're in 3D, but like, you're walking through hallways, there's no like verticality at all to it. It's just kind of like mazes that you could have had on the Super Nintendo. But anyway, it's a decent game though.
Yeah, there's a nice kind of quality to listen to you describe something as shitty Ocarina of Time.
Well, I mean, structurally, it's a very small game. Like, it doesn't try to be as epic as Ocarina of Time. Imagine like a more Majora's Mask type setting, and that there's one central town, and everything kind of just branches off from that one town. And there's just kind of like objectives to complete all in like one centralized area. Obviously, there's no clock or anything, but it's got the same kind of like intimacy, I guess. You get to know the town.
What's that platform everybody loves? It's like the quintessential fucking hidden gem. What's it called?
Mischief Makers?
Mischief Makers. Thank you.
The Shake
game?
Yeah.
Shake. Yeah, that game sucks too.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, that's a weird one because we vacationed in North Carolina and we went to the local like rental place, and they had the Japanese version. It's called Troublemakers in Japan. And I remember it on the shelf. I'm like, what the heck is this Japanese game? So I re-rented it. And yeah, it was just like in Japanese, and it was just like shake in Japanese. It's like, okay. And then I rented it again as Mischief Makers. I'm like, this game didn't get any better translated.
I'm trying to think. I think we might be at the bottom of the barrel now. There's Yoshi's Story. There's Excite Bike.
Oh,
Yoshi's Story ain't got nothing. But
yeah, Yoshi's Story's trash.
I feel a little bit bad for the Yoshi games because I think that they went somewhere. They improved over time. I think that Woolly World, if you've never played it on Wii U, is pretty good. It's like pretty similar to Yoshi's Island, honestly, and so too is Crafted World, which is very if you play that with a small girl. Which hopefully your daughter, not
just anyone, find one.
Just find one off the street.
It's very adorable. Like if adorable is what you want in your game.
Yeah, Frankie, you mentioned Mario Tennis, I think was another one.
Yes. Well, I think we can all agree that's the best of the Mario Tennises. I do like Power Shot a lot, though, I will say. GameCube. And the Wii one's the same one.
Yeah, they kind of... Again, like Mario Kart, they do seem to like add in gimmicks as it goes along.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? It's like, where do you go with some of these concepts? And that's why they just remake them with Daniel Craig. Oh, what about golf for 64?
Mario Golf? It's good.
Mario Golf. I like that. Yeah, I like it. I remember Toadstool Tour came out for GameCube and being like, Mario Golf 64 was better.
It's a lot of Mario on
There's no bad Mario on N64. That's the thing. There's no Mario teaches typing. There's no Mario time machine. There's no like dumb
Mario
nonsense.
Hotel Mario or whatever the hell.
Yeah, if it has Mario in the name on N64, it's good.
So maybe that's the console where they stopped fucking with Mario too much. But it is also kind of it's the console where they began Mario Sports generally.
Yeah. Made by the same people who made Shining Force. I should point that out. They hired the Shining Force people to make the Mario sports games to every Shining fan's dismay because they've been doing it ever since. What else we got? I mean, we got more sports games. You can play Madden in first person on the 64. That's pretty unique and cool. Right?
Who gives a fuck?
I went to a used game store recently, and if you just like look at the bargain bin shelf,
it's all sports.
And it's filled with NFL Quarterback Club 98. It's just like one after another. You could probably redo your wall with NFL Quarterback Club 98.
It's got Brett Favre on the cover. It's iconic.
The one genre of N64 games that did not appreciate.
Yeah, you could buy it for like $1.
It is crazy, man. Like I'll people talking about how game prices are starting to improve a little bit. COVID was kind of the worst of it, but Facebook Marketplace, which is where you would expect the better deals because those are the people being like, just come pick it up. They'll be like, for $500 or something, you get 5 GameCube games that are all pretty good and a GameCube. It's $500.
I was actually thinking about the prices recently with N64 games, and I noticed that unlike with other systems, there's not a lot of huge outliers, but the median game is still pretty high. Like, if you want to get a quality N64 game, it's like $50-$60, but there's nothing that's like $500 that's like good that you'd want to play. There's like Clay Fighter, there's like weird variants like the Sculptor's Cut or whatever, and I think like Bomberman 64 2 is like $150 or something. But other than that, it's like everything's like $100 or under that you'd want to play. And for the Super Nintendo, like that's not the fucking case at all. So
yeah. Those are just totems anyway. Just get an EverDrive.
Yeah, just get an EverDrive, guys. Get a Raspberry Pi.
Pokemon Stadium. Anybody ever play that?
Oh hell, we played that last night, and I destroyed Dan's asshole.
Whoa!
It wasn't a fair fight because he barely knows what Pokemon is. Dan would fail probably like half of like name that Pokemons from the show, so it wasn't a fair fight at all.
Wait, do you need to know a lot about Pokemon to be effective in the game?
To like battle, yes. I mean, it has a huge competitive scene. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like basically rock, paper, scissors. So if you don't know all the types and the type weaknesses.
In like my spare time, I play in like an actual Pokemon league, and Dan barely knows the Pokemon. So it wasn't a fair fight at all.
Yeah. In fact, when we first started up, I didn't realize the screen would scroll.
He picked the first 6 Pokemon that were on the list because they thought that was everyone.
That game, I do think the thing that can't, this isn't really a good advertisement for it as a Pokemon game on its own. But the fact that it came with the little pack that you could plug in, and you could play the Game Boy games on it,
The awesome thing about that, you can play it in triple speed. You can speed the Game Boys up to 3 times and play it that way.
Yeah, so that's a way you can grind really fast. Yeah.
This was okay. So Pokemon Stadium came out during the time when Red and Blue were out.
Oh yeah, and then they made a 2, which was for Gold and Silver.
And Jason, you must have been like 5, 6 when these games came out.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, I played the hell out of them like when I was a little older. I didn't have an N64 until I was like 10 or 11. I used birthday money and got a system with a whole bunch of games for $20. I remember that.
Wow.
At a game store, like an actual game store. We went there. It's the same one. It's this gold one back here.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah. I mean, I played the hell out of Pokemon Stadium. Like I've beaten the game with like rental Pokemon, which is a flex if you know anything about those games.
It does feel like the kind of game that if I had owned it as a child, it's just the kind of game you can get like into the groove of, you start to get really good at it for no good reason.
Well, you know what it is though, right? It's literally just battles. Like there's no like RPG portion. It's just you battle the Pokemon. We could keep thinking of N64 games forever. I mean, we didn't mention Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey, which is like the NBA Jam of sports games. That's a good one.
Who gives a fuck?
Exactly.
Well, here's my definitive N64 game.
Yeah, let's hear it.
It's Wave Race 64.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, which also is I mean, I don't want to say it went to N64 to die because there was a GameCube one.
There's a GameCube one, but it's not as good.
It's not nearly as good.
That's kind of comparable to Star Fox.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where it went to the GameCube to die.
Yeah, that one, yeah. That's definitely didn't go to the N64 to die.
It's like it died abroad and then you had to get the body shipped to the next console.
Come on. Weekend at Bernie's Wave Race.
I think Wave Race 64 holds up, man. I
love it.
It was like a launch window game. I remember getting it the same Christmas that I got the N64, and I didn't even like realize it was a thing. And I played a lot, and I love the water physics. I think were really unique, and you know what? I'm gonna say that it's the definitive like water sport jet ski game ever. Like, you know how like PlayStation had like Jet Moto or some shit. No, I
was about to say it's a fairly niche genre, but yeah.
Yeah, but it did it. It did it, and it did well. You got the tricks. You could do the trick mode. You could. Yeah. I always even just liked, when you do warm-up time, follow that dolphin. You just follow the dolphin around.
And when you finish a race, it's oh! Whoever that guy is, you did it.
And they have that like really the chunky wave racer guy. He's like fat,
so we could all feel seen. Like I'm gonna get some waves with my big bod. Also, by the way, that's another example of the emulation for Nintendo Switch, the fog distance thingy. Wave Race 64, there's a level in particular. It's like kind of like in marshlands,
Oh yeah.
And that has a lot of that sort of thing.
Sorry, Frankie, you clipped out there. Was that Massage Lands?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, it was Massage Lands.
Yes, it was in the Massage Lands of...
Was it Drake Lake or whatever it's called? Yeah, I like it because all the other ones have waves, and that one's just nice and smooth. And it has the fog that like lifts as you do turns in the course. The fog lifts and you can see more. That's really cool.
You know what? Wave Race 64 is like a massage. It's very relaxing. Like when they announce like a new stage, they're like Lake Drake. And they want you to chill out. They want you that blue ocean, those sunsets that's in that game. Just on the topic of water skiing games, we've been playing some Wii lately, and we were playing Wii Resort, and there is a water. I don't want to call it waterboarding. What's it called? Wakeboarding. That's what it is.
Oh, okay.
And you you tilt it left and right to turn left and right, but then you flick it horizontally. You know what I'm saying? You're holding it horizontally and you kind of flick it up and down, and that you have to do that like as a wave is approaching you, and then you can do a little trick. It's actually very fun. I recommend, right after a massage if possible.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
Thank you very much.
Do you want to talk to me about Nikocado Avocado?
I'm always 2 steps ahead.
The joke's on you.
Fucking crazy.
I didn't really know too much about this guy. I've heard of him in passing, like just by somebody being like, "What is this guy? Is he performing? Like, is this an art performance? Is this real life?" Because he seems like a mess, but it also seems like it's intentional. And I didn't really know what mukbanging was until I watched a few of these videos, and I'm like, "Oh, all right."
And now I have a new pastime.
Ooh, they really cooked it too. The best French fries. So I used to watch Scary Movie 3 with my friend.
Nikocado Avocado is a YouTuber, and he's part of this genre. I believe it's pronounced mukbang. I thought it was mukbang, but I believe it's mukbang.
Mukbang.
Mukbang. Where they gorge themselves. You know, they overeat tremendously. The food is normally put in kind of like the front of the frame so that there's a little bit of forced perspective too. There's a little bit of filmmaking technique involved in a mukbang video. Giant bowls of food, cheeseburgers, spicy noodles, or you name it. Whatever the topic du jour is for a mukbanger. And they try to eat it all. And so why would somebody watch that? I don't know. Maybe because they really like food, but like don't want to eat it themselves. And so it's like scratching some weird itch. Maybe it makes them feel less bad about themselves.
Yeah, I don't know. There might be something like that. It's like ASMR. It's like, I don't really understand it, but people watch all these people whisper, and I don't know. So
yeah, it turns out like everybody's got some fetish you don't have.
Nikocado Avocado, he kind of started off as like a vegan YouTuber, and he was a expert violinist, or he's a kind of a experienced violinist, so he's very talented.
Went to Juilliard for violin.
And so he started doing these mukbang videos, and then he transitioned from like the vegan videos to just doing like standard fast food, more clickbaity stuff. But also like part of the charm, I guess, is that he's like a bit of a mess. He like has breakdowns during these videos too.
Popeye's chicken sandwich. No! There's a lady behind me feeding cats! Stop feeding the cats!
There's like drama in the background, like he's like got a husband that he's like always like arguing with or breaking up with or something.
We are not breaking up. All these rumors, you lie. We can't break up!
Oh look, it's America's Next Bottom Model. Nice haircut.
And that's why a lot of people are like, is this like real? Is this performance art? Because he's a very theatrical person.
Yeah.
Kind of like, he reminds me of like, probably people don't know that I did a lot of theater. I was going to actually be a theater major, but I have a minor in theater because I was a major in electrical engineering and I did a lot of theater, and I was like, I could do probably a double major.
It's really unusual, like an engineering person who's also a theater person. Well, I mean, I suppose unless you were like a stage hand or some, a stage design guy or something, maybe an engineer would do that.
Yeah, I was an actor, director. I've ran theater festivals.
You've directed plays?
Yeah, I directed plays. I produced theater festivals. I actually worked with Deborah Jo Rupp, that 70s show mom.
Oh yeah. She's in Agatha.
She's in Agatha and Wonderful. I'm like, that's my friend. I've worked with her.
You know, Donna, I've been drinking.
Anyway, the point of that is all to say, he reminds me of the terminally theater person. There's the standard people are like, oh, I think I could go into acting. I'll try this. It'll be fun. And then there's like the people whose lives are theatrical.
97. 96.9. 90. I have not enough blood flow between. Shh! You lie on me.
I remember taking I took a theater studies or theater history class or something. So I was a film major, and I was always like acting friendly, and I like working with actors very much. Like when I vibe with an actor, it's really fun, and I'm like, it's like one of the most fun things about making films. But I never considered myself an actor. It was always something I was like adjacent to. But when you're a directing major, they make you take like some performing arts stuff. So I had to take like a theater studies one. And I didn't realize, like, walking into it, like, oh, this is actually going to be like a fundamental class for all the theater kids. So I was like the one not theater kid in a room full, and they were all like very fucking silly, like really, like, and the teacher was like silly with them, and they couldn't like calm down, like much the way like a well-meaning child can't calm down, right? Where you don't want to like crush their spirit, so you don't get mad at them. But really we need to get serious, and they can't get serious, and they're very expressive. And if something sad happens, oh my God, they feel that really hard. And if they have to go to the bathroom, they have to go to the bathroom really bad. And, everything is so big when you're a theater kid.
And now I'm stuck in this place. Insufficiency discriminates.
So that's when this Nikocado Avocado guy reminds me of. It's like there's like a one clip in one of the videos you sent me. It was like he's like, I think I'm 150 pounds, maybe 160. Oh, there's a scale over here. Let me take a look. It's like, oh, I'm 200 pounds. It's all sort of that.
Excuse you! You discriminate me! I'm calling my attorneys, and I will have her arrested!
I imagine I'm in the woods, and there's a scale. Ooh, I've found the scale. do, 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 do. Nikocado in the woods.
The wild pig. I can hear you. The wild pig in its natural habitat.
He gained a serious amount of weight doing this. No shocker there. I guess it's conceivable that you could do this line of work, overeating to tremendous success on the internet without gaining weight. You'd have to really plan your meals and diet around it, I suppose. Anyway, he rapidly gained weight, and he went all the way, he passed 300, and he was making comments as time went on, like, okay, if I pass 300, like, I really got to make some changes. Like, that's crazy.
365.2 pounds. I lost 2 pounds.
But at the same time, he was like egging himself on. He's like, I'm going to make it to 300.
Yeah. Because you have to sort of like minimize it and rationalize it. By all accounts, it looked like somebody who their internet career was completely destroying them and making them do terribly dysfunctional things. So much so, I remember, like, I was watching the Sunny V2 breakdown on it. I think that you saw the same one. I'm sitting there watching it. I'm thinking, like, I know it's hard to make terms of service on YouTube for, like standards against, this kind of behavior or that kind of behavior, because you just end up making these like value judgments that are hard to make from one creator to the next. But I think we all can agree that like an anorexia channel, like I ain't monetizing it for, like, if I'm YouTube, I'm like, unlikely scenario where we let you upload this, you can't be making money off it. Well, because we can't have a situation where people are egging you on to not eat and you end up dying, and our platform like was this major incentivizing thing that did it. But that, I suppose, is the danger of social media and tech platforms. And I look at it the same way here, where it's like, you're just deconstructing in front of us all, and if you must do it, go ahead. But yeah, maybe you shouldn't be monetized for that because it's bad for you.
I just woke up. Hi. I look horrible. I just projectiled a poopy all over the toilet seat.
There's like a performance aspect of it because you don't know what he's doing just as his own like kind of sick joke on his audience and a sick joke to himself.
It did not seem like it could possibly be that. You don't gain 250 pounds as like a, the greatest performance art of all time. I mean, like when Robert De Niro gained weight for like Raging Bull, like it must have been, it looked at me like it was like 40 pounds. Like, oh my God, what a committed actor.
But I don't know. Then he does this thing.
Yeah. Okay. So leading into it, so Sunny V2 had come up, like over the months, had come up with a couple of videos being like, this is the downside of success, or, and like, look at this poor guy. He's just completely, look at the internet, what the internet hath brought. And just several days in advance, they were like, check out this sad video from, I'm going all out of focus. Check out this sad video from Nikocado Avocado. He's deconstructing in front of me. He gave this weird speech, this kind of Joker-esque speech to his audience. And then the big reveal, the one that seemed so unlikely. We all were like, was this filmed a long time ago? What am I looking at here? You know what? I think in the greatest stunt ever done on YouTube, I've got nothing but nice things to say. He put on a panda. He put on a giant panda mask.
And he's doing his little sinister like Joker talk.
Yeah, and he's talking some kind of nonsense, whispering into a microphone.
This has been the greatest social experiment for my entire life.
And then he pulls it off. It's him. He weighs 150 pounds again. He lost 250 pounds. He went from 400 to 155 in one video. Because the last video that was uploaded was him eating pizza as a 400-pound man saying crazy shit. And suddenly he's skinny. So what happened? He's a genius. He banked it took him 2 years. I lost 140 in a year. So, if you can like keep up a 10-pound per month clip, it is possible. Was Ozempic involved? I don't care. What I know is he took off the weight for real, because you can see his arms are all skinny. There's a little bit of loose skin. He banked fat videos of himself for 2 years, knowing he was planning on doing this. And he kept releasing them. And I don't know, I guess he stayed away from the public eye enough. It never leaked. I don't know if the Sunny V2 guy was in on it or not.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah, because it was only like, a few weeks ago or a month ago, he was like, this is the lowest he's ever been.
And another stroke of performance genius, he recites the same exact monologue that he did in the last fat video.
It's alluring. It's compelling. It's gripping. To bear witness, to observe all these unwell, disoriented beings roam the internet in search of stories.
The timing was perfect. He got everybody. Now, had he planned to go to 400 pounds in the first place so that he could do this? I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. I think that it's more like his weight got completely out of control. He had to fix that. And then he said, how can I make cool art out of this? How can I make a cool performance out of this? But like losing 250 pounds is no joke. One way or another, he lost 250 pounds. And so you can come up with the idea and bank all the videos and then fuck it up and then fall through with it. But he didn't. He did it. He fucking did it.
Yeah, I don't know how intentional or unintentional the weight gain was, but the weight loss thing was a beautiful stunt. What I can't even imagine the planning, the discipline, just even the discipline to not get to release. That's crazy. I'm very impressed by the whole stunt, and he deserves like the the views that he gets for that.
Then he created some new channel where he was like, I'm going to go over there and maybe I'll be a little bit less hated, because he's, become really notorious. And then he proceeded to eat a gigantic thing of fucking spicy noodles anyhow. in one final troll where he's like, and I'm going to still mukbang whenever I feel like it.
Because I really like it. It makes me happy.
I love spicy noodles.
Incredible.
He also shaved his head. He not completely bald, but he had like a buzz cut. So yeah, there was even kind of a Kevin Spacey and Seven kind of vibe to it to me. A little bit of like.
Oh yeah, he's definitely a serial killer.
So I am the villain because I've made myself one.
Hey man, I don't recommend that people fuck with their bodies that much for fun, but my hat is off to you, good sir. What you've done an incredible. You've gotten healthy. And you made incredible art out of it. Really, really cool. Most YouTubers are not that disciplined. And I suppose a lack of discipline got him to where he ended up in the first place. So I think it's great. I got nothing else to say about it other than I think it's great.
I'm not subscribed, but it's a good stunt.
Yeah. Is there anything that even compares? Who are is there Andy Warhol, Andy Kaufman, people making spectacles of themselves?
Kevin Spacey.
Every Christmas he takes off another animal's mask and reveals some new aspect of his body. You all thought that I wasn't 2 steps ahead of you, now did you? I got really big and fat again, even fatter than before. and I lost it all right underneath your nose.
I thought he filmed it before he got fat. Like, I thought it was something like that.
That's what I was about to ask you. Did you think that, like, this was achieved through some other means?
I don't know. It's hard to tell because, like, when I watch this guy just interact with life, again, he gives me, like bullshitty theater kid vibes. I have no idea what's real with this person. And I think that's part of his mystique, is that you're not supposed to know. Everything kind of looks both fake and a mess at the same time, and that's what people like about it.
Yeah, I get the appeal.
Yeah, I get the appeal. Yes.
In the way that BoxMac is so much more than macaroni and cheese, Nikocado Avocado is so much more than mukbanging. He's created an entire narrative.
Look at all that cheese.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
Frankie, we're going to make a delightful fall macaroni and cheese with caramelized onions today on BoxMac. So I've got a treat in store for us today, Frankie. I have crafted a recipe, a fall-themed recipe, based on the idea of caramelized onions. Remember, we had recently from the wonderful Cabot Company a caramelized onion mac, and that kind of inspired me a little bit to really dive into the idea of a fall caramelized macaroni and cheese with Gruyere as the primary cheese. Gruyere and Swiss.
What made you choose Gruyere?
When I was thinking through the idea, I was like, all right, French onion soup. If you're gonna make a French onion soup, what do you have in a French onion soup? You have the French onions and you put the Gruyere on top and then you have it together. And that's a really nice combination. And then Swiss is another cheese that's also used sometimes instead of or with Gruyere as the topping for it. And then I wanted to throw in a little cheddar just because.
Because you want to make sure it tastes like cheese at the end of the day. Is this your recipe?
This is my recipe. I've never made it before. It could be a total disaster.
And you're not afraid of bacon?
No. Bacon.
It can have an overwhelming flavor, and it can also really kind of mess with your texture.
My texture! It's not gonna go in the mac, but it's gonna be the topper. I just want it to be like a little initial flavor on top.
Are you baking this motherfucker?
I'm not sure if you're asking me if I'm gonna bake the bacon or if I'm gonna bacon it.
Are you going to bake the mac and cheese?
No, absolutely not. We're not for bacon around here.
No.
Every time on this show we've done a baked mac and cheese, it was better before I put it into the oven. Look, I've got a lot of cheese here that needs a lot of grating.
I would give that an A+.
Okay.
C-.
Yeah, how about this?
I think I grated all the cheese.
That was a great joke,
How about
Frankie.
this one? We're here, we're Gruyere, get used to it.
Gender Gruyere.
Let me talk a little bit about what I got here first, the ingredients, to go into the ingredient hole, if I might.
Don't touch it.
Oh, it's too hot to touch. Don't touch the ingredient hole. I've got some cayenne, some slow smoked applewood bacon. I've never tried this before, but I wanted something a little appley, like applewood, and a smoked flavor to kind of make that fall go. I have made these caramelized onions last night. I couldn't make them on the show because it takes about 45 minutes to make caramelized onions. These are Vidalia onions that I caramelized down with a little bit of salt, some butter, and a little bit of olive oil. We've got Grey Poupon mustard. We've got the Gruyere, we've got the Swiss. I've got some Parmesan here as well, some Parmigiano Romano. Kate's butter for the butter. Fresh nutmeg.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen in the nut form in a container like this.
You've never seen a whole nutmeg before. I wouldn't have bought whole nutmeg except that it was on super sale. I just thought that's really cool to like grate our own fresh nutmeg. Supposedly it's a lot better than pre-ground
really?
stuff.
We'll see.
Got some fall-shaped pasta here. So have we ever done this on the show before?
We did that year that we did the Mac Baking Championship.
Okay, but it's back again. And I've also got some smoked paprika here as well. So I'm pretty excited to get going.
How's Zach doing in there?
Fine. So Frankie, I'm gonna have you do Parmesan.
I have a Halloween-y topic of discussion. I like to play retro video games.
Do you?
Have you ever played these before? Your Sonic the Hedgehogs, your Super Marios,
Sure,
your
yeah.
Contras. And around this time of year, I got a million ways to play them.
Yep.
And there's a million games.
Sure.
And I always feel like there's games I haven't played probably. And so around this time of year, I like to look into YouTube, what are some horror retro games? And there was a creator last year who did giant compilations of all of them. NES, Famicom, and Super Nintendo. There were hundreds. Well, the only way that there's hundreds is if you have a little bit of a category error. I believe he included too many games simply because they had monsters in them, simply because they had like aliens.
They were Halloween games, that's what he called them?
Well, he called them 16-bit horror titles for Halloween.
If I try to think of 16-bit horror titles, I can think of a couple.
Ghouls and Goblins and like...
Addams Family.
Addams Family, Beetlejuice for NES. You know, there's definitely some. Chiller for NES, which was the absolutely gruesome light gun game that started in the arcade. I'd never seen it before until I went to Fun Spot last year. I was having to avert Gloria's eyes.
Really? It was that bad?
Yeah, it was from like 86.
What system?
It was arcade initially and it came to NES. It's like a bunch of like tortured, dying people that...
In a dungeon, right?
In a dungeon.
Yeah.
But anyway, my point is this. I think that Alien, Ridley Scott's Alien, confused the issue. Yes, that is a horror movie.
Absolutely.
And I think like maybe B-movie horror, B-movie sci-fi can be Halloween-y, but you know, I wouldn't call Men in Black Halloween.
No.
Well, is the Addams Family franchise Halloween?
Yes.
But they're not horror.
True, but they're gothic, which is much more Halloween-y than sci-fi.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten pushback before for calling Addams Family a Halloween movie.
Really? Beetlejuice, Addams Family, firmly Halloween movie.
Sure.
But like Ghostbusters, I don't think so.
You don't think it's a Halloween movie?
I don't think so.
Meanwhile, I'm starting a roux over here. I've got 2 sticks of butter, so you know it's going to be good. 2 sticks of Kate's fine butter.
My Halloween viewing this year will definitely include the Halloween episode of Ted.
Really? I've seen some episodes from that show and they were great.
Hilarious.
Did you like the movies?
I thought the movies were okay, but I thought that the TV show was fantastic. The sister wanted to go to a party and needed a designated driver, so Ted was the designated driver. He dresses up like an Ewok. He ends up getting wasted at the party. She dressed up like Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman, which is a quick way to my heart. And meanwhile, Ted's best friend, you know, the teen version of Mark Wahlberg, he has to stay by himself, and the mom brings over one of her friend's sons, who turns out to be about 39 years old. And he's like a very, very weird person.
It takes place in the 90s?
Yeah, and they have a really good Christmas episode too, but we won't talk about that at this moment.
No.
They have a lovely floor model Sony.
Oh, true.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. Did you have a floor model as a kid?
No, we always had it on the same TV stand that's still over my father's house today, where his TV is.
So we wanted to go see Beetlejuice 2, but we really wanted to go with Glow. And it seemed like it would be appropriate, and ultimately we did. But we wanted to show her the first one first, and it can be hard to introduce children to kind of oldish movies.
Yes.
This is how she got interested in it. She was like, can we go get the projector? Because we have a projector that we do for outdoor movies.
Yeah.
She's like, can we project it on the wall and watch it that way? And we had ourselves a little movie theater Beetlejuice
That
time.
sounds lovely.
And she loved it so much that we ran out right afterwards and saw Beetlejuice 2.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
I got some applewood bacon that's going in the air fryer. I remember when I was a kid, I saw it when it came out, which I think was a slightly not great decision on my parents'
Back
behalf.
when the F word was in a PG movie.
Yeah.
Nice fucking model, honk honk.
Nice fucking model!
The first time I watched it, everything was going fine until nice fucking tree, or whatever the line is.
Model.
Nice
Honk,
fucking
honk.
model.
And he honks his crotch.
And I distinctly remember the look on my father's face.
Turn off this crotch honking movie.
This like entered my psyche, this whole idea of like life after death. I would write these like little books of like, you know, the guide to the undead and give them to my friends, and my friends' mothers became very concerned about it.
Really?
Yes.
It became macabre. How many gothic kids do you think that movie alone, through the, the depiction of Lydia Dietz, created?
I myself am strange and unusual.
Got a half cup of flour here, EJ. Putting it in with the butter.
I just love that with Beetlejuice, they thought, you know what, this would make a good children's cartoon.
Yeah.
You know? This ghoul that tries to like force Mary.
After the success of Beetlejuice, you had Little Monsters with Howie Mandel, and you had Drop Dead Fred. There was kind of a period there of like, you know, your creepy, insane mascot, and he's back, baby. The juice is loose.
When you get into these ruts, your performance becomes very low. At that time, you want to rotate and
I've been doing that.
You have been?
Yeah.
Just offering tips. You're doing awesome.
Thank you.
Looks good. I'm gonna sample the cheese.
So after watching Beetlejuice 2, what was your assessment? Because a lot of these reboots are like, meh.
I thought it had a lot of energy. It had a lot of good laughs. Michael Keaton at 73 years old.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing how.
It's kind of incredible. You know, the plot is kind of paper thin and a little overpacked with nonsense, but at the end of the day, you got yourself a Beetlejuice movie, and I think that that's a nice thing.
What's the story with the father? We
mustn't say.
Oh. Yeah, there was some controversy.
Yeah, there was controversy.
EJ, in all of your meat adventures, Richards, have you ever smoked bacon before?
You know, I haven't. Actually, my father-in-law, he gets pork belly from like just like a meat outlet, and he does smoke it and dry it so that you can actually eat it raw.
Really?
It's like cured meat. If you watch Beans for My Dad, I use some of his bacon.
I'm not a huge fan of general bacon.
Here's a litmus test. If you're out to breakfast at a diner, you have a choice: bacon, sausage, or home fries on the side.
Sausage. I'm going sausage.
Yeah. Oh. It's almost Christmassy. I heard that Denny's had some kind of breakfast tie-in with Beetlejuice. Some sort of Beetlejuice breakfast you can get.
I heard that there was a total missed opportunity in that movie. You know, at the end of Beetlejuice 1, he's back, he's got the number, and it would have been amazing.
If he was still waiting?
Yeah, if he was still waiting.
The first thing I thought when I saw the movie was,
Yeah.
why wouldn't they have done that?
Why? Yeah, it's so it's so obvious, and it would have been so funny. That looks like a perfect amount of that cheese, Frankie. I think you're all set.
So you're not concerned that mixing all these cheeses together will...
It's all going in the same basic bin.
Yeah, but don't you think the individual flavors of each delicious cheese will be lost when
It's a witch's brew. Tale of a rat, call in the spirits.
Here, try a little bit of this one on top, Frankie. Just cheddar. This is a caramelized onion cheddar.
Dang, dude, it's so good.
I thought to reinforce my caramelized onion flavor with a caramelized onion cheddar.
I think you're gonna make something special here. I wouldn't go easy on the Grey Poupon. Is now a good time for me to try a Halloween treat?
Oh, absolutely. Frankie.
What we have here is a signature cookie from the Donut Factory. It's got eyeballs, it's got a little bit of Oreo.
Did it have a signature name? A good pun?
Monster cookie.
Oh.
Here's the deal. If anybody watches my and EJ's podcast, they would know that last year we went to this place called the Donut Factory that has all these signature donuts, and they served me an insane shake that took like 30 minutes and held up the line out the door. It was a big problem. But they just opened a satellite store in Dartmouth, and they just are selling things that don't need to be made.
That don't take 30 minutes?
Cookies and signature donuts and this sort of thing. Tastes like a cookie.
After all that hype up, it's a cookie.
Yeah, I just want a little piece.
Have a cookie, a munchy monster cookie.
It's very blue.
Too blue to consume?
No, it's a little too blue for me to consume. Yeah, it tastes like a decent cookie.
Yeah. Maybe a little too thick.
Yeah.
It looks like a Tim Burton creation.
Yeah, it does. So I don't know exactly what the movie would be about, but I've drawn some sketches I'd like to show you. Maybe he's sort of like he's a cookie that didn't fit in with the other children in the cookie class. And so he sort of stayed in the back of the bakery. And then one day, another shy girl cookie comes up to him and says, I'm actually from the undead cookie lands. And he says, oh, I've always read about those. Michael Keaton says, my agent connected us. I met with him. I liked him. I liked Tim Burton. I wanted to work with him. But I gotta tell you, I have no idea what the hell he was talking about. I don't know what he wanted to make. He just showed me sketches of sad people and people that were zombies and stuff. And Danny Elfman says the same. He's like, well, normally Tim starts the process by showing up with sketches, and then I start writing music to the sketches.
What do you think of some of his more recent ones, like The Corpse Bride?
I'm not a fan, but I went to Spirit Halloween recently, and they had a huge Corpse Bride animatronic display.
Wow.
And I was like, has this thing endured?
I remember it being a beautiful film, but it didn't have a whole lot of gravitas to
It's
it.
because we didn't write a script. We just drew sketches and then wrote music to the sketches.
Sleepy Hollow?
I like that movie. Nina loves them.
I think it's beautifully stylized, for sure.
At this point, any property that should have been connected with Tim Burton probably has been. Wednesday, Sleepy Hollow, Roald Dahl with James and the Giant Peach and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Batman, Ed Wood, that pretty much covers all your B-movie sci-fi, Alice in Wonderland, Sweeney Todd.
I think that The Nightmare Before Christmas was a beautiful movie. I'm sick of seeing it being advertised.
I was sick of it being advertised about 20 years ago. And I'm back to not caring.
Frankie, would you like to try a little Swiss? This is real Swiss.
Favorite Treehouse of Horror, go.
Oh God, the one with the 3D Homer.
I think that's the one with mascots.
Another one of my favorite segments was where Bart turns into a fly and where Homer travels through time with the toaster.
What about like the early one, like Monkey's Claw?
That's great too, though. That has like an early Simpsons feel.
Man's smart. A woman is smarter.
I so wanted a full-length version of that track, and there is no full-length version of that track.
Man smart. The woman is. Man, this thing's really getting out of hand.
I really like Lisa making her own civilization out of the tooth.
Yeah, I remember that one.
I had to explain to Gloria recently why it was really funny when Homer stuck the stake through Burns' crotch.
Dad, that's his crotch.
And then we actually looked at the You Know What's BS episode of Cinemassacre. James did a video some years ago that was like, wait a minute, if you really add up all of the ways you can kill a vampire, there's too many ways to kill a vampire. Sunlight, garlic, you don't even have to invite him in.
I'm gonna do a little fresh nutmegging over here.
See you in several days.
No, it's going pretty quick. Right in the room. And you can start adding that cheese now, Matt.
Now, John, if you're ever on my Plex, you look up Tiny Toons Night Ghoulery.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna.
The animation is just so exquisite.
Yeah.
It was kind of similar to the Nightmare Gallery parody on The Simpsons.
Smoked paprika.
Smoked paprika. Ooh, look at that. They did the whole gremlin on the side of the plane gag.
In the original Twilight, it was William Shatner.
Yeah. And Plucky is talking like William Shatner the whole time.
You're so right, Hambones. This craft, this beautiful ship, is our lady, and we love her.
So I had to explain to Gloria, like, so there was a guy.
Sorry. Must have been the... No, I thought I saw something out there.
We have Grey Poupon Dijon mustard. I've got my caramelized onions here. They're just about to go into the cheese sauce. I think that cheese sauce is just about ready to go.
It tastes like the fall.
It does. It's, interesting. Well, let's see how it goes. This is way too much cheese sauce. I'm not even gonna put all of it in.
The bacon could come in and box out all the other flavors like an asshole.
Look at that nice crumble. That's a good crumble on that bacon.
Got a nice sound.
Let's get some ASMR here.
Hey, it's Junt. Happy Halloween. Today we're gonna cut some bacon. You've had such a hard week.
The hard week comment. That's like exactly what they say.
You did so great this week. You are so underappreciated at your job. You contribute more than anyone knows, but I know about the contributions. I know how special you are. Now let's cut this bacon. So you can
That joke's not making it into the episode.
Are you serving?
I am.
Holy shit.
May I decorate yours with bacon, Frankie?
Please. We didn't know what we were gonna make, and John did this.
John, did you know what you were doing when you started this?
No. Well, today, yes. I did do some premeditation. You could tell by the correct that I caramelized onions for 40 minutes last night.
And nothing else.
Yes. I totally didn't buy $70 worth of groceries to make this macaroni and cheese.
Well, this looks beautiful. I'll start off
Sure
with saying
does.
that.
The green throws me off slightly. I have to remind myself it's just pasta, not veggies. Yeah, I think it's really good. I mean, Gruyere is the signature flavor, I think.
Yeah. Do you think it's pretty well balanced with the caramelized onion?
Oh, yeah. I think those are very helpful.
I think it's pretty good.
It is good, but I don't think I could eat too much of it before it started to
Much like the Christmas
weigh
ones.
me down. Yeah.
Or block you up.
Yeah, it's very heavy.
I don't want a traffic jam in my rectum. If you really want a fright this Halloween.
Eat a whole pot of this mac.
You like it? A few extra ingredients, I see.
It's good. It's very oniony. Onion forward, but I like onions.
Yeah, there was too much onion. When I write the recipe for the site, I'm gonna reduce the onions by maybe 40%. And I'll reduce the amount of cheese sauce too. I have fresh pepper right here. That's a great idea, Zach.
It's a two-handed operation.
You hold, I'll spin, that kind of thing?
As far as fall max go and Halloween max, I think this is right up there.
Yeah.
I mean, this was you pretty much just leaning into the things you would want to see at a Mac. All right, happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Over me. Viewer discretion is advised.
It's Halloween.
It is Halloween.
Have you noticed? I did want to say, your look reminds me a little bit of Ethan Suplee. He played Frankie the Enforcer in Boy Meets World. Like in The Butterfly Effect, he played like a goth. You remind me a bit of him.
I'm modeled after Johnny Gilbert. That's my go-to.
And I'll say this, while we haven't done Pirate Pizza review in a while, there is a pirate and there is a pizza. It's not just delivery, it's DiGiorno?
It's the DiGiorno Stuffed Crust Supreme.
Have we really never had that on the show?
I don't think you have.
You didn't check?
I didn't check.
I'm pretty sure we haven't had any stuffed crust.
So we've got a pair of scissors on the table.
That is my traditional way for consuming pizza, to cut it up.
I've noticed.
And I'm using my gigantic, rare false craft plate to store that pizza.
Yeah, growing up, DiGiorno was my pizza of choice. In fact, me and my friend, we would rent awful DVDs and cook up a DiGiorno pizza.
We've tried all kinds in the long history of our
in the
show.
hundreds of episodes of that show.
It's that time of year again to watch some horror movies.
I'm pretty excited for it. This is one of my favorite things we do every year.
Really? I enjoy it as well. And I love going back to old ones because I forget about the short films. Because you watch them the one time.
And because they are incredibly forgettable. I remember like the table one. Do you remember that table one?
Yeah. I remember grilling up the penis.
Yep.
I remember the pumpkin heads, right?
That was really cool.
Yeah.
So your typical selection process for those who are new to No Views.
Yes.
No Views is where we try, at this point we're exclusive to Vimeo. Vimeo, where videos go to die guy. You search for anything that's what?
Under 4 minutes, less than 100, but preferably single-digit views. A couple are in the 30s. I think the max today is 31. I scan through them very quickly just to make sure they're not grossly incompetent. Like, they're not going to be a complete waste of our time. They'll still be a waste of our time, but not a complete waste of our time.
It's just not grossly.
So it's not like 7 minutes of a shot of a pumpkin, you know, that kind of thing.
And there was one fan who was like, hey, will you do my thing? And he's mixed in here.
So does it make it harder for you to be brutal when you're personable directly with the person?
Well, I don't know him personally. He just emailed me. Until we get to know each other better, this should be pretty savage. This first one is called Polaroid Horror Short Film. And that's part of it too, right? Your search criteria is horror short film?
Yes, horror short film.
So you end up with movies where the title often is horror short film.
If they didn't do any tag metrics at all, it's going to have to be in the title.
And it's got 10 views in the past 10 months. There's no description as far as I can tell. This is by Oliver Heaton Meadows, and it was uploaded earlier this year. Oh, so he's going through some vinyls?
Yeah.
He's got a slider.
Yeah, he's got a very basic apartment.
I tell you, sliders were all the rage in 2011.
And they've kind of fallen out of fashion a little.
Gimmicky though they may be, I've always thought they had a nice effect.
Yeah. We use the slider in some of our for BoxMac.
Holy shit, Polaroid!
Still got a battery.
All right. You know, there's something.
Yeah, a little POV. I like that.
POV, it's nice.
Granted, the Polaroid camera would not have had that level of resolution, actually. Oh, God.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, jeez.
Man.
It's Mr. Burns.
It does look or Gollum, maybe one of the two.
I bring love. It looked like he was a little into it.
Yeah, it is slow-mo.
Proper slow-mo.
I feel like he didn't need that strong of a music sting.
No. I think it would have been better, like more subtle.
It's overstating itself.
He kind of looks like Anatar.
Oh, he totally does.
Celebrimbor, you must make those rings.
The 9. Holy.
Oh, that was kind of cool. I like that.
That was cool.
Yeah, that was nice.
You can only see it during the flash.
At first I thought it was like the horror of having a window unit.
Didn't change the filter, it's got a moldy smell.
If you're John, I'm gonna pay that man his money.
Pay that man his money.
I'm gonna go f that thing.
That is the kind of look, isn't it?
Goes like do you want to go to the bedroom?
Calabrimbo. One step closer, was that part of the effect?
Oh.
Like putting that on the... Oh, no, probably not. It's probably part of the branding.
But still. You don't have to shake it, sir.
Right? You don't shake Polaroids, you don't blow into NES cartridges.
All right. It's like how those usually.
I saw that coming.
Yeah. Rawr.
Rawr, yeah. All right, for a couple minutes, you know, I was somewhat entertained.
If you had to hand that in to your professor,
yeah,
I think that professor ought to give you something nice.
Yeah, I think so. I think it had a couple nice little ideas in it. I like the POV through the camera. I really like the flash to show the creature.
That final scare is where the whole thing goes up to. And that's the only time that the golem-looking creature looks stupid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you get to see it too much.
Yeah.
The beauty in horror is not showing that.
Or if you're going to place a lot of focus on it, you got to make it look a little better.
Yeah, they probably could have done something, just another back shot of it, like grabbing him by the shoulder or something.
So I've actually seen this before, so I think it's actually a lot more popular than this is.
You've seen this?
Yes.
This is the problem is John searches Vimeo where it's uploaded with no views, but then you find out it's on YouTube with lots of
views.
This has 3.8 million. What are you doing to me? And you did this last year too. There was like a celebrity in one of them. This is against the thesis. Look, 3.8 million, dude.
That could be Celebrimbor.
That might very well be how. But you know what? It does go to show you Vimeo is a dumping ground.
Now they can all be like this. I didn't cross-check anything.
All right, so this is the next video that probably has millions of views.
You want to go check it first? I guess it
that
doesn't make any
thumbnail
difference.
screams millions of views.
I'm just gonna check. There's YouTube. Okay, 800 views on YouTube.
That's fine.
All right, I don't want to hear Matt be like, I've seen this. What is this called again? The Last Sundown.
You look like the kind of guy that would sundown.
No, I think I get a little better in the night.
That must be a drone shot, right? Gone down.
Yeah, or crane. Probably a drone. Nobody uses cranes anymore.
Oh, that's definitely because it's zooming in.
That's true, Zachary.
It's got kind of a sausagey,
That's kind of a neat little effect there.
kind of olivey taste.
That's pretty cool. I like this.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh, look, I love it. You get some animals involved, and the animals act like they kind of should.
You could get some small dogs.
With backlighting on their hair.
Yeah.
Filmed during golden hour.
With a woman?
800 views.
They found a real woman.
Is it a woman?
But the stupid Gollum movie has 3.8 mil.
Yeah, it was a nice dog.
I think there's some training involved with that dog.
All right. There's a lot of camera movement. Good use of light.
That's funny, yeah.
Let me tell you something. Moving a camera around is not an easy thing to do.
No. And this looks good.
It's a pain in the arse. Yeah, and it's landing where it needs to land.
Yeah, look at that. That was nice. A nice shot. Good following.
You ever shooting a movie and you got to move the camera and you're like,
I like the Dutch angle.
Like the Dutch oven.
Oh, this is the bird. Oh.
It's Gollum from the last one.
Let's go.
Oh.
A cool shot of the camera going, the phone going down.
Did anyone see what that was?
No.
No. It looked like a bat.
This movie really puts the horror short film in horror short film.
It does.
Bracket horror short film.
That is kind of a cool conceit too.
I like this also.
Uses the geography of the house to on this chimney.
Yeah. Wow, VFX? Must be VFX.
Yeah, I don't think they have stunt bats.
Stunt bats, yeah.
If I didn't know any better, I would have thought this had 3.8 million on some other platform.
Yeah, me too.
Well, now that looks like a latex mask.
Yeah.
See, no matter how...
That looked like Halloween blood.
They were doing so good.
No matter how good your movie is, a monster jumps out and eats you.
Yes.
Yeah. They had a mood going here.
Yeah,
they had a real
It
mood.
was a cool shot too.
Yeah.
See, now it's sundown and the bats fly up.
I guess what this movie really says is, hey, if you're out there and you have a story to tell, I can help you shoot it.
I mean, I guess that's what Vimeo is supposed to be all together, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, VFX, yeah.
Yeah, I think this was maybe international, based on some of the names here. Yeah. You got umlauts all over the place.
I thought this was
The less known Wahlberg.
Christophs and umlauts.
I thought it was good.
Despite the kind of lame ending of the latex mask guy, I really did enjoy that. I thought it had nice shots.
You would hire that person
Yeah.
if you had a little money.
Oh, yeah.
All right, over under. How much do you think this is going to end with a jump scare?
So this is Voodoo horror short film. 25 views by Near Peniri. Sounds delicious. I like it.
Yeah. It's good so far. I mean, just the title, but...
Yeah, that's nice looking.
Yeah. Not super flat.
Oh, I hate that sound. The layout file. It does something. It's like the reverse.
You're grossed out by nails, I noticed, in general. Fingernails? Do you have to take your fingernail, actually, EJ, and turn it up and down? Yeah. Oh, weird.
Crack my weak fingernails on the thing. And then not the Elijah Wood with his stubby little fingernails. He puts the ring on and he disappears. And so that's all we really see. With the close-up of his really short, weird, gross nails.
Well, I'm just, specifically Frodo's nails. And the Fellowship of the Ring, when they do the close-up of Elijah Wood's nails, they're just way too short.
He is really disgusted.
It's just disgusting.
Okay. I'm a little freaked out by voodoo
Her
dolls.
first mistake was replying to an unknown text.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just say yes, it's pretty.
I mean, all she said so far is, who's this? So.
I think anything that's like a demonic effigy of someone else freaks me out.
Yeah.
She realizing her shirt's gone? Oh no.
Ow, I cut myself in my underpants.
It's like a running theme of like minor cuts, isn't there?
That is a horror trope for sure, right? Like, ow, I cut myself on the thing. It's like to introduce the idea of blood.
I blocked you.
And it's gonna show her with a pin in her hand or something.
Right.
Yeah.
On account of
3-minute runtime.
You hacker.
I tell you, all the cinematography today has been pretty...
It's been pretty good.
Yeah. Is AI making all these movies?
No, but there were a ton of AI movies.
See, just that's minor, but I wouldn't cut from a medium to a medium like that. Yeah. Only because it's a lost opportunity to advance the story or build suspense. Call me crazy. I like to see people's faces and read performances.
What is the police gonna do?
Is there a voodoo doll somewhere with an iPhone and a thumb?
Ooh.
Yeah, I didn't see a lot of articulation on that voodoo doll with fingers.
That could have been pretty effective if her performance was better.
Yeah.
I guess the voodoo doll somehow allows you to unblock your phone.
Just take the doll, because it's in the rope downstairs. I give you a chance. Take the doll, break the hold. You got 30 seconds.
Yeah. That's for the people who are visually impaired. She's like, there's only one way to measure time. An hourglass. Yeah, right in the asshole.
I put a pin in your ass.
Ooh.
I guess voodoo dolls are kind of like an easy thing to do this with, which is kind of a good idea.
Yeah, it is.
All right, pretty unaffected suddenly.
Mm-hmm. Didn't seem to hurt her that much. If you're running towards whoever set up a complete voodoo thing downstairs.
Do you think that there's such a thing as like, for a movie like this, where the expert cinematography is a little too nice?
Yeah.
Where it kind of actually hurts the immersion a little?
Everything kind of has to be at the same level for it to
Like, you don't want everything's like professionally studio lit, do you?
Yeah, I think it's easier than ever to get lighting. It's cheap now. A consumer camera can make all this look good.
Well,
the monster didn't come in the
I'll give that.
No context. No, like why is this happening to her?
It goes to show you that there's only so many things you can do in a short film.
Yeah, in 3 minutes.
You get a punchline. That's what you get.
It wasn't bad. It's all right.
You know, I'd never ever watch it again. It's a dime a dozen, I'd say. What's this next one here? Knock horror short film. Hi, my name is Honey. I am a filmmaker and video editor. This horror short film is directed, and edited by me. Shoot on iPhone 7.
iPhone 7?
Now, it was uploaded in October 2023. So now I'm left to, I gotta look for, there's Knock right there. That's the one. That's the correct.
3,000 views. Okay.
Yeah.
That's in the range.
All right, back to Vimeo.
It's like a standard red cap.
Yeah, exactly. There once was a man who put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy of Tea.
We're just going to turn into...
Sound it down.
Blow my believers blow.
Wasting runtime.
Soon did the moment come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the film is done, we'll take our leave and go. I'm just trying to...
You can tell that the movie is really engaged.
It gives us a natural rhythm.
What I think, it's not shot 24 frames per second, so it's got a very video-ish.
Yeah.
I mean, it was shot on
iPhone 7, so they probably didn't do any of the... Because you can switch it to 24 frames per second.
Even back then? On the 7?
7's
You can at least download an app that lets.
Okay, yeah.
There are filmmaking apps.
What did I shoot on the iPhone 7? Probably video blogs.
Yeah.
The iPhone 6 was, I remember, a big leap forward.
Yeah, I had a 6. That was my last iPhone.
Dan?
No, there's more knocking to be done.
Film was called Knock, not Knocks.
True. If you get one, you can leave. I have to say that the garish kind of iPhone look here with the gross colors, I don't like the auto exposure right there. But before that, it was a little bit like on the way to being effective.
Yeah, it's got like it's not there, but it's got a certain look to it that I appreciate.
Especially when compared to those like studio lit. Thanks, honey.
Thanks, honey. That one's not going into our film
So
festival.
the eyeball was knocking from inside the bathroom.
All right, so this next one's Beyond the Shadows, a film by Christian Donoho, starring Jameson Donoho.
Oh, his brother?
33 views 8 months ago.
Slider? No.
This looks like it's an intro to like a network television show.
Yes.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like Are You Afraid of the Dark? Like once you've cut into an episode of Are You
Yeah.
Afraid of the Dark, we're starting.
Tonight on an all-new Beyond the Shadows.
NBC.
Can Matt wrestle with his true persona of Marcus?
Tune in tonight.
Is he controlling Marcus or is Marcus controlling him?
They got like a fog machine or something because they can see the stream.
I like that.
Is that a wand? Oh, it's a lamp.
I gotta tell you, I'm like starting to fall out of love with good lighting.
You want it to be badly lit.
Well, it's one proof after another that good lighting doesn't make a good movie.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of an interesting. We used to have just good camera. And now you have good camera and good lighting.
Right.
Everybody's kind of figured those out. How many more years until they get the good movie?
I mean, even the lights we're using right now, you can dial in the color temperature.
Yeah.
You can match it with anything. So it's easier than ever.
I mean, we were just watching.
Oh, the scary monster shows up early in the movie. Yeah. Oh, it's just a blanket placed weirdly on a chair.
Could the blanket come to life?
That would be pretty cool, actually. I'd kind of be down for it.
Blanket.
I'd kind of be down.
To be fair, I think when I was a kid, I think this situation happened a lot.
The thing is, if that happened to me, I would have went and fixed the blanket. I would not have left it there.
Yeah, I would have fixed the blanket.
Yeah.
For sure.
Just to make sure I wasn't.
7-year-old me would have been folded that blanket at 3 a.m.
What if you had a huge boner and didn't want to get up?
That would not have prevented me from getting up.
I got a huge boner and I got a fart.
What if you fought with your phone?
Oh, he gave me a big fart.
See, if he had gotten up and folded the darn blanket, it would have been fine.
It wouldn't have been that.
Tomorrow night on Beyond the Shadows.
Okay, there were no shadows. There was nothing beyond them.
The shadow of the blanket.
Very literal interpretation, Doug.
Well, I noticed that a monster did a jump scare at the end of this one.
Did you really jump a little when it...
No.
Did I jump a little?
My gaze pressed up against my body, so he reacted a little when the guy first showed up.
I don't know.
What if EJ's pressed up against my body and I get a boner?
I think I was just laughing.
Why do you think I have this guy on my lap?
Just the title of this one has me thinking things that are just kind of like, ugh.
Yeah, earworm. It evokes something gross for sure.
Yeah.
That is the most disgusting named of the bugs, wouldn't you agree? Earwig.
Yeah, earwig, earworm. The idea of any bug in my ear is a serious,
serious problem. Directed and written by Bernard Visser, based on an original idea by Richard Rumble. Richard Rumble sounds like a Fall River wrestler. Come out to the Civic Center and watch Richard Rumble. He's gonna fight Dr. Payne, who has a PhD in killology.
He's gonna face 2 midgets.
Come watch Richard Rumble fight 2 midgets at the Fall River Civic Center.
Former WWE stars Dink and Pink.
So we don't know anything about this other than it's got a gross name.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I hope at least one of these is funny.
Oh, we're watching Fallout.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Don't piss on the moon. And I did it my way. As he kills people.
Yeah, slow motion.
a megaphone? What is it?
This set's a little too complicated to comprehend.
It's not as expertly lit. That's good.
Yeah, it's pretty dark.
I'm rooting for movies to be shitly lit now.
Does he have his lunch on the table? Some lunch and wires?
It looks like a megaphone. Oh, somebody's flicking the switch.
So I'm getting a chair. I'm hungry.
Sound engineering.
I'd say this whole thing is
Yeah, for a movie called Earworm, you better have good sound.
I'll say. I agree.
Yeah. Earworm, it ought to have the best sound.
The very best sound.
It ought to have the best sound. Nobody knows more about earworms than I do. Eating the earworms. Come on. Come on.
Jerking his earworm.
Jerking his earworm.
Come on.
No, it's a wind-up one, obviously, but...
Oh, does the ghost like the music?
It's kind of clever if that's actually what's going on. You shut that thing up.
It's like the ghost is a huge Fallout fan.
Oh, good, my jam's playing again.
The ghost is pissed that we disliked it.
Yeah, the ghost left a bad comment on our review.
Okay, the premise is kind of interesting that this guy has to, like, service the ghost, but...
Is that what he's doing?
Why is the ghost a tiger? Yeah, it seems like it's what he's doing.
It'll wind up the ghost.
Give that ghost a reach around.
No, I've been away.
I know that sound effect. I've used it in BoxMac Halloweens.
Why not buy one with, like, a battery? Or...
Maybe all electronics.
Yeah, put it on an MP3 player, please.
He has to start spinning it with his
I'm sure it's on YouTube. You can just play it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Huh. It's certainly a horrific concept.
A horrific concept, poorly executed.
Well, you know how I was commending it for bad lighting?
Yeah. Did your view change?
Yeah, I'd like to be able to see it better.
Yeah, I can't see.
Yeah.
I can't see it.
I can't see your movie.
Cut the credits. It's gonna cut the credits any moment now. How about you just do it? How about
Oh, it's after thing.
Post credits.
It shows Thor's hammer.
Wait.
Thanks, Richard Rumble. I we really needed your
good premise, not so great
bad
execution.
earworm.
Yeah, it was the most interesting premise of all the videos or two.
Yeah, certainly more original than a voodoo doll. This one's called The Inner Horror Short. A young artist girl escapes from a monster painted by herself. A no-budget horror short film. Tell a friend if you like it. Hope you enjoy it. Well,
a lot of friends are going to see it.
Yeah, we're going to tell all our friends. Boots and cats, 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 boots and cats. There once was a but to see the name of the ship was William T.
I feel like we're MST3K.
Yeah, it's a little sillier than normal.
Painting right to bed. Don't need to clean those brushes.
This is a very John Hunt. Do you feel seen?
Yeah.
Barely nighttime, this lazy girl.
Yeah, it was just mid-afternoon. You know, I would not tolerate that sound in my home.
The violins.
It's a robe.
Of course, it's gone.
Just once, I wanted to just be f***ing standing there still.
That would be funny.
And she's like, hello? He's like, you pay?
Is your head made out of paper mache?
Yes.
Yeah. Just cover it up.
Just cover it up. That'll help.
Will you leave?
The wet
No, I don't think I will.
Totally be fine. No, I'm not going anywhere.
No, I don't think I will. Hey, come back. We were supposed to...
Supposed to do something.
Oh my God, I haven't seen you in forever. We should... Animal Crossing, come on! I have a Groupon! That's some good acting right there. Come on now.
Yeah.
Bring it.
Pretend you were scared.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible that you could look that goofy and indignified when actually frightened.
True, but...
Hello?
Hello?
Orange CG?
Oh, that's a nose ring. I thought it was a booger.
Yeah, you know,
pimple.
nose rings end up looking like some kind of mythological beast. The Minotaur. Dump, bump, dun, dun, bump, dun, 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 dun.
So wait. What happened to the monster who...
Look, I concocted a different narrative in my head where that thing right there was just wanting a friend.
Yeah.
Yes.
It wanted to play Cards Against Humanity, get some Uber Eats.
Oh, the Magic Black. Remember when that was all the rage?
Yeah, Black Magic 4K, and it's got anamorphic lenses.
Yeah, so it's called Wisp. A woman grieving the death of her father is lured into a forest by a supernatural force.
Whoa.
Oh, this will be a fun camera test.
Right. Because you got to be careful with forests. Look at that. Somebody's a cinematographer and not a director.
Yeah. I mean, that does look like a beautiful movie poster, doesn't it? I mean,
yeah. See?
Oh, we got a slider.
Do you ever have fibromyalgia?
You don't have to drive all the way out here.
I can make it there by morning if I leave now.
Pain, aching, sadness.
Fine.
Diarrhea.
Constipation.
Not on you. I'm sorry.
Other side effects may occur.
See you soon. Love you. Bye.
He's got an old phone.
Old-timey phone.
I live around antiques. I myself am strange and unusual.
Sad.
Black tears. It's a dog humping something in the...
Yes. If I was going to use a dog sound effect, that's not the one I would have picked.
Like, can we get a different dog sound effect?
No. That's the one. We're locked in. We're locked into that one.
How about a bark? How about ruff ruff?
Nah. Oh, Wisp. Okay.
That's the name of the film.
Where the are you?
How long is this?
Not that long.
As long as it has to be.
Title shows up.
The monster's going to pop out soon, don't worry.
She's sad. She had a bad phone call. I don't know what about.
The dog's missing. Monster.
She looks a little bit like a Slavic Hope Davis.
I mean, yeah. I don't mind her as a main character physically. Oh, she's calling the doggo.
So what do you think? How do you feel about this lighting? I think I look kind of like this.
Yeah. I mean, it's, kind of.
Oh, Wingardium Leviosa.
Oh, it's like
Leviosa.
Spectral Patronum. It's a will-o-wisp. It's an Irish folktale.
Oh, like from that video game?
Final Fantasy.
That's cool.
Yeah, I like the...
It looks exactly like the thing in Harry Potter.
Also cool.
Yeah, actually, that is legitimately good VFX.
But I don't know what's happening.
No. All I know
She
is
got lost
she
in
was
the woods and she sees
looking
it.
for a
Why did she
dog.
get lost in the woods? Why'd she
She's
go?
looking for the dog.
The humping dog.
It's not much of a plot, to be honest with you.
I mean, it's like the thing that drove the plot was looking for a dog that was humping off camera.
She could hear it. And there was we were kind of talking, but she was calling the dog.
It wasn't much, to be honest.
Normally, like the thing that drives the character should get a little.
What was that?
It certainly wasn't a wisp.
Who could it be but Gollum?
Yeah.
That gets around.
That's it?
It wasn't the worst looking creature I've seen, but it just felt out of place.
Well, that shot right there, the one that they used the title card, was by far the best.
Pretty sweet.
I'm disappointed because I wanted to know more about what was going on.
I know you've been avoiding like absolutely movies.
Yeah.
I'm kind of craving one.
Okay. This might be the one.
Horror short film dream or reality by Ahmed Shorav, seen the game, and it's 0 views. What I want you to do every Halloween for as long as we do this, sneak one in there.
Yeah, one with bad audio.
One that's mostly opening credits.
Okay, I in the future I'll take my job a little less seriously.
Oh yeah, this is what I want.
This has been granted.
Diving right in. Yes!
It's kids! It's kids!
Oh yeah, this is great!
Oh no, Mr. Bill.
What's this? What's this crap?
This fucking rules!
Oh yeah. Yes!
CapCut!
Excellent.
All right.
Might have to watch this twice.
I already did my job this year. I already did my job.
Finally.
Ask and you shall receive.
It did a pretty good job of making me uncomfortable right away.
Yes. Like, you don't start any film that way.
Like where it's such it could be like a snuff film.
Oh, you know what's funny? I looked at this and I wasn't going to include it, and it must have somehow gotten to the list.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Because I saw this scene with the stairs and I was like...
The titles were amazing. And what are these steps?
This makes me more on at ease than any of the
Yes.
others.
Like I shouldn't be watching
That's why I picked it. It felt Blair Witchy. That's what it was. But again, I only watched the second.
Yeah, I mean, that's a start, I guess. The whole thing feels like the heights of incompetence.
This isn't even actually edited.
Yeah, like this might be what you get if you recently introduced the idea of film to somebody.
I could go to the basement right now. We could shoot this.
Yeah.
I mean, I could hide next to the furnace and, we can just...
I like the dollar sign.
Yeah. The question is, when does the ghost appear to sexually assault someone?
Well, maybe these guys will escape that trope. Maybe they're so stupid.
No one gets sexually assaulted?
Hello?
Cut!
Should I go? Should I go?
It was to build suspense.
Oh, now it's...
that was suspense.
It's no longer over the shoulder. Now it's...
Oh, I like the redness in the eye.
That's a scary shot right there.
From the low light.
From the light.
But what? Did you see the fade back to the door?
Yeah.
It was a fade.
I love unmotivated fades.
Do you not know how the door works?
Where your shots were so disparate that you had no way to get back and forth between them.
Except you had to fade.
Just to imply that they have a relationship to each other.
Oh, it's
Nikocado Avocado!
I'm always 2 steps ahead.
So what we were seeing was a preview of itself.
Oh, it's like a movie trailer.
CapCut. Wow.
No cap.
I was immediately lost because we saw the middle of the end of the film first, and then the beginning, and then the end again.
This is called The Television from Bob Studios. Is this my boy?
This is your boy.
So this was a fan who said, like, hey, would you mind doing one of my films? And we said, okay. So third place winner of CVCH Eagle Arts Expo 2022. A man picks up a free old CRT TV off the street and brings it home. As it turns out, there's a reason why it was free. A man named EJ
finds a CRT.
A quality Panaphonic or a Sony TV.
Sony.
All right, let's do it. Holy.
Bob Studios.
Bob.
I think you took that logo from Microsoft. Oh, it's a Sylvania. Not known for their quality TVs, DJ.
Yeah, that's a budget line. I had one.
Yeah.
I liked it, actually.
They make decent light bulbs.
They do.
Or they used to. I don't know if they still do.
They made good household electronics.
Oh, I like this because it's like a...
Not television.
It's like a radio, too.
Yeah. This is cute. I would totally pick this up. It was free.
If I saw it,
because it's
for free.
compact and small, and I could totally just fit
I
it
could
anywhere.
say free, it's haunted, and I'd still pick it up. It probably just needs the capacitors.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder, is it actually red, or did they paint it? I like the red.
I picked up this demonic CRT, and I'm going to try to mod it to be in line with Christ.
See, I picked up some holy water from Amazon. We're going to see if we can.
Because I think it's a pretty good little TV if it's not demonic.
Don't wear distracting shirts in your shots.
Yeah, there's no copyright infringement with any brand names for this?
Who cares?
I mean, what are they going to do? Distribute it on DVD?
Free.
They didn't quite tweak that red tinge.
Yeah, that's distracting for sure. That's like.
I mean, it's an interesting idea. It's an interesting effect, but like the back of his ear was red.
I would have used that effect just subtly once or twice, like have it fade in and out, and then go back to the all black and white.
Yeah, I think it would be fine even just for the intro where they show the TV. And maybe
the Poland Springs one.
Yeah, the Poland Springs.
Poland Springs, what it means to be from Maine.
Do you know there's a product called the Video Walkman?
Yes, I always wanted one so bad
Yeah.
when I was a teenager.
They have composite out.
Short film not found.
Yeah, short film not found. All right. I mean, you can shoot with this camera at night.
Doesn't mean you should.
Stop to think you should.
The Ian Malcolm dilemma.
You don't have to have the lights low. You could have the lights up and then make it look.
Well, that's a still. That's a still frame.
It is a still frame.
Did we forget to get that shot?
We forgot. We just took it as an iPhone photo later and panned
Yeah,
it.
you can tell because the grain from the logo.
It stopped.
Stopped. Grain ending. Oh, focus hunting. Focus hunting.
Do you think the main character is the guy that you talked to?
I have no idea.
Poker face. Poker face.
He bought one of our movies on Blu-ray. It's just a matter of time before he's doing this with his buddies. To me.
Throw that thing away. It doesn't.
You can't throw it away. They're gonna charge you so much.
It can't be modded.
Yeah, it can't be RGB modded.
Throw it away.
CRTs have to be disposed of properly at the proper facilities.
You bring it to Best Buy and then they throw it in the dumpster.
You might have to pay $10.
Okay. What's with the red shit now?
Virginia City.
I'm sure it's just.
They just put the effect over the whole
It's
thing.
because it's coming up, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a.
You can mask. There's you can mask the redness in your editing.
Well, I don't really know what the redness is even meant to signify.
I think it's.
I'm just trying to figure out what the issue with the TV is.
Yeah.
It seems.
At first, he didn't even turn it on. Then it turned on by itself to snow. But like,
First is just won't shut off.
but does it even work? Like, he hasn't plugged anything into it.
Maybe he's just hallucinating. I think that's what it is.
Maybe if you slap it around a little bit.
He turned it off. That's all there was to it.
Credits. Next time, just turn it off.
TV radio.
Oh, it's a radio.
I thought it was giving him pleasure.
Yeah, me too. I thought he passed out after.
Yeah.
Can I put Pornhub on this thing?
Yeah, does it get a porno?
I want a discreet way to masturbate in bed. Duh.
Oh.
It's like Wizard of Oz. Everything's in color now.
He's in Oz.
And you were there.
And my weird Yuma City shirt was there. Virginia City.
Virgin City.
Mean.
Mean.
Maybe the color means that the haunting is over.
Yeah, maybe. Then what are we still doing here?
Oh, it's not.
Oh, it's gone. Yeah, the ghost is gone.
It was a dream all along.
Oh, jeez. Cheese cap.
Bob. Is that the logo for the studio?
Yeah.
In the movie?
The TV's in the shower.
The acting of the toothbrush was really bad.
Just do it as if you were actually brushing your teeth.
No. I want to do it.
There once was a ship that put to sea the name. Staring.
Remember the first things we made that would just have ridiculous credits? This is like that.
Yeah.
Feels like
You're
that.
just so pleased to be able to create credits.
Oh, it's fictitious, you say. I had that happen the other week. I was about ready to sue.
As you can see from my acting, I don't really brush my teeth. So, thanks for buying my products and my merch.
If he's watched our show, he should have known what he was in for.
It's like one of those things that it does feel like, hey, I am making a video for the first time.
What positive thing can we say about it?
It wasn't that long.
What do you do for a day job?
And I have the CRT.
Come up with a story next time. If the story is just like, this inanimate object is frightening. I think the Inner was my favorite. The one where the CG red thing was
running at the...
No, not actually.
Oh, okay.
I enjoyed myself.
I see.
No, the best one?
The Polaroid one, which has millions of views, probably was the best.
Last Sundown.
Yeah, that was my
favorite.
That was my favorite.
Because it was so bloody well shot.
I had a lot of fun watching those.
I love them.
Just sit around, eat pizza, and do this.
All right, happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween!
I have a Groupon! Call me a hipster.
Yeah.
Every now and then I have this flight of fancy where I want to release select episodes of BoxMac on VHS.
Really?
You want to hear some big news? We get new fans all the time. I don't know how or why. I assume they're still watching me and my short shorts from 3 years ago, and that's the pipeline.
Some bimmy madness.
Kieran. Every once in a while, people will be like, "No, I found your boogie discussion, and I found you compelling." Like, oh wow,
Yeah.
okay. There's a fan. His name is Levi. He became a patron. He asked to see all of my features. He watched them all. He gave them really well thought out reviews, which was very kind. He's just a nice guy. He's a veteran. And one day he was messaging me on Patreon. I didn't quite understand what he was saying. I now understand. He is a big VHS collector. In fact, he's going to VHS Fest. They have conferences now. You know, I might want to go. And for the entire time that we've been making BoxMac, we have joked that you can find clips where we're like, wouldn't it be funny to make a best of BoxMac VHS release? Wouldn't that be cool? Then I thought, wouldn't it be amusing to produce an entire VHS tape? So Levi comes to me and he goes, what he was saying, I now realize. I thought he was saying hey, I'd like to make a best of BoxMac VHS for, as a collector's item for your benefit, maybe for some others. But I think what he was really saying was he has a VHS collection. He would like to put BoxMac in his VHS collection. And he's like, I'd like to just rip the episodes off of YouTube and throw them on VHS and call it a day. And he was just kind of looking for a little bit of support and guidance. And what it turned into was he put together, first he was like, what do you think the best of BoxMac is? Like the top 5 or 6. And I came up with this list. Rapid Mac.
Oh, yeah.
Evol,
of course.
The Worcester Vegan Fest. I think it's a fun episode.
That is a fun episode.
The one where we review the database in detail. Keep in mind, these are all non-specials. No holiday specials or anything. The Goodwill one where we're talking about bloodletting with George Washington. And he talks about washing noodles in a small pond.
Oh, that one's awesome.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it might be my favorite episode. And then the wrestling one, I think belongs in there. So he's like, okay, I'm going to make so he puts together a timeline and it's got a pre-roll. It's one of our trailers. It's got all the episodes. It's got little slates that go between it. And then I was like, well, honestly, the Halloween ones are really sweet and they're kind of purpose built for this sort of thing. Cause some of them, 40% of them are shot in 4:3. And of course we got very artsy and changed the aspect ratio mid-episode in a lot of those, but a lot of them are shot in 4:3. Actually, you had set the camera to 4:3. So he goes, okay, which ones? And I said, I don't know, I guess the first 5. So Tales from the Craft, Massacre at the Junt Place, Max Science Theater 3000, Boxdemic, and Falsgraph.
The Massacre at John's Place is filmed in anamorphic. That would be really hard to put in 4:3.
We'll get there. It served it. Yeah, it was a challenge. So he spent a bunch of personal time panning and scanning. And I was like, really? You want to go through all the trouble? Maybe just conform it to its native aspect ratio. It'll be letterboxed on VHS. That wasn't unheard of. I mean, like shortly before DVD was popularized, I remember it was a selling point to be like, this VHS is in widescreen.
They'd be like, oh, it's the original Star Wars in the widescreen. You'd get the widescreen version.
That's what was special about it. Yeah, right. He was like, nah. Like, don't you think like what would make it special is if it's in 4:3? So he does it, and he's, you know, there are times where it's appropriate to pan and scan. There are other times where he's having to squeeze the frame because it's just like that you would just lose way too much information. It would just be too ridiculous. So much like the Fellowship of the Ring there.
I want to clarify the Fellowship of the Ring frame there because I said that they just squeezed it, but they did more than just squeezing it. They squeezed it. They opened the frame, so they opened the gate. So when they film it, they actually do like cut off some of the top and the bottom to make it conform. So they not only they squeezed it, they opened the gate, and they cropped it. They did 3 things for that frame, which is amazing.
He runs this by me, and not gonna fly. Not gonna fly. I'm looking at like. The BoxMac intro is squeezed to hell because it was designed in widescreen. The BoxMac logo, you know, in every single intro, squeezed as hell. There are times where we put up titles or subtitles or captions. You can either squeeze it or you can lose the information. Credits are all wrong, obviously, for 4:3. In the case of like Tales from the Craft and a few others, I applied a VHS filter for YouTube because we were going for like, this is like an old Halloween tape. But now it's going to be on tape. So
yeah,
you want to remove the filter because you're going to get the natural VHS-ness. And he had, before I got ambitious, he started to be like, well, do you think maybe you could... His first request was, you know, on YouTube, the credits would reduce and then there'd be like an ad for the next episode. He's like, do you think like this is a commercial release? Do you think you could like go back to the original source, remove that and have no narration and no ads? And I was like, ugh, that's a pain. I got to go back to these old hard drives and like reconstruct that shit. I did it. And then I was giving it to him in widescreen. And I was like, well, wait, no, I shouldn't do that. I should probably actually reformat the thing into 4:3. And then that requires like resizing the titles. And then, dude, for the last 7 days, I have been doing nothing but digging up old hard drives. Max Free Science Theater 3000. We're watching the silhouetted movie theater scene. We're watching those in widescreen.
All right.
Need to reformat that in 4:3. Tales from the Craft. We've got a low pass on the audio to make it sound like VHS. Remove that. The wrestling episode. We've got like a spinning N64 game in the bottom right. You got it. You either get your lower third or you get your thing. Reformatted that.
Wow.
Yeah. And of course, you know, a lot of the wrestling clips were in 4:3. So
okay.
That already works well. Yeah. And then I'm like, okay, well, so what's the right aspect ratio to finish finish this out in? And it was 1440 by 1080 was what we, you know, that's HD 4:3.
Wow.
Some of it required like for some of the keying and some like there were like plugins that I haven't used in years that needed to be dug back up in order to it was crazy. And I just kept finding new ones and redoing it. And then it was like, oh, well, you know, because we were running some trailers before we ran all the Halloween trailers before the best of. And I'm saying like, buy it on Blu-ray, or I'm saying like it's coming out on October 28th, or, you know, like the copy is wrong now. So I go downstairs and I re-record everything to be like,
wow,
now available on VHS, now available on home video. Buy Tales from the Craft on home video.
Wherever videos are sold.
Massacre at the Jumped Place, rated R, now available on home video.
Hoodles.
Now available on home video.
now available on home video, rated R.
The Cheese Time says this is. Oh, one of them was the mac and cheese cook-off, the championship cook-off. It used to say like coming out on October 28th, and I changed it to weekdays at 5.
Weekdays at 5.
Weekdays at 5. I wanted there's a at the beginning of Disney movies and Fox and CBS videos, there was a very specific narration. You might remember it. It was
Check for title availability wherever videos are sold.
Do you remember that? Title availability wherever videos are sold. Well, YouTube had a bunch of clips of that, but they were all against music, so I'm using AI to isolate it, and then I just use wherever videos are sold and put that, so he caught me. And the dude's like, I didn't expect this much support. Then he throws together, I'm like, okay, this is all gonna be great. But the sleeve is where it's at. The sleeve's got to be good. And he's like, yeah, I got it. I said, can you manufacture these? He's like, yeah, go to a print shop. We got to find the premium paper or whatever. I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah, maybe not. Maybe it'll be too thin. He looks into it. He finds this place in Canada that does it for like $3.50 a box. I'm like, that's worth it. He mocks up like a VHS cover. He's not a graphic designer. He's more of a video guy. And so I'm like, yeah, that's not going to cut it. So I'm like, I'm going to reach out to Chris LaRue, the guy who does all of our Blu-ray case inserts. He's been killing it on our Blu-ray case inserts for 10 years. And we've never paid him, by the way. He's always, this is always before Patreon, before we got more AdSense from the podcast and stuff. Now that I've, said it before, the enterprise that is Red Cow Entertainment brings in about $20,000 a year. And then expenses are normally somewhere between, $7,000 and $10,000. So we hang on to like $10,000 a year. So you can use, so of course we have the slobs and we have, so I was like, I'm going to pay Chris to, both as like a thank you and let's see if he's interested. And so I said, hey Chris, for like $100 per design, you do both. You want to make the sleeves for these? He's like, oh, like, I'm so glad you asked. It sounds like such a fun project. So Chris is all over it. Chris is all over it. And then Levi is like, this is Levi goes, hey, like the first run ought to be like collector's editions. And I was like, what does that mean? He goes, they should be colored tapes. And I was like, what do you mean?
Oh,
like,
Jesus.
He's like, well, one should be yellow and one should be blue. And I was like, oh.
Of course.
So I was like, where are you going to get those? He's like, well, like I can buy some. He's like, there's others, like I could buy like a SpongeBob tape or whatever and then change out the spool. And I was like, okay. And he's like, wait, how many do you think you want to make? I was like, maybe 30. I have no clue how many people would buy this thing. And he's like, all right. And we add it all up. It's like $500 in like supplies. So I went from like, I don't even know. I didn't even know this project would be in my life to like, I'm $700 in. But it's okay. It's like, what, this is a good thing to spend the company money on, I think. And that's kind of it at this point in time. It's not completed, but the videos are completed and they're awesome. I will release them in the 4x3 format on YouTube, for free. So everybody can at least see how they came out. Cause it's like, it's HD 4x3 presentations for all of these and everything's redone. There's no panning and scanning is what I'm telling you.
That's amazing.
There's no stretching. Everything is like, it's as the, with the exception of maybe some framing, like during a standard BoxMac episode of John's over here and I'm over here. And there's a little bit of blank space between us now, or it's more accentuated, but generally speaking, it looks really good. Nina and I were rewatching the Halloween ones. We came across Boxdemic. We were laughing our heads off. I was like, this is the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen.
Again, whenever I think of Birdemic, like, I remember when the skeleton is popping up behind the tree. It's like, no, that's Boxdemic.
Oh, and finally, I was like, oh man, John would love this. I go, hey, Levi, remember that little like dial tone that you always hear at the beginning of a tape? Like, and he's like, yeah. And I said, well, John and I always like, there's an episode of BoxMac, we laugh about that. Can we get that on the tape? And he was like, oh yeah. He goes, they use that as a, DTMF generators would use that to tell you what factory it was manufactured in. And so he generated one that matched the premiere date of the first BoxMac episode. So when you hear the dial tone, that's it's a deep cut. And so I told John all this and he's like, oh, John was more in love with it than anybody. He's like, this is an amazing project. I think it's great. And again, who the hell is going to buy it? Who the hell is going to care? Well, I don't know. I think there are VHS collectors in our midst, in our fan base. So I'm a little afraid of having too little supply, if anything.
Yes.
But you know, I've been collecting VHS because it's just novel. It's just the novelty of it is purely what it is. And it makes me, like, in a world where nobody's buying like proper physical media anymore and they're just buying gummy candies and novelties.
Yeah, Sony's getting out of the Blu-ray business. You gotta make some VHSs.
It's just something that's novel. Something, you know, I see Terrifier 2 and I'm like, it's interesting. I mean, remember when Stranger Things they did a DVD release that was made to look like a clamshell VHS?
Right.
Anyway, that's my VHS story.
No, it's awesome.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
Hello, Red Cow Arcade subscribers. Me again, the disembodied voice of Mark Elliott from Beyond the Grave. I did Disney narrations in the 90s. The following clip was recorded prior to the sale of the BoxMac VHS tapes. The tapes have since sold out in their first hours of being available, so some of the following clip may be outdated or even insulting. But here's what you can do to dry your pitiful tears. Visit redcowentertainment.com/store, and under the sold out VHS item, you'll see links to the labels, sleeves, and digital files for the VHS tapes, all for free. Use these to make your own at home, or just enjoy the VHS presentation digitally. With that, ladies and gentlemen, EJ Massa and Frankie Frayne. Big EJ and Frankie fans, by the way.
Do you remember, EJ? A couple months ago, we put out a video saying that we're interested in releasing BoxMac on VHS, and we had been working on it.
Yes, I recall.
Every now and then I have this flight of fancy where I want to release select episodes of BoxMac on VHS. For the entire time that we've been making BoxMac, we have joked that, like, you can find clips where we're like, wouldn't it be funny to make a best of BoxMac VHS release? Wouldn't that be cool? Then I thought, wouldn't it be amusing to produce an entire VHS tape? This project has come to fruition. We are about ready to launch.
Shut the front door.
Right. So to recap, obviously we like tapes around here. For some reason, even before I became like more of a VHS enthusiast in the last like couple of years, you go back to like 2016, I was talking about like it being a dream to release BoxMac on VHS, probably because we made those Halloween specials. We shot them in 4x3. It just felt right, you know?
I remember Angry Kirby like made his own bootleg one. And
Yes.
he made a cover that like had like really shittily drawn, and I was like drunk on the floor or something.
Right. Right. And he did in fact dub some episodes to it, but of course, you know, it didn't go like the extra mile or anything. And then, to recap, it was Levi, one of our, who now has become a slob. So he's enrolled in Slob University.
When I grow up, I'm going to Bovine University.
But he was like a newish fan, or at least a newish patron. And he reached out to me to be like, hey, I'm like, I think like I actually misunderstood him a little bit. I thought he was interested in developing like a full blown product of a VHS of BoxMac. He was like, hey, because he was going on Discord being like, what's everybody's favorite episodes? Because he was trying to build a best of BoxMac VHS. Then I was like, well, you should do the Halloween ones because they're shot in 4x3. And it's, because he was a VHS enthusiast. And I think he wanted to make his own. And then he starts panning and scanning, and he was going to do it in 4x3. And I was like, oh, really? And I started to weigh in. And he started to show me what he was doing. And then I was like, let me get you a reformatted version of the logo that's in 4x3. And then suddenly we were working on it together. And then suddenly it was like, well, this should just be a product that we're selling, right? Like very quickly it became that. And so we developed a beautiful relationship very quickly. And he identified a company in Canada that will do your sleeves. To me, the sleeves were always going to be like the most important thing. Because at the end,
it's like the Etsy tapes you get. It's like the important thing is what it looks like on the shelf.
Yeah, because for the most part, that's how you're going to experience the product, right? Like, it's even conceivable that people will buy this and not have a VCR. So that's a really important element to it. Speaking of Etsy, I mentioned in the last podcast that I bought a Halloween collection of South Park that somebody on Etsy had made with like a nice box art that looks like the old releases. And I got it, and it's nice. It's very clear that the sleeve is DIY. It's like made out of paper, like by the person. It ain't bad. It's not bad, but it's not right. It's not, it's not that nice. It's not like that glossy finish, like well cut, perfect edges, right weight. It's not quite right. It's a home job. And for me, the appeal is that it feels like it's commercial, like a commercial release of the thing. And then I pop in the tape. And for, the first few from the early seasons are 4x3, great. And then as soon as you get to the 16:9 ones, EJ, what do you think happens?
They get squeezed.
Motherfucker. And I'm like, oh no. So I always took a lot of not to mention, like, it's a small thing, but like, we were talking about the Katie videos where I'm like, oh, they didn't even put in like a commercial or like a fake commercial or something, some kind of home video release or something as the bumper, at the beginning of the video. Like for Logan, it just rolls into Logan and it's a squished presentation. I'm like, okay, so this is really all in her case, like this is all about the sleeves, right?
Right.
So the sleeves were important to me. The presentation was important to me. If you're going to put it out, I want it to be the perfect product for a VHS enthusiast like myself. I want it to live up to my standards for these products.
Exactly.
So we went back and forth for quite a while to get it to where we wanted it to be. And yeah, they don't exceed 2.5 hours. And I've now seen the video quality and it's spot on. It was his idea. He said, let's make the shells, the tapes themselves, blue and yellow, at least for this like first push. So now he's buying blue and yellow shells from from other releases to make this happen. So the dude's put in a lot of elbow grease to make this happen. So we finally got our sleeves back from Canada, and I'm going to read his note first to memorialize this really nice thing, and then we'll show you the product. RCE Crew. It's finally here. What started as a flight of fancy and a fan project has become a real release. The first pressed copies are Frankie's, and there's a set for the rest of the crew. One of the best of boxes has a slight imperfection, which is my copy. I'd be honored if the crew would sign my set. Thank you all so much for making the show so fun that it had to be on tape. It's been great putting this together, and hopefully the other fans love it too. Say yes to VHS, rewind or die, and above all, keep circulating the tapes. God bless all of you, Levi Reed, Cap, who we see on Discord all the time.
Amazing. Yeah, we'll be filming a Christmas special probably soon, so we'll sign that thing completely.
Yes. Cap gets them signed. And then for Frankie, I won't unveil them quite yet, but he actually look how lovely. He actually wrapped these up. For Frankie, best of BoxMac, 1 out of 50. BoxMac Halloween, 1 out of 50. The first produced of each. The stuff dreams are made of. He had this idea of like, should we have little numbers on them that indicate like this is the And I said no, because I was like, I think probably I don't want there to be like another thing to compete for. Because if there's only 50 of each, like these are probably going to fly out the window. Yeah. So I just want everybody to feel like they got the same thing, whoever got them. But all right, without further ado, fully adieu. There they are.
Beautiful.
This is always a problem. Look at those. So these designs are by, and of course you have your sides, and of course you have your backs. These designs are by Chris LaRue, who is unmatched with this kind of thing.
Yeah, he did all of our Blu-rays for BoxMac. Beautiful, always good. He did there's a garish Cheeto version of me on the latest one.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, he's for this one we said let's base it a little bit on one of those you remember the dinosaurs?
Oh yeah.
So that title is kind of based on dinosaurs. So if anybody knows that tape, and they had stickers that they would put on those. Now this is actually like built into the design. Turn me over, more holiday fun on the other side, which just means the description. But then, the blue tape.
Oh, shit.
Right? So Halloween's blue, and you can see, hopefully, that you have the RCE in the style of the Family Home Entertainment.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember that?
Of course. I have the Turtles tape here somewhere. Yeah.
And it says stuff on it. Any commercial or duplication of this copyright material without prior licensing is honestly fine. Do what you will. It's on YouTube anyway.
It's awesome.
A bunch of our names are on there. So that's the blue one. And yeah, so for those curious, it's the first 5 Halloween shows. So it's all in 4x3. Stunning, downgraded 4x3. It's Tales from the Craft, Massacre at the Junt Place, Max 3 Science Theater 3000, Boxdemic, and Falsegraph.
And didn't you upload like a version of that 4.3 thing to YouTube so that it's immortalized?
Yeah, and I'll make that publicly available probably right after we put these up for sale. And that's something I should add, probably I should mention. We are going to limit sales to one of each per person because there are only so many of these to go around. If like I've already heard people be like, oh, I'm going to snatch up like 5 or something. I'm like, all right, well then you'll have bought 10% of the whole stock. So we can't do that. So it'll be one limited one. Other people have asked, are you shipping international? Yes, but you're going to pay. You're going to pay. These are you're going to pay and you're going to pay for them. It's $30 per tape and it's $5.40 for the shipping, domestic. And then if you are international, it's an additional $20 for the shipping. Or an additional $15, I think, so that it's the $5.40 factors in whatever. It's like there's a little drop down menu on the website. So here's the yellow. And we talked about this. Yes, probably. Or whatever. And this has, the Fox kind of label. And I should mention, these have end labels too. That's not, you don't always see that with a commercial release.
No, you don't.
And this also says something cheeky about, federal law provides severe civil and criminal penalties for the unauthorized reproduction, distribution, or exposition of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs. But guess what? We're authorizing it. Criminal copyright infringement will not be investigated by RCE because we have no time.
Nice.
And this one has how many minutes of content? 98 minutes. So this one's shorter. So this has which episodes? It's got episode 8, Rapid Mac Cooker, episode 57, Frozen Evol, episode 102, Vegan Mac Fest, where we went to Worcester.
Oh, that was a good one.
Episode 160, Campbell's Condensed Cheddar Soup Mac. That's when we went over the entire BoxMac database, like the big presentation that Sam did. Episode 169, Good and Well. So that's the the George Washington bloodletting one, and the washing noodles in a small pond. And then Wrestling Mac as well. So there's 6 episodes on here. So here's the deal. We're going to put out a little commercial, and when that commercial hits, these will go on sale, and that will happen this week.
Amazing.
And it's happening.
There's a little surprise in that commercial, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, well, should I spoil it? Would that be fun? Do you remember when we were young, at the beginning, like at the beginning of every 90s VHS for Disney, there was always a guy that was like, CBS Fox Video presents your feature presentation. Not CBS, it was actually, he did those too, but it would always be like, and now from Walt Disney Pictures.
Coming soon to video cassette. On March 3rd, 1995, see the magic.
That guy. Well, I naturally, I would love for him to do our voiceover.
Is he dead? Is he dead?
So that dude's dead, of course, and not that we could afford him anyway. But through the miracle of voice cloning.
we can bring him back.
Sometimes that is better.
Well, sometimes that is better.
But I was able to write a little script and voice clone his ass. And here's what you get.
We brought him back like Grand Moff Tarkin.
Right. All freaky, but it sounds pretty good. You heard it, right?
Yes.
Now available on video cassette from Red Cow Entertainment. Now on VHS, bring home BoxMac with 2 exciting new volumes. First, watch the best of BoxMac with 6 classic episodes. Then, catch 5 BoxMac Halloween specials. Relive classic moments with The Craft Keeper, Maxtory Science Theater, and Falsegraph. Both tapes were lovingly downgraded and reformatted to stunning 4x3 and will look perfect on your retro game TV. And if you don't have a VCR, and let's face it, you probably don't, perhaps these beautiful and vibrant tape sleeves and mac and cheese colored shells will make a nice rectangular totem to clutter your home. These are limited quantity, so get yours now from redcowentertainment.com/store. Act now before these tapes go back into the fucking vault.
Yeah, man, that's the project. That's and then maybe the next question would be, are you going to do any more of these? I guess we'll probably, now that we actually know how to do it and we have a kind of a path, I think we'll measure interest. And if it's very high, if these fly off the shelves, as I kind of expect that they will, we'll probably do another run of these so that everybody who wants one can get one. It's possible that the next run would be like a DIY run. So it's like, go dub your own tape and we'll ship you the sleeve.
Yeah.
And we'll ship you the labels. That would work well, actually, because I think for us to have printed 100 of them was like $350 for us. So if we sold those for like a kit for $10, and then somebody could go off and make their own, we'll give you the file for free or something. That would work. Yeah,
that would work. Yeah, absolutely.
And if that worked, then we could make all kinds of stuff. We could. Put maybe some of the feature films on VHS. We could we could probably put I was thinking best of Christmas. So you wouldn't put a whole Christmas special on, but maybe you'd put remember they used to best of SNL Christmas and be segments. We could do segments.
Yeah, I was thinking I could do EJ Cooks, maybe a few of those, and have the style of the box be like Ellen Brown's Good Eats.
All you got to do is pay Chris and, wait a little bit and you've got yourself a sleeve, man. You provide him the assets. So yeah, it's fun as hell. And, for every once in a while, we'll get a comment that's like, well, you're really trying to make VHS happen, or what's with people trying to make VHS happen, or it's not going to be like vinyl. Or I remember 2 years ago when we just floated the question of will these things become collectible? We get a lot of people being like, no, because it's shit and it's shitty. And it's like, you're fucking wrong, dude. VHS is in right now.
It's fun. We're having fun. Get over it.
Alien Romulus is getting a VHS release.
Yeah, that's not a coincidence, buddy.
And so the question is why? Because obviously it's not for video fidelity or anything else. It's because there's not very many physical collectors, but the people who are physical collectors like special things. That's why.
Yeah.
They want the movie or the show or whatever to be a toy. And now this kind of turns it into a toy.
Yeah. Well, I went to Salvation Army the other day because there's a Salvation Army near the Big Y that I go grocery shopping at, and I stop in every once in a while, and it paid off because I found the speaker to this Dell monitor there. It was very worthwhile, and I saw on the shelf just sitting there, and it was.
Shit, son.
Well, just seeing that logo, I was like, oh, and then right next to it was Batman Returns. So I, there were $1 each. It's like, get out of town. I'm getting these. And they're in pretty good condition. I put them in. I saw the Diet Coke commercial.
Just for the taste of it.
Diet Coke.
Just for the taste of it. Diet Coke.
Love it.
And it's great. I was joking because I'm like, see, I'm transitioning from Halloween to Christmas, and then right next to that was It's a Wonderful Life. So we're really good.
We've talked about It's a Wonderful Life. I remember it made you emotional last year.
Every year it makes me, and this is it's actually sealed. I haven't opened it, and it comes with a brass holiday ornament. I don't know where it would be in this box, but apparently it's in there. I don't know, unless
it might be a fun new way to re-experience the movie you watch every year.
Well, yeah, I mean, because this is, I don't know, it's 4x3 anyway, so might as well. Yeah, so I don't know. We're having fun. VHSs are fun.
I think it's I think we have relationships with movies and with shows and with media. And so it's like any relationship. It's like any human relationship. It's like it gets stale after a while where you're like, I've seen that movie a million times or what,
Yeah. And I've seen the AI upscale and it makes me unhappy.
Yeah. And, and so You know, it's like if you got back together with some old friends and you're like, hey, let's like go do the thing we used to do. Or, you know, or if you went out with your wife and you're like, let's go to a different restaurant than we ever go to or what. Like, it's just a way to shake up. Like we were watching the South Park movie on VHS and 4x3, you know, not the best way to watch that movie, but it definitely tickled something. It was like, I remember watching this movie like this. This is, you know, it's like, it reconnects you with when you first discovered the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So of course there's psychology behind this.
Yeah, because I popped this baby into this is the Batman one into my Sony Trinitron with the wood grain panels, and just seeing it on that screen, it's like it fits that. You know, it's
of the era.
It's of the era, and it's magical, and like the picture quality sucks, but it works on that screen.
I swear, you know, not to beat a dead horse, it's a discussion that's gone round in circles for way too long. But there's definitely something about playing NES on original hardware on an original TV, and I think a lot of it is the refresh rate, actually.
Yeah.
A CRT refresh rate. Because there's something about the fluidity and speed of the game and of the character that is slightly different for sure. I mean, I know there's lag, but I'm talking about like something about like the fluidity of the character on a CRT. It feels more free in some way. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's like when Jason sent me his NES to mod, I first tested out the RF signal just to make sure the whole thing worked. And it was the first time I saw NES through RF in over 20 years. And I was like, this is way better looking than I remember it. And then also there's an organic feeling to it. It's like, it's shimmering and it's alive. It's very interesting. It's like, oh, this is what I would have seen when I was a kid.
Hey, remember Ghostbusters? Oh, I remember Slimy?
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
All right, we got Jason on, so you know that shit's going to get real.
I'm here to spout as many L takes as possible in the shortest amount of time.
You know that either we're going to talk about something like Kick-Assia.
Oh, are we going to? Are you surprising me?
That would be amazing if I baited you.
It's like, actually, this is a surprise party, and the present is Kick-Assia.
Something you said recently actually made me think about Kick-Assia.
What was it?
It was when you were talking about that guy, or to that guy about Confused Matthew, and he asked you what makes a good movie, and he asked if it was the screenplay, and you said, no, it's the vision. The vision makes a great movie. And of course, we know something like the Angry Video Game Movie, it's confused at best vision. It's weird. There's not really a consistent thing going on there. But Kick-Assia, what Doug Walker had in his head is what's on the screen. You see the vision of that movie.
You are one of a kind, Jason, that if somebody talks about like a visionary filmmaker, you're like, oh yeah, Kick-Assia for sure.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only one. Everything else he made's bad, but like Kick-Assia rules.
But it's only an acre of land. What can we do with an acre of land? What can't we do with an acre of land?
Whoa. A lot of your takes, I won't go as far as to call them L takes, but your takes often, there's normally something about almost everything you say that intrigues me. Where I think you were the first person I ever encountered who was like, one of the Nostalgia Critic movies is good. The other two are bad. Normally they all get lumped in.
Well, because people get on the hate train. People are just like, look at this cringe. Look how cringy it is. And then they make the thumbnail. Look at this cringe. And then they get all the views. And then that's, how it works. That's how it works in this racket. You got to be, it's stream all or on. You can't just be like, oh, well, that one's good. The other one's not so much.
You're also one of the, I mean, maybe this is showing your age a little bit. Like, you're one of the first people I talk to regularly who was like, I'm really passionate about like kind of all things YouTube. I'm passionate about the platform at large.
We're going to talk a lot about this, I suspect, when we talk about MrBeast.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, because I think he's a kindred spirit in that sense.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he eats and breathes YouTube, and that was confusing to you, apparently.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about it. But yeah, I mean, like, I'm old enough that, much like James Rolfe, like, I grew up with movies, And then YouTube was kind of like, oh, you can like upload to this. It still was the secondary concept. YouTube for me, for a while, certainly not now. I've been a YouTuber for like, 12 years or something. Where like I consider myself a YouTuber. I was uploading before that, and like I had Lord of the Rings, George Lucas and stuff. But I suppose it was like John Scarp BoxMac where I became a YouTuber. That was always child's play. That was always like, oh, I'll do that between movies or something like that. It was like filmmaking was the thing.
Even your approach is a little old in that way because you compartmentalize all of your YouTube stuff into different shows, which is not a thing that like you need to do or even is helpful to do on YouTube. You still think of them as like kind of like TV shows. It's like, oh, this is this show and we got to do a bunch of that. And instead of just like doing whatever and branding it as whatever.
You don't think there's any value to that whatsoever?
I think it hurts more than it helps if you're just like in this strictly in the algorithm sense. I'm not talking as in like to make something that you're proud of or whatever. I mean, if you want to reach the most amount of people, I think that it hurts.
I'm trying to imagine. I mean, I guess the ideal situation, if we took BoxMac as an example, the ideal situation would be that I just make BoxMacs for one channel and that's kind of all you get on that channel. And there's no sense in calling it a series. It's just a channel.
There's pros and cons to it. The pro is that you build up an audience and they'll always come back to watch BoxMac and you get consistent views on it. But the con is there's a hard ceiling. Like BoxMacs aren't going to go viral without some other external element. They just are. They're going to hit who they hit and that's what's going to happen.
It was only like 2 years ago I stopped. Like they were just like BoxMac 10, BoxMac 11.
Yeah.
It's like a couple years ago I would instead name it something about what we actually talked about. And then like I put the number towards the end of the title.
And like during the time that we like started BoxMac and all those other shows, there were a lot of variety YouTube channels. What's that Spicy Wings show? It's on a channel that was like First We Feast. It was a variety channel.
Hot Ones.
That's the breakout hit, and then that channel just basically became that.
You find that on YouTube is if you have a successful video, your channel the audience focuses around that one video that they were attracted to. And then like, if you're wise, you'll focus the whole channel. I mean, it sort of happened to you, Jason, where like you did the Sears thing and it was like, okay, shopping's not something that my channel did a lot of. And then did the Goodwill video come as a consequence of the Sears in a roundabout way?
I mean, it got me thinking of more ideas of like retail stuff I could do. So in that way, yeah.
All right. Well, look, here's the topic. We've teased it long enough. Jason told me, Jason levels with me a lot of times. He'll be like, you need to do this. And I listen to you. I do. He said there's a leaked document from MrBeast Incorporated. It's 35 pages, PDF. It's him, it's like essentially stream of consciousness of him writing like, here's what would make you successful producing videos for the company. Because of course the company is very large and has lots of different departments and stuff. So this was specifically for somebody who got hired into like the video production side of things, location scouting, obviously like some videography, but not marketing. So we'll get into that. So I read it as did EJ. And I know you've been studying all day, Jason. You reread it.
I've been watching MrBeast all day. Well, can I tell you why I wanted you to read it first? Because I have a couple reasons. So one, because I knew you'd be into it, because it's basically your two favorite things in one document, which are things about producing content. You're into that, and management theories. These are your two favorite things in the whole world. You love them. You can't get enough of them. And two, because I just wanted to talk to somebody about it, because you cannot bring up MrBeast in any context at all in the entire world without it becoming this like dog pile, without it becoming Festivus, the yearly airing of the grievances against MrBeast. We don't want to see the comments about MrBeast, like how much you hate MrBeast. Okay, you already typed out the comment. We see it, whatever. If you didn't post the comment yet, if you were waiting, like delete it now. We don't want them. We don't want to hear about how much you don't like MrBeast just because like that's the topic of the video. Like we get it, like the toxic work culture, the kid gambling, what he fakes his videos with CG. Like, I don't know. I don't care. I don't want to hear it.
We know you don't like MrBeast. We know you don't like Haktua. we know you don't like Nikocado Avocado. My God. I thought the Nikocado's stunt was newsworthy.
It was badass. Are you telling me that some guy losing 200 pounds, like more than that, and keeping it a secret for years? Like, that's not cool?
Yeah, it's like a Ozempic 6 out of 10 stunt.
Somebody said 6 out of 10 stunt. I was like, fuck you. And it got like 50 likes or something. I was like,
people were the outtakes here. Like people aggressively don't care if that's a thing.
Yeah. You have the L takes, audience. We're here to discuss like YouTube theory, production, leadership, running an organization, efficiency, how you get shit done. As Jason just said, I like getting things done. And MrBeast also likes getting things done. He's 26 years old. One of the things I thought was really interesting about the document was, and I should also add, until I read the document, I had not watched, I think it's accurate to say I had not watched one frame of MrBeast. I'd never seen a video before.
I still haven't. I still haven't.
I watched more today than I ever have in my life, so
I'm not coming in as a fan. I'm not coming in as an anti-fan. I'm coming in as like, I know this guy is outrageously popular. Like his flops are 66 million views in a day or something, you know?
I have a weird story with how I found him though, because I did watch him once upon a time many years ago in like 2016 or 2017. I watched him and his channel at this time. What got me into him was called the worst intros on YouTube. And he would go on YouTube and he would find, like, you know how some YouTube videos, they just have like weird intros at the start.
Oh yeah, reason.
They don't help. He would basically just roast them. And most of the time it ended up being kids because kids had the worst ones. My cat's going crazy back there. I don't know if you can see that. So he would just find all these horrible intros on YouTube and he would roast the crap out of them. And when I went to go and find it today to rewatch some of it, they were gone. They weren't on his channel anymore. I had to go to archive.org. But I watched him like slowly transition out of that into just doing bizarre things like reading the dictionary or counting to 1 billion on like live on stream. But these went mega viral, so that's like the rabbit hole he chased. But that's when I stopped watching him because it wasn't, you know.
Oh, so you did subscribe for like a period of time.
Yes, I was into him a long time ago. He had probably about 100,000 subscribers then. And it was a shock for me to later like hear him come up and realize that he's like mega famous. Like, I think the next time I ever heard of him was like when he got 100 million subscribers. And I'm like, wait, the worst intros on YouTube guy? What? How did that happen?
You can definitely tell he's like obsessed with like metrics and what makes a viral video. And like you can tell he pours a lot of brain cells into this.
Yeah, he said he studied virality for 20,000 to 30,000 hours. And I was like, wait a minute, how many hours are there in a year? It's 8,760 sleepless hours. I'm a little confused. I mean, I understand he probably studied YouTube viral videos for years, but I'm just slightly like 20. How do you even like guesstimate 20,000 to 30,000? Anyway. I should also add, you know, the recent controversy of like that Chris person and the sexual grooming and whatnot. Like, I'm sure it all sounds very bad. This conversation has nothing to do with that. Again, I'm trying to talk about a successful YouTuber and his philosophy. We'll critique some, we'll support some. One of the things that I found really interesting, just as a kind of a high level observation about this document, was I feel as though he has intuited through experience a lot of conventional wisdom about management and running an organization. Like a lot of things in here, he advertises his way of doing things as being extremely novel, unorthodox, outside the box. Nobody does it this way. I'm like, no, actually, most of the shit you're saying is like pretty tried and true, like management philosophy.
It seems pretty like idealized, like in a perfect company, this is how things would work. But in practice, it's not like at all, ever.
But there's a lot of stuff in here, like about demonstrating ownership and time management and putting first things first and prioritization. I mean, there's like, if you wanted to go to like Stephen Covey's like 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, like there's a lot of this shit's in there. I doubt he's read it, but maybe it seems like he's kind of like he's definitely into Steve Jobs. I noticed there's like for, you know, I don't even know if he knew this, but like, there was a principle in there at one point about making sure to communicate bad news or things that aren't going well early and often. And that's a Bill Gates. There's a famous Bill Gates thing. It was bad news should travel faster than good news.
He says like always like admit your mistakes. I don't want you to like hide anything.
Yeah.
That's just going to slow things down. And it's okay to make mistakes and just admit them like up front.
It seemed to me like everything he has, like pretty much everything in this, there's a story behind it, I'll bet. He got burned on something, and then it's just like he wrote that in. Like, okay. So like there was a time that somebody didn't tell him the bad news and it fucked him over. Like that definitely happened, and that's why it's in there.
There's a lot of like maybe you could call it unprofessional or informal language and writing. He's putting ha-has at the end of sentences and lols and this sort of thing. And I remember there was somebody I used to work with some years ago. He was a developer. He was kind of hot shit, or he thought he was. And I remember it was during a period of time when tech companies just really liked that sort of thing. They wanted the Mark Zuckerberg energy. They wanted the young billionaire energy. And it comes with a little bit of this posturing, a little bit of throwing ego around. Like, I'm so valuable and I have such good ideas that I don't need to present professionally. I can show up in a hoodie, and I'm both disarming and the future. It's a little bit of a power play, I think, to write like that. That, or maybe he's very low on time.
It is alarming because he does this type writing where he's like, you got to succeed and do this, and then he'll put in some like informal ha-has, and I'm like, wait, that doesn't seem like it goes with what was previously said.
Well, he also says that it's not like a company manifesto. It's like, take everything I say with a huge grain of salt, or whatever the line is he says. And
so maybe what we could do is for the people who, and by the way, do you know who leaked the document? And it kind of leaked during the controversy, did it not?
No clue. It was probably just like a got him, like, look at how toxic his workplace is.
I don't look at this as like a problem document, frankly.
No, that's the wrong read. Absolutely. If you come away from this and you're like, look at how shitty MrBeast is from his document, like, that's wrong.
He does say he only wants A players, and a B player can become an A player, and the C players are poisonous. My guess is a C player leaked this.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think C players read it and think that he's toxic.
Interestingly, I think I've heard Donald Trump say that exact thing. Like, I think he is like the exact same quote. What you really want are like amazing employees, because good employees, you got to get rid of them because they're not like, they don't push the move forward. They just take up space.
I want really big ones, big employees, humongous people.
I need D-cup employees.
There's A people, B people, and double Ds. I want you to be a double D, otherwise I'll pay you severance and get you the hell out of here.
You're fired.
How did he describe it? A players are great employees. B players are in training to become A employees. Exactly what EJ just said. And C players are average employees. And average employees should be fired immediately. And he adds, don't worry, we'll pay you a handsome severance. We'll part on good terms, but I don't want anybody who's not going for the gold. At the end of the document, he kind of brings it home because he's like, well, really what I'm trying to do is expand. And the only way I'm going to expand is if I have excellent leadership. I need to find more people like me who have my kind of energy and my kind of, striving for excellence thing. That's something you see in successful organizations, is a leader who is like unwaveringly in pursuit of excellence, not perfection, because what even is perfection, right? Like there's a lot of that in here where it's like, well, you can work with obstructions and you can work with things that don't go perfectly, but always striving for excellence.
Or I don't remember if I heard it from an interview or if I heard it from this document, but he does talk a lot about like how there's no such thing as a perfect video, but like he's going to try and like get it anyway.
We want to make the best, he emphasizes, YouTube videos. So this brings it back to when I was saying like Jason is actually like, you seem to acknowledge that YouTube is a unique thing. It's not, you can't find YouTube videos just anywhere. Like YouTube has a specific kind of set of videos. Would you say that's accurate?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And even his definition on what this means has changed since this document came out, is what I've learned from watching his channel all day. Because when this document's apparently a couple of years old, his content's way different now than it was a couple of years ago.
Which he kind of previews in this. He says like, I'm going to be, we're always going to be moving the goalpost on what this even is. You know what I like? He says, what we're trying to achieve is to make the best YouTube videos. And he says, it sounds really simple, but like often what you're trying to achieve in a big entrepreneurial pursuit gets lost in the details and in the mechanics and in the day-to-day operations. And that is so true, man. Like I can't tell you how many times at my job, or for that matter, like when I've been working on a film or something, where you do lose sight of like what, because the micro tasks become all your focus. I've heard once like a CEO's job is just to stand there and champion what you're all trying to accomplish in the first place. Like they're just a cheerleader for like the big vision. What else I like is he emphasizes again, saying like YouTube is a special thing. We're not Hollywood. And he says like most Hollywood shows, I thought this was very interesting. Most Hollywood shows would flop on YouTube.
He's right.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, because he stressed like, I don't care how traditional media does things, like, not to be blunt, but yeah, it's haha, lol.
Not to be blunt, haha, fuck all that. I mean, lol.
There's a huge difference between a game show that MrBeast makes and like a game show that NBC makes. When I was watching, like one of the things I observed was that a MrBeast, even like the videos are long now. He says somewhere in this document that the average video is 13 minutes. That ain't true no more.
It's like 35 now, right?
Yeah, now they're much longer, but they're still very fast and there's still shit constantly happening and there's cuts all over the place and it's very ADHD and there's like never a fucking frame wasted on anything. But if you watch like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, it's like all fucking waste. It's like it's a trivia show where they'll answer like 5 questions of fucking like half an hour. And like the rest of it is dramatic music and like shots and like talking to the person and getting to know. It's a lot slower.
You know what I think it is because I was watching his most recent upload, which I think was
it's the one I saw too.
The twins, right? 100 identical twins are going to face off in a series of challenges. That's so often what the videos are, is like a whole lot of a novel thing is going to happen in a big way. Watching the first couple minutes of it, it felt to me like the cold open in a network game, TV game show. Like tonight, 5 will square off, and and they start to preview all the drama that you're going to see.
I've gathered 50 of the biggest YouTubers on the planet, and whichever one lasts the longest in this queue wins that $1 million for their subscribers.
The pace is sustained the whole video.
Right, you get that the opening of a network, like the cold open pace continues for 35 minutes.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you say that the videos got longer because obviously there's more money. The longer the videos are, if you can master keeping people watching it, then you're going to make a lot more money. So if he's like, okay, I've got them on the hook for 12 minutes. Well, can I get them on the hook for 15? Can I get them on the hook for 20?
Because he was like looking at a graph, like he's like, oh, in the first 3 minutes, like we need to accomplish this, and then at the 3rd minute we have to like rehook them with another thing.
Oh yeah, he was very detailed, like minute by minute, what should happen in a video, and it was like the first minute is hype, and then like the next couple minutes are like you deliver on the hype, and then you introduce the new element that then leads to the end of the video. Like basically that was the formula he outlined in this document. I don't know if that's true with the new stuff, but like at the time that was like his formula for making a successful YouTube video was that.
Have you guys heard of Parkinson's law? There's like all these different, there's like the tool shed thing or bike shed law, and there's like the Pareto principle. There's all these like ideas about productivity and how teams operate. Parkinson's law is work will expand or contract based on the amount of resources you give it. So the best example would be like if I gave a project to 10 people and told them they had 2 months, then the project will require 10 people and take 2 months. But if I chop that down to a month and a half and 8 people, it'll contract to that much. And so obviously at some point it's not feasible at a certain level of resources. But if you over-resource something, the work will expand to fill the over-resourcing. So that's how you end up with like bureaucracies, basically, or it's how you end up with like inefficient government systems where you're like, what does that guy do? What does that guy do? Like, and if you actually interview them, they'll start to say like, well, I fix projectors that are in those rooms, but not those rooms. That's another guy. They start to draw weird delineations. It's why, like, there's, Elon Musk is one of them. They believe that small teams are, operate better. Right. In my experience, that's true. Like, certainly a film set, for God's sakes. And he talks about it here. He's like, if anybody doesn't have to be there during the shoot, they shouldn't be, because yeah, it's more people asking questions. It's more people to carry around. It's more vehicles. It's more bullshit. It's more Matt Zagars asking questions. This is a shot at Matt.
I have a question of the Malasalas experts. What is the difference between a Malasalas and just a doughboy?
So he mentioned hours worked doesn't matter. So efficiency does. So like, don't impress me with how many hours you're working. Impress me by how efficient you're accomplishing all of our.
Get the work done.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough, right? Like results-oriented leadership. It sounds much like a lot of things in here, it sounds self-explanatory or simple, but not every leader measures outcomes. They often do just measure like output.
I don't know if I've ever been in a job where it's like, where things actually work the way that he outlines in this, where it's like, oh, I only care about like what you get done, not like any of the other crap. That does sound simple, but then it's like in practice when you're like doing anything, it's like that's usually not how it works. Even if that's statedly how it works, it's usually not actually how it works.
You can design things to work that way. What you do is you come up with goals, you define them, you set deadlines on them, and then you measure against them. Like, you know, it's really not that crazy. You have to have a manager who can be flexible about what finished looks like, you know, or as long as like you keep the lines of communication open about like, oh, actually the project transformed into something different. Yeah, he says he obsessively studied virality on YouTube. So he's the guy. He's famous for, amongst other things, he's famous for studying what makes a YouTube video work in the first place. And he fucking traded on that because PewDiePie had all the market share on, you know, being the most successful YouTuber ever. When did MrBeast overtake him, and how much did he overtake him by?
By leaps and bounds. Like, he's like, if you put him on a graph, like it's probably like PewDiePie here and MrBeast like tier.
Does MrBeast have a 1 billion view video?
No, his most viewed is like 600 something million, I think. It was the Squid Game thing was his most viewed one.
Right. In fact, I think that's probably what he's best known for.
Which I didn't watch and have not seen and don't know anything about, so.
It's interesting that somebody that huge can like profit off of a property like that.
Yeah, it's weird to me too, because like he didn't come up with that. He's like, oh, I recreated a hit TV show.
Was it secretly sponsored or something, or?
You know, like maybe they're in on it. Maybe with his size. I mean, he's bringing in more eyeballs than like the average Netflix show by a long shot. He actually he said like one of our advertisers, I think it was was it the NFL? No, he was saying one of the advertisers advertised on the NFL. And he said advertising on MrBeast was way more lucrative for them. He said because when we do a spot on the NFL, we get a surge of new customers, and then they kind of all go away after that. We don't get anything new the next day. But on YouTube, with major views like MrBeast, normally MrBeast has other videos that have the same sponsor, and so they'll be playing a playlist of his videos, or they'll go to the next video, and they keep getting like advertisement dings.
Well, just that, and like the tail is longer. Like nobody's watching a live NFL game after the game's over for the most part. But like a MrBeast video, it's up there forever and it's always getting views. So like you pay for a brand deal in a MrBeast video, and like somebody could see that 3 years from now and still buy your shit because of it.
So what are the 3 metrics he pays attention to? Well, it's the 3 metrics pretty much everybody pays attention to. Click-through rate. So that's the, for those who don't know, the CTR. That's if you had 100 thumbnails to choose from, what percentage of the time does the average person click on yours, right? Is that a good way to summarize that?
So people click his like glossy, garish thumbnails more. like those are the opposite of appealing to me. I don't know. I don't really understand
human psychology.
Yes.
Years and years he's like workshopped the best thumbnails, and like this is the metagame. I almost don't believe it because they are ugly and I don't want to click on them.
Yeah, one thing I do have insight into is I watch a 7-year-old watch YouTube.
Yeah.
Gloria's account is a children's account, and at this point she has harvested her own YouTube experience through the algorithm. When she logs into her account, I can see everything it's trying to push on her. And her video of choice is not that dissimilar from MrBeast. It's normally something along the lines. It's normally like some Midwestern family, or it's some channel. You know, it's normally like a mom or whatever. But they often have like there's one named Rebecca Zamalo. She calls herself Zamfam, and they have some big fucking compound in the Midwest, and with a pool and a mansion and stuff. And it's always like they're normally aping some property that came out that week. Like, if Wednesday had just come out, somebody's dressed up like Wednesday Addams. If Mario came out that week, somebody's dressed up like Luigi. But it's shouting at the camera. It's a lot of editing. They edit these things heavily. Lots of cuts, lots of whip pans, lots of like sound effects, blurry imagery, slide whistles. I don't know, like just complete chaos and mayhem. And it's, yeah, like the Zamfam woman, she's always like, hey, Zamfam, today we are going to have one challenge where 2 of us are going to be able to do, like, holy fuck.
Hey, Zamfam, it's Rebecca, and today I'm going on a scavenger hunt to find the giveaway gifts for you guys.
He says, like, that first minute is everything for a video.
And you need the best lighting for that 1 minute.
Yeah, he says like the lighting matters a whole lot.
And if you watch his videos, those are the most meticulously planned seconds. Like, he always has a monologue that's like the most concise way to sum up what this video is, just like in 2 sentences. That's every video starts like this.
Something that occurred to me while reading it was like, this is definitely a corner of YouTube, much of which he's pioneered. But there's so much other kinds of YouTube, like for instance, like podcast clips YouTube. You know, that's a whole different sort of like the clickbait for podcast clips is like there's some out of context quote and the title is just the quote and somebody reacting to it, or, you know, whatever. Like, so there's, or even like coming up, like here's like the highlight from the podcast clip, you know, in black and white at the beginning.
Well, those things get views and are successful. They don't get the most views and they're not the most successful, which is what MrBeast is interested in. He's interested in the most views and the most success, not having a podcast and then posting clips for a few thousand viewers, which you would call successful in its own way, but like it's not what MrBeast is looking for.
Oh, of course. But I was referring to like, Joe Rogan, Tom Segura.
Yeah. I mean, obviously people that are more successful on like a higher scale doing, you know, similar things to this, but like, that's not what he's after. I mean, and he is kind of after that because he has other channels. I didn't investigate the other channels, but I assume that he has like the gaming channel and like the other, I don't even know, but he's got a few channels that he references in this thing as well. And I imagine they're not all just MrBeast styled. I mean, maybe they are.
Yeah. So click-through rate, and just a note on click-through rate. I don't, you know, you watch your metrics somewhat, Jason. I've found that like the videos that have really high click-through rates on my channels, they don't necessarily yield more views or more retention. So I don't really know why. I mean, in theory, it would matter a lot because that's what, in theory, they should equate to more views because they got clicked more.
It's interesting. This is the thing about the show concept I was talking about earlier. When I do something that's a show, I have one show. I have every SNES RPG. That's a show. That is the highest click-through rate, but it also has a hard ceiling on views. Like, it doesn't get more than like, I don't know, 7,000 views in like however long it's been since I released one. So YouTube just knows when to stop spreading it, I guess. But when I release something else, generally the click-through rate might be a little lower, but YouTube will still spread it around a little more.
That's it right there. It's like, okay, so a lot of people are clicking on this and they're interested in this, so why aren't you spreading it more?
I don't know, man. It's one of YouTube's mysteries. It's just when they realize that you've bucketed yourself into like one branding as like a show or something, they pretty much just like stop at like a certain orbit for some reason. Yeah, once they think they figured out your pool, that's it.
He talks a little bit about the unmeasurable side of YouTube, which I thought was one of the more interesting pieces of this. But let's go through the metrics real quick. So CTR, average view duration, right? So that of course, that's also the direct predictor of monetization, how much you make off of a video. You've had videos, Jason, where that are maybe similarly viewed and of similar lengths, but one of them made like $1,000 more than another one, right?
Oh well, yeah. I mean, you got my Sears and my two most popular videos, right? My Sears video, I think, I don't know how much did that make, like 1,500 or something. But my Goodwill one is like over 3,000 or something. So
yeah. Over 3,000.
It has half the views. It's 9,000 is the meme.
Vegeta, what does the scouter say about his power level? It's over 9,000! What, 9,000?
Yeah, so, so retention matters a lot, and he talks an awful lot about how to retain somebody. I guess, this spoilers, it's to cut a lot and talk a lot and build a story. And, well, we'll go into it, because there is quite a bit to it, actually. And then finally, average view percentage. Remind me what that is, average view percentage?
The percentage of the video viewed. Like if somebody on average watched half of it. It's your view duration divided by how long the video is.
It's just to get a percentage out of that same metric.
Yeah, same metric, but like a percentage of, Well, no, because if you have an hour-long video and the average watch time is 20 minutes, that's pretty strong, but it's not that high of a percentage. So like if you have a 10-minute video but the average view duration is like 7 minutes, then it's a much higher percentage.
Is to normalize it across many videos that are of different lengths. Yeah, he was talking about what makes a viral title. So very, we all know what clickbait looks like, but I thought that the material examples were helpful. And he did refer to his own titles and his own thumbnails as clickbait. So one of them was, I spent 50 hours in my yard versus I spent 50 hours in ketchup. He said ketchup is 100 times more viral. It has way more virality potential, you know, many more. It's just much more interesting, funny, strange, odd, unusual novel.
It's like when you're trying to remember stuff, that's why you build a memory palace, because when you're more visual, it's more memorable. And so he comes up with concepts that are very visual and very memorable.
But this also dives into like a difference between you and he, where he, before he does anything on a video, they think of the title and they think of the thumbnail, and then they build the video to the title and the thumbnail. Whereas somebody like you, or even me, like, we normally don't do that.
Yeah, we're like, well, this would be fun to do, or this would be fun to talk about.
And then you try and backfill in the advertising to get people to watch it.
Well, that makes me think, I'm like, well, let's say that I did want to try that for funsies. What videos do I make that, you know, so often the videos we make are not hooks. They're like, we're going to go to an abandoned Papa John's and talk about it for a moment and then go home.
Yeah. We lived in an abandoned Papa Gino's for 3 months.
It needs a hook, right? That is storytelling. It needs some like, we did this, but then, you know, therefore.
So the thumbnail would be like a broken down Papa Gino's, and maybe there'd be like a cop car in front of it because they caught us in the Papa Gino's.
Tits.
Our tits would be out. We'd both have Sydney Sweeney's bodies.
Yeah.
Well, he also says don't fake it. So now when they click on the video, you actually need to look like that.
Somebody make the thumbnail, and then we'll see if we can make the video to it. He talks about how, like, once you've devised your title / thumbnail, and he insists that both are equally important. Obviously, those were built off of marketing concepts, and now the video has to meet the expectations of the thumbnail and title. Otherwise, you're going to lose your credibility and reputation. But I was just saying, I was like, okay, you know, I feel limited in my ability to work backwards like that. So then I was thinking about Jason, who doesn't have as like structured shows. He just makes videos on a where. EJ, you're actually the same way. Like, your videos are not, they don't have to follow a particular structure. So I was like, maybe most recently he did the 3DO video. I was like, could Jason have started with something about the 3DO before he made that video? So it's like, you know, you have a 3DO, you know, you have a big collection of 3DO games. Could you have started with a hook instead of just like showcasing it?
Well, I mean, transparently, that I stayed up all night editing, finishing that video, and then at like 8 a.m. the morning after I was editing and doing all the whole thing, while it was uploading is when I made the thumbnail and thought of the title.
Oh, that's all of us. That's how it's the very last thing it's interesting, isn't it? That he's saying like the very first thing you should do is what most people is the very last thing that they do.
I mean, I was thinking about it while I was making the video, but it wasn't like I didn't come in with a hook, you know. The hook was just like, oh, I got all these games, I got to do something with it.
Yeah. Well, and you decided Shelley Duvall was the correct hook.
Yeah, well, it's the most interesting game in the stack, I think.
Hey, hats off to you, man. Like, Nina doesn't like video game content.
She watched that?
She did. I popped it on, and I won't say we watched the entire thing. I watched the entire thing.
Whatever, it's fine.
But then I knew the video, so I was like, oh, you got to see the Shelley Duvall one. Oh, you got to see this Mark Hamill video.
I get excited when a confirmed woman who's not my grandma, because my grandma watches my videos.
So average view duration, he says you lose most people in the first minute, so the first minute has to be amazing. Then minute 1 through 3 is when you stop telling people what the video is going to be and start showing them. He keeps throwing shade on filmmakers, so of course I felt, I took it personally. But he's like, a logical filmmaker might cover a man surviving in the woods first day in those minutes. Like if you're making a TV show about surviving in the woods, like minutes 2 through 4 might be like day 1. And he's like, no, you got to show all the fucking days in minutes 2 through 4 so that they kind of know, like you can forecast where this show is going. It's just all about like demanding their continued attention.
It's like when you watch a movie trailer, they show you like a quick version of the movie trailer before you watch the movie trailer.
Well, with movies, they expect you're going to watch the whole thing and they want you to be entertained. They're not just like, oh, please stay, please just pay attention, please. Like they don't beg and plead like a MrBeast video has to keep you like watching, because in a movie, like traditionally, right, you already bought your ticket, you're already there, you're probably not going to leave. I mean, you could, but like you're probably not going to. So it can be slower and build to like something, that's probably like a better artistic payoff or whatever than just like constantly bombarding you with shit. But like that's not what he's going for. It's a different thing.
I suck 112 dicks to retain 12 minutes of watch time. He says, then around 3 minutes, you have to re-engage with some spectacular thing. You need to move from the blowjob to, doing, maybe rimming.
Yeah, you pull back the curtain and there's like 50 dudes there. It's like, whoa!
Yeah, and now blow all of these too.
Yeah.
They're all here and they're waiting.
Oh my.
As I'm reading through this, Mr. I'm not network TV, I'm like, some of these principles are network TV principles. Some of these are like what you do before the ad break and what you do right after the ad break. That is something that YouTube and network TV have in common, is the ad break is the number one thing that's going to drive people away from your show and make them change the channel.
Oh yeah.
So having to always like reintroduce story elements to keep you there. And this wasn't in his document, but I was watching an interesting video recently called Everything is Designed to Waste Your Time. And he was talking about how MrBeast videos, when they do ad reads, he has a progress bar.
Oh, he fakes it. Yeah.
He fakes it. It goes rapidly at first, and then he makes it gradually get slower.
It's so evil. It's such a fucking asshole thing to do. That's like an old video game tactic is what that is. Is like any like RPG with like a life bar. A lot of times they'll make it more difficult, or like it will scale in the same way as like a MrBeast video. Like that's an old video game principle is what that is.
I thought this was interesting. It stands to reason. He's like, if the viewer watches to the middle, they're probably going to watch till the end. He's like, I don't mean to say make the second half boring, but I am saying like you probably got him by that point. Like, I don't remember a time when I've looked at metrics, I don't remember a retention graph that suddenly like fell off at 50%, But it's interesting, like when we upload compilations, multi-hour things, it's all diminishing returns, because I think people hop around in those and stuff. So those are almost impossible to use some of these metrics.
Well, a compilation's a completely different thing. That's not what we're talking about.
Just a different beast, a different MrBeast. He said, so those are the three metrics. He says the untrackable, unmeasurable metric is the wow factor. Something that no one else can do. Talking to Jason right before the pod, I was saying, like, do you think it's true if you do have that big hook, that big clickbait hook, that big I survived in ketchup, or I did an Uber with a tank, or in your case, I went to fucking 112 Goodwills and then really go to the 112 Goodwills. Is that pretty, like, are you pretty much guaranteed to have a high performing video if you do one of these things?
It's much more likely. I mean, if you have a strong hook, I mean, you've already like got a thing. They're like, whoa, I want to see that. And then, they click.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess it's all there. Those three metrics are all there in the premise. They're likely to click. You're likely to string them along. I guess the Goodwill video, a video like that could run the risk of losing somebody halfway through where they're like, he's just going to this one and then this one and then this one and then this one.
It doesn't do significantly like okay. So if you look at my retention graphs, like by far the best is like every SNES RPG. Those are like cheating. Those get like over 50% every time. But like anything else when it spans, it's like it does a respectable job. You'll lose like half right away and then it goes down slowly over the course of the whole video. That's usually what it looks like.
What you need to do is I found this thing, and you lift it up, and it's a box with a question mark. But it's like, you'll have to see that later in the video when I find it.
I could have MrBeasted that more, but the thing is I made that video in like segments. So I think when I filmed the intro, I don't think I knew what I got at the end. Maybe I did. I don't remember.
Oh, well, the running tally is a way to keep people engaged, because even if they skip forward in the video, they could be like, oh my God, he's up to this much, whatever. That was helpful. But yeah, I guess you could, and organically in that video, there were some narrative, like how many times you're going to find a Wii Fitness board and that sort of thing. He says, read a book called The Goal.
I read a few pages and then asked ChatGPT to tell me what happened to the rest of it. It was about some guy who's a manager of a factory that's going to get shut down. So he works on improving efficiencies in the factory by finding out what the bottlenecks are. And what he found is that basically everything hinges on this one fucking guy doing one thing that was like holding everything up. And then he fixes that, and then the factory is like way better.
Dude, it's so true. I've run into that so many times where it's like there's one thing that's hobbling you,
Yeah.
So he says, read The Goal, and he says you should only, he instructs his employees to only watch YouTube, get rid of Hulu, get rid of Netflix. You're a YouTube employee now, and to watch all of his, as many MrBeast videos as possible.
That's not unreasonable. He doesn't upload that many videos. So like, I think expecting your employees to know what you're putting out that's pretty reasonable.
Although there's like 800 videos, aren't there? I mean, it's a lot of videos, but I think he said past a certain point.
there's a big backlog, but he only uploads like once a month or something. So it's like it's not that bad.
You could easily keep up if you started tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
So speaking of bottlenecks and the goal, he tells people, he said like, you need to be really direct and tell people they're the bottleneck. And, because what he's trying to address is this common thing that can happen where you shoot off an email to somebody and you're like, hey, can I have this thing by Friday? And then all this time lapses and then it's Friday and you don't have it or you don't have the right thing or whatever. So he's really promoting a culture of people hounding and nagging one another.
Oh, geez. Oh, yeah. Let me tell you, when I was plumbing, so many times you would like get to a place and it'd be like, oh, nope, they didn't put in the studs yet. You can't do this and you can't do that. And it's like, you would run into that so much. It was just like, it was like you go entire days where it'd be like, all right, I went here. Oh, it wasn't ready. And then you call your boss and he's like, oh, go there. And then I go there and like, oh, it's not ready here either.
I have such an axe to grind against meetings. A lot of people dislike meetings. A lot, there's the common meme is this meeting could have been an email, that kind of thing. There's obviously a cultural divide between boomers and millennials / Gen Z where we prefer to do things asynchronously and, through Slack and through email and stuff. Wasting time in the meeting itself, not a huge deal to me because we're normally talking about an hour. If the meeting is truly useless, you can multitask during that hour. So not much productivity lost on the one meeting. What I take exception to is the amount of time you have to wait to have the meeting. So now there's some task that needs to be done. Somebody thinks they're being productive because they scheduled a meeting. It's fucking Thursday and the meeting's not till next Wednesday. And you all sit there doing nothing about that task until you all have the meeting. And then like one of the important people doesn't show up. And now like, you're like, well, okay, we will follow up with them offline. Like, why didn't we follow up offline to begin with? That shit drives me nuts. He says I kind of like this, I guess. It's a little interesting. He says video everything. So if you're scouting a location or you're meeting with people, like wherever possible, try to put it on video instead of recounting it from memory or writing it down on a piece of paper. It'll make communication easier if people have video that they can reference.
It's like, yeah, even if there's like a huge like mistake, like film that because it could be funny in the video. Yeah.
Yeah, then there's just always more possibilities, more options. He has to say the negatives. We talked about the Bill Gates thing. Express that stuff early. Nothing worse than somebody expressing a major problem very late in the game. Or like, what the fuck is this? Why are we talking about this now? You had 2 weeks to tell me what wasn't going right. Yeah, there's a lot of like ownership. Don't be telling just because you delegated it and then the delegate didn't do it. It's still you. Don't leave room for error. Follow up frequently. I think they must, because they put out videos somewhat frequently. I think that they work with tight time frames. So there's just not a lot of room for like, oh, I asked so-and-so to do it and they, didn't. There's just not room for that.
That's C player behavior right there.
That's C player behavior or double deep.
We need the double Ds.
A double D player will wait all day until I'm ready.
Nice job, Double D. It looks just like a cube.
EJ, you actually work professionally, with videography and stuff, and I'm sure there's deadlines, and some of these principles apply.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm in a corporate structure, so there's it's unique, but people prefer our department because we get things done. That's the most important thing. So a lot of things he says, it's what people value. It's people value people who take that item off their checklist.
I like when he talks, he's like, don't assume that I'm the best resource. Don't assume that I know best. Don't lay decisions at my feet and assume that like whatever I say will be the best possible decision because I'm very busy and I probably don't have all the context. And I definitely know where he's coming from on that, where, yeah, because you're in a position of authority, you're assumed to be somebody who will always have, if not the right answer, the least controversial answer. Like, well, my boss said to do it that way, Yeah. It's like, well, maybe I'm not always the best person to be asking.
Well, he says about production, because I think you would have qualms with this, like, production-wise, right? Because you were talking about it earlier, where it's like, MrBeast, he says something in the document where he doesn't even, like he doesn't know as many specifics about the video that they're there to shoot as you do. So if you don't tell me what is going on in the video, then I don't know, because I've been working on 50 other things, so I don't know as much as you do, because this has been your entire job for months, so...
Kevin Smith talked about this too at some point, but he was like, your job as a director is to like set direction. And so if somebody comes up to you and says like red shirt or blue shirt, you should just be decisive and say blue shirt, even if you don't care, because that sort of keeps the momentum going. And I respect that and I understand that. But yeah, I think probably the better answer is like, that's your job. You know, like if there's any decision that doesn't need to come to me, like we need to be able to delegate like decision-making authority to other people, you know?
So this is like two things for you though, because like when you're making content, like you take the reins, like it's your content, right? But MrBeast has like done something like he's given up all control, which is something that I think you were like pretty resistant to do with your own stuff, but he's given up like everything, like the control of like all of his videos, like anything, to just like, he's delegated basically everything. And he's just like, well, yeah, just like, you know, you're in charge of that. Like, don't expect me to like have all the answers, because it's like, it's your job now.
And since the Slob started editing, like, you know, I've said before, like there's definitely like there's a Jason voice in an edit, and there's a Todd voice, and you know.
You've become less strict on this too, because when I first started, I think you were trying to like make it seem like you were the one still editing. It's like, okay, emulate like how I would do things. But now you're just like, if you get handed something that like you would never do, you're just like cool with it.
Yeah, I think as you delegate, you get more used to it, and then you get more surprised and titillated by those delegated choices. Yeah.
Well, you've come to like realize that like one person focusing on like one task, like, you know, all the way through usually yields like a more interesting result than you like doing a bunch of tasks and just like knocking one of them out when you're doing a whole bunch of different things.
I think I also like part of the idea was like by emulating me, you'll know what the standard of quality is meant to be in ideal circumstances. And then once you've mastered that, then you have license to be creative.
We're usually pretty good about the standard quality. There's once in a while, like somebody will put out a clip and I'll be like, but like it doesn't happen like nearly as much as it did, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, they used to be unedited, so, you know, I'll take it. So he talks about the critical components of a video. This applies to filmmaking as well. You know, what are the props, actors, components, locations? What are the things that if you don't have them, you don't have a scene, you don't have a video.
Whatever's in the thumbnail.
Yeah. Yeah, well, right. He talks about like if it's a yellow car in the thumbnail, it's got to be a yellow car in the video. To which I'm like, well, why can't you just change the fucking thumbnail? I mean, that wouldn't be that hard.
Yellow's more clickable, so it's got to be yellow.
Yeah.
He's like, no, like we already ran this through science. It's got to be yellow. Find creative ways to stay in budget. You know, I really like this example of, you know, because he mentions how much money he has frequently. A lot of the gimmick of the channel is we have lots of money to throw around and be wasteful with.
I think that's badass, by the way.
Yeah, well, it's a fun thing to watch, isn't it? You know,
it's a flex. Yeah.
I mean, even you in the Goodwill video, like one of the stunts and you don't have a lot of money to be thrown around.
Well, I mean, I made money on that video. Like, if you combine that and like the playing the game, so it's like even though spent like $1,000 and then just like gave the games away, like I still am in the black. So like I'm happy with that. And this has been like his philosophy. This is me doing the MrBeast deep dive today. Well, I mean, I already kind of knew this, but like I know it more now because you can see the dollar amounts go up. He started just like giving like $10 to random people, and like that was a video idea. It's like I went around town giving $10 to everyone. Like that was like a video idea. And then you see the numbers keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And now it's like he's giving away $1 million for like his crazy game show.
Yeah, there's money in wasting money.
My point is when you're a YouTuber, I like seeing the money being used in the videos as opposed to YouTubers like PewDiePie that get famous and make a shitload of money, but their videos are still just them talking in a room. I'm like, what the fuck is this nonsense? Like, who's the guy in the fucking white room? I've never watched a frame of that guy and I can't stand him. I hate him. The fucking penguin guy, isn't that his name? I hate him.
Is he got like long hair?
Yeah. I don't know what he sounds like. I don't know anything about him, but I hate him because all of his videos are the same fucking garbage of him talking to the camera.
Is this why you're so mad at Asmongold, by the way?
Yes. I don't want to see any of that fucking guy. I'm out. I don't care.
All right, moving on to our friend the Beast. Oh yeah, we were talking about the money. He was saying that like instead of giving out $20,000, maybe give out a year's supply of Doritos, which will end up coming out to like $1,000. And he's like, and one of those sounds a lot more like luxurious and crazy and, you know, ostentatious than the other, and it's significantly cheaper.
It's just way more fun. Like you think of something like that. It's like he's just prioritizing like fun things over like just like the cold whatever. And I don't know. I think that's cool too.
Don't take things at face value. If something seems weird, investigate further. So things that seem too good to be true.
This is where the thing everybody takes umbrage with when you bring up the document is, because this is where no doesn't mean no comes from, which is just like a catchy headline for him to tell you to be persistent. Like if you're trying to get a location and you call and the guy's like, now, like that could just be some like low level fucking weeblo that doesn't want to fucking deal with the hassle of your bullshit.
Oh, well, the reason they're overreacting to that is because no means no has a connotation to it relating to sexual assault.
They don't actually, investigate what he's saying in the document. They're just like, you can't, that's a really bad look, MrBeast.
And it's like one of the only like headlines that's like in like all caps, and it's like no does not mean no. It looks weird.
Well, right now it's very cool to hate MrBeast. A lot of people, everybody's out to get MrBeast. So it's like if that comes up, they're just like, yikes, guys, and the screenshot of no means no.
They like a good, well, that doesn't look very good, but they know they definitely know themselves that that's not what is meant. They're not like, he's not like, if you see somebody, sexually assault them.
Because no does not necessarily mean no. It's in my document.
If you find that document, please send it to us. We will cover it here on the show.
It's just if you contact Dollar Tree and the manager says no, you can contact somebody else.
Oh, and I saw the videos he was talking about here, because he went through a phase a few years ago where he would go to a store and buy literally everything in the store. Every single product in the store, he's like, bam, I bought it. And then like a team of 100 people come in, they put it all in the carts and they ship it all away. And just like they bring it to like the homeless shelter or some shit.
It's very like the first time I ever saw anything like that on YouTube is probably Epic Mealtime. Like give me 100 cheeseburgers. It's like, wow, 100 cheeseburgers. Does that still work on people? Like I showed up to Target and bought every box of cereal.
Well, I mean, you got to go bigger. You got to buy the entire Target. I mean, MrBeast was doing it with smaller stores like Dollar Trees. I think there was a store where he went to a Dollar Tree and he bought literally every single thing inside the Dollar Tree. Like to do it with a Target would probably be infeasible because, you know, I don't know.
See, that should be his advice. He should be like, if you go to a Dollar Tree, buy everything in the Dollar Tree. Don't buy the Dollar Tree itself. That comes with liability, and it's not as exciting in the thumbnail, frankly. He says, you know, if you're going to like secure a location, whatever, do it in person. You know, that way you can read body language.
Oh, yeah.
This all is true, by the way, because I've had to secure locations on no budget for films in the past, and it's all, you have to ingratiate yourself. You have to show them that you're not you actually are a creative person. You're not like some scammer who's going to, trying to steal from them or something. He talks about how should I pronounce this? Prio list? Prio?
Well, those are the things in the thumbnail. Like, again, yellow Lamborghini, that's your Prio. Like, you got to have the yellow Lamborghini if that's in the thumbnail.
Yeah, he says nothing comes between you and the Prios. He said he keeps using the term cheat code, but that made me think, by the way, I'm like, if you're 26, do you even know what a cheat code is?
I mean, he's a gamer. He knows. He was playing Grand Theft Auto on the PS2. He knows.
All right. Fair enough. He says consultants or cheat codes. I think by consultants, I think he just means like, third parties who are already experts at the things that you're doing. That all makes sense. I do have a little bit of like an aversion personally to consultants because they tend to be really uninvested in what you're working on. So if you're working in an IT organization and they're going to come in and do, normally you have to like really carefully define exactly what they're going to do because they're going to perform work exactly to the scope of work that you've laid out for them.
I saw a MrBeast video today that plays into this perfectly. It was, the premise of the video was, I think it was called like $1 car versus $100 million car. And it was just comparing cars of like different price ranges. And the $100 million car was some classic, like 100-year-old, like luxury car. And it was like so rare and exclusive that only like this guy from the museum could drive it. And like the whole segment with that car is MrBeast going like crazy, like, whoa, guy, what do you think of that? And he's like trying to get any reaction out of this guy at all. And he's just like, driving the car like that. He couldn't give a fuck about the video.
Wants video producers to be able to like hold a camera and shoot their own stuff from time to time because I think in general the producers are just there to essentially project manage a video. It sounds like he's like, hey, if you can hold a camera, it sure would be nice because we need a lot of things to cut to. They do another metric is they obsess over where their new uploads rank in the top 10 recent uploads. So that's a metric I don't look at all that often, but yeah,
really?
Yeah, you look at that, eh?
That's the only one I look at now. I don't even really care about the other ones. I'm just like, oh, how's this video doing? Oh, it's like at 4. Okay, it's all right.
You want to know how you compare to yourself?
Yeah, pretty much. It's interesting. You don't think that's interesting?
I guess it's just that I feel like I keep a mental tally of it because I check in on videos with enough frequency.
Well, I feel like the numbers are kind of meaningless to me because I don't have enough of a frame of reference without that. It'll be like if I look at a video and it's like, okay, I got 4,000 views this day on this video, and it's like, is that good? And then I look at that's 4 out of 10, so that's pretty average actually. It's like, all right, it puts it in perspective.
I think with our case, it's like we're making these clips whether they perform or not.
That's another thing, yeah, is you upload like a bunch of times a week, and like some clips aren't going to do that well, but you put them out anyway.
Yeah,
so yeah,
exactly. If it's for the people who watch everything that we do. Yeah, I guess the more interesting thing is when there's like an unexpected extra couple of thousand views that we weren't expecting. It's not very predictable. Like sometimes like a VHS discussion will get like 7,000 views, and then other times this like a similar VHS discussion will get 2,000 views. All-nighters, I thought you're just a good piece of advice. If you're gonna pull all-nighters, and he doesn't say you have to, although he implies you should. It should be weeks in advance of the shoot and not days in advance of the shoot. You should be well rested for your shoot. This makes a lot of sense to me. Nothing worse than being poorly rested at a fucking shoot. Because shoots, EJ knows, man. Like, you think that they're not exhausting, but they exhaust the body and they exhaust the mind. Because you're problem solving very quickly all day. And you should be eating well as well, actually. I've made that mistake in the past, like eating like shit, like during all of having fun up there, because we were just snacking and stuff. Next time, dude, it's going to be like steak and some veggies the whole way through. And we'll have nice regular shits all together as a crew. Horrible mistakes should be featured in videos, so incorporate your mistakes, make it funnier. I put this one in quotes because it's just so apropos. Never do anything that could make us look bad from a PR perspective.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Oh boy. And then he goes on to talk to us about how Chris is like the best, a hilarious person who watches amazing cartoons and makes them so good. He seems very concerned about using precise terminology when people are communicating. For instance, if you're talking about like a concept drawing of something that you're going to do for a video, don't call that a previs. Because a previs should actually be precisely what's going to be there on the day. A concept is something that's, still in concept. So like, don't mix the terminology because you might confuse people. It's a little bit draconian to like police language, but you know what? Like sometimes really dumb shit happens because people are using the wrong words and they confuse each other. The goal of our he said, what is the goal of our content? To excite me.
I love it. Great line.
He wants to be excited.
And then he also goes on to say that he's easy to excite, so this shouldn't be that hard.
Yeah, he says anything could be made into good content. Okay, we were going to talk about this earlier. How do you retain people in your video if you're going to visit 112? If you could remake that video in a more MrBeast style, the 112 Goodwills, rather than just kind of like popping in and out and reporting back what you found. One way is, you could actually like figure out what's the story. Is there a story? Am I in search of something, specifically? What am I feeling?
I wouldn't have made it when I went. I would have filmed everything and then thought of the hook and then cut the hook to whatever I made. I wouldn't have just been like, okay, well, I went to 12 yesterday. Let's edit that part and then go out and then go to 12 more and then, whatever.
He said the other way you can do it, besides coming up with like, a story, and I like this, I think this is smart, is he calls it stair-stepping, just escalating the stakes as time goes on. So in this example, it was like they were setting off really expensive fireworks. Or I think the hook was something like, we set off a $100,000 firework. And so like they started with the low-end ones, and then they kept getting more expensive over to, so you're going to stay hooked because you want to see them light off the big one, right?
I saw this over the course of videos when I was watching today. Well, I think the most, they lit, what do? They filled a regular house full of like 1 million fireworks, and then they blew up the house. And then the house ceased to exist after that. Like, it was gone. Like, it burned to the ground. And like then I also like saw stakes lowered, and it was like cuter where I think he just like blew up a computer monitor with like fireworks like years ago. And so it's like he had like he must have had like some fascination, or he realized that like fireworks made like good YouTube or something, because he was blowing a lot of stuff up with fireworks.
Well, one of his like bullet points here was like, it's okay for boys to be childish. Like, if the talent wants to draw a dick on a whiteboard or do something stupid, let them.
Also, no bad PR, but let them draw dicks. That's fine.
The let boys be boys might be a little I don't know.
I mean, he's lowering expectations for like his friends. He's like, all right, these guys are my friends. They're just here to goof around. Like, they're not A players. They're the double D players.
There's a piece in here that spoke to me directly, which is I get caught in a loop where I put out a certain kind of video, John's Cart, BoxMac, arcade clips, whatever. Some Pewtersmith, John Ness. And forever, and I'm sure this happens with you, Jason, with your every RPG fan base and stuff like that. Yeah, you end up with an audience for that particular content, and then they request that content forever in perpetuity.
Every video I upload that isn't that, I'll get a few comments that are like, "Oh, I was waiting for the next SNES RPG." I'm just like, all right.
So you really can't make enough episodes for the like. Yeah, we've done like 200 BoxMacs. Still, people are like, when are we gonna get BoxMac?
I had one comment fairly recently that was like, no, it was when I uploaded every SNES RPG. It's like, whoa, you got way off course. Then I look at my upload and I was like, I made 2 videos between this one and the last one. I did not get way off course.
Yeah,
like, simmer down.
Simmer down. Well, he says for instance, he used to do a thing where he would donate $10,000 to Twitch streamers randomly.
There was a lot of videos like that.
Yeah, he said he made like 12. And then he stopped. The audience begged for more of those. And he said, he evoked Steve Jobs, where he was like, the people don't know what they want. We got to tell them what they want. I think it's true. Yeah. Where it's like, don't let the audience, hold you hostage and make you make content. Like I still enjoy making all those series, and that's why we do it. And I do like making the fans that we have happy and stuff. But the fact of the matter is, when I've branched out and tried different things, we've had new success.
The thing is most of them are happy with that too. Like the majority of them are along for the ride, even if you do something else. So it's like you're still making most people happy, and like some people just complain on everything. So it's like you do like something different, and they'll be like, oh, but where's this other thing? It's like, well, it might come back, it might not, whatever.
Yeah, you got to move the ball. You got to move the ball forward. You got to. Yeah, you just gotta make what interests you and what has the most energy.
You see what happens to people that do the same thing forever and ever and ever. I could think of a ton of examples of YouTube channels that 15 years ago they were popular, but they've been doing the exact same thing for those 15 years, and now they get like a fraction of the views they used to, just because they didn't reach new people. They only brought in like the same people over and over again, and slowly that audience diminishes until they're left with like a small sliver.
He talked about the information diet. Like, what are you watching on a daily basis in your extra, in your relaxation time? Because that'll make you a funnier person, a more well-rounded person. If you're watching nothing but news and politics, you won't be like, this is a company based on being goofy. And so we want you to, he said, you can't, he's talking about where do you get your inspiration? He said, you can't be inspired by things you don't know exist. So be well-rounded in what you're consuming. I remember hearing that in film school too. I remember, it was a way to defend the boring gen eds. It was like, I'm here to study film, and they'd be like, well, you need things to make movies about. It's kind of true. There's an ounce of truth to it. He wants you to get famous people in the videos. Now, when you were watching his videos, did you see any famous people pop up?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes like they're like Gen Z shit that I didn't recognize, but like Jay Leno was in the car one that I mentioned earlier.
He lives here. He lives in Newport. My parents went to a car show in Newport not long ago. He was just there.
Is his like famous car garage there?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe MrBeast was there then too, because they were in the Jay Leno car garage.
This is before or after his like face got burned.
Oh, I don't know anything about him. He looked pretty normal. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he recovered well from the face situation. I mean, he had kind of a strange face to begin with.
It's a little puffier, but maybe you don't notice.
He said, don't fake intensity or things or lie in videos. Don't be, never put him in a situation where he has to lie in a video.
I mean, with the new allegations, like one of the big things is like the videos are fake because this was CG in the thing. And it's like, yeah, I guess. I mean, I can see how MrBeast would talk himself into thinking that's not faking something.
The prizes were fraudulent in many cases. They wouldn't get the prize ultimately in this.
Is that real? Was that a part of the allegations?
I think that Mooney lawyer guy did a thing on this, and
I didn't see that.
I heard something about it. It was, I think it was like, as part of the entertainment, they would not give you the prize or something. And they were talking about how, like, on network TV, if you do giveaways, there are laws around it. And on YouTube, the same laws don't apply.
I've definitely heard that he's not as beholden to these laws, but I mean, I guess you could just cut this out, or I could just be a huge L take, but I hadn't heard that he just didn't give people shit.
And then finally, abrupt endings to videos to protect retention. I guess he doesn't want to lose even those last 5 seconds where Jason says, never trust somebody that needs a haircut. Like, he's like, no, don't lose them.
Well, I mean, it's bad for your percentage of everybody. Like, he even showed some graphs in the document that you can see it at the end. It's like, whoop. Because he used to do the YouTuber thing with the fucking end screen and like a theme song playing over it for like 10 seconds. He used to do that. He doesn't do that anymore.
Should I stop? Well, I'm telling people to subscribe to Patreon and it's working, so I should probably continue.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've never done the end card YouTuber thing at the end. I've heard conflicting things where it's like it's better to end it suddenly. I've heard that it's better because then you get people to click on the next video if like the cards come up or whatever. I choose not to do it, but I don't know. Who knows what's better?
I think you can look at metrics if anybody clicked through on your end screen.
I've never once used an end screen, so I don't have metrics on it.
And I find that they do not.
Yeah.
They tend to click. You actually talked us into uploading the compilations for Junt's Carts, and they've been performing, for us, they've been performing pretty well. And people, more than that, they seem to be reintroducing or introducing for the first time people to a lot of those episodes. And John and I were talking about it briefly when we saw each other recently, and he was like, why do you think people want to watch that instead of a playlist? I gave it a moment's thought, and I was like, I guess because it's easier to click a video than it is to click on a playlist.
And also, because Disney Plus is adding like channels, so there's gonna be like a Marvel channel and like a Star Wars channel. I think it's like parents just want to like throw something on, and they don't want to like click next video. They don't want to click anything. They just want it to play.
But it's slightly clunkier, you know.
It's slightly clunkier. There's like a fast food principle to this. Like anything that would prevent the person from coming in. These like very minor things that might be deterrents from your customers.
Yeah. It would have to load that next video. Maybe it wouldn't do it quite right. You don't want that. Just play a long video.
Or when do you ever search for a playlist? Doesn't happen too often.
Very rarely. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't get recommended a playlist. You can get recommended a big compilation video.
Oh, and if you have YouTube Premium, you could download that whole compilation as one big video, and you could play offline on a plane.
Even more rare, when do you ever visit someone's channel, first of all? Like, go to their channel. And then when do you ever, you're like, oh, playlists. And you click on their playlists. And then you look through all their playlists and try to find the right one.
If I notice that they have a series that I want to see everything that they've made of that like series, then I'll do it.
Yeah, if I want to look at Elden Ring builds, I'll go to Fextra Life's YouTube channel. I'll look at all the builds in the playlist.
Jason was even more psychotic. He was like, no, upload the whole series in one video. He's like, don't do seasons.
It would be huge. It would be like 20 hours long, and maybe it would, imagine the watch time. I mean, the percentages would be bad, but imagine the watch time.
Yeah, only one more note here, which is he says to the prospective or the new employee that there's infinite room to grow in his business that he intends to make billions of dollars with. And he doesn't like the word promotion. He just says there's lots to do and you should do it. And if you do it and if you show the kind of gusto he's looking for, you will grow infinitely. In a company like that seems accurate to me. It's probably true.
I like the attitude. He says that this isn't a stepping stone. This is it. I like that attitude. That's good.
Yeah, I've heard it as like I've interviewed people where you can kind of tell they don't want the job they're interviewing for. They want some other job after it. Like, are they interviewing for this job or for a different job? Yeah.
Well, this guy must be huge because my nephew, who's 5 years old, he got like a gun, like a toy gun, and it has MrBeast's logo on it. I'm like, this guy must be... Yeah, it's like a gun that shoots like these little bubble pellet things. Yeah, it's weird. But anyway, it has MrBeast's logo on it, and it's like, this guy must be rolling in dough.
Well, yeah, his network, I think, according to Forbes, is like 500 mil. How much does the average MrBeast video get in views? I think it's like 100 mil.
Yeah, as you said, like his latest one is 60-something million, and that's considered a huge disappointment after the scandal.
This dude did in fact crack the code. the cheat code.
Oh, yeah.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
EJ, let's not pretend the angry video game nerd's hateful rhetoric and crude language wasn't responsible for corrupting a generation of young people.
I was away. I was doing some filming in Boston, and I was staying overnight over there. And so all this stuff happened. I'm pretty out of the loop, but I did see like thumbnails on YouTube that, sensationalizing this. So what is happening here?
Not much, as it so happens. And this is, if you took away nothing, it should be this. Somebody put up the tweet that I just read. That's ground zero. The person's kidding. I'm completely convinced that the person is kidding.
So it's a professional shit poster.
Listen, when it was posted, their Twitter name was Fire Alarm Puller. It is now, they've changed it to Cum Shot Cringe Compilation.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Okay, well, I don't think this is a serious person, yes.
This is somebody who's being funny. It does make a little bit of a mockery out of, I know, side scrollers with Stuttering Craig. Do you know Stuttering Craig?
What's going on with the angry video game nerd, right?
Yeah, he has a new podcast. He's kind of like, he's going into the culture issues now, right?
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he must be low on cash. Because he's look, I don't doubt that the guy has his earnest worldview, but it's interesting to see somebody from 20 years ago. They were talking about top 10 Sega Genesis games.
Hey, I'm Stuttering Craig for Screw Attack's top 10 games that need to be made.
So
Number 5.
Number 5. He's got a pod with Razor Fist, and it was interesting. I was looking at their Social Blade. They were kind of like they were better viewed and listened to than we are, but not by a huge margin actually for like a while. And then at some point, like last year or something, their Social Blade just went off the charts. They started to succeed a lot.
It started to really get into my feed because I was like, oh, Stuttering Craig is back, and then it was just. He does try to do like kind of the Tim Pool, I'm above it all sort of thing, where it's like, oh, maybe you don't know what side I'm actually on. But they're always covering the same kind of topics.
Well, in some weird way, by you playing your Wii, that actually forces your tax-paying dollars to actually do some work and look for another target to blame everything on.
Like Tim Pool, it's quite clear.
Yes.
It's I'm not confused.
Well, Tim Pool nowadays is more clear. He used to be called the milquetoast fence sitter. Now he's pretty much like a Trump
Now he's
supporter.
pretty firmly on the right. There was some video. Did you see a couple weeks ago? I almost talked about it on the podcast. We might as well take like a quick break and talk about it right here.
And now for something completely different.
His staff had failed to like get a computer up and running for the stream for his like Timcast show, and he had a little shit fit about like maybe I'll just cancel the whole podcast from now on because everybody around here is too lazy.
Everyone's kind of just kicked their feet up and said, I'm doing what I need to be doing.
And it was very
it's pretty cringe.
I'm the only one who does anything.
That just means I'm Sisyphus pushing the rock up. The problem is people are sitting on the rock.
Is the best way to handle it to go on the air and say, sorry, everybody, the staff here blows. The staff I'm in charge of, that I'm accountable for, blows.
Yeah, I would never just publicly air your laundry like that. It's I think it's very disrespectful.
You're paying these people and you set expectations and then you measure them against those expectations and then maybe you fire them if they're not meeting your expectations, right? No. And then if you're being unreasonable or underpaying, then you'll have a hard time attracting talent. And so then you might have to adjust, right? And nobody came here to listen about Tim Pool.
And now back to your regularly scheduled program.
I think I did see, Stuttering Craig's thumbnail. That was the one that was going around.
Yeah, it said like AVGN is a fascist. This tweet at this point has, it was posted November 7th, 2024. 4.4 million views, this tweet. The inference that was made was that, like, are we blaming James Rolfe for getting Donald Trump elected? Just the comedy premise of that really cracks me up, really tickles me. I really just like the idea of James fucking Rolfe, this poor guy, being blamed for like anything cultural, political. It just cracks me up.
Besides like a few references to like his boss being like Donald Trump in his book or whatever, like he is
He seems like he doesn't. I mean, I'm sure I don't know what his politics would be. Probably whatever his wife tells him. But
Yeah. A liberal because right.
Because I mean, it seems like it's not the waters he would ever weigh in.
Would you want to find yourself in a political debate with James Rolfe? Well, why were there 8 million more illegal crossings then during the Biden administration, James? LCN tried to pass a bill with Congress. However, Trump wanted to run on that bill, so he didn't allow. I don't think he would attempt it.
No.
I think he'd go elsewhere. And I watched the Stuttering Craig clip because he has a history with James. He was talking a little bit about that and talking that up a little bit. His story is very interesting. Just this idea that that he was able to catch James so early in his success that he was able to be like, want to post on my completely unpopular website, and James was like, okay.
I know there weren't that many like breakout hits, so it's kind of interesting to be like the one of the only ones being like, hey, come to my website.
The guy, like, he made out completely in that situation, and James got hardly anything. I mean, I think James would have been just as well on YouTube. Somebody else tweeted the AVGN song is fascist, which I think also was obviously a joke. They're going to take you back to a past that never was any good in the first place.
Gonna take you back to the past where women can't vote.
Take a diarrhea dump in women's suffrage. Stuttering Craig said something about how during the Change the Channel drama some years back with Doug Walker, James told Craig he was thinking about quitting everything because of the drama circulating Channel Awesome.
So I'm assuming this all stems from his 2016 Ghostbusters review. That's what I'm guessing. But even in the response to that, like, he didn't respond to anything, which I think is a total Chad move.
Yeah, I remember being pretty impressed that, like, wow, the guy, like, somehow he decided to completely not acknowledge it. I did see one tweet that actually seems like it's real. This is from somebody named Juliet at RatGirlDingus. They. Occasional video editor, and I make a whole bunch of other stuff too sometimes when I feel like it. So I think she's real. And she says, on the real, this probably didn't help our current chud culture around movies. And she linked to the famous No Review, I Refuse video. The controversy around this totally apolitical public figure who just doesn't want to go see a movie. I remember seeing people in my real life critical of James Rolfe, people who I could tell don't watch AVGN.
Yes.
Circulating articles about, like, this fucking sexist doesn't want to watch Ghostbusters. I remember being like, what's going on culturally right now? That people are going after this guy. She replies to herself, I was going to give him the benefit of the doubt, but he reviewed Ghostbusters Afterlife, a genuinely worse movie. Well, yeah, but no, that makes sense, doesn't it? Because he didn't want to go see he didn't want to see a reboot of Ghostbusters, but he would be willing to see a sequel with the legacy characters, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And if you remember at the time, that trailer was ass, and then the trailer was ratioed. Like, nobody thought it was. He was just riding on, like, a wave of people who had eyes and were looking at the thing.
If you ask the average person, 9 out of 10 will tell you Afterlife was much, much, much better than 2016.
Yeah,
that is the public consensus. I wonder why he would have had this reaction to Ghostbusters 2016. I wonder what culture war at the time made this mid-comedy out to be the devil. And this video irreparably damaged culture. Muting this now because people clearly don't understand that outrage merchants don't need a context of agreement to use something to fuel their grift. The optics of popular guy refuses thing we hate is all they need. And then she posts a gif of MrBeast jerking off.
Nice.
Okay. Well, anyway, very good. I think we need to start blaming James Rolfe for everything cultural. All of it.
All of it. It is.
I think it should be like we're all Pontius Pilate, and we can be like, talk to me, Bimmy Rolfe. Crucify him. We have no media but Screenwave. Well, this is new. Respectful Screenwave. Up until now, this has been noticeably lacking. It goes to show you, though, the fact that everybody jumps to they're like, hey, come on, like, get off of James's dick. He still has quite a bit of goodwill out there, you know?
Yeah, of course.
Even from TCT.
He's still Bimmy. He's still James. He's still our boy.
He's still our boy. He's still our boy. He just can't make a good video, unfortunately. But yeah, look, if you want to go viral on Twitter, I think blame James Rolfe for something he didn't do.
Yeah.
I think
in our case, we just made fun of his setup.
Just a simple critique about a certain set of lights, a certain drop ceiling. I don't think he's responsible for Gaza. I don't think he's responsible for Supreme Court appointees,
elections, nothing. I don't think he's doing it. I don't think
he led any kind of insurrection on the Capitol. I don't think James Rolfe's ever delayed a vote before.
Yeah, nobody dressed up as the ship pickle and invaded the Capitol.
Oh, that'd be amazing. Don't do it. Look, just draw a picture of it. Draw a picture of a ship pickle walking out with a podium.
Just like dress up as the glitch goblin and take down a statue. Just
let's not pretend James Rolfe didn't do this. But I do think the last laugh is on anybody who reacted to that initial joke tweet as if it was, the woke mob has gone nuts.
Yeah.
They did not. The guy was kidding. And given that, that's very funny. That guy's very funny. Shot cringe compilation.
I think you know what the problem is just as well as I do.
Don't you get paid for? I don't know if he's verified, but you do get paid for engagement. So if he's doing some good engagement farming, then he probably got paid.
Yeah, not verified. Oddly.
Okay, well he did it for free. He did it for the love of the game.
Can you believe it? The cum shot cringe compilation is not verified. But here we are talking about him.
What a bunch of shit.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
Well, it's Slob-a-thon. Hey, Zach.
Who are you? Introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name's Zachary. I found Frankie and joined his Discord back in October and became an editor back in right after Christmas or right before Christmas. Yeah, my first edit was that awesome Jirard clip. And then, my last clip was the awesome folding ideas one.
Yeah, actually, you did. You've since done one, the AI doctor one you did too. So Zach McFink, he has a YouTube channel, level_redesign. We don't always get to know our fans all that well, but Zach is an example of somebody who came in and said, I'd like to edit. That sounds cool. We became quick friends. We share a lot of values and talk on kind of I don't know, it feels like an hourly basis, basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
So it's cool because you actually get to learn what are you all about and what do you do? And so musician, right? And also a game developer. His channel's about to surpass ours already. It makes no sense that he would edit for us. We really should be editing for him at the rate he's going. He's got a series of videos. There's one in particular that's very it has a really high view count. He's remaking that Toy Story 2 N64 game. You know the one that's not that great.
Yeah.
And he's remaking it in Unreal Engine, right?
Yep, Unreal Engine 5. Yep.
You always see YouTube videos of Mario 64, and it's overly beautiful. And he's like, stop doing it with Mario 64. Let's do it with Toy Story 2. So what made you choose Toy Story 2?
Yeah, so funny story. I actually played 7 or 8 or 9 games back in October when I was trying to figure out what I wanted to remake. And there was Toy Story 2, there was Bugs Life, there was one of the early Lego games. And I chose Toy Story 2 because I think at its core it's almost really good. And it has just a few things that make it not so good. And so I thought it kind of deserved a chance to be a lot better than it was.
That's a really good point. I had never played it until maybe 2 years ago with Gloria, because the only Toy Story game I was all that familiar with before then was the Genesis and SNES ones, which are classic in their own sense. But it was cool just to be able to run around the house. Although the one that kills it, I would later learn, is the Xbox 360 Toy Story 3 one. That
actually is backwards compatible on Series X. And it looks awesome on there, and it plays great. That's where I played it.
Yeah, you should really check out Zach's videos too, because if you want a comforting voice with an accent going through I don't know, Toy Story 2 assets, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
No wonder he's doing so well.
I got a comment recently that said I had 4 different accents, but he said I have an American accent, a Dixie accent, and an Atlanta accent. Because I don't sound like anyone else here in Arkansas, by the way.
So how far away do you live from Boogie 2988?
About 3 hours, probably.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't want to drive by that McMansion. Zach, what's your background? Do you have any like formal training in game design, or what did you go to school for?
Yeah, so I first started messing around with game development like 10 years ago, but I wouldn't consider myself 10 years of experience because I was like playing with like RPG Maker back in like 2014. I made like a anniversary present for my wife, where it's like I made our apartment in there, and I just made like a cute interaction. And it started with that, and then in 2017, I went to university at Full Sail University, a private college in Florida.
Oh yeah, I have a friend who went there. It's a 2-year like associate's degree, or like it's like no, I think it's like 9 months, right? Something like that.
So the program I went with was basically like 2.5 years. I think it was like 29 months.
So like a full-blown certificate program then. Yeah.
Dude, it's considered I have a Bachelor of Science. But
cool.
Receiving a Course Director Award for Project and Portfolio 2 Interactive Design, recipient of the Advanced Achievement Award, and the valedictorian of the class, Zachary Tyler McFink.
But you don't get a summer break or anything. I think that's kind of how they pull it off for one. Yeah, it's 2.5 years. I got my bachelor's, and then while going to university still, I got a job in Austin, or in San Antonio, where I was living at the time. Worked there for a year, contract ran out, and then got a job at where I'm working now. So yeah, I do work professionally as a game designer. My first job was like a VR developer, and now technically my job role is technical and systems designer.
Like EJ, you actually get to work like somewhat related to the thing you studied for.
Yeah, it's a blessing. Before that, I worked at Target, and I was very successful working at Target, but I'm glad to have gotten out of retail.
Well, you're like a work ethic guy, right? Like one of the staples of the tenets of your life is like whatever you're doing, do it well.
Yeah, I think working is actually good for our soul, and I've worked really a lot my whole life. So there's times where I've worked like 2 jobs at once. I'd work like 80 hours a week. I didn't mind it. I actually kind of enjoyed it, and now at this point, I work 40 hours straight at my job, and then I work like 30 hours a week on Toy Story. And,
Great. Wow, 30 hours a week. Holy crap.
Yeah, and then I still, of course, spend time with my family, But yeah, I work a lot.
I know that's my thing. Is like what I do for my leisure is also what I do for my job, and sometimes it can be a little exhausting. But yeah, no, that's really cool.
Well, nothing ever said that like rest means laying down or being at the beach. Like rest can just be like, normally I don't get to work with my hands, so I'm going to go work with my hands when I'm off. Or normally all I do is work with my hands, so I'm going to go do something edifying, mentally or what. Like there's work. You're with your leisure time, you're supposed to do something edifying, right? That's not to say that rest, there's never any room for rest. What do you think? You said, and I completely agree, but I'd like to hear you articulate it. You said that work is good for our souls. Where are you coming from on that?
I think that if you do something well and to your full ability, there's actually something to be proud of. Being able to make something of high quality and put your name on it is really rewarding in itself. I talk about I have a game on Steam, and it's a really bad game. I'm going to make a video on why it deserved to fail, because I made it like 5 years ago at this point. And I've learned a lot, but I put a lot of work into it. It failed, and I'm still really proud of it. I think just having the ability to put something out there with your name on it that required an extra amount of effort is really rewarding. I don't want to preach on this too much, but there's also like a biblical sense to it where I think God put us here to work ever since Adam. And so there's also that portion as well.
And tenets of constancy.
Damn it! I once heard something about it's okay to be tired, but you shouldn't be weary. And I think that when you aren't disciplined with work, when you're not working frequently, or when you lose muscle memory for work. I talked a little bit about this on the Horse Prince thing about, okay, like to be hungry, you got to eat. Work ethic is a muscle you actually have to exercise and condition yourself for. But yeah, I think when you atrophy with work ethic, well, then you're like much further away from ever doing something that would be really fulfilling and rewarding. And I lived in Los Angeles in 2007, just for like 6 months. And there were some people I had graduated with, they were like a year ahead, and they had gotten like a day job adjacent to the entertainment industry. And I remember seeing them, we would hang out and they'd be like, yeah, I'm just so tired from the job at 5 o'clock. I just drop. I'd love to work on my script. I'd love to work on my project, but I'm just too tired. The day job just kills me. I remember like kind of making a vow to myself where I was like, you're going to have to figure out a way to not be tired at 5 o'clock, because 5 o'clock to 11 o'clock is when it's going to happen. It's when the creative life is going to occur. I always really responded to that about you. I was like, this guy is not afraid of, because there is some question about like, why would you want to edit for Red Cow Entertainment anyway? I think it's like, well, it would be fun to connect with others. And also like, it's it's just something to kind of toil with.
And what you say actually really resonates. Like even when I was working at Target, I had this mentality where this like retail job, the CEO doesn't care about me at all. That's okay. I just want to do my job to the best of my ability and help people. Like I kind of see that as kind of like a way to serve.
I love that.
Even though it's just Target, it is a way to serve the community.
That was something I figured out early too, was like the reason I come to work every day, whatever the job was, even the lame jobs that didn't feel all that fulfilling. I was like, it can't be about the boss. It can't be like, well, as long as he's happy, then I'm doing a good job. Like I always had to figure out like, I had to set my own standard and then work to that standard. And that was the only way I was able to find joy. But then once you can do that, you can find joy in almost any task, because now like you've decided what's important about it to you, and then you're going to chase that.
I will say I've only ever quit one job, like rage quit, like Kieran. And I called into Domino's and just told him I wasn't coming in anymore.
Yeah, I worked at Dunkin' Donuts for 2 weeks, and it was just like, I don't know. It was like, why am I working here? It was just like so awful.
Well, I was a delivery driver, so I was getting like $3 an hour when I was delivering, and they would check me out for deliveries early while I'm in the store still, before the order was ready and stuff. And then they would like cuss me out all the time. I was like, I think I can,
really? Oh, that's terrible.
I'll go work at Target for like triple this. It's fine. So yeah. That's the only job I ever rage quit. I don't. In fact, it's the only job I ever quit because I was upset at all.
I'm trying to imagine you rage quitting. You're like, I think I'd like to leave. I think I'm all done with this job. Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all.
Even when I quit, I was like,
leave a kind letter.
Like, bless all your hearts. Fuck y'all. Blow me.
No, I just called and said I wasn't coming in anymore. They said, okay.
I really gave him hell.
Domino's. I just want to thank you for several extremely pleasurable days working for this corporation. Certain unexpected developments have created a situation where I am no longer in need of employment.
Blow me. Your folding ideas video that you edited for us, I thought was just, it went above and beyond. What you took that with like a twinkle in your eye. There was something, you had like something in your brain. Like what inspired you about that subject that made you go that extra level to order tape recorders?
Yeah.
So that people know, let's set the table here. We were, EJ and I were being kind of assholes about we didn't really want to record it, as in we were being RGTs about it. And then we did it and we gave it our all, and anytime that we tackle a topic that is like a little bit controversial, or is going to attract an audience of detractors or whatever, you edit those a little bit more carefully to make sure your ducks are in a row. And a few times now, Zach has done those kinds of videos, but normally I take them on, or I at least consider taking them on. So I was kind of dreading it. I was like, I'm going to be stuck editing this thing. And he grabs it. I was like, oh, thank God, Zach's going to do it. And then it was like, he was like, I hope you don't mind. It might take a little while because I have some ideas for this. I have some folding ideas for this folding ideas. And he's like, I hope, I'm gonna order this DVD player. I'm gonna order this projector. I'm gonna order, like things that were not trivial. And we're like, what is he up to over there? And then, anyway, so yeah. So what happened there?
First off, I'll say Dan is obviously super talented, because getting those angles was a lot harder than I thought and a lot more time consuming than I expected it to be.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it made it look like I just stuck my phone underneath that piano and put a couple of chairs in front of it. But yeah, it was a lot more complicated. I only have like one light, and then I have like a couple of lamps that I use also for lighting and stuff. So yeah, Dan's obviously like knows a thing about cinematography. Yeah, I actually hated the video more than either of y'all. I found it just really annoying.
I didn't know that.
Wow. Yeah, and so I was really inspired to kind of make fun of him a little bit. Like I said, he's talented, but it was worth making fun of him. Yeah, so at first I ordered a tape recorder, and then I decided to order the projector. I found a DVD player. I originally went to Goodwill to find one, and my wife told me I already had one. So I used that. I had to buy a DVD drive. Yeah, I was just really inspired by how clownish I thought the video was. I didn't find anything he said offensive. I wasn't really insulted by the video necessarily. Yeah, I just found it kind of an annoying video. I will say that I'm not really like a huge AVGN fan. I used to be when I was younger, and I stopped watching around the Aladdin and Kingdom Hearts episodes, and then I didn't check them out for years, minus like a couple of videos here and there. I watched a couple of rental reviews, the ones with like Scott.
But you're a huge Scott fan.
I am, yeah. I even have his 2 board games over there.
Oh, he made board games? Wow.
Yeah, he partnered with Hasbro. He has a Clue and a Monopoly.
There's a rumor that he listens to this very podcast.
There is, yeah.
Do you want to say anything romantic to him or anything like that?
Big fan. You're cool.
Do you like his skits with the young men who have fake mustaches and all that? What do you think of all that?
So I actually really love the music he adds.
I'm on a quest to address all the requests. Please understand this kind of stuff is virginetic cachet.
His Borderline Forever video is my favorite video he's done, and he does like 5 or 6 music numbers in it, and I think it's so awesome. Like, I love that.
I just want to break the mold to not follow a path.
You're a little younger than us? You're what, like late 20s?
I'm about to turn 31. My hair's starting to do the James Rolfe thing, you know?
Yeah, you're getting sort of like a Vince Gilligan look, I think.
It seems, anecdotally, it seems really good. I never looked that stuff up. It's like a rabbit hole you would disappear down.
Did you ever see our cartoon where EJ and I made about Vince Gilligan? Did you ever see this?
No? Is it one of your OG videos?
It's not that old. It's like maybe like 8 years old. And we were saying that like everything that this guy makes is gold. Because he is an amazing writer. We called him Vince Gilligoose. He's a golden goose, and he shits golden eggs. And so he's like, so I was living with a giant up in basically heaven, and Jack came up there and stole me from the giant, and I'm shitting out gold ever since for AMC Sony Pictures. So Jack found me, was nice enough to sell me to Sony Pictures Television, partnered with AMC, and by gummy, I've been shitting gold for them ever since. That's one of our best videos we've ever made. You know what? I swear by that video.
I did love Breaking Bad. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, so good. There's so much good about that show. We've talked about it many times on this podcast. I think one of the best things about both Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad is that they're not morally confused shows. Like they tell stories about all these moral misgivings. The perspective of the show is never like, well, maybe Walt's got a point. In fact, Breaking Bad, I think one of the most genius things about Breaking Bad is in episode 5 or something, they give him a deus ex machina where they're like, here's all the money from your old friends, like to help with your cancer treatment. And he rejects it. And so very early, they plant the seed very early. We're like, this guy is looking to commit horrible atrocities.
Yeah, my dad did not like Breaking Bad. He watched it for a season. He did not want to root for the main character being a bad guy. And I guess for me, maybe he missed the fact that he's supposed to see his downfall.
You will find yourself rooting for Walt, and I think that is by design because he's a protagonist, and anything you can understand, you can root for. But the meta narrative is that he's turning into a monster. I mean, yeah, that the show makes that quite clear by the end. And then Better Call Saul does something kind of similar, unlike Breaking Bad, where you're like, I think this guy is kind of devoid of any moral compass. Better Call Saul gives you somebody who you've met already who you thought was despicable, but actually he has lots of good in him, and he's kind of betrayed that. And so it's more of a story of like, will he return to like the good person that he actually is? It's kind of like Darth Vader or something.
Yeah, I like Breaking Bad. I like La La Land.
Oh yeah, that's our big disagreement is La La Land. I couldn't.
La La Land.
I couldn't get.
I thought it's incredible. Yeah, it's like my 3rd favorite film.
Yeah, all right. Well, fine. You edited that crazy video. It's important everybody knows that Red Cow LLC did cover all costs.
Spared no expense.
We spared no expense. So that video got mostly pretty positive reception. I called the video pretentious several times. And I address in the video, I'm like, if this isn't, I've heard from some people it's not pretentious. If it's not, then we need a new word because I don't know like what pretentious is. Well, enough people that I'd like to address it are they insist that his video is not a pretentious video, and I feel disoriented, lost, a little gassy. I'm confused about what they mean by this. You know what? There was a guy on Cinemaster of Truth that replied to our video that said something like, I think that maybe he decided he wanted to do a James Rolfe thing, didn't really find enough there, and decided to kind of like last minute turn it into like, it's a mirror about me and my journey on YouTube.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Sometimes it is just kind of openly shitting on the guy. And other times it's like doing like the weird parody of the video. Like, what did that have to do with like, it's like a mirror to me. It's got nothing to do with anything.
I thought you made a great point. I made the same point as well on Discord, in that if this was supposed to like kind of make fun of film school and James, I think it's really silly because these two guys are nothing alike at all.
They're not.
And so I just think it's, I don't know, this like pretentious film schooly shoot looks nothing like anything James has ever done. Maybe the Polybius stuff, but pretty much like almost nothing James has ever done has looked like that.
The creative cinematography and the mixed media and all of that, I don't know what that's trying to say.
I mean, I think it's a comment. He learned like how to be pretentious at film school, and this is like him displaying his talent.
But if that's true, if you're right, then that still, like, all signs point to like whether it was intentionally pretentious or not, it's pretentious. I'm presenting something as though it's deep when in fact it's not very deep. That's what I mean, folks. And also there are hallmarks of like film art pretension, aren't there? Like mixed media and like he's using cliches, like video essay cliches.
Yeah, literally the man carrying the thing video.
Yeah. A year ago, Man Carrying Things, YouTuber, did like one of his little sketches where he's like, this is how video essayists try to look smart. And he's doing all the shit Zach did in the video.
It all started at the beginning.
I thought this would be fun. Zach has edited for us 17 videos since he started back in it wasn't October that you started editing. It would have been like January, right?
I think late December.
The very first Jirard video was with Jason, and I think no, you edited that, didn't you?
That was my first edit. I sent it to you. You changed it a lot and then sent it back to me, and that made me really familiar with what exactly you're looking for, because I was really familiar with the clip at that point and was able to see what you did. But yeah, so that was like half and half.
Yeah, I remember early on being like, oh, this guy gets me. Well, I'll say for me, I've never worked with like third-party editors. The way I've just always edited most of our stuff, and then EJ's edited his independent stuff, and that was the way we segregated duties. And plus, these are hard work, and so like I didn't expect anybody to stay on board or to stick with it or to be all that good at it. But not only did I get you, but all the other guys have been really amazing too. And we just onboarded 2 new ones. Okay, so you did first Jirard one, then Best of Media 2023, then the Jirard follow-up. And I have to say that Jirard follow-up one might be my favorite video we've done this year. That's the one with the Dream Prophet did the thumbnail where he's eating everything and has the,
Oh yeah, that's great.
That's a great video. And that's, we cut to the video of Mr. Rogers,
Yeah.
Smart girl for her age.
Strong,
I just
independent.
was shocked.
How old is she? How old is she?
She will be able to legally drink soon.
Damn, you dog, dude.
Zach and I just had a lot of fun going back and forth, and like tightening that up and making it as funny as we could. Echo, you did Echo, and you binged Echo on our behalf.
I did. I watched it twice technically, but yeah, I didn't like it.
That's one of the hardest parts about editing for somebody else too. Like if we're reviewing media and you haven't seen the media, like you sort of have to go. Trevor just recently did House of the Dragon, and he's never seen the show, EJ. He took the video and just did his best, and he nailed it. That partially speaks to his abilities, and it partially speaks to the show's ability to have like iconography and like you can spot things visually. You're like, oh, this must be the story,
Yeah, this must be who you're talking about. Yeah, there's a silhouette to each character. Yeah.
Okay, Echo, which you did a great job at. Oscar noms and Emmys. Killers of the Flower Moon. That was a really good one. Then Portuguese RGT. Joker 2 budget. James Somerton. See, you're taking on like the tough ones. You're taking on like the drama. The one about like sticking with your scripts, where we're talking about like 10 pounds and the spaghetti marshmallow thing. Oh shit. Quiet on the Set. That's a really hard one too.
Yeah, you take all the delicate ones.
Yeah. You know what? We've put out some pretty good videos this year. And these are just Zach's. I think you should like and subscribe, everybody. Fallout.
Yeah, everyone loves our take on Fallout.
That didn't go well for me at all. Oh, well, shit. This was a great one. The Flintstones, Mike playing the Flintstones and the Crix controller and him failing at that one part over and over again. That performed pretty well because that one also came out like very shortly after Horse Sprint. So, we were going back to the Cinemaster well a bit. Shazam 2, and you're actually a fan of the Shazam films.
Yeah, I actually really like Shazam a lot. I know it's an unpopular opinion, but I thought it was really fun. The best of the DCEU, or whatever it's called.
Is it an unpopular opinion? Or is there like a contingent that likes those movies? Because they're pretty good movies.
People do like them, but there are people didn't like the most recent one, it seems like. I don't know. I haven't seen the most recent one.
It was pretty good. I'm telling you. I swear by it. I mean, it's not the best thing ever, but I swear by it. And then Philly U Arts. And then Folding Ideas, your piece de la resistance, the one, the clip to end all clips, and then most recently me talking about how doctors should be replaced with AI.
I think so far the media of 2023 is my favorite I've edited. Hold on, can you hear my dogs?
Yeah, we can hear the dogs.
Hold on, okay.
Zach, can you edit this out when here?
Zach, when you're doing this later, you mind editing this out? I can't believe the fucking dogs are barking in the background. That's ridiculous.
Wow, what an asshole. Wow, what an asshole.
I like the best of media of 2023 because it was a really diverse video that had a lot of really interesting points, and so that's why I kind of liked it.
I remember EJ there was like that song from that show that he loved.
From Alan Wake 2.
Yes, or the video game rather. Yeah,
that song made me play Alan Wake 1. I thought it was an incredible song.
Yeah, that was an awesome song, and they do awesome work. I need to play Control because I hear they also have a great song in that one too.
Yeah, I have Control downloaded. I haven't played it yet. I don't play games very often.
Yeah.
Sadly, but
yeah, I have
just make them.
I have Elden Ring's DLC downloaded and I haven't played it yet. Just the life of dads.
Well, let me ask you this before you go: what is it like to edit for Red Cow Entertainment? If there were somebody out there that was like, I might be interested in slobbing with the group, like how would you describe the experience as a 2A third party?
Yeah. Well, first let me just get my wine glass real quick and expose you.
Because you really didn't want to make this video.
Fine, I'll make this video. Editing for Red Cow Arcade is great. It is we have definitely elevated what a clip is, and so the workload keeps getting heavier. But,
yeah, we have to scale it back.
Yeah, because before we had slobs, they were barely edited.
Yeah, they just weren't, and even that was kind of hard because I had to I was like, I got to make a thumbnail for every one of these. I know that people who are big fans of the main channel are upset that those come out less frequently, but it is a little bit more fun for me to do like a big video on the main channel less frequently.
I think that's a good plan. Something else with editing for Red Cow. Everyone who edits for you seems to take feedback like really well.
Yeah, I'm so lucky.
From what I can see too.
That's true.
Yeah, because I feel like that's it could very easily have been like where none of us take feedback well. Like, well, this is what you get. Get over
right.
it.
Either I'm super lucky, and I am. You're not going to offer to edit for a show that you watch and that you're a fan of, and then be like, I'm going to edit it any way I'd like. For instance, Trevor, when we've talked, he's been like, well, he's a good editor. And he's like, I just kind of like the editing practice. And so I kind of like learning like what it is that you would do. And it is interesting because everybody has their own style, but it feels uniform. And it's been kind of fun to watch. Like some of the editors actually have fans in the comments who are like, oh, I always really enjoy Jason clips, or I always really enjoy Zach clips, Yeah,
I was about to say the exact same thing. Yeah, I love like it gives me almost a sense of pride to see when people notice who's editing what and they're getting shout out. I love it. I love that.
It's kind of the opposite of the Cinemassacre slob situation.
Yeah. I will say it also has taught me a lot. Video editing is not my profession by any means, but you have made my videos better too, because I've taken a lot of what you've taught me about pacing, which is the thing that I learned most about editing for you.
I don't know if like somebody who's new to editing thinks that editing is more about flourishes or trying to spruce up the video or something like that. I think like the art of editing is the art of pacing and rhythm. That is what editing is trying to make something flow in such a way that will keep the viewer's attention. BoxMac is a good example where I think that show pulls the viewer along through the whole video. If edited improperly, it might not. Like, there's downtime, there's dead air, there's a lot of ums and ahs because everybody's speaking extemporaneously. I remember one time, like a few people were like, "So do you guys like write scripts and then you like do the scripts?" And BoxMac was like, "These are not scripted." And I was thinking, "Are we just that fucking funny?" I was like, "No. It's that when you edit everything down and you make it seem continuous, like there's a continuous stream of interesting and funny things being said, then it kind of feels like it was intentional."
Gordon Ramsay goes, "Some asshole in the sitting at a table."
Hi there. Yeah? Do you want salt? How do you want this prepared?
What was the thing where his voice cracks?
Where's the lamb sauce?
Well, it's been fun. It's been a total blessing for us. It really has made the arcade channel like way more fun for us. I think we're all pretty much friends. Like we talk all the time about all sorts of things, and it's been great. And you, Zach, have been like an exemplar of that. And it's awesome to see your channel blowing up. Like, if you want to see somebody pour passion into a really cool creative project, and I know like you're all nerds out there, and like you want to see this sort of thing. You want to see somebody take a dinky game and turn it into something epic. @level_redesign. It's a picture of Zach's southern face. And is that what the channel still is? Is a picture?
Yeah,
it could be Buzz Lightyear at this point, or something.
No. I don't think I'll ever change it. That's probably like my brand from now on.
You being all, hey. I love seeing the accumulation of hard work. And when you watch this, however long it is, 20-minute video, you'll be like, holy crap, this guy worked really hard on this. Like, look at the complexity here. And you get to see Zach kind of go through some of like the stumbling blocks where he's like, I tried to solve this one like mechanic for days and then just found out it was a typo, or you just see the rat's nest that is gaming development. Well, Zach, hey, thanks for coming on. And so what we're gonna do is, there's still Todd and there's Trevor and there's a few other people. So we're gonna eventually have everybody on and do a little like profile like this. So thanks for doing the inaugural thing. Thanks for doing the amazing Folding Ideas video. I see the Simpsons arcade in the background, which is featured in that video. I'm glad you're keeping the projector. I hope you project BoxMac right onto your face on a regular basis.
BoxMac on my face, huh? You got it. Come on. All right. Got our projector over here. We'll just set it by the door. Oh, good. Oh, it's so dark. Hey, kitty. Hey, kitty. Got this bad boy. Don't let any mosquitoes or spiders in. Let's go. All right, it's pitch black out here, so you can't see anything. Look. Oh, I got caught. All right, it's like pitch black out here, so that's a little sketchy. Hopefully I don't run into a snake or anything. All right, so as you can see, you can barely see. Oh, wrong button. Oh, it's a little low. Can you see this?
From fever to consumption to madness.
You happy?
Leave this, motherfucker. I guess I gotta try a noodle from this creamy weirdness. It would like cheese.
It's like 95 degrees outside and it's 2 in the morning. Jesus.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
All right, part 2, Slob-a-palooza. I think every time we have a new slob on, we're gonna cut. Like last time it was Slob-a-thon. Now it's Slob-a-palooza. What should like the next one be? Like Slob-a-mania, perhaps?
The Slobber Dome.
Yeah, slobber knocker, obviously. Hey, this is Todd. Say hi, Todd.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, so Todd, why don't you introduce yourself?
Sure. Hey, thank you, by the way, for having me on. So my name's Todd. I've been editing as a slob, a badge I wear very proudly since the beginning of this year. And I've really enjoyed doing this. One of my favorite ones that I got to do was the Retro Bird one, which I did with truly much affection. I love watching that guy's videos, and I saw there were some fans that were not too thrilled with the take that they thought, collectively we were making fun, but we definitely weren't.
Really? There was some feedback that thought that we were crapping on him?
I think calling him like a Midwestern mom maybe wasn't the most flattering thing.
The joke is that he's lame and that he's sad and he's lonely. And it's pretty fucking funny.
How could we forget the king of all video games that came right at the end of the 90s? That's right, DDR.
I saw that the person making comments, not that I follow any of the drama, but I guess I'm vain enough to follow the ones that comment on the ones that I touched, that the same person who commented on his next video to let him know, and the Retro Bird said he was honored by the discussion you two had with
Oh, I didn't know. I never saw that. So you're saying that there was a comment on a Retro Bird video where they talked about us? I didn't see that.
There was. So the person making comments on yours, thinking that, you were raining on his parade, went over to his video and said, hey, you got to check these guys out. I think they're making fun of you. And he and I could read it in his voice, which was the funniest thing, which I won't even attempt to do, but it was, hey, I've seen it, and it sure seems like they're a fan anyway, or something to that effect. So
I get recommended his videos all the time, like very frequently, and it's often like, what's the best system, or what's the best way to play 2D games, or something like that, and I'll click in hopes of like, I don't know why, like I keep getting suckered into thinking he's going to express an opinion. He's always like,
whatever floats your boat.
There's lots of different dimensions to play video games on. Right now, I'm in the 2-dimension myself. And, it's a cardboard cutout of him. That's made up. I just wrote for Retro Bird. But like the dude just somehow fills 15 minutes, says nothing, and I enjoyed it. Figure that out.
Todd, why don't you explain a little bit of your background? Because you didn't just fall out of the slobber nut tree.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I'm sure there's something that came before.
I can't think of anything else that came before. One day I just showed up, and I think what happened was I picked up a 1-Up arcade, and I just kind of got a twitch. And I got another one, and all of a sudden I was assigned videos to edit for all of you. So I think that's how that just all came.
That's how it works. We only hire people who have arcade 1-Ups.
But prior to purchasing my 1-Ups, I had gone to school for video production. And I was fortunate enough right out of school to get a job in that chosen field. And I got to produce on-air content for a cable premium network, the Stars and Encore family of channels, and I created a lot of the promotional content that was on Stars and Encore's channels themselves. So it would tell you when to tune in and to what, and we had a lot of creative stuff. We did a lot of shoots, and I would name drop like heck throughout this, but I would feel gross.
Come on, do it. Name drop!
I got to do a red carpet with interviewing Will Ferrell and Dustin Hoffman.
You stay classy, stars.
Got to do a shoot with Jackie Chan, but they ended up having this great deal with Disney for the longest time, and so
I see.
For whatever reason, I got to be tasked with doing a lot of the Avengers Phase 1 series of movies.
Before we get started, does anyone want to get out?
Getting to do those promos and all of the Pixar things and all the stuff from original series and those big Hollywood hits. See, I sound like a promoter now, but all of those sort of things I got to have a hand in, and it was great. But when I'd have a conversation with my wife at the end of the day, and she would talk about, what either a really satisfying or difficult day she may have had in her career, And the worst thing that I could say is like, yeah, I watched 4 movies and none of them were that great. I ended up deciding I needed to get a real job. So I moved into the corporate world from there. So now I fill my creative cup outside of the workplace.
That's kind of how it was for me with like, because Nina's in medical. And I'd be, oh, I had a terrible day. I had a big outage or what, so there's a VIP problem. And she's like, oh man, that sucks. Yeah. I lost a patient that I've known for 8 years. I'm like, oh, never mind. I guess it's fine. So what got you into video film? And I mean, were you like a film guy as a child or what, and it sounds like you were doing kind of a little bit of everything when you were doing media production professionally, like you were doing editing and videography.
Yeah, I was. So kind of going all the way back to the beginning. If you were to Google my name and Back to the Future, I would probably be embarrassed by the things you may find related to that. I was inspired from the time I was super little by that series of movies. And I decided that once I realized that movies just didn't happen, that they, a whole team is there behind those to make intentional decisions and do that.
People just don't realize the glamour, the excitement of Hollywood.
I just started watching them over and over. Some may say obsessive. I was studying.
Yeah,
I wasn't, but that's how I sleep at night.
That's very much. That was the same thing for me. It was like there was pre-understanding that people make movies, and there was post-understanding that people make movies.
Exactly.
I just showed Gloria Back to the Future, by the way. She always wants a bedtime story, and I'm sorry. I'm like, once upon a time there was Marty McFly. This is where I go with this sort of stuff.
It's heavy.
And yeah, she's like, Dad, this is heavy. Like, you keep using that word.
Whoa, this is heavy. There's that word again, heavy. Why are things so heavy in the future? Is there a problem with the Earth's gravitational pull?
I decided to just go ahead and use all the swearing. You're going to see some serious shit. Get your damn hands off her.
You really think I ought to swear?
Yes, damn it, George, swear. And so she's like a little scandalized the whole time. But the quote that has stood out in our family was in Back to the Future 2 when Griff goes, "Since when did you become the physical type? Since when did you become the physical type?" Like I emphasized that to her. I was like, what is with that line reading? And then I thought she forgot all about it. Maybe 2 days later, she goes, "Hey, Dad, since when did you become the physical type?"
It came out when I was 3. And I remember going to the theater while my brothers and my dad went and saw Back to the Future. I found out years later, my mom and sister thought it would be a better future move for me. And they took me to see the first Sesame Street movie, Follow That Bird. Clearly the superior title of the two.
Yeah, obviously not. But you know what? Not terrible either.
It really isn't. I showed my kids when they were at that appropriate age, Follow That Bird. And I kept saying, it's no Back to the Future, but I'm not having a bad time.
It's basically, it's a mad world in the Sesame Street world, or at least a portion of it is. There's the bizarre notion in that movie that, they for a long time, Snuffleupagus was an imaginary character, and at some point he wasn't anymore. Am I right about this?
Yeah.
In that movie,
I think so.
Yeah, he's still firmly an imaginary character in that movie. And so, like, Big Bird is moving away from Sesame Street. He's going to go be with other birds, and he's having to have these highly sentimental goodbyes with Snuffleupagus. It's like if EJ were to go to California, this is how he and I would interface with each other. It's like I think in universe canon, he's talking to nothing when he's talking to this elephant. And there's like one shot that is stuck in my mind where Snuffleupagus is going like, "Goodbye, bird. I'm gonna miss you, bird." He's calling him bird. Anyway, I apologize.
Goodbye, bird. Don't forget, I'm coming to visit.
I would watch the tapes over and over and over until they would wear out. And there was virtually no making of. Eventually there was, but there was almost nothing. And so what I found was that unintentionally I was studying how those movies were made. And of course it wasn't the only thing that I watched, but it was what you know, probably was comfort food that I kept going back to over and over. And so that I figured would die off as I got older, and it totally hasn't. And but it's what inspired me to want to get into that. And so you know, over the years throughout my career, I've gotten to work with, or at the very least meet, but I've gotten to work with a lot of the folks that were involved either behind the scenes or on camera with that. And it's truly a dream come true, and kind of a childhood dream realized in that way. And so I think that's how I kind of got to where I was. And then I spent all of that time working at Stars doing it. It was primarily just kind of general producing, which was coordinating everything from the editors and the audio editors and the graphic designers, or on set directing shoots and everything else. But we played a pretty heavy hand in virtually everything there, in how it was produced and how it was all put together.
When you first reached out, you were like, well, I've been editing for years and it seems like fun. How did you find us? Where you said you've been watching for years.
So I found you guys well before the pandemic. I think your BoxMac. So it was from the BoxMac series. And
BoxMac.
Yeah, I remember that show.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like if you poll like 100 people, it probably is like 80% right now is James Rolfe.
Yeah. So we like that. I just talked to a guy that he asked me to be on his podcast, and I was like, oh, so you found us through James Rolfe, and he was like, no, I found you because you were talking about VHS and nobody else is talking about VHS. I was like, wow, that's got to be the first time I've ever heard that. That'd be like if somebody said like, no, I found you because you're talking about Bluey, and I love Bluey.
Yeah, it had to have been around maybe 2016, maybe 2017.
That's pretty early in BoxMac canon.
It was, and truly it was the YouTube algorithm gods, just everything aligned. And I can't remember the exact first one that I saw.
Just dreadful. Oh boy. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not the color dial on your television.
That one looks quite like a matte color.
Yeah. You can calibrate your monitor to this.
Yeah, to that one there. Oh, it's miserable. It's like Onion Buster. That's what it is. Bloody Onion Buster.
But it was funny because seeing all of your personalities and how you all interacted with one another, it reminded me of you guys were the type of guys I hung out with. This was almost like film school all over again.
You know, that's what you get when you're an asshole in the comments. F you, Matthew Harrington. We're willing to go to this extent to f you over. Go f yourself.
I recommend the Hy-Vee.
Oh, golly.
I saw a lot of those parallels. And then over the years, I started realizing there were these other connections where I know, Frankie, you and I chatted, but we have a friend in common that I didn't even realize until you did your Who is Red Cow Entertainment. When I realized that one of the connections you had in there, I had to reach out and go, dude, no way. I had already been in communication with you, but I thought, oh my gosh, what a small world we live in. That here at the time, I think I was still in, I lived in Colorado at the time. Here I was in Colorado and you guys are in Massachusetts, but we still happen to know this one guy in common.
Oh, Robert Muratori.
And it's so funny because one of his best friends is one of my best friends. And so frequently I would go over to my friend's house for different events like Oscar parties and whatever. And Robert was there, and Robert even was crew on some of my Stars shoots as well. And it was funny that I had no idea that I knew he had gone to school with Parker and Stone, but I had no idea that he was in Cannibal the Musical.
Yeah, he was the DP.
Yeah. And silly me, I had no idea. And so yeah, it was just this weird kismet coming together of this weird separate, and not to get all heady, but these weird separate universes in my life just all kind of merged. And
yeah, that's so interesting. How does that? I do like, you know, sometimes when those crazy things happen, it feels like, oh, well, maybe just in a world of possibilities, sometimes coincidences converge. But I guess like if you were just to play the odds and you'd say, well, I'm interested in these things, he's interested in these things, these are the circles he's going to run in, these are the circles, like I suppose those happy accidents aren't so unlikely, but they seem like they would be incredibly unlikely.
Sure.
Robert was he was fun because obviously it was one of the most formative movies for me as a filmmaker. And then I got to be part of their documentary, and I figured, I would just come out to New York, we'd shoot my bit and I'd leave, but they were super nice. Him and Alexander Philippe were like really, really sweet guys. And then Robert actually kept in touch with me, which I didn't expect. And we did become friends. Like we talk, like we still talk somewhat, every once in a while. And he's a really talented cinematographer. Like I know he continues to do a lot of work, and he does it like at almost every resolution. Like he'll do DIY stuff and he'll do bigger stuff. Yeah, he's a talent, and he's just such a nice guy.
Absolutely. And it's funny that you said that. It just reminded me that they did a special, I wouldn't necessarily call it the world premiere, but they did this basically advanced screening in Denver of The People versus George Lucas. And I think it might have been before I had kids, I think. And but anyway, my wife and I went with our friends because our friends happen to be in it as well. And I remember I did not laugh nearly as hard as I did with, thanks to now I know both of you guys, with the I can paint my house any color as I want.
Oh yeah.
Long as it's Jar Jar.
You can't be preoccupied with what other people think. Like Star Wars, for instance, is my story. Just like my house is, my house. So if I want to paint my house green, even if everyone else thinks it should be red, guess what? I'm going to paint it Jar Jar.
And for years, I was quoting that. And when I found BoxMac, had no idea that was you guys.
Whoa,
no
that's
idea.
crazy.
I hadn't dove in, and it was so funny because it all just kind of came together. And
we've been making content. We've been making content for a long time. I was showing Nina Zach's Slob-a-thon video, and he had asked that we were talking about the Vince Gilligan cartoon we made, and he was like, "Did you guys make that recently?" And I said, yeah, it was kind of recent. I think it was like only 8 years ago. It's like, when the 20-year-olds were 12. But when you've been making stuff for 25, 30 years, like it starts to.
I mean, I just got a Facebook notification, and it was like, oh, here's a memory from 10 years ago. And it was us at the Having Fun up there at the Mass Independent Film Festival. So it was just like, it was like 10 years ago, baby. BoxMac will be 10 years old next year. So.
In March. Was it Ernest Hemingway? Things happen gradually and then all at once. Yes, steadily I've been feeling older, right? As you realize, like, oh, I'm not so connected to that. Oh, I'm okay, I guess I'm the older guy here. But this year, 38, has been the year that it's come up the most. Like more than it, like it's we're getting into territory where it's more likely than not that I'm going to interact with somebody who's younger than me instead of older than me. Or it's more likely than not I'm going to find myself making some reference to, or there'll be some point of reference that I'm like, oh yeah, this is old hat, but we already know all about this, right? And people are like, no, I'm brand new to the planet Earth.
Not brand new. And then they use a word like Riz, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Like, no cap. No cap, King. But I don't know, like, EJ, are you feeling that way? Todd, like, when was there a point in time where you're like, oh, okay, like all of a sudden I feel older than I used to?
Well, I mean, I work with a lot of boomers, so I think I still feel pretty young. It's with love. Yeah, it definitely online it feels like it's more and more a young person's game.
Or I was overhearing a conversation the other day between two young people. They were talking about politics, and they were like, I just feel like right now they're listening to us Zoomers more than we've ever been listened to before, and we're not used to it. Nobody ever listens to us. I'm like, people fucking listen to you. Oh, I've listened to you. Oh, I've heard a thing or two.
I've heard enough of you.
Oh, I've listened. Now it's time for you to listen.
I came to BoxMac and stayed more for kind of the relationships and the interactions more than the food. Though, as a side note, I started watching as a fitness model, but then I tried to do an eat along with everything you guys made, and we need to have a conversation because. But when you made the transition and knowing that it was just both of you on there, I fully bought into it and was like, yeah, I'll totally watch this. I was watching BoxMac every weekend that it was being released?
Yeah, every Sunday for a long time. Yeah.
In the unboxing and BoxMac after hours and all of that stuff, I would watch it if not while it premiered, within 24 hours. And so when you started doing the podcast, it was largely all stuff up my alley, though I kept thinking that you guys should do more work with that John Hunt.
How come you never do any videos with him? I don't understand. He's so lovely.
Just a suggestion, though.
I made you're referencing. I made a comment in a recent podcast where I was like, sometimes I'll run into people. They'll say you should make more videos with John. I'm like, I've made 1,000 videos with John, like quite literally 1,000, and they're all highly edited and everything. And I actually got some comments that were like, I think we mean new videos with John. Oh man. Somebody made a comment. They were like, content creation and distribution is difficult because the nature of it being free, whether it's powered by ads or whatever else, but the nature of it being free, the nature of, the fact that it's like, you can just watch anything on, ad infinitum on YouTube. It means that you can take something that somebody worked really hard on and consume it like really rapidly and move on to the next and be like, where's the next one? I know the whole culture is like it's a consumer culture, but
sure.
This person commented, I thought intelligently, they were like, you don't really do that with like higher value restaurants or high, like you go in there and you're like, you're meant to enjoy your meal and you don't like demand the next one. It's not a convenience store, but YouTube's a convenience store, I suppose. So when did you decide, hey, maybe they'd like me to edit for them?
Yeah, so it had always been this. It's going to sound creepy to say it was a pipe dream. It wasn't quite to that extent, but I kept thinking like, I wish I lived in the same region as you guys because I would love to help out however I could because it would get me back into kind of what I've always done. And so when you and EJ just happened to be speaking offhand about maybe we can get some slobs, I thought, all right, it's now or never. If you're serious, I'm totally just throwing my hat in there. And if you're not, I will play it off like, yeah, I wasn't serious either.
I would never be a slob.
Yeah, come on.
So I think after the new year, we'll see whether or not we take a page out of Scott Lawaz's book here. Jay from OSW, he messaged me at length, and he sternly told me I need to do this. he's like enough's enough, man. He's like, you're gonna love the efficiency. Like you can't like live your life editing.
Luckily you were serious and you gave me and others a chance, and it's been so incredibly fun. I intentionally don't have a YouTube channel, and it's not that I don't have things to say or things to show, but I'll tell you, my back catalog of the content I made as a kid and as a young man does not hold a candle to what either of you have done. Instead of kind of posting my own stuff, I enjoy supporting and whether it's helping or watching or in this case, participating in kind of elevating others. And
I think it's great.
And Todd, and what I really appreciate about you is that, a lot of our slobs have kind of gotten they're like a topic, like a groove that they get into, like pop culture or movies. It seems like you can tackle anything, or you're up for anything. So yeah, you do the show and tells, you do bluey, you like tackle anything and you knock it out of the park. So it's like really, I appreciate the everymanness of you.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll tell you, it's truly the pleasure of getting to see what the topics were discussed. When I see it the next morning and go like, ooh, what can I pick? What can I snag? And getting to do just about anything. And even I was amazed that Zachary a few weeks ago did the House of the Dragon video, not having seen it, because
Trevor, yeah.
I too am somebody who that is not my show. And it was the last thing that I would volunteer for, not because I didn't think it would be worthy of my time. It was, I have no point of reference for any of this
it's
stuff.
hard. Yeah.
And So because of that, some of the stuff especially when it's related to Red Cow lore. So any of your, I'll say characters, but you have an incredible cast of just your friends that you surround yourself with. I feel like I know the content well enough that I can at least pull some of the references on my own with little research doing that.
No, you're strong at that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. But when I saw that, selfishly, the only one that I intentionally snagged was that Wheel of Fortune one.
Oh, yes.
Because I was like, guess what, folks? I need to toot my own horn here. And and one day I'm going to talk about it live on the podcast, and they're going to say, not only did Todd get older, Todd doubled himself in size.
Well, I'll tell you this. I because John loves game shows so much, and he was on that episode, and I thought it was a really good discussion, and you did a wonderful job on that episode, because not only did we talk about Wheel of Fortune and showed you on the show, and which I think is so much fun, but we were talking about the end of the broadcast day and all, just old guy TV stuff, which I love. Oh, yeah. But I was like, I just assumed that John had seen it, because John famously doesn't watch the content that he's in typically.
Yes.
Like Red Cow content way better than John does. Okay. Like John does not know, like, I mean, if you watch BoxMac or whatever, you'll quickly realize that the dude doesn't remember when we said this or when we did that, or like I'm like a big Red Cow fan. I think everybody could tell. Like I too am like real into what we do around here, but he's not. And but he was.
It's like he wakes up fresh every day, and like we put him on the show, and it's like a new job.
Yeah, no, it's true. He's like, I'm sure we've done that Mac before, haven't we? And we've never done that. But he had been watching the clips, and I thought the reason was because he's not in them, and maybe some of the topics are interesting. So I thought for sure he was going to watch that episode, and I brought it up to him, and I was like, did you see the Wheel of Fortune one? He was like, no. I was like, you're not watching the clip. I said, you got to watch. I said, Todd the Slob is in the Wheel of Fortune episode. This is incredible stuff. So here's what I want to do. I want to go through everything you've edited for Red Cow Arcade. And, yeah. So it'll give us it's only been since January until now in August, right? So but let's actually see how many you've edited. You have edited 16 videos. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Your very first one, Kevin Spacey appearing on Tucker Carlson.
That's a good one.
What do I in?
You can't get rid of me. I'm Foghorn Leghorn.
And besides, I know what you want. You want me back.
You did a great job. That would have been the first one that we calibrated, where we were like, a little less of this, a little bit more of that. Now you're part of a small group that I call the Alpha Slobs, which there's like 3 or 4 of you that I think just know me. You know me down to my white meat. But we don't need to do a lot of back and forth anymore. Then you did the Hyperkin Mega 95, the product that seemed interesting, but I don't think anybody bought. Well, it was a Hyperkin that you could put it was the spiritual emulation successor to the Nomad. That's what it was.
Wait a minute. When did this emulation stuff start? Because I've been collecting all these physical games for years.
How many games do you have back then?
Oh, thousands. I have most. I will never have it all, but I have most of the North American NES set.
Damn.
It'll never be complete because there's no way I would spend that much money on some of the highest priced games.
Do you have a little Samson?
I do not.
Do you play them? Do you ever pop them in and play them?
Yeah, I do when I get a chance.
No EverDrive? Really you don't fuck with an EverDrive?
I don't. I've never
truly EverDrive. It's right behind him.
Yeah.
There it all is.
It's all.
You have to worry about transferring. I just need to get the cobwebs and the dust off the contacts.
Yeah.
but no, honestly, even though I played as a kid and even like the Nintendo, we had a Commodore 64 and ultimately we got a Sega. But I was always told, no, you can't have a Nintendo. We got a Commodore. We have every game you want. But I was like, we don't have Mario. And it's like, but you have all these other things. So
I mean, NES turned the page, man. Like NES was Although, in our recent computer warehouse, computer learning museum thing, John had named a few modern day developer Commodore 64 games. And I had to source the clips for it. And I was like, these games look kind of sweet. I kind of want to play some.
They really do.
Yeah.
And this is my favorite Commodore, the 128D. I do have one of these at home. Most of the best games have been made in the past 5 to 10 years.
Really?
Now that people have had tons of years with the machines, they can figure out all kinds of, special tweaks to make incredible things.
A lot of it was nostalgic while I was getting back into collecting, but my kids were young enough at the time that I was like, even though they're NES hard, some of the games would be easy to get my kids into gaming and whatever. And that totally worked. And now what I find myself down here in the basement is, if I have a break in my day or in the evening, I'll pop it into one of the CRTs. And I just got top loaders for each, the NES and the Super Nintendo. I never had top loaders until last month. That's been making it somehow extra fun.
Wait, what's a top loader for the SNES?
Or the SNES
I apologize. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, of course, all Super Nintendos are top loaders. Of course, I'm sorry,
but
yeah,
the second revision.
The junior, the junior
form factor.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what
sorry
I
about that.
Yeah, you're fired. Sorry. Get the fuck out of here.
Hey,
pack your shit. Pack all your NES games.
Send it to us. You forfeit.
And we're back.
All right, so then we had Retro Bird, which we've covered. Then the Holdovers, which was an expertly done clip. I really wanted that one to come out good because I felt really passionately about the movie. Actually, I love that movie. I can't wait for Christmas this year just so I can watch that movie again.
And I'm hopeful. I'm physical media for everything, including movies. And I'm hearing that that's going to come out on 4K in the US before the end of the year. So I'm hoping
it hasn't yet.
It's not. It's not confirmed. No, not in 4K. But
I thought at first you were going to say I'm hoping for the Holdovers too.
Yeah, well, I want to know what happens during summer break now.
Gonna be like
just
Joker
left
too.
it wide open.
Yeah. True. Yeah. True. Like, where does he go after he rage quits?
Yeah.
This could be like
a shot on the volume, and it's like totally shit.
Got Lady Gaga plays Harley Quinn in it and everything. All right. So, and then we did videos ripping off Red Cow. There was an epidemic of plagiarism going on.
I love the gentleman who I guess is truly respected for items that he seriously reviews, and because one was trash cans or trash bags.
The video is called Best Trash Bag, Glad versus Hefty versus Kirkland. Let's find out.
Those sons of bitches.
Can you fucking believe this? And, it's not shot nearly as nice.
Which brand is the best? We'll compare the trash bags for drawstring and trash bag strength. Then we'll see which bag has the most tear resistance and which bags offer the best grip on the top of the trash can.
And ours is much funnier. And because you've got John in a trash bag costume in ours. I love those too. Especially who can, I really, I say almost unironically, the trash bag webinar is, I think, our best video we've ever made.
Yeah, the Zoom call, yeah.
Now, did you want to put that in full screen, or are we gonna?
I think that this is the best way to view it.
Even if there's confidential notes at the bottom, we should still see all of those. Right now, I'm wondering if that graph that you're clearly showing us actually measures anything. If it's going to be revealed later,
it's just an illustrative graph, kind of conceptual.
I sent it around to my team and everybody else that I was like, all right, here's some context. Here's what it is. And I had one guy on my team that's like, are these those guys you sent me a video who eat mac and cheese? I'm like, it's so much more than that.
More than that, damn it.
I tried to show my coworkers because I was making fun of them and I wanted them to see it. And they were like 20 minutes. Fuck you. And they never watched it. And I was like, fine, I'll just make fun of you to the rest of the public. All right. And then Dark Forces Remaster, which was awesome because there's Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2 footage in there and all that. And then Christmas False Graph and The Ring. Oh, that must have been earlier. All right. These might not be in order. But yeah, you did where we were talking about me buying the rare Christmas False Graph plates. Right. And also Mark sent us The Ring on GBA. Princess Peach Showtime. Bluey The Sign. Everybody knew that video was coming.
Well, of course.
Oh, this is a good one. Dora the Explorer, Ghostwriter and the VR Zone. This is where topics get a little bit mixed up.
This is where I can praise Todd for just getting grab bags.
We put up the video today of I was talking about how doctors should be replaced by AI. And somebody left at some point in there, we made a Mike Matei, like, when is it not going to be for pussies thing. Is there any way to do this with generative AI? Is there any way to have the doctor?
Could you put a lab coat on a robot and they can ask you these questions?
Hello, Mr. Frayne. It can sound like Taylor Swift or whatever. It could be anybody. Change it to the Mike Matei AI. When are you not going to be made for pussies?
When is it gonna be not for pussies?
And somebody was like, only at Red Cow Arcade can I hear about like the medical industry with a Mike Matei reference, you know? And then there was the fan mail show and tell, where we got like all kinds of different things. FU money. You did a lovely job on the FU money one because you had to put together napkin math.
Oh
yeah,
love that.
Yeah.
Love that. And honestly, I had to keep it straight for myself. So I was starting to write it down and I'm like, wait a minute, this is it.
It was great. It was great. Let's say he's 35 and he's got $600,000 and he stops getting income and he plans to live till he's 80. That's $13,000 a year that he's got to live off of that. I think I got most of the audience to come around. So they weren't.
I agree.
They weren't following my finances at first, but I was like, folks, finances are about time. Not 1 year of income. Then Tiny Toons and Chasing Amy on Laserdisc. Were you familiar with Tiny Toons? My summer vacation before that.
So I remember seeing it as a kid. Must have rented it, I assume, on VHS. It's so funny what a small world and the great coincidences between all of our lives. I had just picked up the DVD. 2 days later, I see the list of topics, and I'm like, "You've got to be kidding me! This is too perfect."
Yeah, I loved it. And I really do treasure that Laserdisc. It's proudly presented.
You should.
It's such a strange piece of physical media, and I just love it. And then Pat Sajak retires, which I think I think it defines you, frankly, your whole life professionally. No, when we were talking to Zach, we were saying that his the Bespoke video about Dan Olson, that kind of is like his piece de la resistance of his, time as being a slob. I think that for right now,
amazing.
Your Pat Sajak one defines you. Yeah.
Todd. Tea. Yeah, 5 teas at $600 a piece. Take a look. Maybe you can do it. $1,600 a piece. I mean, he has $8,000. Shh.
It comes with the territory.
You got it. That's what we like. That's better. That looks much better. Oh man.
Yeah. So if I can have you help me top this, if you guys could just have a whole podcast dedicated to Back to the Future, I don't need to be in it. I'll just source your clips. But if you could bring it up organically and add in James Rolfe and other heavy hitters that could get the clicks.
I'm sure I'll pick it up on VHS soon.
Perfect.
Oh, definitely.
Perfect.
Since when did you become the physical type?
Love it.
Then you did Inside Out 2, which means you had to edit poor Gloria. Little Gloria.
Adorable.
She was very happy and proud to be on the podcast, and she's gotten a taste of it now. She's like, she was asking me, like, can we just do a whole podcast about, I don't remember what the topic was, some other movie that she was excited about. She's like, can I just come on? We'll do 2 hours on that topic.
2 hours, yes.
And I let her ride in the front seat. In Massachusetts, you got to be 8. She's 7. Look at her. And she wrote.
Why did you do that? You're gonna get arrested.
Really?
I struggled with one part of that, and it was, do I keep private for the two of you where she whispered to you wanting to get that affirmation if she was doing okay, and your absolute assurance to her that of course you're doing great. I was like, this is too friggin' adorable. I'm pulling this out full screen. Everybody has to see it, and I'm so thrilled that was left in.
Am I doing okay?
It's precious to me. I mean, a day will come where we're going to be very glad that we have that video. So thank you.
Yep.
And then the Computer Warehouse postmortem, where I'm talking about how I don't like it when I get crap for my jacket or whatever, whatever I'm going on about. So that's your 16, man. And then you'll do this one because that's just it. It's how it goes. Yeah, that's how it goes. When I showed Nina Zach's and she was like, "No, you didn't make him edit his own clip." I was like, "Of course he has to edit his own."
Yeah, of course.
But all right, well, let's conclude it with this question. So, like, if somebody were out there that was like, I don't know if I want to edit for strangers on the internet. Like, what has the experience been like ultimately from when you first did it sounded like you were excited about the notion. Then how does that match the reality for the past 8 months?
Sure. Yeah. So my only concern initially was, would I have and I'm truly not setting up for a joke, but would I have the time in my free time to be able to do this? Once I decided, yes, I do. And it was truly an honor for me to get started with that. And the only part of the time commitment that you have to consider is that if you want to make something that is fun and does have a bit of meaning behind it, and does banter between two friends and talking about a movie or a game or some other person on another social platform or whatever saying something, does that really have the greatest life-altering meaning? No, probably not. But it's a great piece of entertainment that you can be proud to put your own little stamp on and do. And so for that, it's a very fulfilling promise to anybody who wants to do it. And I would say that if at a minimum, certainly you need to have the technical software to be able to do it. And if you have a background or at the very least an interest and a true passion and drive to want to learn, nobody can be taught instinct, but you can start picking things up and learning as you go. And it's great because so many people on a Discord, and I'm the least social media connected of probably everybody, but it's so great because everybody is everybody else's cheerleader in this. There's like we will, I hate to spoil this for the masses, but we slobs get to see these videos before they get released for everybody else, and it's nothing but a mutual admiration society for everybody involved. And it's great because especially like Zachary's Bespoke video was so amazing, and I'm watching it going like, oh man, the things I would do now knowing that I can maybe have the creative runway to be able to do this. And I'll just tell you, like, hey, give me another week because I got something that's going to knock your socks off.
When it was first proposed, like, hey, why don't you guys get some helpers? Well, first of all, how do I know that anybody is going to be anybody talented is going to be able to commit any kind of time to something like this? We pay money, but not real money is the truth of it. And so I didn't know, because we pay in accordance with what's coming in from the clips. And so I just didn't know. But a few people had come to me and they said, the clips seem easy. I'll do all the clips. And then you focus on the main channel. But instead what happened, the thing that I didn't plan for was we got a big group of people that meant that everybody got to focus on one clip for a 2-week period, even though we release videos once every 2 days. So you can basically stack the whole upload deck with work that somebody puts quite a few extra hours into. And then it turned into like, oh, okay, well then that also means that like, if I'm going on a trip next week, I can just give a heads up like, hey, I can't do a clip next week. And it's like no big deal. And, people have each other's back.
Last week.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And I have, almost everybody has had that once or twice. And yeah, so now we're bringing in a few extra people so we can have that extra buffer. And also, so, I've found myself having to do, it's good that I do the ones that I do because some of them just require my, like, if I feel really passionate about the topic, they require my hands, but, but other times, like, at first I thought maybe that was the case for the Dan Olsen video because it's a more delicate topic. No, it made way more sense for Zach to do that. So,
great.
Letting other people do their own thing. And yeah, that's what's, I think that the audience has started to pick up on the fact that different editors have different styles. Hopefully it feels all like one show and one voice, but definitely you can tell a Trevor edit from a Jason edit, from a Todd edit. I think you can anyway. And I think that's really fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you, before I stepped into this and I would watch the content that I knew each one of you was editing, Frankie, obviously it was pretty obvious what you yourself were editing the vast majority, and EJ with your EJ Cooks or your reviews. And it was funny because I was seeing a lot of the similarities into how I edit, whether when I did on camera stuff when I was on TV, and I would do the self-deprecating things like you do, EJ, which, by the way, fantastic. And one day I can't wait for some sequel to Beans for Your Dad.
Oh yeah, you got to do that. That'd be great.
Is this my dad? No, of course not. My dad's not a skeleton. Who told you that? Who told you that? Who told you that? Made sure to stir it halfway through. An hour later, and the beans are done. Beautiful baked beans. Beans for my dad.
Oh my gosh.
That was the one and done. I almost retired after that one.
You could have
quit Red Cow.
You could have. You could have. It was amazing. But Frankie, what you would also do with all of the Red Cow Entertainment stuff, especially BoxMac, where you didn't have to explain to people why something was important, why something was funny. You showed them why by sourcing the highest quality clips to show what went into it. And if you go back even to the earliest arcade clips, there wasn't a lot of that because this was supposed to be audio anyway.
Right.
And it was just you two talking. It kept me interested, but it's great because now we can all help elevate what this is visually to what the bar you two have already set and the rest of the team for everything else on kind of the main channel that way. And it's a blast. So if you're looking to get rich or to buy a full physical game collection from editing these clips, by the way, thanks a lot, guys. It is truly nothing but a genuine honor and pleasure to get to have the smallest piece of getting to put out some of the great content you all are putting together. And yeah, thank you. Thank you for putting up with some of my edits that I've put out there.
Oh, they're great.
So,
they're all great.
yeah,
We love them.
truly.
And I want to thank you not only for your graciousness and you came to us looking to help us, which is just so awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for somebody with like a positive attitude, this dude, Todd, is like, it's infectious. He's always like, yeah, like absolutely, like, hey, can you change this? Absolutely. It's always a great attitude. And honestly, like that's rare these days. So it's your superpower. And I really, I'm so thankful for all the great work that you've done. I hope we do it for a long, long time from here. So thank you.
Likewise. And next time I'm out east, I'll want to take your whole crew to dinner.
Yes.
And we'll have to all get together and finally make my full dream come true of producing one of your BoxMac episodes, because then I can retire from
or we could all walk into an Ocean State job lot and film it, and then you'll be able to die happily.
And then you can edit it.
Wait. Then if they sell enough beans, we can transition that into maybe buying the products so you can make more beans maybe for your dad.
And that's how you make beans for your dad. I did it. I went through the whole video without making one fart joke.
I think Beans for My Dad could be a 200 episode series.
Like
I don't know if anybody else would watch. I know damn well I would.
Yeah. So if nothing else, we've got one.
Here's my next bean.
That's
lima bean. Let's cook it.
Perfect.
Lima bean for dad.
Lima bean. I have one.
Well, thank you, Todd. Thank you so much. We'll see you in the next edit.
Likewise. Hey, thank you guys so much. I really, really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you. It's beans.
Oh, yay!
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
Slobby Dobby Part 3. We've got the meme lord himself. We've got Trevor here from catching. No, okay, hang on.
I mean, come on, get the name right at least.
Yeah, fuck. I always go in the description and I attribute the edit for each slob to their YouTube channel. And you've edited lots of clips for us at this point. Every single time I go into the description, I'm like, at catching up on through about it's always, and I think one time I did just like credit some stranger on YouTube, and you're like, you could credit me probably, right?
I mean, it's not a big deal. Like, the podcast isn't successful. We don't have an audience or anything. It's just like a small point of pride where it's like, look, come on, like, my name's Trevor, not Travis. Could you at least say my name right, Frankie?
Wait a minute, did I call you Did I ever call you Travis?
No, but plenty of people in my life absolutely have. And
okay.
I've been too kind to say anything, so it's like 3 months down the line, and they're like, "Oh, I'm so sorry."
I had an experience like that in high school chemistry. Like on class rosters and stuff, I'm always Francis. And very quickly, I'm like, hey, I go by Frankie.
It's Frank.
So this one guy, this chemistry teacher, he ended up calling me Fran.
Oh, Fran. Isn't that normally a girl's name?
Mm-hmm. Many people might know, like, that is a legit short version of Francis. My dad went by that as a kid, but I do not identify as a Fran, okay? and it's made more complicated by the fact that my last name is easily confused with Fran because it's Frane, like a train. And he had this like kind of distinguished voice and accent, this like Massachusetts. He was like, all right, Fran, do you want to talk about the periodic table, Fran? Fucking all year, everybody was like, Fran.
Oy, that's terrible. It's also a joke from Anger Management. His name is Frank.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I saw that movie in theaters. That was when it felt like Jack Nicholson was about to retire. He's still very much alive. And all I know about Jack Nicholson now is that he's like lathering on suntan lotion on a boat. Like every summer for the last 3 years, I've seen memes that are like, it's going to be a Jack Nicholson summer.
It's either him eating a sink sandwich or him on a yacht.
Yeah. He'll be in a hotel room and he goes out on the balcony and just like he has like a shirt on and it's like covered in sweat and people are like, this is who I am too.
Living life.
Big hairy mammaries.
It looks like he's just like letting out like the biggest like sigh of his life.
Just clapping his tits in the wind.
Like there's a few people like that where you're like, wow, they're still going.
Yeah, him and Ric Flair, shit.
Oh my God. Ric Flair looks like he's about to pop from alcohol poisoning for the last like half a century.
Oh, he's had a lot of close calls.
Yeah. Actually has been in the hospital, but he always finds a way to cut a promo out of there.
Woo.
That's his heart rate monitor.
It just says woo.
Woo. Woo. Woo. Woo. Yeah, so Trevor, you're an alpha slob, my friend. I hope you're proud. Tell us about you. Like, how did you come to us, and what's your background? You mentioned that you do a podcast. Tell us your origin story.
Well, I guess I'll start with how I found y'all, or you guys, as my dad would say. I found you guys through the internets.
Are you from the East Coast?
No, actually, I'm from Seattle, born and raised.
Is your dad from the East Coast? Because you guys is pretty East Coasty.
See, that's the thing, is my dad is from Philly. And actually, I guess that connects to my next point here is I found you guys, like a lot of folks, through the AVGN stuff. I saw the brown shorts video that everybody talks about. It's great. I've sent it to my friends and stuff. But after I started digging a little bit deeper, I think you guys did a couple of episodes talking about the Rocky films and the theatrical release of Rocky versus Drago, the director's cut of Rocky IV. I also went out to see that in the theater because the Rocky films are very special to me. Because my dad being from Philly and my mom being from Hawaii, like Japanese American woman from Hawaii, they're very different in terms of temperament and culture. And me and my brother kind of fit in the middle and were difficult to understand both ends of it. So like Dad, it was always like, what's my in? Like, how do I talk to this man? And it ended up being the Rocky movies because they would come on like cable and I'd just be sitting on the floor. I was a little kid And I'd just be watching them, and then he'd be pointing at the screen, being like, "That's my neighborhood. Like, I ran down those streets. I fucked that guy up once." Like Jimmy Zazzarino, the guy singing at the Fire Barrel with Frank Stallone. Fuck that guy forever.
Is that for real?
That's apparently a true story.
Oh, wow. Which of the Rockies was the first one that you saw? You said you saw it on cable first?
Yeah, I saw them just on TV. I think accidentally I caught one of the fights. I couldn't tell you which one, if it was the first or the second Clubber Lang fight in Rocky 3. I think I walked into the room when my dad was watching it when I was really young, and I thought it was real. And I kept saying Jesus really loud every time Rocky got clobbered, which, if you've seen especially the first Clubber Lang fight, that's all that is for like 3 minutes. Jesus!
Jesus!
And I was just this little kid. And my parents were kind of experimenting with church at the time. Like, they were like, what the fuck do we do with these kids? Like, are they into the Jesus? Are they not? But apparently, like, blasphemy was, like, on their minds or something, because I got carted out of the room, and my mom was like, you can't say that. Like, you just don't do that.
Wow. How am I supposed to react to this besides that?
Did you see how many times he got hit in the face when he could have blocked? I think it was similar. I came into the room when it was on TV, and it was Rocky 2, and I think it was the scene where the kids with the giant crowds run with him towards the end of Rocky 2, which was compelling and interesting and weird and kind of like poetic and just really captivating. Like the music, it was the first time I heard Gonna Fly Now, but then like it rolled right into the fight. And then that Rocky 2 fight is obviously like a major step up in terms of choreography from the first movie. I think the fight in the first movie is probably like the best sequence in cinema history. That's what I'm going to go with. But just in terms of fight choreography and I guess like the super heroism of it all. And maybe that's why it captured us kids. While our dads were watching it as maybe like a sports drama, we walked in and we're like, this isn't that far off from like, you know, the kinds of pop culture I engage with.
Well, it's like Sly said when he like first premiered the movie, people were standing up like it was a real fight, you know. People were getting into it like it was a real fight.
No, I mean, the emotions are real, like even if the choreography is staged.
You could almost apply that sentence to like cinema on a whole. I think it was George Lucas of all he said something about like, it's not going to technically make any sense, but it will be romantically correct.
Sort of kind of artistic animation that is not technically correct, but is romantically correct.
Oh, romantically correct. I like it. Because you know, everything in the visual arts, even when you're trying to capture realism, it's always like a visual abstraction. It's all, you know, you're always presenting information in an intentionally artistic way. So yeah, like nothing is literal in the arts, right? And then when you actually start producing movies and you're on sets and you're like almost everything is like cheating the physical space, and yeah, like romantically correct ends up being like the right target, I think sometimes. Yeah, that's why you can get away with hitting Rocky like right in the fucking face, you know, a million times. Okay, so you saw AVGN, then you saw the Rocky stuff, and then you just started watching the podcast after that?
Well, I never actually watched the podcast front to back. I was exclusively, and almost to this day, honestly, absorbing things through the clips. These days as a, you know, like appreciation among my peers, I guess. But from there, I emailed you, Frankie, about exactly a year ago, actually. I looked it up. And I just sent you one of those weird emails where it's like, hey guys, I like what you do. I just hope you know that you're really good. So I appreciate it. I just wrote you a big long thing just saying like, I've been thinking about this notion of gratitude and like how it's important to express that, because you can't just assume that people know that they're doing good or know that they're bringing something into the world.
I love those emails. And you're always so sweet, man. Like Todd last week said, like, hey, like one of the things he finds so rewarding about editing within this group is that there's like a lot of mutual appreciation, and you're so good about, like, you're a really great leader. Because I always see you, like, even if you're a day late or 2 days late, you'll go back and be like, hey, Todd, like, I saw the video and I really liked X, Y, and Z. And Jason, I really like the way you know, so you're not just saying like, good job, everybody. You're also like calling out specifically the things that they did well.
You attend to everybody in a very intimate way.
You're very, very sweet. And, you know, they say with like Parenting, actually. Do you have kids, Trevor?
No, I don't. I would like to, though.
You'd be a fantastic father. First of all, because your temperament is nice and even.
The fuck you mean by that?
What the you doing, you little piece of
But yeah, I've been told I would make a good teacher. I end up training a lot of employees at my place of work, even though I like never once volunteered for it, but I just keep getting volunteered for it. And it's very obnoxious.
Do you go with it? Do you say yes? Or is there any part of you that's like, I don't really know if I want to be in this mentorship role over and over again?
Oh, I just go with it. Where it's just like, if you or EJ were to point at me and say like, hey, Trevor, edit this clip, it'd be like, yeah, okay, whatever.
We'll keep that in mind.
Your edits are spectacular. Again, we're going to go through some of them because they're at this point, it's like every time you edit a clip, I'm like, ooh, like this is a Trevor clip. I'm like, this is like Christmas and I get to watch this.
So Trevor, what is your background? Like, what did you train in? Would you go to school for, study for? What is your?
I mean, you can probably pick up on it already. I'm pretty good at talking around myself, but not like directly about myself.
How is your mother? Oh, hey, who says I have a mother?
So let me try to be honest with that. So I went to the Evergreen State College out here in Olympia in Washington.
Oh,
very controversial.
Yeah, actually, in the past several years, it's been in the headlines a lot for a lot of terrible reasons. It has thoroughly gone to shit, as far as I can tell. Like, all the stories I've been hearing suggest that, like, my graduating class was, like, on the cusp. It was like, we barely got out of there okay, and then everything started to go to shit. So,
but did you enjoy your time there?
I did. I did, but it was, very non-traditional, like no 101 classes or anything like that. I didn't do the underwater basket weaving is the meme class. That it's kind of a meme that's perpetuated beyond the borders of the campus. That's like that was on the curriculum at one point. That was a class you could take.
Oh, that's real? That's not something like a conservative made up in a fever dream?
No, they made it up on their own.
Wow.
I just studied stuff. I felt I made a very good use of my time in that I learned how to learn and I met good people and I was working hard constantly. I was never apathetic or lazy, but it was very much not a traditional college experience and it probably hurt me in the long run. But I've never actually had media training. I tried to get into the MediaWorks program at Evergreen, but it's like a one opportunity thing where you get like 2 years open to you and you get to apply for it. And if you don't get in, it's just kind of like, well, you're shit out of luck. So instead, I took night classes in all manner of things and to scratch that itch, because I've always been really interested in film and media and storytelling in general, I ended up working with people who were in that program and helping them. And actually, I mentioned that on Discord to Frankie the other day about the notion of being like a facilitator rather than the star of the show, rather than being the core driving force of a creative effort or something. But I don't have any formal training. And in fact, working for you guys was the first time I ever laid hands on Premiere. I had to get Premiere and learn how to use it.
Wow. Yeah, you could have fooled me.
I've used other editing softwares, but never Premiere. I've used a hit film, if either of you are familiar with it. Anyway, so all of this has been a learning process, and I've never had a job that I ever like thought of as a career or something that I really, really wanted to do. So the things that I do outside of my 9 to 5 are the things that are most important to me, aside from the girlfriends and family and stuff. I care about her too. She's all right.
I think that's kind of how we all feel, is that the outside of the 9 to 5 is where the real action happens. So we know about Rocky. And we know that you came to like editing or different kinds of editing a little bit later, but like where does film fit? You do a podcast obviously about film. So talk to us a little bit about that.
Well, actually listening to Todd, his really awesome appearance on the podcast. Todd's such a warm, awesome guy. Yeah. No, that was a beautiful conversation. I'm really glad you guys had him on, but, kind of similar to him and it sounds like maybe everyone in the room, like there was a certain point where I was watching movies and it's an art form and it's almost like a language, like Frankie and I were talking on Discord about rhythm and timing and how you have a voice through the way you do your editing. And just something clicked where it's like, I think I understand this a little bit better than some of my peers. Like I'm not passively engaging in it. I'm absorbing it in a way that feels substantive, in a way that feels good. Like it feels like I'm getting something out of it rather than just raw entertainment or a time waster while I'm fucking around with my Transformers or whatever.
Yeah.
Or my Weapons and Warriors that we never actually learned how to play, but we just shot the cannon at things.
Like we were saying, like there's kind of a musicality to a good edit.
I have an expression that I use with the girlfriend where it's like I eat with my eyes, and a lot of times that feels like the case. Like I have a very good friend who I used to go to the first Thursday arts walks with all the time, and as it would get late in the evening, he would walk up to all the paintings and he'd just like do one of those and just like zip, like just absorb it into his being, and it was a form of nourishment. It was something very necessary and core to his being. And that's kind of like me, where it's like, I don't know if I'd call it like exactly nourishment, but it's almost a form of exercise.
Yeah.
Where it feels like it tickles a part of my brain that really enjoys it and benefits from it.
Like deep observation.
Yeah.
There can be a tendency with the brain to summarize visual information. After you learn how to read proficiently, right? You end up like, you just kind of memorize the way words and sentences look, and you're not really reading, you know? If you're on a long car trip, you kind of know what the blur of trees look like. You're no longer observing the trees, right? Maybe you have more of a tendency than the average person to actually pause and observe.
Yeah. I think that's the case. Like the girlfriend's always complimenting me on that. And what you mentioned about like interacting with the slobs and stuff, I told you Discord is actually new to me too. I don't do Discord.
I'm 75 years old.
I don't own toothbrush. I don't wipe properly. No, I didn't do Discord. It's just not something I really considered or thought would work for me. But like in interacting with the slobs, what you said, like seeing people, making sure that they know that they're being seen. Like when I was a kid, I was really quiet, and as a result of it, like when I see the quiet person in the room, I see a part of myself, and it makes me feel compelled to like make sure that they know that they're heard and seen. And I think it's important to like making those small points is what informs people that you actually digested the work. You didn't just click play and then fold your laundry and look up every once in a while when you hear Frankie or EJ laughing or something. It's like, no, you actually watched it and you have some pointed observations to make.
Yeah, especially with content being like it is. It's, there's a billion videos a day that you can consume, and you can consume them in any order. And sometimes we mainline them, right? We're like, I'm gonna watch. I've got these 10 videos in my watch list, and I don't really have time to watch them all before tomorrow's videos come out. So I'll watch them all on 2X. And yeah, there is like this tendency to just feast on stuff and throw out the bones, Yeah.
Then you're like, oh, I found a new content creator, and now I have to like save their videos.
I'll add about Discord. We were new to it as well. I think during the BoxMac days, something, a person or two would float the idea once in a while, maybe a Red Cow Discord. I don't know, and that was like in our early Patreon days where I think we were making, $300 a month or something like that. Now we're, closer to like 1,100. Yeah, it was for fitness that we made one, just to have like a little bit of community around fitness. But then like it just so happened that the short shorts video hit right around the time that we opened the Discord for fitness. And suddenly everybody from AVGN land flooded in. And we were like, oh, wow. And the Discord took on like a very different complexion. And then it was free at that time. And then shortly after, it became obvious that like, all right, the best thing to do would be to make this a Patreon perk, A, so that we have a good perk, and B, it's only like at the $2 level too, and B, just to have that little bit of
a buffer.
Just a little bit of a buffer, because you definitely do get the lost souls of the internet sometimes.
And most lost souls, believe it or not, don't have $2.
Not per month, or at least if they struggle to set up the payment or something. I don't know.
$2, get out of here.
Kevin Smith used to in the early days of the View Askew message board, on the early internet, I think he charged something like $5 a month or maybe less, maybe $1 a month. And it was purely so that there was just some skin in the game before you just show up and take a dump all over the place. These like open chat rooms have a way of being dumping grounds. So editing in particular, or was there another aspect of film production that ever interested you? You're a writer or anything like that?
I'm one of those people that probably drives both of yous nuts. I'm an idea guy. Not so good at the follow through.
Well, apparently you edit video and you do it timely. So no, you're way outside of the idea people.
Timely and like amazing memes, amazing composites, and it's great.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that, EJ. But the thing about that is that as much as it would be cool to be an actor, as much as it would be cool to be a director, as much as it would be cool to be one of those like sexier frontman type jobs, it seems like I'm better at playing support, like being the bass player or something, like helping other people get make their things like reach completion or cross the finish line.
Do you think that we talk about leadership too often? Like everything is leadership. Everything is oriented and here's how to be a good leader. Here's what a leader looks like. Here's leadership qualities. And it's like below everybody to be a follower, but like none of it works if nobody's following anybody, right? Like
whenever I have a meeting about it's like, oh, like at work or something, it's like, oh, what would you like? Where do you like see your career? I'm like, I just want to make videos. Like I don't want to do the like Michael Scott. Like Michael Scott was good at selling paper, and then he got promoted to manager, and he's awful at it. Like I don't want to skip that part.
Kind of makes me think of obscure reference. Sorry, that happens with me when it comes to movies and stuff.
Perfect for editing.
The Lost World, there's that sequence when they're all in the jungle together. It's after the camp goes to shit, and they're just on their jungle trek. And the Ludlow guy, he's like, okay, chaps, let's head off. We gotta get to the long grass so everybody can die. And nobody's listening. Like, nobody even looks up. And then Vince Vaughn stands up and says, let's get the hell out of here, guys. And everybody stands up. It's like, he just has that aura of leadership that they actually respond to.
He's tall.
He's tall. He's got a weird forehead and deep set eyes.
You mentioned being quiet at a young age. It's funny. I get pinned as an extrovert. I guess I can't deny that. I'm, outgoing and social to some degree. Although I thought the whole extrovert introvert thing was defined by how energized or not energized you are by social interaction. There are lots of times where social interaction does not energize me, where I can manage it, but I'm not like, wow, and now I'm really ready to start my day after that group conversation. But it's definitely true that like in a classroom setting, let's say, you always find out if you're quiet or loud in a classroom setting. I think early in life, I'm likely to, and this might just be attention deficit, but I'm likely to like raise my hand and talk and shout out the answer. And I'm still like that to this day. This is totally a weakness, but it's almost like I struggle to listen if I'm not speaking. I listen through my mouth. Right. In Creed 1, he's like, hey, you're talking right now and you can't listen while you're talking. That's like a fact of life. Like, when did you learn that you're a quiet person?
I think it was just like I was judicious and when I would interject or when I would make my presence known or something. Like I didn't have that insecurity of like needing to make noise or needing to be heard until I was ready. It's like, I'm okay over here, man. Like don't call on me. I'll put my hand up when I'm ready.
Yeah, it's like when you're in a meeting and someone's like, you're being quiet. And I'm like, I'm just taking it all in, baby. I'm just
listening. I'm participating in my own way.
When I say a word, man, it's gonna blow your socks off. It's like the little Japanese guy on The Simpsons. You want to see what he does?
Oh. Yeah, that's me. Someday, man. Skinny tie and a white suit.
I can be Fat Tony.
Come here, you little squirt.
That was good. You did a better Fat Tony than I did. Let's go through your clips. You've done 13 clips. Much like when you were in grade school and you would wait to talk. Boy, are these, when you edit, you edit. In fact, I would say more than anybody, you've definitely like raised the bar here for what an edit is.
I often will get the comments that they enjoy your edits.
Yeah, you have fans in the comments that are like, "Oh, it's this dude." All right, so your first ever was Kang and the DCEU, when we were talking about Kang being kind of out of things, and then as James Gunn was forming the DCEU, I think, or the start of that. This was when you, I think, decided like you wanted to do movie news and entertainment news. That was kind of something that you felt you had a niche in.
Yeah, I kind of veer towards things that I think I have a decent understanding of, although the Hot D, that was a challenge.
I ask now for Dragon Riders.
Getting on that Hot D, that was a task.
It was impressive.
I think that was one of your finest moments.
Wow.
We'll get there. WWE and Netflix was the second one. We were talking about Raw coming to Netflix and the horrible Vince McMahon news and all that. You went right in.
News and politics are not really my forte. Like, I don't really have my finger to the pulse or anything, but wrestling, now that I know a little bit about. I got into it in the Attitude Era with my brother, and I'm kind of a fair weather fan. Like, dip into it every time something interesting happens, like the CM Punk promo or Undertaker and Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania.
There's probably a lot of guys our age, or because I'm kind of in that same boat where like I'll check in when it's relevant to my childhood, probably. or
not to derail you, but like I feel like a lot of the world works that way. Like a lot of media properties work that way now, where it's like Ninja Turtles never stopped. You just stopped watching. Yeah. It's like it's always been there. It never actually stopped, and kind of like Transformers as well. It's all just there. It's all running in the background. Everything's comic books. Everything's wrestling. That's a daily saying of mine. Everything is wrestling. Everything in the world can be related back to wrestling in some fashion.
I would say it's a format that's rock concert, stand-up comedy, acrobatics, drama, serialized storytelling. It's a lot of different kinds of entertainment in one. Not to mention a hell of a pipeline for Hollywood with the talent. I saw a clip recently. The caption was something like, 90s wrestling was insane, and it was just some random Monday night, and in the ring was The Rock, Stone Cold, Kane, and Undertaker, and all the comments were like, this was just on some random Monday,
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you think about it, it's like really big, hot, fit people who can comfortably talk in front of a crowd of 70,000 people like every week. That is a skill set.
Get the audience eating out of their hands.
Yeah.
And then they have to do stunts. And those stunts have to have signatures that can then be video gameized. They have to form a character that's silhouetted. And, wrestling. Everything is wrestling, Trevor.
Everything is wrestling. That's a video that I want to make someday.
I guess you'd have to come up with like 10 pillars of reality, all of which are wrestling.
I tried to start writing it a little while ago, and I nearly borked my brain because I was bouncing off into so many different directions, different tangents that you could spin that off into. Anyway, nobody steal that. No. Everybody's gonna steal it. Dario, I'm looking at you.
Dario's gonna steal it.
He's gonna steal it.
And then up next was The Marvels, when EJ and I actually got around to watching it. And I remember you did a really awesome job on that. Because that's one of those, I think sometimes when we do movie reviews, especially when we kind of come late to them, and there's a lot of online discourse around said movie. It's just, they always make for complicated edits. I ended up doing my own edit I got a little bit of help with it, but my own edit for when I finally saw Barbie. And yeah, it's just, you end up having to be a little bit more careful about everything you're saying. Just, you're going to get misrepresented, but so that you don't get so easily misrepresented.
Yeah, there's a certain tone that's like, it's a little bit more withdrawn, where it's not quite as aggressive, or so much has already been said. You're arriving late to the game and stuff.
Well said.
Also, from an editing standpoint, those are tough because the movie is available and you have an entire motion picture, an entire feature film to pull clips from. In that case, I had the whole movie and I was just like, oh my God, what are they talking about right now?
Here, we'll talk a little bit about like the technicals of editing. If you were taking a Premiere 101 training course on, LinkedIn Learning or something, they would tell you like, go to the source clip, find the in and out, and then drag the in and out onto the timeline and then place it where you want to place it. I generally don't use the source video monitor and do any ins or outs there. So maybe we're all the same. I pull it onto the very end of the timeline. I unlink the audio and video, so I'm not tethered to, the audio in any way. And I just kind of scrub around until I find what I want. And I get that piece.
I just keep the whole block of footage and just pull out slivers of it and drop it where I need to. And just keep going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But EJ, do you do that, or do you have?
I use the source monitor. I do ins and outs on the source monitor.
You guys are fucking crazy.
When I'm editing my the B-roll for my own stuff, I do put all the B-roll of I don't know, if I'm making ribs, I'll put it all at the end, and then I do it in a way with my own stuff. But if I have a full movie, I'm just doing in and outs and putting it into the timeline.
When I've done Star Wars stuff, I'll take the whole season. If I'm going to be talking about the whole season, I'll take the whole season and I'll plop it onto the very end of the timeline. And then I don't have to worry about was that episode 2 or 3? Or I'm editing a BoxMac right now, and we talk a ton about fast food. And I kind of just try to go through my first pass and take notes of all the different kinds of clips I would probably want to use. Because I don't necessarily want to get into a rhythm where I'm editing a small piece and then going and sourcing a clip, editing a small piece and going and sourcing a clip. A lot of times I will do that, but it'd be nice to just have all the clips and be ready to lock and load everything. But I downloaded something like 20 clips that were candidates for getting edited in. And then I threw them all at the end, and they were all just kind of quickly available to me that way. Now we're just teaching the audience how to edit.
What else did he edit?
Next up was Bob Iger canceling movies, which he's still doing. He's still doing it. It fucking suck. And then there was Star Wars news, March 2024, and I think that was the harbinger of the Acolyte around that time.
The Acolyte.
Drowned in the pool. You have any garbage bags?
Just throw it over the fence. Let Arby's worry about it.
And then, you know what? This might be my favorite one you've done. Was Ghostbusters Frozen Empire.
Yeah. I was very happy with how that turned out.
You saved it. Because I didn't see the movie.
I didn't see the movie.
And the most memorable part of that is we impersonated Red Letter Media.
That was a really proud moment for me. It was like Zach with the Bespoke video.
Yeah.
He saw it and he knew what to do. There's no thought process involved. It's just I know what to do with that. And so it's just let's just replicate one of those Plinkett moments and put the Ghostbusters instrumental over it and
that was great.
Let Frankie do his really amazing Rich Evans.
I thought it was fine.
It's the hand gesture that gets me, Frankie. Yeah, it's the hand gesture that completes the package.
I don't have a piece of paper to be I got my notes.
Part 2.
If you hate watch it, they'll renew it for season 2.
They didn't.
Oh, fuck! This is the part of the podcast where we mumble as
lost everybody.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to turn this shit off. Okay, so next up, Dune Part 2.
Oh, yeah.
And you do lovely thumbnails. You had me as a Fremen, I think, right?
It's one of my only good thumbnails. I'll admit, I fuck around in Photoshop quite a lot and have for a long time, but I'm not good at advertising, Frankie.
Yeah, I probably am not either. I think that probably our clips would perform better if we did not use our faces, but we instead used... I did this one time for when we were talking about the partnership of Trey Parker and Matt Stone. I just used imagery of them and Cartman or something. And I think that generally if the thumbnails were just front and center, about the topic and didn't involve two fucking guys, they would perform better. And the reason I don't just do that is because I do want people to know they're going to be clicking on a podcast with people they might not recognize. I want them to know that going into it.
It's not a documentary. It's two guys fucking around.
It's just better to be upfront about it. You're going to get middle-aged dudes, you're going to get some film bros, so somebody you're predisposed to dislike. Oh, well, shit. So I've already blown my wad on Frozen Empire, but Madam Web was next. Did you watch Madam Web in order to edit the clip? Was that one of those times?
I did. I had no intention of watching it, but I borrowed the girlfriend's Netflix.
and you thought it was just as amazing as we thought it was.
It's amazing in its own special way. That was a beast of an edit and also a slog to get through that movie. There's so many strange elements of it, though. Like, it's one of those movies I would love for somebody to make an honest making of documentary about, just because of all the bullshit that went into it and got yanked out of it. And then there's these weird flourishes where it's like you can't accuse it of being a lazy effort, because I don't know if you guys remember this, but because I was staring at that footage for so fucking long, like I noticed the eye examination tool, that lens flipping effect is a common transition in that movie.
Yeah, there's a lot of like interesting camera movements in that movie. Like, it seemed like somebody was at least screwing around with the camera in a fun way.
I mean, somebody cared enough to try some stuff, to no avail, but it's like effort was put forth in the weirdest of ways. It's like that Nothing But Trouble movie where it's just like, you put the money where? You built a drawbridge? You got Tupac? What?
It's the perfect storm of unanswered questions. There's one too many mysteries about the nature of this movie. Like, how is it a good business decision in the first place? Forget like, oh, it's nobody's going to show up for that particular hero. Just I don't know, like, did they have plans to connect it directly to Spider-Man, to Venom? Like, where was this going?
It was like they hoped it would, but like nobody told them they could, so they never committed.
Yeah, it feels like it was like 10% into development, and then they started shooting.
It's like, oh, there's this monster you got to fight. Oh, there's the monster, fight him.
They were like, maybe Madam Web, maybe it could be Dakota Johnson, maybe Uncle Ben could, I don't know. They were like kicking around ideas, and then there was a camera and a set, and they were accidentally shooting it, and they're like, oh fuck, I guess we better
oh shit, we're making a movie.
ADR every line of the villain.
Every line. It's pitiful. It's sad. It's really sad.
It's really sad. It's pathetic.
Maybe it's not that dude's voice. Maybe some other guy.
I mean, seems like his accent, because I think he speaks French natively. His accent seemed to be an issue to some producer somewhere, but so it very easily could be someone else entirely. It's like, hey, Frank Welker, what are you doing? Like, Megatron, get in the booth. Be the spider villain guy who nobody gives a shit about.
This movie's coming out on Saturday.
We got to be done shooting by Friday, and Trevor's going to have to edit it fast. And then you did Godzilla -1, your first edit with John.
Oh, yeah. That was a privilege. Godzilla is like one of my favorite things. When I was a little kid, Optimus Prime, Godzilla, and a little bit later, Rocky, all heroes of mine. So Godzilla is like kind of like a lifelong, not obsession, but I'm not that weird.
But it's built in.
Yeah, no, I've always had an affinity for him ever since I was a baby, apparently. Like, we have a family story about me, like, seeing a guy in a Godzilla suit on the street, like, handing out toys and stuff, and apparently I just went apeshit. I love the Big G, he's great. So I had to get that one, is what I'm saying.
Son of Godzilla, there's nothing better than the Son of Godzilla.
That was one of the big hits for me when I was a little kid. The Terror of Mechagodzilla has always been my favorite ever since I was a little kid, and Godzilla vs. Mothra, the 64 one. And also Son of Godzilla. Those were kind of the big three in the house growing up.
Have you been an AVGN fan like all along? Is that kind of, obviously you were brought here because of him?
I think I was in college when I found him. I think my brother sent me the Power Glove video. And my brother thought it was terrific because he and I both were Nintendo kids. We both had NES and SNES a little bit later. And just that rant with the stationary camera bitching about the Power Glove just really clicked. And then I discovered, like, through game trailers, I think at the time, Stuttering Craig and all those guys.
That guy's still around.
I guess I've been there since, like, almost day one, kind of. I'm kind of a fair weather fan these days. I read his book. I bought his book. I got the Blu-ray of the movie and had Kieran and Justin and James sign it.
Really?
Yes, they were at, like, the table before you got to James. And at the time, the Screenwave stuff was like nobody was talking about. Nobody knew about it yet. I just assumed they were friends of his or something because they just appeared one day. I mean, it seems like we all had that experience where it's like, who the fuck are these guys?
It's like they appeared out of fat air. Okay, good. And then Iron Claw, when EJ watched so that's wrestling again.
That's wrestling. And I had just seen the movie not too long before you guys posted that.
I forgot to say in that review is that Ric Flair in that movie sucked. That was a bad Ric Flair.
Thank you for pointing that out, EJ. He was awful.
Yeah.
Like no resemblance, no charisma. I don't know how that got through. Where it's like, how do you have wrestling advisors on the set of this film and let that guy do that? That was terrible.
That was the most unforgivable part of that movie.
I didn't notice him, but my brother is a big AEW fan. In fact, I'm going to be going to the Wrestle Dream pay-per-view in Tacoma, just down south of Seattle here.
You think you know him?
He's a big AEW fan, and MJF is like one of their big talents. Apparently, he's in the Iron Claw, but for the life of me, I did not notice him. He's a brilliant orator. Like he's a terrific mic talent. Just put a blonde wig on him and just trot him out as Ric Flair. It's like he doesn't look anything like him, but he could do it.
It's romantically correct.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it wasn't. That's the problem.
Or Will Ferrell from Eastbound and Down when he played Ashley Schaeff of BMW. There was a scene from, so Eastbound and Down, Danny McBride show by the same people who made Vice Principals and the other one there, The Righteous Gemstones and Foot Fist Way. I love Foot Fist Way. Season 1 is kind of like Eastbound and Down at its best. It's kind of in its purest form. Season 2 is like a complete gimmick. Like suddenly he just like moves to Mexico and it really throws the whole show off in a really, I think, clever, creative way. And then season 3 is when I think the show kind of lost its grounding a little bit. It did a 4th season too, but he like comes back to town and they kind of like find equilibrium again. But there is a scene, my friends, at the beginning of, I don't know if it's like episode 1 or 2 of season 3, but they brought the Will Ferrell character back and he captures Stevie, Danny McBride's like friend in the show, and dresses him up like a geisha and makes him like serve at like a big Southern feast. He ends up like murdering somebody or like threatens to murder somebody like on their plantation. And it becomes, everybody's improvising like madmen. And there's they just completely went for it in the scene. And I gotta tell you, it's some of the most laugh out loud hysterical comedy for I don't know, maybe a good 10 minutes. He has like a mammy who's his servant, and he has like a kind of inappropriate like sexual relationship with her. There's undertones of that. And she's like, Ashley, you need to watch your mouth, son. And he goes, sorry, mammy, I'm just full of Fanta tonight.
You did, mammy. I'm just all full of Fanta tonight.
And he brings Stevie out dressed as a geisha, and he's like, look at how subtle and delicate her movements. Will Ferrell is just like let off a leash. Will Ferrell's obviously a talent, and I like him, but I've never been like a Will Ferrell fan. I'm a fan of that.
Whatever the fuck that was.
yeah. More of that, please. Especially there's on YouTube you can find the extended, extra improvised version of it. I recommend it.
Those outtakes are legendary. They spread around Twitter every once in a while.
Oh yeah, the one where Craig what's his name from The Office, and Kenny Powers are like face to face, and Will Ferrell's like right between them, like whispering. And he's like, this reminds me of when I was making love to my wife, Donna. Heavy breath, humid air conditioner turned off. My son Gabriel came in the bedroom. He said, what's going on? I said, no, you watch, Gabriel. All right, next up was Hot D, as well as House of the Dragon.
Yeah, that one was just between us.
Yeah. We weren't recording, tragically. But yeah, you did our recap of episodes 3 and 4 of season 2 of House of the Dragon. And you were like, hey, there's a problem. I haven't seen any of this show, and I'm not very well going to like binge it, like just to edit one clip. And I was about to go edit it. I was like, don't worry about it. I'll go do it. No worries. And you were like, no, I'll edit the House of the Dragon clip. And through some kind of heroism, he edited it perfectly. And then he's like, no, but really, I have no idea what's going on in this show. You just found like, relevant clips. It was incredible.
Yeah, there's a lot of white-haired ladies in that show. I just covered that very quickly. It was like a weirdly tense moment. Like I'll just share this with you both. I felt like ownership. I was like, don't you take that away from me.
I was ready.
Because everything that you were saying in the Discord suggested you were trying to do me a favor. Like you were doing me a service by taking something off of my plate. And in this case, I felt like this visceral, like, no, don't you fucking dare. Like, I'm doing that. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know if I can, but that's mine. I said I was going to do it, and I'm going to do it.
Look, I have one job on this lousy ship. It's stupid, but I'm gonna do it, okay?
After one or two exchanges, I got the whiff that, like, you should let him do it. Let it go. Indiana, let it go.
Indiana. Junior.
That's pretty good.
And then he glances back at the old man who dies in the rocks.
Yeah, he's just like, huh.
Yeah, and then Deadpool and Wolverine, which not only was a very intense edit, but also a very intense turnaround, because we had a rare opportunity where we both saw the movie like opening night, and we were like, oh, we could actually release this like the way other YouTubers release reviews, like kind of post weekend or during the weekend. I left work a half hour early, ran and saw the movie, and have come back.
Out of my way, jerk-ass!
Yeah, usually you have to wait like 2 weeks after the movie already premiered.
So yeah, Trevor like flipped it right around. And but you actually did run out and go see the movie and then edit?
I got several minutes into the edit. I got like one spoiler, and I won't repeat it here just in case anybody has issues with that. But it was an early spoiler in the film, or an early cameo. So I got like one from you, but it wasn't like anything that hurt my feelings or anything. Yeah. And then the girlfriend knocked on my door and was like, hey, do you like want to actually go see the movie? And I was like, I can do that, right? I was like, that's right.
At the local movie theater.
See it how? Money can be exchanged for goods and services.
Yeah.
And Nina's on there too, and so I was very excited to show. I do show Nina all the clips. There was a time before the clips were so produced, she didn't listen to the full podcast certainly, and I think generally she wouldn't like catch up on the clips or anything. But now it's kind of more similar. Like when I finish editing a BoxMac, she and I watch the BoxMac. Now, yeah, like after Gloria goes to bed, she'll be like, "Any new clips from the slobs?"
Oh, and, that's really cool, man.
Yeah, we sit around, we watch it.
Yeah, I liked the out of my way jerk ass that I managed to slip in there twice.
Should I leave work a half an hour early to go see it?
Out of my way, jerk ass!
I guess Godzilla was when you decided that my face would go really well on funny things.
I often think in terms of like movie clips anyway, so it's like, how could I merge these two worlds?
Utilizing AI too, I think, is another thing.
I do that when I don't have what I need. Right. Like I do that when there is no reference, because that was the challenge with the Deadpool one, was because of the quick turnaround. I didn't have footage. I saw at least like one comment that was bitching about the AI stuff. And I know it is a controversial subject for sure. But in my case, it's like, the fuck else you want me to do? I'm not going to draw, I'm not going to take out my colored pencils and draw pictures, like depictions of the events of the film on a napkin or something.
Yeah, and why not?
Because I had like
why didn't you hire
72 hours to do it.
The most conventional thing is they loop trailer footage. I don't want to keep using the same clip of Wolverine stabbing Deadpool over and over and over again.
Or the Critical Drinker, I feel like he just loops footage chaotically. There's no agency behind it.
He's got the right idea, man. Just loop the trailer and blab underneath it and release it. And profit.
You stood on the shoulders of geniuses to accomplish something as fast as you could, and before you even knew what you had, you patented it and packaged it and slapped it on a plastic lunchbox, and now you're selling it. You want to sell it.
That's where you get your quick turnaround. Is don't actually make an edit. Just talk into a mic and fart it out.
We all kind of like making a video, even though it's a podcast. We like making a video.
It seems like, all the slobs, that seems to be our thing. If I'm going to add intrusions, clips or gags or something, I want them to be brief, and I want them to serve the purpose of emphasizing or adding punctuation or something. I don't want to make, it's not mine. I'm helping you guys make a thing. I'm taking something you guys already did well and trying to make it better.
Yeah.
And it is kind of like making, I guess, like a a little video or a short film or something, as opposed to just like, here's two guys talking about a thing.
Yeah. Every December, I normally stream like the top videos from Red Cow this year, and the fact that the clips have become videoized like they have, I think that's going to make that much nicer. Where a lot of those will be really rewatchable, and like as I read all of your videos, I'm like, oh, I kind of like want to go back and watch that, like the Frozen Empire one and stuff. And then finally, the last one was romhacking.net and Game Informer, which was also really fun.
Yeah.
This is tricky because that one, and I think one of the Bob Iger ones, quite a lot of the conversation was you reading, Frankie, like reading an article, and it's like, how do I make this sexy? it's like I needed to get creative, and actually those additional pressures, I think, is what makes the creativity come about. Is like how do I make this interesting? Like how do I give this a rhythm to it when it's a man looking here and reading a thing, like reciting a thing? Because it's funny, like I get a weird thing, but like I get irritated with the girlfriend sometimes because she likes to read things to me. Like she likes to get feedback about like work documents and stuff.
And you're like, you could have edited this,
But like my reaction is like I don't react well to things being recited or read to me. Like just something about the cadence and the way it hits my ears. It's like, it just doesn't stick as well. And it's like, just give me that.
Oh, you'd rather read it for yourself at that rate. Yeah.
I would rather read it for myself.
Yeah. If somebody starts reading in like a meeting, at my job, I just kind of wait for it to be over. Yeah. I wonder if being so conscious of like what makes good storytelling, like setups and payoffs, rhythm and tone, everybody struggles with boring or terrestrial conversation. But I wonder if the fact that we're hyper aware of this sort of thing makes it even harder.
Yeah. I mean, doing podcasts all the time probably complicates things a little bit, because like a podcast is as organic as it can be. It does have a life. It does have a direction to it to some extent. Like you have a topic list or like a reason why we're all here, and we're all trying to not be boring.
Yeah. There was a guy on Cinemassacre Truth the other day. I won't read it because of the aforementioned, but
you might lose Trevor.
I'm not telling you you're boring, Frankie. I'm just saying
I'm just saying that I need to include some Resident Evil clips or something.
He's giving me nothing. Jesus.
This guy was like, oh fuck, the slobs need to knock it off with this shit. That was the headline, and I was like, what do the slobs need to knock off? And he goes into some 2 or 3 paragraph diatribe about how like he's sick of the fact that if somebody mentions something like a video game, like Mario 2 or Resident Evil or something, that he's like, and then like the editor cuts to that. He's like, yeah, it's so fucking stupid. I know what Mario 2 is. You don't need to cut to it for me.
Like editing.
They cut to the title screen or some shit. So I was like, hello. And I don't know if he recognized that it was me. It's not so much that the editor assumes that you don't know what Mario 2 is and feels the need to demonstrate Mario 2 to you. It's more like, probably they have a cut that they want to cover. And also it just kind of keeps some, a little bit of visual dynamic to the video. And he was like, no, I don't understand that shit at all. I mean, just say Mario 2 and cut to nothing. I was like, oh, wow.
I think I did catch a comment on like one of the clips that I edited that issued that same complaint.
Really?
Like, oh, what's the deal with all these clips? They keep showing me things. It's like they keep making it better. I don't want that.
Whenever I'm watching anything, I appreciate, even if I'm just listening, I appreciate when they show clips, because sometimes I'm not familiar with Mario 2, and I would like to see exactly what it looks like.
Yeah, there's a lot of times I don't actually know what you guys are talking about, and I have to hunt it down, and it's like, oh, now I know, and probably other people would like to know that too.
So even if you're listening and then you're like, they mentioned Mario 2, and you glance over, oh, there it is right there, and then it fills the picture and you continue listening. This is how like entertainment works.
Yeah, you're just EJ explaining the basics.
You probably didn't notice it, but your brain did.
All right, so your YouTube channel, it is catching up on cinema. Nailed it. And so it's you and a buddy who do that podcast. Tell us about the podcast.
Yeah, it's me and a buddy named Kyle, who, other than his first name, I'm not allowed to talk about him on the internet, really. We started it like maybe 6 years ago, and we were coworkers, like working side by side at our desks. And I don't know if you guys can relate to this at all, but like making friends sometimes, like tricky proposition where it's like you feel like there's a certain threshold you have to cross before you're actually friends with someone as opposed to like acquaintances. Mm-hmm. So he and I were workplace buddies, and we talk about movies all the time. And he would come in and he'd say, "Did you catch up on any cinema this weekend or something?" And we did that all the time. We bullshit a lot. And then he was moving away. He was moving to a different state. And I was like, but I like you, and I want to keep talking to you, but we're not like for real official friends yet. So I was like, hey, you want to do a podcast?
That's how EJ and I did it. That's how we consummated.
So I invited him to do the podcast with me, and we've been doing it like every week for 6 years now, like without fail, basically.
Wow. Oh, that's awesome.
And it's been our way of keeping in touch. It's our book club, but with movies, basically.
That's great.
Nice. And in addition to doing weekly movie reviews, we also do catching up on Blu-ray once a month, where we talk about upcoming physical media releases and Tales from the Shelf. And it's the only video component we have for the whole podcast. It's a once a month thing I do with my friend Brad, who has a podcast called the Cinema Speak podcast. He's from Michigan. He also is a movie collector, and he also has a weekly movie review podcast. And we talk about our movie collections, and we have a unifying theme every month for each discussion. So I think last month we talked about space-oriented films, and we've talked about movies like based on their soundtracks, or movies that have like particularly significant or memorable set pieces. So it's show and tell. It's back and forth show and tell, where it's like we independent of each other. We don't share our picks before we go into the conversation, but we just have them set aside, and then it's like, here's mine. Then we talk for a little while, and then he goes, and then so on and so forth. I think actually in my early email to you, Frankie, I kind of like sent you a loose invite, but like in retrospect, like looking over it, it's like, man, that was a really shitty invite.
I don't know. I don't remember. You know, occasionally people will ask me to do stuff, and I'll do it if it works out or whatever. The thing I'm unlikely to do, that's been happening more recently, is like, hey, if you ever want to have me on your podcast, Frankie, to talk about James Rolfe, I'm a stranger and would be happy to do that. I'm like, dude, like, I don't want to talk about James Rolfe, but but I've certainly been on like underviewed podcasts and stuff. That can be fun. I always say my only rule is like, I just don't make me do any homework. That's all I ask. But
yeah, I caught that on one of your other conversations.
But for you, Trevor, I would absolutely do homework. I would do anything that you needed me to do.
Your edits are that good.
I feel extremely lucky that you're in our lives and that you're helping us. And and talking to you today has been amazing. And like, I'd be very happy to be on your podcast sometime.
Oh, thanks a lot, man. I really deeply appreciate that. I mean, the invite goes out to you too, EJ. I assume everybody in this conversation has collections of some sort. We did a video game conversation once because another buddy of mine who does a gaming oriented podcast just wanted in. And I was like, well, we don't usually do that, but like, sure. like we'll change it up. I have shit ton of video games. Let's do it.
Yeah, I definitely have a bunch of old video. Like I have a bunch of inbox video games. Oh, yeah, I was never much of a movie collector. I enjoy movies and I watch movies, but for some reason I just don't. I watch them once and then I move on with my life.
I had an idea that because I have a lot of standard def DVDs, like a lot. And I keep them in good shape, and I have a lot of Blu-rays too, but I have many more standard F DVDs, and a lot of them are out of print, or they're Shout Factory was only making them for a period of time, or you can get them now, but not that edition. And so I've got fun stuff, and sometimes I'll do we'll show VHSs on the podcast or do a show and tell. I was like, I should start pulling stuff off of the shelf.
I mean, that's what we do every month.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we do every month, and it's a lot of fun because like the reason I started doing it is because I started to realize that like if you have a collection and it's curated, like you're not a hoarder basically. Like if you have a curated collection, there is a story behind everything that's on your shelf. So it's like impossible to have like a completely boring conversation about even not very good or interesting movies.
Yeah. I mean that's how I approach my like top 10 list for my game top 10 list is like It's not just like, here's a game, this is good graphics. It's like there's more of a story of how it came into your life.
Yeah, I think that's the most interesting thing, because that's the personal touch that only you can bring to that. Like EJ, I have a very strong affinity for the Super Nintendo. That's basically my favorite console, and that video you did is amazing. It's terrific. In particular, I really like Mega Man X3. I like that you shared so much of why that one in particular, kind of the black sheep of that series, the one that not many people would cite as their favorite, like is on your personal list. That was really cool.
There's a big journey for it. You know?
Yeah, there's a story. And that was really interesting, because I can look up at any number of videos talking about the game itself, but like your particular connection to it is what makes that an interesting video to me.
Wasn't there something you did, EJ, about there's some 90s album that was associated with a video game?
Oh, it was a Pocket Full of Kryptonite, Spin Doctors. It's associated with A Link to the Past, because I got them both on my was it 10th birthday? My sister got me the cassette, and I got A Link to the Past. So I had the Spin Doctors playing on the tape recorder while I was playing that. So forever they're associated.
Yeah, your wires are completely crossed when it comes to the sight and sound.
I don't even know what the Link to the Past soundtrack is. It might as well be Two Princes.
They would say that smell is the thing that like really conjures like clear memory, or it really surprises you with memory. And that's true. I experienced that. But man, music can really do that.
Certain melodies, that's where my strongest memories usually are. Like the smell thing, maybe it's because I have a total garbage sense of smell. For me, I've always heard that, but I've never believed it.
You know what's funny? My wife points this out a lot. I have a very keen sense of smell, but I can't identify what the smell is. I'll be like, smells like bread. And she'll be like,
I smell something sinister.
I know what clip I have to put in here right now. No holds barred. Hulk Hogan getting in a dude's face and going, "What's that smell?" And the guy goes, "Dookie."
All right, man. Hey, so now that they know of you, they definitely go to Catching Up on Cinema. Lots of our audience likes optical media. That's something I've learned. So if you love Trevor like we do, go subscribe. And hey, thank you for like your, just like the other guys, the incredibly positive attitude, the fact that you are inspired to help us in the first place. It means a tremendous amount to us. And just having you in our lives is like you're saying, it's hard to make friends, and the fact that we can all kind of engage in like a creative pursuit as a group has been like the most unexpected thing to happen to us this year, I think.
It's been a wonderful ride. It's been very educational. Like I said, I picked up Premiere for the first time through you guys. I feel very privileged to be part of the team. I think the team of slobs, we all bring quite a lot to the table, and just the atmosphere is kind of remarkable. How chummy, how friendly everybody seems to be in there. Thanks for offering the opportunity in the first place.
There's something to working on something together, isn't there? Like when, is there any better way to form camaraderie than working on something where everybody is up against similar challenges and can, is working through them simultaneously? That's where bonds are created.
Look, we have an Excel spreadsheet that we have to put green lines on, and we're going to do it together.
Subscribe to Red Cow Entertainment on Patreon for full episodes every other week.
It's Christmas.
Remember BoxMac?
Send him in.
He's money. The ham.
God, I would never do this in 1,000 years.
This is just like the cookie.
Why do you care?
This is a real, actual nutcracker.
And you're going to pay $35.
Yeah, you are. I'm not, but someone is.
Where are we?
We are at Spirit Christmas in North Dartmouth, Massachusetts. This is the only location in Massachusetts and one of only 2 in New England. And there's only 10 total.
Obviously affiliated with Spirit Halloween.
Yes, same company.
This is kind of like a trial year, right?
Yes, they might have experimented with this in the past, but this is the first time we're in like modern era.
Wait a minute, you're saying that Spirit Christmas has opened other times?
Yes, they deny it. But there's this Spirit Halloween fan site, and they have a small section with a couple blurry photos of some Spirit Christmases from the 90s and maybe the 2000s.
The Mandela effect. This one opened just a few days ago.
Oh, just a few days. No wonder. There's a tremendous amount of hype here.
This is the first weekend.
So there are a tremendous amount of customers, but not that many leaving with bags.
It opened in the old Christmas tree shop location.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a good themed building for it, isn't it? It still has the sleigh glass up in the window with the tree.
Yeah, I couldn't help but notice they didn't choose the Circuit City location.
Yes.
I remember, of course, we went to this very Christmas tree shop, in 2016.
We did.
Outside of just wandering around and looking at the store, do you have anything on a shopping list?
I do, actually. First, I need some of those wire hangers.
I was making ornaments out of fish hooks.
I also am looking for some high-quality ornaments. Now, I don't know if this is going to be the right place for that. If they have some nice things, I'd definitely be in the market.
Remember I gave you the Ann and Hope and the Benny's ones?
I still, those go on my tree every year.
Those are prized.
Can't get them now. Those are limited edition.
Santa?
He definitely had a Santa. Yeah, the red shirt, the big white beard. He had a Santa working Santa look.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's like going to be Santa inside shortly.
Mick Foley?
Gloria wants to go from mall to mall, meet different Santas, and she has questions.
If they mix up the story.
Yeah. Oh, you want to see if they all get their story straight?
Get it all consistent.
Da 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 ba 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 ba. They want it to be a store that's an experience.
Yes.
Is it just me or does it feel like Spirit Halloween? Like the cardboard
Like
kind of.
the makeup would go right there.
Yeah. Gloria, now when the reindeer leaps out at you, it won't be frightening. It just kind of dances calmly.
I feel like some of those things are repurposed for Halloween, these giant candy bars.
That used to be Michael Myers' House of Doom. Now it's a candy cane.
Yes. Oh, I like those.
What's in Junt's sleigh?
Yes.
Wait, why is there a sandworm? This place is f***ing packed.
It is. I have not seen retail packed like this in so long.
Do you like him?
Good kitty. Good reindeer.
Gloria, look at him doing a little sassy dance.
Look, it's the frosty hat.
Oh, yeah. And when they placed it on his head, I bet just 2 weeks ago he was the corpse bride.
He's saying, jingle bells, jingle all the way. All fun it is to ride in one-horse open sleigh.
He's just speaking it instead of singing it?
And I think it's going to be a long, long time. So touchdown brings me around again to find.
Oh, that's this electronic audio.
Yes, I'm a little less of a fan of that.
What do you think of this cute snowman in a swing, though, dude?
That's cute. You can't put it outside, can you?
He's only $190.
Only $190.
Oh, look at
We
this.
will bring back your letter.
And it's got kind of a red alert, green alert.
I've seen videos of it online. I believe it is hardwired to nice.
It doesn't light up naughty, and the floor doesn't open out from under you.
You can ask an associate for a Santa postcard.
The footprint is so tiny compared to what the store used to be, but even what's here.
Oh, yeah, because they've cardboarded most of it off.
I expected more footprint.
Well, again, this is a trial. They're probably trying to keep costs a little low.
Yeah.
Hey, Gloria, you've heard of St. Nick, but what about Junterklaus? You remember meeting him as a child?
Oh my God, Santa's like,
You can see Santa here.
Of course you can. It's you got it right.
Let's see if he gets the story straight.
so I'm just gonna ask him some questions, and if he makes the same answers of the other Santa, then Santa's real. If they all mix the questions up, then he's not real.
So you're looking for consistency across Santas.
And you have to write them down, you see, on your phone.
Gloria's like, I'm just going to ask him a few questions.
Yeah.
Santa would be all right if I just asked a few.
Would it be okay if I ask you a few questions?
Cheapest we can do it for is like $40, $39.99.
For a photo? Is to visit free? Santa, I have a few questions. They're not going to be impolite, but they're going to be firm.
Should I actually say that?
You can say whatever you'd like. This elf over here reminds me of the elf from Home Alone.
The one who's leaving, like they've closed up for the night?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, thanks.
This could be the real dude. You never know. Pretend that every Santa may be the real Santa.
Yes.
Okay,
you ask me some questions.
Does reindeer ever get tired? And is it hard to take care of the reindeer?
No, because see, the reindeer graze all year long. They rest, and then when Christmas time comes, they're very fresh and strong, and there's no problem. My only problem is I got to keep feeding them all the time. You know, they eat a lot of food. There's 8 of them.
That makes sense.
It does. They
that
very.
makes very much sense.
It does.
Story checks out.
Now, Gloria, how old are you?
7.
You sure you're not 17?
I'm sure I'm not 17.
Okay, you're 7. You sound like 17. You know, a lot of questions.
I'm in 2nd.
2nd grade. And what's your favorite subject in school?
Technology.
Yeah, technology, I'd say.
Yeah? Are you good at math?
I'm great. I'm working on it.
Oh, you're working good. I was never too great at math. My favorite subject was music or lunch. I like those. You like that too? Yeah. Now, is there something special you want for Christmas?
Nothing too special. I'm trying to get in all of my presents before Christmas so that I don't have to ask for anything for Christmas, so that I don't need a Christmas present.
Oh,
I do have a special present for my mom and dad.
Oh, that's nice. So you want me to bring you surprises?
If you want.
Well, of course I want.
You did it.
I would like
You
to.
did it last year. You
Well,
did that last year.
Do you like coal?
I have got coal before. It's cool.
What, like those chocolate coals again? Oh my gosh, it's real coal. Did Santa leave that?
Coal is actually useful.
Yes, it is.
Especially
But-
if you're a Cub Scout, and I'm a Cub Scout.
The coal I bring you can eat it.
Oh, the chocolate coal.
It's candy coal.
Chocolate coal.
Yes. But make sure you check it out beforehand. Don't put a piece of real coal in your mouth.
Yeah.
You'll break all your teeth. Very good. Well, I'm glad you came and see me. You are really a handful. I will see you at Christmas time, okay?
I'll see you too.
Very good. Give me 5.
Not gonna try to trap you, just gonna try to see you.
Is that Worker Santa? Is that who you saw?
That was who we saw,
Yeah. Oh, look at who we have here. Your favorite, the very appropriate children's cartoon, South Park.
Yes. They have a lot of apparel, which kind of makes sense.
So it's Christmas lights. It's cute.
Yeah.
But it's branded Christmas. I do. Wait.
Look at that thing.
DJ and Mac for the Christmas special.
DJ and Mac.
It comes in different sizes, like as if you would get this in a small for 2 people.
There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the two-headed daughter and mother.
So stand up, seriously. It will teach us to cooperate.
It'll teach you to cooperate.
We saw a really great show.
And off they go. You guys are physically connected again.
Let's take it off for now because it is very warm, actually.
Yeah?
Well, acrylic, yeah.
You're meant to be, out in the snow, I suppose. I'm kind of attracted to some of this kitsch.
I am too. I would actually like to get myself a nice,
Yeah?
silly Christmas sweater.
How about this festive AF one? How about Certified Freak? Around and find out.
Yeah, there's this undertone of spook here as well, just lingering in the corners.
Overstock. What about a really good ceramic cookie jar?
That would be lovely.
Oreo cookies inside of it.
Yeah, these are fun. They're soap dispensers. Not bad. $10.
$10 for a soap?
They're a little how much soap do I need for the Christmas season?
I can't believe Santa over here. This guy's messing around.
It's the real Santa.
Like cheesy Christmas movies where you encounter him in the grocery store.
Yeah, he's just a guy, but you can tell he's definitely Santa.
Then you see him at the gym the next day and it's a little less magical.
Yes. See you at in the post office and then it's
okay.
Your accountant.
You weren't as transient as I thought.
Yeah, you're very present in the world. You just happen to live in my
You're not the
town
real Santa,
all
are you?
season. Yeah, it sounds like a short film that's written itself.
I have a South Park snow globe that is very precious to me because it was a gift in the Comedy Central offices and I bought it for $50 on eBay when I was 14.
Well, that's some of those things you just can't find them again,
These are cheapo nutcrackers. This is just sell them.
It's still $10. It's definitely cardboard.
Yeah? Cardboard. Oh, yeah.
This is much better. This is a real, actual nutcracker.
And you're going to pay $35.
Yeah, you are. I'm not, but someone is.
Krampus has really splashed onto the scene.
Sure, and of course Spirit is going to emphasize it all. Ceramic figurines. That's an old item. I'm looking for the ornaments and the blow molds. I haven't seen any of them yet.
What about big, gaudy, puffy?
All right, the red ones with the sequins does appeal to me. I could hang it between my storm door and my regular door. $10. Everything's $10.
10 below.
10 below. 10 Spirit below. I like it. I don't quite like it enough to buy it. Big Christmas signs.
I don't really know what the application is.
Put it on wall art?
Winnie the Pooh and Christmas 2 is an underrated Christmas special.
I don't know if I've seen it since I was a child.
Yeah, and I bet you it would come flooding back if you watched it. Bro.
With individual cheese noodles.
Yeah, look, let me see that.
How much am I going to have to pay? Oh, it's going to be expensive. It's ice cream brand.
Kind of love the Reese's one. What do you think? Am I a peanut butter cup guy or am I a pieces guy? Because they got pieces up there.
I don't know. I mean, you always seem to be more of a peanut butter cup guy.
Yeah.
But I actually prefer the pieces.
It's got individual noodles.
I'm so cheap.
Give me a word on inflatables.
I like them, but not in my yard.
Yeah.
And NIMBY,
Not in my backyard.
These are ornaments right here. Clearance ornaments or something. And then it's mostly food. You can get board game ornaments. Does that do anything for you? Stuffing mix?
Come a generic? Why is this textured in fabric? It just seems like as it sits outside, it's going to moldinate.
True, but don't you think it kind of sets it apart from your average crap?
It absolutely does.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the Matt Groening Christmas movie, Olive the Other Reindeer?
I don't think I've ever seen it.
It's funny and good.
Yeah?
And a unique animation style, and it's from like 20 years ago.
I would probably love it then. I like the little tree. I wish the lights weren't so chintzy.
I guess I do like gigantic one. I mean, look at Rudolph over here. He looks like a Trojan horse.
You're gonna like sabotage Christmas from within his belly.
You know, the snow globe is kind of interesting, but generally speaking, it all strikes me as paper tigers.
Yeah, exactly. It's Christmas without class.
Yeah, we don't have the Christmas place anymore. This place doesn't, pales in comparison. Something that they could do, though, is make this bigger.
Yeah.
I think there's more to do.
More variety of inventory. And I understand this is the first year, so they don't want to go crazy. They're obviously not trying to make it a traditional Christmas store either.
Remember what set Christmas Place apart was it had, like, different levels of value.
Yes.
And it had things like the roasted nuts.
And they've tried to do that a little with the Santa. Part of the whole concept of the brand, though, is that you keep the store cheap. Unfortunately, that's the...
Mark way up, too. Because the prices here they're not...
Okay, I mean, some of them are fine.
What we have here, pastas, holiday-shaped pastas.
Well, that needs investigation.
Also, during this whole Stanley craze, you can get some, like, Christmas, and also not Christmas.
Yes, both.
Oh, okay. It's kind of like the harvest pasta colors, but...
They've taken out the orange and upped the green a little bit and called it a day. I'm kind of done on novelty pasta.
What about just shaped pasta in general, though?
I like it. It's tasty.
It's $6 for a package of this?
Kind of outrageous. I know what this costs to produce. This should be $3.50 is a good price. $4.
This is just FYE / Newbury Comics. Yeah.
It's literally stock from Spencer Gifts.
Wearable blankets.
Yep, wearable blankets. You got your Shrek, because Shrek is still very popular somehow.
Yes. I don't have a wearable blanket. I don't have a Snuggie or anything like that.
Do you lament not having one?
I think it's probably a missing part of my life, yeah.
No, you should get one, but get a nice one.
Don't just buy the next wearable blanket I see.
Yes.
Just a load of put your beverage in this and drink it.
Yeah.
The stuffed animal stock is actually pretty decent.
Hey.
I mean, look at that E.T.
I didn't think I would see E.T. plushies again anytime soon.
Right? He's a challenging character because he's both frightening and cute.
Yeah, and they've definitely cutened him up a little here.
Yeah, but he is also frightening.
Yes.
Because he looks kind of like a freakish raisin. Look, Cindy Lou Who. My first thought was, anything with Nightmare Before Christmas you can double up on.
Yeah, exactly. And they've done it all over the place.
Yeah, but here's the thing about that. It's dishonest, and I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
Nightmare Before Christmas is a Halloween movie, and that's that.
That's that.
I understand there's Christmas elements in it.
Yes.
It's not a Christmas movie.
Not a Christmas movie.
Soda socks that come in a vending machine.
Cute.
Except once you unwrap it, it's done.
Yeah, the joke is over.
And then I'm just wearing one pair of Sprite socks. You blast beverages now? Don't just drink them, blast them.
It's for high alcohol consumption rates.
What am I looking at?
I don't know. Oh, it's a micro puzzle.
Oh, for the space constrained among us?
Yes, for the people with very good eyesight.
You wouldn't be able to tell one piece from the next.
No, but I can tell that this is a chicken tender keychain.
Yes, tendy keychain. Men to avoid in art and life. Museum bums.
That kind of amuses me.
Side question. Do you reckon that the seasonal employee pipeline from Spirit Halloween can enter right into this store?
Absolutely.
So that's a nice idea.
Yes.
So then you've got a 3-month or 4-month job.
Yes, instead of just a 2-month job.
Yeah. Some people are showing up in their jammies.
I'm not sure it's like a Christmas event over here, but it's fun.
It's getting there.
Get the blow mold?
Nina, take me to the blow mold department, please.
I saw a shirt that says this bitch wants Christmas.
Oh, very nice.
$39.99.
Wow.
You think that's expensive for a blow mold?
Yes. It's so cheap to make that.
Serious amounts of lights on wheels.
Yes.
$24.99. Shouldn't the net effect be, with stupid prices like this, that people just stop wanting things so badly?
Yes.
Like, fuck it, I won't have lights.
Yeah, that's it. All right, it's time for me to do the inevitable, which is check to see if I could buy this on eBay for a lot less.
We have a whole photo shoot that we did in the Christmas Village.
This is adorable. Oh, I like the performances.
Probably gonna choose one as our ridiculous Christmas card, much to our family's chagrin.
Shine up my Christmas spirit.
Look at him over there doing price checking.
Coming back with the data.
And the verdict is?
46 is the list. That is a lot of money. I mean, I think it's awesome. If it's not on eBay, it must be new this year. How many noodles do you get? 1, 2, 3, 4 noodles. 4 noodles. I mean, if you just got the noodles, you're talking nearly $12 a noodle.
So go ahead, help yourself.
Good reading.
Wonderful reading, Gloria.
I just need a pillow glass of milk and then I'm sold. You like the Oreos with the Oreos inside? That is the last of the macaronis. I think we're done here.
I think we're done.
John's card is empty?
I couldn't even find my ornament hangers. Didn't have Christmas essentials.
gonna have to go to like Walmart.
We didn't even get a chance to look at the impulse buys, like Miracle Snow.
I think I'm okay.
Yeah. White trees.
Nice in theory, not for me.
They belong in retail, but they don't belong in homes.
Yes.
Find a nice fake silver one. Or decorate a palm tree.
The whole place is scented. I should add that.
Yeah, cinnamon.
Cinnamon.
Cinema. Cinnamon.
It's like in Disney World where they pump out the smell into Main Street of cookies and vanilla.
That's employees only, my friend.
Employees only.
She wants to look in that.
You can look through the crack. You can see Santa's elves working in their fishnets. So would you ever go back in there?
It was fun to visit. I'd check it again next year.
I'm left feeling empty inside.
No, I'm not empty. I'm just a little disappointed.
Does it cancel Christmas? Are we Hanukkah people now?
Yep. Oh, Hanukkah, Hanukkah, Lila Menorah.
Hello, John Hunt here, and we're back again for another fabulous game of That's Too Much! So it's been 12 years since we've last played this game.
Yeah, we played it on a podcast in 2012, December 2012. You and I are the only ones that are here that played then.
Yes.
Everybody
I was
else.
laying on the floor in the back of the
Yes, there's a secret Nina. If you look in that video, there's a secret moment of Nina you can see.
The game is That's Too Much.
That's too much.
There's 3 rounds. The basic premise of the game, I'm going to tell you the item and its retail value. You have to tell me how much you think I would pay for that item without going over.
So, it's been so many years. We've done so much more content, and we've never returned to That's Too Much.
We never have.
Given that your cheapness is such a feature of the channel, and given that prices have, doubled since then?
Yeah, we're going to look at some interesting stats because we're going to do some new questions and some retro questions from the original show that I've brought back and updated. We're going to see just how much have prices increased.
Just how much?
And just how much? And just how much have I been willing to increase what I'm going to pay? I am buying fewer things and I'm only paying a little bit more. In some cases, just pennies.
There are some items that haven't really risen in price whatsoever. The one that always gets me, and this will be relevant to the panel.
Yeah.
Video games are still $60.
Yeah, they were $60 when I was like
in the 90s.
For Super Nintendo. Yeah.
Or even Nintendo 64 was like $70.
Yeah.
It's the coolest video game ever.
I'm sorry, honey, but those games cost up to and including $70.
And PS5, I guess, is $70 now, but that's much different money.
Like, that's half the money it used to be in the early 90s.
Especially, I think, when they went to, disc medium, it's much cheaper.
Oh, yeah. Well, now it's all digital. They don't even have to make the disc.
And the digital ones are more expensive.
Yes, they are.
They make it up in volume. The biggest games sell a lot more copies these days than they did back then.
We're gonna have 3 rounds. We got 2 teams here. We got Nina and Frankie from Westport, Massachusetts. Married how many years now?
Married 15, dating for 24.
And we've got EJ and Jason, who have just met today for the first time.
We got them beat.
Our first round is called Pinching Pennies. I'm gonna tell you an item. You're gonna have to guess how much you think I would pay for that item.
And I do want to add, people might be wondering, what's Zach's role?
Yes.
Well, obviously he's monitoring audio.
I'm also keeping score.
And he's keeping score. Once per round, we are allowed to say, hey, Zach, what do you think?
That's right. You can call on Zach because Zach knows me and Zach knows price is pretty good, I think. You're going to answer as a team. You're each going to answer individually. The person who is closest, doesn't matter if you're over or under, is going to get 1 point. If you are exact, you get 1 extra point. You get 15 seconds maximum to answer the question.
Oh, boy.
All right. Our first item, and this is a retro item, by the way. This is an item we had in our last game, so it's coming back again. Sam's Clearly American Diet Soda 1 liter bottle. Now, in 2012, I would have paid 60 cents for that bottle.
1 liter bottle, Sam's Clearly American grape flavored drink. The actual price that I would be willing to pay, 60 cents.
How much would I pay today? Frankie, your team's gonna answer first.
78 cents.
78 cents. EJ and Jason?
I feel like he doesn't like this stuff enough to pay anymore.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 60 cents.
60 cents. The actual price I am willing to pay is 80 cents.
Oh.
However, that was the exact price they sell it for right now.
How did you know?
Because I shopped.
Team Frankie and Nina get a point there.
I just pay for it and I don't even look at the prices.
Just flames behind you.
So recently, for my nephew's birthday, I wanted to get him a wallet because he had some money hanging around. He wanted a wallet. He's 6 years old. In the wallet, I wanted to put a special little gift. I wanted to put a $2 bill. Can't find $2 bills anywhere anymore. How much am I willing to pay for a $2 bill? EJ and Jason are going to
$2. I have many in my wallet.
What do you think, like 5? Wow, okay. It's for what I just heard was it's for his nephew. I think he's willing to pay up to like $6.
John is a changed man with nieces and nephews.
That's a very good point. So what's your number is? $5. Team Jason and EJ are closer because I'm willing to pay $2.75 for that $2 bill. That is what I actually had to pay. I went to the bank and let me tell you, they gave me such a stink face. So that point goes to EJ and Jason.
Nice. Good job, Jason.
He's carrying the team.
This is another retro question, back again from 2012. A double box of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, but it's crushed. Okay, it's been damaged.
Are you one of those guys that like buys like the dented cans and everything?
You're damn right.
Botulism. Yeah, it's where they find like a lot of people.
I know how to check for botulism in my cans. In 2012, I would have paid $4.15. Frankie and Nina, you're going to go first this time. What would I pay today?
I think it's not much more.
I think it's the same.
Yeah, $4.15. $4.15.
$4.15. EJ and Jason.
What do you think?
$5.30.
All right, sure.
The actual amount I am willing to pay is $4.50. A slight increase. That means Frankie and Nina we're a little closer, so you guys get the point.
Yeah. I think this is going to be a theme. The theme being, I'm willing to spend a little tiny. Like, I don't think you're not going to hold at 2012 prices. You wouldn't be able to live.
35 cents more in 12 years.
Yeah.
I thought he had grown as a person. Like, I don't need to get the damaged good. I'm just gonna.
Oh, Nina, no, I definitely still need the damaged good. But once we get to the next round, you're gonna be shocked at some of the things. Okay?
Oh boy.
So over the years, I still pinch pennies on the little things, but I spend lavishly on the big things.
Have you, as you were watching the old show, were you like, oh wow, that's what I thought back then?
I was shocked how deal focused I was.
Well, think about it. You were saving.
I was.
You were compounding. Now you're burning it all down.
Definitely not. All right, next question for EJ and Jason. A box of Kraft 3-cheese macaroni and cheese. How much am I willing to pay for that?
I'm gonna ask Zach.
Oh, good use of Zach.
I would say $1.25.
All right, I'm locking it in.
Locking it in, $1.25. Frankie and Nina?
This is your area.
Yeah, I'm thinking like $2.50, maybe even like $2.60.
Let's go $2.50 because we don't have to go too high because they went $1.25.
He's making faces, so I'm obviously wrong.
Oh, the tell.
I was gonna go $1.79.
Okay, $1.79.
$1.79. Okay, the actual price I am willing to pay is $1.19
for deluxe.
This isn't deluxe.
This is
box of
3.
Kraft 3 cheese.
Oh, I messed up.
So you guys definitely get it. You're only 6 cents off. Zach, very good.
Yes, thanks, Zach.
The team there.
I was thinking deluxe the whole time. What would you pay for deluxe?
I would pay $3.
Yeah, that's as I was like $2.75. Yeah.
Usually, most of the sale prices on Kraft is like 4 for $5.
Sometimes you can find it for $1.19 now or $1. Very rarely. All right, here's another retro question from 2012. I am out at a yard sale and I see on the table a copy of Super Mario World for SNES. Back in 2012, I would have paid a mere $3.50 for that copy of Super Mario World on that yard sale table.
This whole section of the couch is like very scandalized.
As for Mario World, it's pretty good. However, the cape breaks the game, and Mario 3 is better.
How much would I pay today? But keep in mind that I already have a ton of copies.
I was gonna say.
What scenario is like you don't have it currently, or
I have 13 copies of that game, including 2 sealed copies.
So the question is, how cheap would it have to be to make it worth your while to get it yet another
That's
one?
right.
Even though he has a million of them. Everybody knows how expensive the retro gaming market has become. If you see a good deal on a retro game, you can't really pass it up because it's only gonna appreciate. I'm gonna go with, $8, I think.
$8.
Yeah.
EJ and Jason.
I feel like the price should be 0 if this is logistic. You should just always find the fine for someone else. Do you want to go higher or lower?
Oh, yeah.
I kind of want to go lower.
I go.
I want to do $5.
You have got it exactly.
Yo.
$5 I would pay, so that's 2 points for Team EJ.
Well, then you're
Jason.
insane. You would pass up an $8 Super Mario World?
I have so many of them.
Here's the thing: is I only have one, and I might pass that up for $8. So it's like I already got one.
They're worth about $25.
Yeah, but is he gonna sell them? Like, what are you gonna do? Put them on
am I
eBay?
gonna really put in the effort to make $15 on eBay?
No.
Yeah, you're gonna pay eBay 20% or something.
Last question in this round. The item is a mega roll of paper towels. EJ and Jason, how much would I pay? It's a mega roll, so that's 177 towels.
Again,
I'm probably the worst at this game because I just go to the grocery store and put it all in the cart. I give the man the money, and I don't question anything.
And your paper towel problem is solved for months.
I'm gonna say 225.
He's closer to reality, probably.
And remember, this is the last. If you want to call in Zach,
Yeah.
this is your last chance this round.
Zach, can we get a
Oh
hand here?
God.
Because I was thinking 180.
Yeah, I was gonna say 179. So.
Okay.
Okay, 180, and your guess was
225.
225. The actual price I would pay is 199,
Oh.
which means Frankie and Nina get the point.
Dang.
And Zach.
He's got a couple points himself.
Yeah, so far he is really showing his value.
End of round bonus question. When I'm in the supermarket, I'm constantly adding up what I'm buying as I put it into the cart. I always keep a mental total. I always know where I'm going.
Incredible.
In this round, how much did I spend? Total.
Oh.
2 points for the closest answer.
Thank goodness I'm used up.
It's about $30.
Yeah, I'm gonna say $13.
What, like that's it for everything?
Yeah.
That's like 30.
The actual amount of everything that I talked about so far is $16.23.
Oh, that's it? Wow.
Frankie and Nina get 2 points.
I do the same thing John does.
Okay, we're on to round 2. 2 points if you're correct, and 2 points if you're exact. The category is never pay retail. I'm going to tell you the item and the retail price, and you tell me what I would pay, okay?
Okay.
First, we have a retro question. 6-foot pre-lit Christmas tree with traditional lights. The retail price in 2012 was $229. And I was only willing to pay $79. Okay? How much would be too much for me to pay for that tree? Now, keep in mind,
You're not paying retail.
I'm not getting, there's no way in hell I'm paying retail. So, Frankie, you're going to go first. What would I be willing to pay for that tree now, the retail price of which is $374.99?
Holy mackerel.
119.
Yeah? All right, we're gonna lock in 119.
119.
He wanted to pay 79. I'm just gonna do 100.
Sure.
The actual price I'm willing to pay is $150.
Oh.
That means Frankie and Nina get 2 points.
The gulf is widening.
It's okay. You can still make it up. For a couple years now, I have been perseverating over buying a new TV to replace this one. The TV I have selected that I want is a Sony Bravia XR 77-inch A95L OLED TV, 4K resolution.
Retail's $4,600. We learned that on Black Friday.
I want to buy a new OLED 77-incher, and it's like $4,600, and I just have never been able to make myself do it.
Yeah, retail is $46.99. How much would I be willing to pay for that TV? And Jason EJ, you're going to go first.
I think he needs a good quarter off.
So what would
Jason's
that be?
thinking smart.
So, I don't know. That would be
Like $1,000 off?
yeah, something like that. So what, like 3.8, 3.7, something like that.
I need your final answer.
Do 3.7.
3,700. Okay, Frankie, what's your bid?
I'm just Googling what is 30% off of 4,600. So yeah, you would pay, John, $3,250 for this TV.
Okay, the actual price I would pay is $34.99.
They're killing us.
That means Frankie is closer, and you get 2 points.
I just had to.
Wait, was he? What did he guess?
You guessed
$3,250.
$3,250, and you were
37.
We were 37.
Oh, you're right.
Oh.
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah.
This is like Price is Right rules.
The next item, I am at Savers, and lately I've been making puzzles. I like building puzzles with my friends, and I bought this very puzzle. Okay.
Small.
The retail price of this puzzle, if bought new on Amazon, is $15.
What?
Ridiculous, I know. How much would I pay for this puzzle?
What's the price per piece? $15. Okay. We all know that he can find one of these at a church fair yard sale.
Savers is also slightly overpriced. I'm shocked you bought it at Savers. I'm picturing them putting it at Savers at like $4.99. Not that I would pay $4.99.
Lower. Savers is becoming like Goodwill.
Yeah, I don't even know.
$2.99 is
We don't have that in
I'm
Florida.
thinking Savers
I
would
need your
put it
final
at.
answer, please.
$2.99.
$2.99. What do we think over here?
Then I guess we'll go higher. $4.99.
Sure.
$4.99. The correct answer is $2.49.
Oh.
That means Frankie and Nina get those 2 points.
Incredible that you'd go higher.
I don't know.
Oh, he really wants that puzzle.
All right, it's time for another retro question. In 2012, I mentioned that I was looking at 1,100 watt heavy duty commercial microwaves.
The one that makes ghosts?
Not that one.
The microwave is full of ghosts. I'm sorry.
It was $5.99 at the time, and I was willing to pay $250 for that $599 microwave. Today, that same microwave is $674. How much am I willing to pay for it?
Same price. He hasn't budged.
I don't know, maybe a little bit higher.
Okay. Do you want to go to 300?
275.
275.
270.
Okay.
275.
275!
Smart strategy.
I think we should go 300. I think this is the category where John's prices have gone up.
Okay, 300.
Okay, the correct answer is I'm still willing to pay only 250. You're actually totally right. So you get 2 points.
He's not budging.
He's not budget. He's a liar.
Well, do you want to explain that one to us at all?
That I wouldn't want to budge on the price?
Yeah.
I just don't want to pay any more.
See, I feel like he would pay more if he needed a microwave. I think sometimes it depends on if he's actually needing it.
Yeah. All right, next item. This is a premium designer. Zafrino Pina Pro cordless LED table lamp in brown. It is a beautiful lamp. I love the light it casts. It is truly lovely.
Oh,
It is nice, actually.
I didn't even know that was a lamp.
It is rechargeable, has a 14-hour battery life, has contact. It is IP54 rated, so it can go outside in the rain. The retail price of this lamp is $160.
Whoa.
How much was I willing to pay for it?
Very complicated question, I think.
He's got so much information on it. He's invested. He enjoys the
so
specs of it.
you're inferring from this he loves
That he
this
has
item.
valued this.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna go with my wife, $69.
$69. EJ and Jason, what do you think?
She was thinking exactly like I was thinking. You know, you're very enthusiastic about these lamps. What did they guess?
69.
69.
70.
$70.
We're gonna undercut them.
The actual price I was willing to pay for this lamp, $109. So that means EJ and Jason get 2
We didn't know
points.
you loved it that much.
Wow.
Nobody's been utilizing Zach this round. Zach is still available for both of you, and we're on the last question of the round.
Oh, Zach's
Both
getting
gonna
in.
ask.
Let's call this the Zach round.
Okay. The item is one of the only things that I still use all the time is my phone. And I want to buy myself a Google Pixel 9 XL 1 terabyte phone. The retail price of that phone is $1,399. How much do I want to pay?
So
No,
hard.
he said he wanted it a generation behind. How much is a generation behind?
They go down
from,
kind of fast, don't they?
like 650?
Yeah, it'd probably be cut in like half.
Let's just 650.
$650.
Zach, what do you think? We think 30% off, which would come out to $979.
That's too much.
Smartphones are expensive. And he knows that.
Yeah, oh, I know he knows it. I would say between 725, 750.
We could do 700 and then we'll still.
Yeah.
$650 and $700. The actual price I'm willing to pay $799. That means Frankie and Nina get the 2 points.
So, John, you want like 40% off of retail on that
I do.
heavy-duty piece of equipment.
They don't make many of the 1 terabyte ones because that's not a common amount of memory for them. So
But we're spending $3,000 on lamps.
let me tell you, Nina, I just ordered 2 more for Black Friday. I paid $109.
What are you doing with them?
I just love them. I put them all around the house.
And caress them.
I play them and I cherish them.
All right, we're going to enter the lightning round right now. I'm going to give you an item, and I'm going to tell you the price, and you tell me too much or not too much.
Do we remember in 2012, you had a soundboard?
Ooh, too much.
And there was a sound effect for it. That's not enough.
That's not enough.
Was there a round intended to be like, I need to pay more than that?
There was. We were 45 minutes into that episode. It was supposed to be like 30 minutes, and I just cut a whole round, which was, this is not enough. I remember one of the items I had on there was a toaster from Walmart for $4.88. That is too little to pay for a toaster.
But that was the days before Temu, because now I'm sure you could find one on Temu.
You're absolutely right, Nina. You could probably find
I
a
wouldn't
toaster
do
on
it.
Yeah, your toaster would be this big.
Do you buy anything from Temu?
I do. I love Temu a lot. All right, ready to start the round?
Yes.
It's an after Christmas sale. Christmas is gone and done. It's 100 colored lights, not LED, at Lowe's. $2.50 for that 100 pack of colored lights. Is that too much or not too much, Frankie?
That's not too much.
Not too much.
Clearly not too much.
Not too much.
You're right, not too much. 1 pound of premium Italian ground sausage at Market Basket, my favorite brand, $2.99.
That's not too much.
That's not too much.
Not too much?
That's not too much.
Not too much. That's right, not too much. You both get a point.
That's a good price.
Do we get to use him in the lightning round?
You can call on Zach in the lightning round once if you'd like. Absolutely.
Once.
A large roll of Christmas wrapping paper in June for $2.
Wrapping paper.
Doesn't want that in his
That's
life.
too much.
I want to stay in lockstep. That's too much.
That's too much. Yeah.
That's not too much. So nobody gets points that round.
You would get it?
I would get it for $2 in June. The next item is this under computer power strip switch that was originally from 2000 at Savers for $12. Is that too much or not too much?
That's not too much.
Yeah,
Not too much?
Not too much.
Not too much? It's too much! What? I was only willing to pay $10 for this item at Savers.
$2 means you don't bring that home.
$2 means I don't bring that home. Next item, I'm at Lowe's and I'm at the plant clearance area, and there's a Hosta on the clearance rack. Originally $9.98, now $7. Is that too much or not too much?
A what?
A Hosta. It's an outdoor plant.
It's pronounced Hosta.
Okay.
Hosta.
That's too much.
And
That's too much.
that's
Yeah,
too
he
much.
wants $5 for Hosta.
The answer is that's too much. So Frankie and Nina get a point.
What are you paying?
That's what I said.
I'm paying $4.
That's what, yeah.
Didn't you say?
Yeah,
it was
that's
too
what I
much?
said.
Oh,
I
you
said
said
that was too much.
He said it so casually, it was hard to
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
hard
I'm
for my
sorry.
brain.
get any kind of info from it at all.
That's too much.
I'm on my way to work in the morning. I'm feeling a little bit peckish today. I'm thinking about a McDonald's breakfast burrito, but I see that they're $1.59. Is that too much or not too much?
That's not too much.
That's not too much.
It's too much.
What?
99 cents is
At
all I'm willing
McDonald's?
to pay for a McDonald's breakfast burrito.
Well, you're never eating there
and
again.
now they're 2 for $3.33.
Yeah.
Remember when they had like Mondays, like hamburgers were 29 cents?
Yes.
And,
And
like,
cheeseburgers were
Tuesdays-
39.
39 cents for
And
a
the cheeseburger was like 3 times as good.
Okay, I'm at the surplus auction store in Fall River, and they've got a 40-ounce bag of cod frozen fillets for $5.50.
That's not too much.
That's not too much.
That's not too much, but I want Zach's opinion.
Yeah, that's not too much.
That's not too much. You're right. You both get a point. This knitted sweater I'm wearing right now for $20. Too much or not too much?
That's not too much.
No.
Yeah, he would pay that.
That's too much. That's too much.
That's too much. It is, in fact, too much. I was only willing to pay $16, so Jason and
Close
EJ
the
get a
gap.
point.
It's a lot of child labor for $16.
Our next item, this olive oil sprayer that I got on Temu.
Does this include shipping?
This included shipping, yes.
Okay.
$3.96. Do I really want to spray my olive oil that bad? Too much or not too much?
I think it's too much.
I hate the whole thing.
That's too much. That's a $1 item at Dollar Tree.
Yeah, I think it's too much. I agree.
You're both wrong. It's not too much.
You had to wait 15 weeks from China to get it.
But does your olive oil smell like plastic now?
Next item, the fake Chinese knockoff of the Vita Pro LED.
He's not buying those.
Oh yeah, it's already too much. Whatever it is, he doesn't want the knockoff.
Did you get that at Temu?
I did get it at Temu. Is $20 too much or not too much?
No, too
That's
much.
too much.
That's too much. You're right. You're both right. That's too much. I was actually only willing to pay $12 for the knockoff version, and it's not worth it. Final item in the round, this party-size bag.
He pulled it out of a hat.
Barbecue potato chips that I bought for the summer party that didn't end up getting used. This family-size bag, $3.
That's too much.
Do we want to stay with them? We'd be playing for the tie.
We'd be playing for the tie.
That's not too much. We're playing for the tie.
Do you think it's too much? $3?
I think that's too much for
Yeah.
the summer party.
It's not too much. So EJ and
It
Jason
backfired
get the
and we
point.
still got it.
That means that EJ and Jason are our winners for today. Great competition, everyone. That was incredibly played.
I think these two cute kids are gonna laugh.
Thank you so much for playing. That's too much.
How does it feel to lose something something that you know about your best friend, like you know him for so many years? How does it feel?
Well, Gloria, John remains a mystery.
You heard it, folks. And let's give it up. Our main winners. Do you like winning?
I love winning, let me tell you. Frankie Frayne put up a good fight, but when we put our heads together, no match. Didn't stand a chance.
I want to thank my parents. I want to thank the Lord Jesus Christ. And I want to thank the guy who carried me through this.
Well, you heard it, folks. Now it is time for the end. Oh, what's too much?
Woo!
What's too much?
What's too much? Everything's too much. Frankie and Jason, we're gonna make my favorite Christmas cake. This is an apple cinnamon cake. I've got a authentic 1970s bundt pan with the original Teflon 1 coating. I've used some butter Crisco, and I've dusted it with a little bit of flour.
Is there significance to this cake? Why are you making the cake?
First of all, it's a delicious Christmas cake. You're going to get to try it today. You're going to love it. But it is also a cake my mother used to make. It's my mother's recipe. I've changed it just a little tiny bit. It was always one of my favorite cakes growing up. She would often make it for Christmas. So for me, it's a really kind of Christmassy cake and has a ton of apple in it. It also has a lot of cinnamon in it to give it a real cinnamony flavor and a real dark color. It's also a pretty dense cake. It's kind of thick and it'll keep well as well. So you can keep it for like 7 days in the kitchen and it'll last pretty good.
What enhancements did you make to her recipe?
I added more cinnamon and a little more vanilla. And I also changed the type and number of apples. She just used Granny Smith apples. And that makes a very nice cake. But I found that over the years, if I mix Granny Smith with a couple other kinds of apples, I get an even better cake. I've got 2 Granny Smith apples, I've got 2 Macintosh apples, and I've got 1 Pink Lady apple. All the different apple flavors really make a nice combination.
Did she leave behind the recipe? I mean, did you have it available?
Yeah, I did. We're gonna start with a cup of vegetable oil. I always use corn oil.
I'm not normally, I've famously, hot apples and things.
The idea is that you don't usually eat the cake hot. You let it kind of cool.
But you see what I'm saying about hot apples?
Yes.
I like apple crisp because of the crisp part.
Yeah.
The apple part feels unnecessary.
Yes. I mean, I think the best part about this is actually the cake, and the apple just kind of adds to the experience.
You don't like little tiny hot apple slugs?
It sounds like you get it.
It's actually German in origin, I guess. I got 3 duck eggs here.
Duck eggs?
Duck eggs. You ever have duck eggs?
Never.
They are amazing, let me tell you.
Really?
The yolk is so much more rich and flavorful than a chicken egg.
If you don't have duck eggs at home, which you may not, you can use 2 large chicken eggs and it comes out pretty good. They are fattier. They bind a little differently.
We're all going to be duck walking out of here.
You can use the technique of cracking the egg on the table, not on the edge of the bowl. Just got the oil and eggs in here so far. Now we're going to add in our sugar. We got 2 cups of white sugar. This is not a low sugar recipe.
Oh my god. Over the course of a whole cake, I guess that's not that much. Oh my, you're going in for a whole other spoonful. That's almost as much apple as in.
As sugar?
Close, yeah.
You get your tablet all sugared. Is that one of the things you check for before you buy one?
Yes, absolutely. It's got to be sugar resistant because sugar and flour resistant. Pure vanilla extract here. This is not imitation or anything. I'm going to use 2 teaspoons.
It's not made of like beaver ass or whatever?
No, it is the full alcohol content.
They extract something that's similar to the chemical from a beaver's ass, which tastes like vanilla, I guess.
It does.
The fat of their butt?
Something like residue around their butt.
It's getting chunkier now.
You could eat just that.
You absolutely could.
Any idea where she came up with this recipe?
I don't know. I think my mother found it originally out of the Providence Journal. She often found great recipes from the newspaper because that was definitely a thing in the lifestyle section. They used to publish lots of great recipes.
Yeah. As time goes on, I'm less and less appealed to cake generally.
Really?
Well, I think the reason is because you don't often get a homemade cake, right? And the dryness.
Those store-bought cakes are so disappointing. Even if you go to professional bakery a lot of the time, you're not going to get a great cake.
Yeah.
You know what's the best store-bought cake? Costco tuxedo cake. It is a rectangle of pure deliciousness. It's so rich. Mousse in the middle with very moist chocolate cake.
Anything with mint chocolate chip ice cream in it, I'm in.
Can you even see him behind these chandeliers?
Yeah, I can see him.
Okay. I didn't know if it was like Gandalf. He's like, ho! Oh! Jason is setting an all-time height record for the BoxMac kitchen.
The BoxMac kitchen.
Until Glow grows up and then...
Everyone needs to drive a vehicle, even the very tall.
This is wizardry.
Yeah.
Like, this is going to turn into a cake?
This is going to turn into a cake.
That's crazy.
Okay, and we need our cinnamon.
You make ingredients turn into something else?
That's
this
crazy,
cooking?
man.
This is like actual wizardry. It's crazy.
You're not cooking.
Yeah, dude.
You're not cooking. Yeah, dude.
And I've got my cinnamon here, and I'm going to do a heaping tablespoon of cinnamon.
So far, nothing's been less than a heaping tablespoon. It's Christmas. It's time to heap. 'Tis the heaping season.
And you can see, even on my directions, it says a heaping half teaspoon of salt.
Ah, we're not done heaping. Hurling and heaping.
Hurling and heaping.
The John Hunt story.
There's so many possibilities of John Hunt stories. I've got my flour, salt, my baking soda, and my cinnamon. So I'm going to fold that in.
That reminds me a little bit of the Requiem for a Dream soundtrack. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum.
I watched that movie not too long ago.
Really?
It's still great.
It was one of the first movies where I was like, oh, you can like really visually tell a story.
Yeah.
But now I've seen Kick-Assia, so I...
Yeah, and now you know about visual storytelling.
I'm gonna slowly mix these two together a little bit, and you're gonna see that batter turn a lovely shade of cinnamony brown.
Do the apples go in next?
The apples will be folded in by hand. The batter is very thick, that is normal.
It looks like cock-a-doodle.
Doesn't smell too bad. It looks like cock-a-doo-doo.
Oh, here's the money shot right here.
And then I have to fold them in by hand because they'll be so thick and so appley.
All right, I believe that this can be baked into a cake.
Yeah, good. I'm glad we made you into a believer.
A believer?
When was the last time you were around like some cooking?
It's been a long, long time.
It's fascinating.
You don't go into cooking YouTube?
No.
Except for us.
This was the last, like the cooking stuff is the last stuff I dabbled into.
It took a while. Are you a believer now?
Yeah, it's, I'll watch them,
He's on BoxMac right now, being like, BoxMac's okay.
Yeah, it's my least favorite of all the programs.
Literally on the show.
You shouldn't eat the cake batter.
Why?
I'm eating the cake batter.
Because of the duck eggs?
Because of the raw flour. But it is so delicious.
Yeah? May I?
You want to have a risk? Would you like to have a risk too?
Of course I want some of that.
So what does the raw flour do to you?
It's just not pasteurized, so it could potentially have bacteria in it.
Dang.
Oh, yeah, pretty good.
He's got a real good cinnamon sugar thing happening here. Mm-hmm. And the apples are not hot apple slugs.
The key with this cake is actually to not eat it warm. It's to let it cool as much as possible.
Yes.
So we're going to try to do that as much as we can today.
Why do people like hot apples?
I don't know. There are certain scenarios in which I like a hot apple. Like if you're serving it with a good vanilla ice cream.
Oh yeah, the vanilla ice cream,
But
absolutely.
if you're just going to serve me some apple crisp on a plate, I actually want it room temperature or chilled.
Apple pie sucks.
You know something? You suck.
I gotta pick and choose the fights. Am I willing to go to war over apple pie? No, but I'll eat it.
So this batter is a little tough to work with.
On account of the apples. What did you coat it with?
Crisco and then a thin layer of flour.
When I went to the Plymouth grist mill, they were saying that they lube all the wooden gears with Crisco.
Yes.
Because they used to use animal fat.
A delicious solution.
Okay, I think we're looking pretty good there. I'm just gonna try to get the last bit of batter. So here's our apple cake ready to go in the oven. I'm gonna stick it in the oven for about 55 minutes and then we'll come back and take a look at it.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. I'm gonna have a little bit of that apple cake.
This is my Christmas toy when I was 5 years old. Gaylord, the basset hound, mechanical walking dog. Something that I wanted so much, and it worked Christmas Day. And because it uses the batteries so heavily, I think it's like 4D batteries in there, it would burn up the batteries and everybody would think it was broken when it stopped working on the first day. And by Christmas night, I said, it must be broken because he wouldn't walk anymore. So we ended up throwing him away. Years later, my husband found this on eBay.
He walks, climbs, barks, picks up his bone. And at something, he's won first prize.
And it looks like it was supposed to be like a doghouse?
It says ideal right here.
What would the year have been?
I was 5 in 1963.
63.
That's when I got it. Yes. And it was on TV. There was a commercial that we loved. And then, of course, you had to have it when you were 5.
Gaylord, you look kinda crazy, you move kinda lazy, see what he'll do.
So I was like very disappointed Christmas night when my Gaylord wouldn't walk anymore. And we tried to put him on. Nope. Sorry.
Gaylord, when you pull this leash, he'll walkity walk with you.
Gaylord comes with a bone of his own.
It does say this toy is guaranteed. Certificate enclosed. Battery operated, uses 4 D-size batteries. It tells you right on the box. So if you're needing to procure your batteries for Christmas.
When I got it from eBay, I bought it advertised. It didn't work. I never seen another one. And that's what Nana wanted. That was the toy she had. So I got it anyway. I tried it with batteries. It didn't work. His legs were stuck up in the air. So I thought I'd start taking it apart. I went to remove one of the legs and the leg moved. And then I tried it again and the leg went around, made a revolution. And I thought, I'm gonna put this back together again and try it. The leg was just jammed and off he went. And the tail was broke off. There's hardly anything holding the tail on. So I think everybody's tail broke. There's a lot of plastic gears in there that drive the legs.
In 1963, we only had stuffed animals. So when this came out, it was like a big deal, like a high-tech toy.
Several times I tried Googling it and see if I could find them on eBay, and I never saw one. And then all of a sudden, I just got the urge to try it again, and bingo, there it was. I think it was out west somewhere. Forget how much it was, about $50.
But now you've got a Gaylord after all that time.
He's delicate. Looks like he had a gold medal or something. You see it on there?
Yeah, like a first prize.
Just give it a little tug. There you go.
So that's supposed to be him barking.
1997, probably. We got our own family basset hound. Her name was Leia, but you would call her Gaylord all the time.
I did, and I didn't even really know why at the time.
This is her second day at the Frayne household.
We had a basset hound, and I wanted a basset hound. I didn't really even know why I wanted a basset hound. This is why.
This is why. You are why.
So when we had Leia, I'd always say Gaylord, right? And I was like, why do I call her Gaylord? That's why.
He's ideal.
Gaylord, when you pull his leash, he'll walkity walk with you. Arf, arf.
Let me introduce Last Chance Joe. I found this on eBay. This is the same toy that I had bought for me by an aunt when I was 4 years old. So that was 73 years ago. Because it's real rubber, it's brittle now. He squeaks, but I wouldn't squeak him because he's gonna break up. You see what already, the spur came off already. You know, I gotta fix that. I Googled him, Last Chance Joe, and there's a giant neon sign that looks exactly like him at some business out west.
Last Chance Joe took a ride bright and early this morning on his way to the Sparks Museum. Last Chance Joe has been a fixture in Sparks for more than 50 years.
The new owners of the Nugget decided they were going to redo the front of the building, and Joe just simply didn't fit into their plans.
Donors stepped up, and plans were made to move Last Chance Joe across the street and save this giant piece of Nevada history.
Well, a lot of school kids don't know who Last Chance Joe is. They think he's Santa Claus.
Genuine rubber. And that's the problem. If this was left out in the light, rubber deteriorates, dries up, and almost becomes like a dried cardboard. Well, that's why I keep them covered in there. Sanitary, durable, squeezable, harmless colors. Boy, they were really, one of the little folks from Sunny Slope, characters of the tug-along team.
From Rempel. In Ohio. And they would manufacture it here, not in China.
No. Oh, no. In fact, it wouldn't have been China anyway. It would have been Japan. And that was frowned upon then. Still frowned upon then. So when would this be? This would be 1951 or 52.
Yep.
This is Last Chance Joe's second chance.
Frankie, we're going to try some KD KFC, and EJ's going to make us some fried turkey today on BoxMac.
So yeah, previously I've already prepared this and I would have edited and told you everything about what is happening here.
Hi, my name is EJ Massa, but you might as well call me Santa Claus because this year I'm bringing 2 boxes of KFC flavored Kraft dinner to the Red Cow family. Now, what goes good with macaroni and cheese? How about a holiday turkey cooked like it's crispy chicken? Ooh, baby, that's a good idea. And you know what? Better yet, I'm gonna do all the prep work right here, and then I'll bring it all over to John Hunt's house so that I could fry it up with the mac and cheese. To start, I have a fresh turkey that's roughly 13 pounds. Now, I find the best way to unwrap these things is an editing joke. Whoa, see, I even got a free baking sheet with that editing joke. Very cool. Now, I've deep fried a whole turkey before and the results were excellent. But a breading would not survive a whole turkey cook in the fryer. So we're not only going to cut this into the essential pieces, we're also going to sous vide those pieces so that we can guarantee that the turkey will be perfectly cooked and have a nice, crispy breading. I'll start by cutting the turkey into its essential parts, and I'll start in the same place when I'm cutting anybody into pieces, by removing the spine. Don't be telling the cops that. Don't be a narc. The chicken shears make quick work of that, so then I cut through the wishbone and crack the turkey in half. Now this is where I'd stop if I wanted to cook the turkey butterflied, but we'll go a bit farther. I cut off the wing tips, because those won't be tasty fried, but don't worry, I'll be using them to make a delicious turkey broth. I ran the shears along the breastbone, cutting the turkey cleanly in half. And look, I'm not an expert in cutting turkeys into essential parts. I sort of just freestyle it by taking a sharp knife and finding the seams. Wherever there's a seam, I run the knife along it and use gravity to tease the parts apart. And the hindquarters come off easily. I'll do the same thing for the wing, find the seams, slide the knife around with the help of gravity. Then I find the joint between the upper and lower wing and cut those apart. And I find the joint between the thigh and the drumstick and separate those. And there we go. And I'll repeat the process for the other side. And now we have 2 breast pieces,
2 thigh pieces, 2 drumsticks, and 2 sets of upper and lower wing pieces. Before putting them in bags to sous vide them, we'll season them by sprinkling them with an all-purpose rub. Usually I use my EJ all-purpose rub, which is a knockoff of the real thing, Killer Hogs AP Seasoning, which I saw being sold at Walmart and decided to pick it up. Saves me the trouble of mixing another batch for my own version, which is essentially just salt, pepper, and garlic powder. To top it off, I'll sprinkle some paprika over it, and I covered all sides with these seasonings. Then I put all the dark meat parts, the ones with bones in them, in one set of bags and vacuum sealed them. And actually, the ones with bones, I like to double bag them because bones have a habit of piercing the bags, causing the meat to get waterlogged. And here's the meat packet ready for a bath. And the breasts I put in their own bag for later. I'm using an Anova device inside a cooler. Yeah, I don't have any of that fancy gear like Guga over at Sous Vide Everything, but a cooler works fine. I set the temperature to 145 degrees, and when the bath gets up to temperature, I place just the dark meat bags with bones in, and I'll be cooking those for a total of 14 hours. However, 10 hours into the cook, the breast meat was getting a little bit lonely, and it decided to hang out with the rest of the boys for the remainder of the cook, 4 hours. While that cooks, I'll make a flour mixture for the breading, which I'll bring to John's house for the cook. I really don't know what the Colonel's secret recipe is, and frankly, I don't care, so I'll just use the recipe I use to make my kids buttermilk fried chicken tenders. All turkey really is just a big chicken tendy, isn't it? We'll start with 3 cups of all-purpose flour, 3 teaspoons of baking powder, 2 teaspoons of salt, 1 teaspoon of black pepper, 1 teaspoon of paprika, and finally 1 teaspoon of garlic powder. All of that conveniently poured into a Ziploc bag, not only for travel to Junt's house, but for shaking it to mix, or squeezing to mix, whatever. And when I'm making chicken tendies for my boys, I always make a sauce, and I think this honey mustard sauce will go with it nicely. It's pretty simple. A half cup of mayonnaise, a 1/4 cup of honey. I'm using this local honey with a very copyright infringing mascot on the bottle.
Did you say honey and nuts?
1/4 cup of mustard. Now what really kicks it up a notch is a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar. This adds a brightness and acidity that really ties the room together. Then I whisk it all together until it's nice and smooth. Beautiful. I want to drink it. The 14-hour cook is up and I took all the bags of turkey parts and dunked them into ice water to rapidly cool them. And there we go, perfectly cooked turkey pieces begging for a fried crispy layer to encircle them. I put them in the fridge overnight and then they'll go into a cooler as I make the trip to John's house. I'll also bring plenty of peanut oil to fry them with. So I've got my turkey, I've got my sauce, I've got my breading mixture, and I got my oil. So I'm gonna pack that all up, bring it over to the Red Cow crew, and we're gonna try out this vaguely KFC themed holiday dinner.
Now, we can't make it exactly like KFC because they use like a pressure cooker fryer.
You know, when you hear about people deep frying chicken or turkey in their backyard or in their driveway, and then you have it and it's just really moist.
Yes.
And I'm like, this isn't like Colonel.
It's just a turkey cooked in oil.
But you're like, hey, we've got the KD KFC.
Yeah, can we do, you know, the bucket of crispy chicken?
So you're really gonna try to do that.
So what we're gonna do is bread it. It's just flour, I think some baking soda.
Have you ever had breaded fried turkey?
No, never. I've deep fried a turkey before a couple times.
Have you ever had a turkey leg, like a big turkey leg at a fair?
Yes, like a $16 turkey leg.
I once bought something like that and I regretted it. Not because it was delicious actually, but I'm walking around like
chomping on it.
Yeah, like I'm a barbarian.
So what I'm gonna do is actually this turkey breast, I'm gonna cook it up into chicken nuggies. Well, this is turkey, sorry.
Have you ever had a turkey nugget before? You're making me curious about like, why is it that we have not done more with turkey, generally speaking? We're such a chicken culture.
I think the chicken breast is gonna be the best because it's gonna be in that.
You mean the turkey breast, DJ?
The turkey breast. The turkey breast is gonna be the best. Look, I'm cutting, I'm talking, it's hard.
I bumble the words all the time on every show. We never thought about mix and match. An interesting development in terms of craft and the Cracker Barrel. I can't use any words.
Again, from the top.
So we talked about the Cracker Barrel. I cannot get the words out. The Cracker Barrel. I always have enough food in my life that I could live for nigh on 20 years. It's 18 grams of protein per serving. In our small part, no salt.
A small part in our salt.
Most part, no salt. Cheese sauce not bad. Cheese sauce not bad. I missed a word. So you have to they buy seafood from various fishermen. That word. After all this time, it makes sense that you'd want the source to be light.
The source.
I was wrong. Mark it on your calendars.
Just yesterday, he was telling us about how blark the TV was.
How blark? Look at the blark levels on that TV. When it gets out of the star mode, then those segments will go fully blark.
I'm going to show you.
Blark, fully blark.
Here is that famous turkey leg that you go around the Ren Fair with.
Yeah.
And I am going to start making macaroni and cheese, Frankie. We're going to make KFC KD. Where did this even come from, EJ? You bought this with us today, didn't you?
Nobody has sent it to us, so I just bought it off of eBay.
You bought it off of eBay. How much did you have to pay for the privilege of these 2 boxes?
I think it's like 10, 13 bucks.
That's not too much.
Well, it is too much.
With shipping and everything.
Yeah, from Canada. I love these hood containers of cultured buttermilk.
Usually buttermilk will tenderize chicken and, I guess, turkey. This is more just to give it a nice buttermilk coating. Here's the magic. You take a little bit of this buttermilk, you pour in here.
What? You've mixed the dry and the wet.
The crispy chicken has all those little craggly bits.
That's how you get them. What if we took the chicken breading, the fried chicken breading, and put that on top of the mac?
How would you do it?
I don't know.
You'd have to take it off.
Somebody think of it. I'm more of an idea person.
Well, we're really more sort of idea people.
Ideas.
After you've battered the chicken, sift out the bits and just fry the bits.
Because we've been talking about toppings and how they're horrible forever. And I'm thinking, actually, fried breading would be delicious. Do you have a favorite, or could we compile, if we were to think of it, a top 5 Red Cow Christmas segments of all time? If we were to put together a VHS tape, and you wanted it to be Christmas themed, what should go on it?
This might be a controversial, but I love the wreath segment.
It's got to be the Kankle cookie, right? Kankle cookie.
Kankle cookies would be great. Junter Klaus.
I'm gonna name each segment.
Okay, thumbs up or down?
Not thumbs down, but like, does it belong on the board?
Sure.
We have these new tapes that went out, Halloween, best of.
I can't believe how great the printing came out, how great the tapes look.
Yeah, they sold out almost immediately, and people are like, make more. So I do kind of want to do our feature films, or at least 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah.
I want to release like little pairs. The thing about VHS is you want to stay under 2 hours. You gotta get your fill of Red Cow Christmas in under 2 hours. So one would be the sitcom.
That is good. That's a classic.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of like mac and cheese segments. Do you just pick one and that is the topper, that caps the whole thing?
I would think 1 Mac.
Okay, I'm a little bit partial to Eggnog Mac.
Really?
I think
it's worst Mac.
I think it's one of the funniest segments.
Okay. It's not. Oh my God, it's weird.
There's a segment that I know will make it. It's me trying to make a roast.
Oh yes, that's so classic.
I didn't. I put it right on the. I just need a pan.
It's the roast on the counter.
Because I didn't have a pan. Time out. Gift of the Mac, guys. Is that going in?
I think so. Just the segment.
John reading a poem. Is that a good opener?
You know, the funny thing about that, I don't know if I've ever said that on camera before. When I was reading that poem, I was so pissed off. And
Why?
I don't remember why.
I can see it in your eyes.
Wasn't it because the cookies didn't come out?
That might have been what it was. I was so pissed that the cookies didn't work out. Oh, they didn't quite cook like they should have.
Something's wrong.
Well, it is what it is, folks. Get a shoe. Why not? We have several shoes already, but they don't even look like shoes. They just look like ankles at this point.
They're all blowed up.
The gels are just so you can like draw eyes on bloated cankles.
I'm gonna put it on there. Opening poem.
Sure.
Everything's pissed off John with fire in his eyes.
I'm hearing that we want cankles.
I think it's one of the best, funniest.
So far, we're every single segment goes in. We set up the tree in your living room. We'll cut that. Frankie makes a roast.
Yes, has to go in.
2016 was a banger.
Yeah. No, I wasn't even there.
I couldn't make it over to the Red Cow holiday celebration for some reason or another. Baby born.
Wreaths?
I like wreaths, but we could leave it. It's a little long.
And then there's also make your own ornament.
I think that's better. Maybe cut down a little.
You need some kind of EJ.
We gotta have something, EJ.
And then 2016 tempered egg one.
That's my favorite Mac that we've made.
There's a version where I make it. In 2017.
Oh, that's right.
Junt buys a Christmas tree in the Christmas tree field. I love it.
That is a classic.
Then you go, I'm lost in a field of trees.
All right, we're heading this way. I feel like I'm lost in a field of trees. Now, you're gonna do a single or a double dip, EJ?
We're just doing single today.
dip.
Some lucky person's gonna get the turkey leg.
And you just serve it with mac and cheese, or I had this weird idea at one point where like you would make a turkey, you'd stuff the turkey with the mac and cheese.
I have an idea for that, and like where you would actually make like a mac and cheese dust crust for the turkey as well.
Maybe a next year idea.
Next year idea.
Okay, there's the dolls that were made for us. There's candied nuts.
Candied nuts! No.
Even though Gloria was an infant. The first mac and cheese is no. It's not making it.
No.
EJ makes a turkey. Here we are again.
Look at that.
What's inside? Carve a nice turkey.
There's EJ makes cranberries.
Oh, that bourbon cranberry sauce is really good.
There's when we have the dinner at the end with the cake, I would end the VHS with that.
That seems lovely.
It's a little too blue for me to consume.
Why blue specifically?
I have no idea.
Junter Klaus and smashing the gingerbread house.
It is a classic Red Cow moment. I think you have to include it.
Yeah, you have to.
Mac and cheese fudge with Zach.
I like having Zach involved, but nah.
A Christmas to Remember store in Newport.
I do like that.
There's a Christmas place. It's not part of any special, but there's one we went to, a Christmas place.
Yeah.
There's the quilt, the mac and cheese quilt. What was this bottle of pee that you made everybody drink?
Oh, the spruce mead.
That might be a good one, actually, if you wanted one EJ segment.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Christmas No Views with the NES.
Oh, it is pretty good.
That is pretty good.
But if you want a gaming segment, you want the one where we're over there in the living room.
Yes.
Yeah. There's a Matt makes ornaments of everybody.
Mommy, and Gloria, and Daddy.
Setting the table with false-graph and then with a slow-mo. I think you need that.
Yep.
Matt's craft of making the snowmen.
I like that one.
That's so mad. That's shitty. That's
What do you do with the rest of the sock?
Our biggest cooking segment we've ever done for a holiday special is when you did the jumbo shells. You called it the 10 cheese jumbo shells with Utz.
I don't think we should include it.
No? It's gone.
It was a good segment. Go watch it. Go enjoy with your family and friends.
There's Matt's Apple Crisp. There's Christmas Scavenger Hunt, where Gloria finds a giant freaking reindeer.
I can't believe we did a giant freaking reindeer.
I kind of want Gloria in something.
Retro gaming segment, Junt's Nest. But do you choose that over the SNES rifle?
That one's so good.
Yeah.
If you're
SNES
making me
rifle.
choose rifle.
Oh, waffle.
Leave
No?
it. No. It didn't come out good.
How come every time? Okay, so we're getting to the bottom of it. If the cooking didn't come out good,
I don't want it.
you like want it gone.
I want it gone.
I'm going only forward. Only forward, Frankie.
Not going back.
No, only forward.
Actually, there was the Charisse Mac.
Yes, my easy Christmas Charisse Mac.
There was Jump Horse.
Your horse bucks you off, go to the hospital. Where's the hospital?
Hospital.
And there was fried Mac balls. We did that last year. Do you even remember that?
I do remember. Cut it.
All right, so here's what we got. The opening poem. Gift of the Mac guys. Cankles. Frankie makes a roast.
Yep.
Wreaths. You need a TV edit for that.
Yeah, TV edit.
Lost in a Field of Trees. The dinner at the end. Mac and cheese cake. Smashing the gingerbread house. TV edit. Spruce mead for EJ. Slow-mo false-graph table setting. Snowman craft with Matt. Christmas scavenger hunt. And SNES rifle.
Sounds great.
We got temperature 350 degrees.
I'm going to use my big dish because this is big turkey. When you deep fry things, do you believe in the instant salt once it comes out?
Yes, if you can get the salt ready, please, Jonathan.
I'm excited to be a salter.
How's the turkey, EJ?
That's good.
Looks delicious.
It does. It already looks so good.
John, do you want to look at the ingredients and see if there's anything that stands out to you?
There's nothing that different in it at all, except there's herbs and spices, including mustard and sugar, and some garlic powder and onion powder too.
Yeah, well, what makes it KFC? We didn't even bother to investigate that.
Rather than trying to replicate the KFC Mac, they've tried to just make a Mac flavored with KFC spices.
Look at that. Look at that.
That's a turkey leg if I've ever seen it.
Have you ever wanted to put real WTF art on the wall?
Kind of.
Do you ever want to like put gather or eat
Never.
on the wall?
I saw some art recently of like Kermit looking real buff. And I was like, that should go in the bathroom or something. Is this your pot?
This is my pot, yeah.
This John doesn't normally like fry stuff.
Well, I made that chicken number 5 I made for the 2020.
And you fried that?
Yes.
Chicken number 5.
Is that cheese all over it?
No, cream of chicken soup. And then it's got fried pieces of chicken in it and some sherry. And then we've got white rice and we've got vegetables.
Every Tuesday night at my house in Westport, we have like a dinner night, and he would come over and he would make chicken number 5.
Why is it number 5 again?
Just because it is.
Well, there was chicken number 1 and chicken number 5.
And there's chicken number 2, which I very rarely make.
This is called chicken number 2.
And where did you come up with the 2?
There's only 2 chicken dishes I make, chicken number 2 and chicken number 5.
Chicken number 2 is with Swiss cheese and stuffing crumbs on top.
Oh, dude, I want.
It's good, but
it's number 2 and it's rare.
Chicken breast tenders in Italian dressing, cooked sous vide, served over fresh vegan salted rice.
5 was in celebration of Mambo number 5, obviously.
I want to thank Jason Graves for manning the camera today.
Yes, thank you, Jason.
Yeah, if it sucks, it's my fault.
If we look a little shorter today, it's because Jason's
I'm holding you at chest level.
Oh, you can see the pepper flakes or
Oh
whatever.
yeah, take a look. You could take one of those and now stick it in the cheese sauce.
You totally could. Now, can I interrupt everything for a second? There's a certain cake in the oven oven.
Oh, yes.
That is ready to come out.
The oven is about to give birth.
I'm about to induce. We're looking great. Just slip this back behind here for now.
Careful.
This is the last batch, so we're almost done here. There's a lot of action here. We got cake, we got the chicken, we got the noodles coming in.
What this really is a BoxMac VR experience just for Jason. Is KFC an American chain?
Yes.
So what right does Canada have?
I mean, have we talked before about how fried chicken from KFC in Japan is the national thing you do? Every Christmas, that's what you do. All right, Mac first.
KFC, KD. Are you tasting KFC? Maybe.
A little bit. It's very peppery, very spicy.
I think throwing in some herbs and spices and being like, it's KFC is kind of bullshit.
I wanted the cheese to come through more, and it really doesn't.
I don't mind it.
It's okay.
The average person will like it, but is it KFC?
Let's try a turkey nugget.
Turkey nugget. Oh, wow.
Wow.
It's awesome.
It's so good.
How come every time we fry birds in this kitchen, it goes so well? Now imagine if we had made that sauce.
I have a sauce.
What?
A honey mustard sauce.
Oh my God, EJ.
Honey mustard is my favorite.
It's my favorite too.
This is homemade?
Yes, I mixed a bunch of condiments together, yes.
No, the turkey is a star.
Yeah, I love the bite to it. It's so moist and tender. The crispy coating's really good too.
I kind of like the Mac.
Yeah, the Mac's good.
You can get the essence of like the KFC spices.
Do you even like Mac, or are you one of these people that doesn't even like Mac?
It's all right. You're telling me there's more than one kind?
Is anything?
The Mac's okay. I think the baseline should be, would I rather have this or regular, and I'd rather have this.
You can taste like the KFC spices in it. It almost has a bit of the KFC gravy taste to it too. The turkey was very, very good.
We never paid off the crumblies on top, Frankie. I put some crumblies on there. I really like the texture it adds.
Yeah.
I think it really balances the Mac nicely, actually.
That just leaves a cake.
Yeah.
You gotta let it cool.
Yeah, for another couple minutes. All right, so cake is out of the oven. Now I'm just gonna do the final decoration, a little powdered sugar with my OXO cake duster.
It's like a magic wand.
It is like a magic wand. It hasn't been cooling too long, so it's still gonna be warm, unfortunately.
Are you gonna do a recipe on the website?
Absolutely.
This has to somehow beat the turkey leg.
It won't.
Having not tried the turkey leg, I think this is way better than the turkey leg.
I saw the little knot on Frankie's head, which indicates that he has concerns and issues.
What did you see?
Yeah, a little nod of the head, just a little tilt.
You want to know what it is?
What is it?
It's delicious. It's great. I love it.
You just hate fruits and vegetables.
Just not the apples, please.
Yeah.
It's so much better when it's not warm.
I think it's great.
Yeah? Your mileage may vary.
The apples are also fantastically cooked. Like, they're not super hard and chewy and undercooked, which happens all the time. They add a nice little tartness. I heard about the different types of apples that Sean added, so that it's not just pure sugar on your palate.
She's saving this.
She is. Thank you, Nina.
What about you, Jason?
Wow.
Wow.
I think the problem is that if chocolate is your preferred sweet, it's going to mess up your whole sense of taste and proportion and everything else.
I love cinnamon sugar, and he's got that out on the outer edge. What I would do is eat the outer edge of this cake. Is there a way to get some of those qualities into it without there being like hot slimy slugs?
I mean, you can make just a coffee cake.
So Frankie's advice is to double the cake, no apples.
Double the cake, no apples.
I think I would like that more, actually. Yeah. If it was twice the cake, half the apples.
It is right. It's made correctly. So if you don't like it.
Well, do you like hot slimy apples inside your cakes?
No, but they're not hot and slimy once they cool down. They'll be cool and slimy.
So you agree with me?
I don't like them hot. If I had my druthers, we would have waited 2 hours before eating this cake.
Well, we don't have
We don't have no 2 hours. We got to get this done.
We don't have druthers in this apartment.
We have no druthers. And there's going to be parts that have less apples in it, too, because that's just the nature of the cake.
Thank goodness. But you did put a lot of apples in it.
I did put a lot of apples.
What is with the apple people?
What is with your lack of apple
There's
people?
a lot of apple people out there. Have you noticed this? Has the apple thing gone a little out of control?
No. If you like apples, you're going to like this cake.
Yeah.
That's my
I gave you all the reasons why this cake is
No,
great.
listen. Did you see the bucket of apples you put into it?
It's fantastic.
It's not too sweet. It's nice and balanced. It's good and cinnamony.
I think you're right. If it was cool.
Yeah.
Hey, pretty good. Thanks for making it for us.
My pleasure. Enjoy the recipe on the website.
Is it hard to take care of the reindeer, and do they eat a lot?
They eat a lot more towards the end of the year when they get close to Christmas so they can build up their strength, but it's really not hard. I got a lot of elves.
Well,
is there any other questions?
That's it? Just the reindeer?
Do the reindeer eat a lot, and is it hard to take care of the reindeer?
It is not too difficult to take care of the reindeer, but make sure on Christmas Eve you put out a carrot for my reindeer to eat when I get to your house, okay?
Okay.
Gonna leave it on the plate.
I don't have that money.